Zhang Beijiang, a professional internet troll, met his demise through the fervent exchanges of the online realm. Indeed, you heard it correctly, being an internet troll can be perilous, as he was brutally slain offline by someone who eschewed the rules of fair play. However, the perplexing matter is that he has now awakened. The pristine white sheets induced a sense of vertigo, as a myriad of images cascaded before his eyes. Fragmented memories surged into his consciousness like a tidal wave, and soon his eyes widened, pupils dilating in response. He has been reborn, inhabiting a body named Steve Rogers. Yes, you did not mishear. He has been reincarnated as Captain America. For the sake of consistency, unless psychological descriptions are involved, he will henceforth be referred to as Steve. Moreover, judging by his surroundings, he must have just emerged from the ice. So, I have become the pinnacle of human physicality? Steve murmured to himself, just as the door was pushed open from the outside. A slender figure clad in a 1970s nurse's uniform entered, her silence speaking volumes. Yet, Steve discerned a hint of unease in her gaze. It appeared she was indeed a SHIELD agent. "Captain, you're awake." "Yes, I am awake, though I wish I had not returned to consciousness." "What time is it? Has the Nazi regime taken over America?" Steve inquired earnestly, causing the nurse's smile to falter. She was utterly at a loss for words. "Captain, you truly have a sense of humor. No occupation? How unfortunate." The nurse's expression transformed entirely. She gazed at Steve with a mixture of fear and confusion, uncertain of his true circumstances. "It seems I have indeed slept for quite some time. What year is it now?" Steve fixed his gaze upon her, his demeanor unervingly calm. 2001. Upon realizing her slip of the tongue, the nurse's trepidation solidified into palpable dread. This Steve Rogers was utterly unlike the file descriptions. With just a few words, he had extracted all the necessary information. "Please leave, I'll handle this." The door swung open once more, revealing a man draped in a black leather trench coat, wearing an eye patch over one eye. To be frank, his smile was far from pleasant. One might describe it as ghastly. Steve sat up straight, fixating on him. "Where's your boss?" The smile on the man's face froze instantly. "I have no boss. I am a boss. To be precise, I am the director of SHIELD and your superior." "Hmm?" Steve silently reclined back, muttering to himself incessantly. Waking up with a jolt. Waking up with a jolt. To hear a sunbeam and rainbow pony declare himself my boss? Truly waking up with a jolt? Perhaps I should sleep a little longer? Just a bit longer? What a jolt. Nick Fury, the current director of SHIELD, the one who wields the power within America's extraordinary forces. At this moment, he felt a long-buried fury rising within him. Who on earth was responsible for the previous dossier? Shouldn't Steve Rogers embody the virtues of truth, goodness, and beauty? Is this fellow's tongue truly so foul? "Hey, Captain Rogers, you ought not to behave this way." Nick Fury felt compelled to salvage the situation. "Silence. You insufferable sunshine and rainbows. Motherf. Hey, Rogers, you need to grasp the situation. I am your superior. Now, show me some respect. I know, I have wronged the Frere. Consider what fault he bears. It is lesser than allowing the Gestapo to occupy." Steve did not intend to offend. Years spent as an online provocateur had instilled in him a peculiar sense of professional ethics. Thus, whenever he spoke, he became a source of discomfort for others. Moreover, he had his own agendas. H.I.E.L.D. was a colossal nuisance. In Nick Fury's eyes, he was no different from an M24 rifle. Had the genuine Steve Rogers been present, he might have chosen to remain due to his lofty moral compass. But he was not Steve Rogers, he was merely Steve, a provocateur who had navigated the trials of a new era. Had he found himself in the guise of Superman, he would have undoubtedly slammed his hands on the table and demanded to know who else dared to challenge him. Thus, for him, distancing himself from SHIELD was imperative. "Motherf, I once believed you were a hero of the American people." Nick Fury's scant decorum was entirely depleted as he sprang to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at the prone Steve. Without hesitation, Steve leapt from the bed, his expression fierce as he glared at Fury. "Hey, you best show me some respect. When I was on the battlefield, your grandfather was still in the fields, munching on watermelons. How dare you?" Nick Fury drew his sidearm, and upon seeing this, a smile of delight spread across Steve's face. Let us not forget, he was now the pinnacle of human physicality. Before Fury could even take aim, Steve seized the gun with a vice-like grip, delivering a powerful blow that sent Fury reeling. Have you lost your mind? You dare point gun at me? I have served my country, bled for it, and remained a virgin encased in ice for 70 years. Do you comprehend that? 70 years. A full 70 years. And you still dare to threaten me with a firearm? As Steve spoke, slaps rained down without pause. After 4 strikes, Fury's already obscured eye was swollen shut. Indeed, his consciousness faded entirely. Steve casually tossed Fury aside, stashed the gun at his waist, and spat a thick gob onto Fury's bald head. Bah, you're nothing. After completing this, Steve pushed open the door, calmly surveying the agents clad in black body armor surrounding him. With an arch of his brow and a countenance brimming with arrogance, he declared, "Care to make a move?" It must be said, Steve Rogers held an esteemed place in the hearts of the public. The once formidable agents, with their fierce demeanor, lowered their heads when their gazes met his. Indeed, make sure to inform that arrogant fool Yongda that the Shield has appointed a flamboyant, rainbow-colored pony as its director. He should resign in disgrace. At this, astonishment washed over the faces of those nearby. Never had they heard of Captain Rogers being described in such a manner. Meanwhile, Steve seized the opportunity of their distraction and swaggered away. Before departing, he did not forget to collect a few dollars from these agents after all. In his past life, fans had to pay to meet their idols. It was said that spending a little more might even secure a handshake. Steve felt justified in charging them a modest fee. Having just performed a spectacular display of Captain Rogers delivering a decisive blow to the one-eyed villain. Once Steve had distanced himself, the agents exchanged bewildered glances, utterly at a loss for what to do next. The impact of this encounter weighed heavily upon them. Could one imagine meeting the real son, Wukong, only to discover he was merely a balding middle-aged gorilla? Chapter 2. Reputation. Both good and bad towering skyscrapers adorned with colossal screens cast their reflections upon the bustling streets below, where modern women, their skirts billowing in the gentle breeze, revealed their slender calves. In that moment, the beauty of womanhood was fully manifested. Yet, as Steve observed this scene, he felt an acute sense of disconnection from the world around him. In his previous life, he was merely an ordinary delivery man, having glimpsed the splendor of the city, yet fully aware that such opulence held no relevance to him. As the saying goes, how much sorrow can one possess? It is akin to a security guard straddling the realms of heaven and earth. It was not that he lacked capability. Rather, he felt unworthy. However, the present was different. He was no longer Steve, but Steve Rogers. More importantly, he had perused the entirety of the Marvel saga. With this realization, he instinctively extended his arms, an expression of profound satisfaction gracing his face, one that bore a striking resemblance to that of his beloved mentor. "Is this truly the land of the free, America?" he murmured, furrowing his brow as the air was tainted with an unpleasant odor reminiscent of feline urine. Although he had never encountered such wretchedness in either of his lives, he quickly deduced that it must be a certain crop favored by the American populace, marijuana. Upon this revelation, Steve swiftly covered his mouth and nose, hastily retreating from the street. How absurd. Is America truly this perilous? His departure was so rapid that Nick Fury and a cadre of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents pursuing him failed to catch a glimpse of his figure. Damn it, that redneck. I knew we should have collaborated directly with Wakanda. You white folks are so biased. It's as if you can't even manage to defecate in a hole. Though his words were harsh, it was the first time he had spoken so indiscriminately, causing several agents in his entourage to exchange uneasy glances. Fortunately, he was astute enough to recognize his misstep and promptly corrected himself. Captain Rogers is nothing but a relic of a bygone era. We must delineate ourselves from such individuals. Inform the authorities. No, I shall personally report to Congress. Extremists like him deserve to be imprisoned. But, Director, spoke a bespectacled, balding agent, whose complexion appeared neither distinctly dark nor light. Though he lacked hair and did not wear a turban, there was an unsettling quality to his demeanor, as if he had just crossed borders like a snake charmer from a distant land. What is it you wish to convey, Agent Mardelt? Nick Fury found himself perplexed by the day's events, as dissenters seemed to multiply. He even began to ponder whether it would be prudent to procure an almanac from the ancient East to keep at home. Captain Rogers had asserted that he had served in the military for nearly 80 years and hoped Congress would expedite the settlement of his wages. Moreover, he believed Congress might refuse his request due to potential conflicts of interest. Nick Fury suddenly regained his composure. He was not the type of mindless brute. In fact, he was quite astute, and Martel's words immediately jolted him awake. Indeed, Captain Rogers had been serving since World War II, amounting to at least 70 years of service by today. How should his salary be calculated over these years? What about his rank? Let us not forget that he was a captain at the time of his freezing. 70 years, surely, even if he had remained in logistics, he would have attained the rank of general. It was evidently impractical to think that he could simply imprison Captain Rogers with a mere impeachment. Indeed, should this man wish, he could turn the tables and impeach Fury for his own brusque manner. With this thought, Fury's already dark visage grew even darker. He swore that throughout his dealings with superhuman lives, he had never encountered anyone as formidable as Captain Rogers. Good heavens! He had thought this would be a powerful ally. Had he known, he would not have gone to such lengths to excavate him from the ice. As the saying goes, a reputation can be both good and bad. And Hell's Kitchen in Manhattan undeniably embodies such a place. Here, chaos reigns, a haven where officials seldom tread, and gangsters roam freely. In some respects, it is a fully modernized version of the 18th century American West. One can wield a smartphone to browse the local scene, while simultaneously taking a shotgun and riding a fine steed to drive out the original inhabitants and expand one's territory. Steve fell in love with this place upon his arrival. The air was imbued with the intoxicating scent of sinful freedom, where countless young women donned micro-skirts and sky-high heels, engrossed in their phones upon the streets. They encompassed nearly every ethnicity and possessed striking physiques. Even someone like Steve, who had spent countless hours in solitude in his previous life, found himself momentarily lost in admiration. Goodness, what a golden paradise this is, a veritable haven for men. Of course, such a paradise comes with its price. For instance, within just 2 days of his arrival, Steve had already been robbed 6 times. Remarkably, these 6 thefts had propelled him from a state of financial ruin to one of relative comfort. It was no joke, although Steve was not particularly seasoned in combat. Captain Rogers was a force to be reckoned with. During World War II, he had withstood the bombardments of the Axis powers, a relentless warrior who had navigated perilous situations time and again. His combat skills were ingrained in muscle memory. How could a few petty criminals from Hell's Kitchen hope to rob him? If that were the case, there would be no need for him to be Captain Rogers. He could simply take a flight to Thailand, then Korea, return, don a professional suit, and stand on a street corner alongside those young women as a brotherhood. Hey, Rogers, how's the weather today? Steve turned his head to address a familiar elderly African-American man, gesturing towards the sun shining upon him. Old John, would you care to see what hangs in the sky? I wager that the last time you encountered such a brilliant sun, you were still a chieftain in Africa. Greetings. Surely, there is no need for such tone. Indeed, I did rob you previously. Yet, did you not suffer any losses? Moreover, I have discovered the place you seek. Could you not extend a modicum of respect towards me? I respect you, do I not? Please, do not take offense too easily. Since you assert that you have found the place I desire, let us proceed. I sincerely hope you can satisfy my expectations. Otherwise, I fear you may find yourself in a position to rob me once more today. As Steve spoke, he gently urged the other into a narrow alley. Indeed, Steve intended to establish a modest enterprise here. In his previous life, as a genuine citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, he longed for a home of his own. Alas, during that time, he was merely a delivery man, utterly unable to afford a house. Chapter 3. The Beaten Hero. What do you think of this place? Old John inquired, his head bobbing as he gazed at Steve, a self-satisfied grin adorning his face. Before them stood a 2-story villa at the crossroads, which had once served as some sort of specialty shop. As for what kind of shop it was, no one could say for certain. After all, this is the land of the free, and one might very well stumble upon unsold firearms and ammunition in the basement, or perhaps unearth a few desiccated corpses from within the walls. In this realm, anything is possible. Steve surveyed the property, feeling a certain degree of contentment. The villa was not ideally situated for the denizens of Hell's Kitchen, as its convenience allowed police cruisers to approach without restraint. This was not good news for the gangs, despite the scarcity of law enforcement in the area. Nevertheless, it posed a significant risk. Frankly, I don't consider this place particularly advantageous, Steve remarked. There are no obstructive structures nearby, and the elevation is insufficient. If someone were to roll in with a Leopard tank, I fear our defenses would be lacking. You understand my point, don't you? I mean, is there any structure with a bit more fortification? Old John's eyebrows raised in surprise. The man before him sounded utterly like a war fanatic. Had he perhaps returned from the battlefields of Afghanistan? Listen, kid, While I cannot fathom what you experienced in Afghanistan, that is all behind us now. We are secure, and there is no need to construct a fortress here. Steve regarded him thoughtfully, contemplating the impending events that awaited the city. If all went as anticipated, a few extraterrestrial miscreants would soon invade the Earth, followed by a cadre of alien mercenaries. He might even find himself in a skirmish with a battalion of tin soldiers. At this realization, he deemed residing in a fortified structure to be quite essential. All right. I concede you have a point. Let South settle on this place for now. We can always renovate later if necessary. Despite his reservations, Steve acquiesced, primarily due to the astonishingly low price. This was New York, after all, albeit in the Hell's Kitchen district of Manhattan. To acquire such a villa for $200,000 was indeed a remarkable bargain. As for safety concerns, as he mentioned, they could always make adjustments later. Given the current technological capabilities on Earth, aside from cutting-edge innovations, it was nearly impossible to withstand the forthcoming crises. Congratulations, this property is now yours, Old John proclaimed. To be honest, I must thank you. This house has been in my possession for 15 years. I almost thought it would collapse around me. Good heavens. I was at a loss as to what I would do without you, my redneck friend. Wait, are you saying this house is yours? Steve asked, digging at his ear and casting a sidelong glance at the elderly African-American before him. A dangerous and audacious aura erupted from him, and in that moment, John momentarily believed that this individual was a native raised in the depths of Hell's Kitchen. What do you mean? Are you attempting to rob me? Robbery? Where can you make money faster than selling a house? I'll offer you half price. If that is agreeable, we can proceed. If not, I shall take my leave. Steve glared at the old man before him, a sinister expression etched upon his face. Old John exhaled deeply, relieved to discover that the lad merely wished to negotiate. He had feared the boy was poised to press a gun against his temple to force him into signing an agreement. Bargaining was reasonable. Yet you could have simply informed me of your intentions next time. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Old John addressed Steve. Rogers, $100,000 is not a fair price. Perhaps we could settle on another figure. How does $130,000 sound? Impossible. This is blatant exploitation. You white oppressors. Steve fixed his fiery gaze upon Old John, nearly ablaze with indignation. Hey, Rogers. I merely intended to ask for a bit more money. Don't make it seem as if I plan to blast you with a shotgun. There is no difference, you white oppressor. Just wait. I will show you the might of American swordsmanship. Hey. Calm down, Rogers. Calm down. $100,000. $100,000, including furniture. At last, a smile graced Steve's face as he extended his hand to grasp the old man's palm. Ah, is that not my dear friend Old John? Who has instilled such fear in you? As your good friend, I have a duty to ensure your safety. Old John wiped the sweat from his forehead, casting a meaningful glance at him, pondering whether he was indeed a dog. Had his expression changed too swiftly? And what was that about white oppressors? Could this fellow be a Bolshevik? However, he did not linger on the thought. Even at $100,000 with the furniture included, he was assured of over 40% profit. Very well, this house is now yours, Rogers. What are your plans moving forward? You must understand that without work, you shall inevitably squander your resources. Steve nodded, displaying no hesitation as he spoke. I intend to establish an agency similar to the Blackwater security firm. Pardon? Did I hear you correctly? You plan to set up a security firm in Hell's Kitchen? Have you lost your mind? Old John stared at Steve, more alarmed than during their earlier negotiation. Do you realize this is Hell's Kitchen? The number of gangs here could make one's bowels tremble. You wish to open a security firm here? Are you out of your mind? Steve nodded, his demeanor remarkably calm as he pushed open the door and strode boldly inside. However, as soon as he stepped into the room, years of battlefield experience set his senses on high alert. There was someone here, a cunning mouse adept at hiding, for he had not noticed the individual upon entry. Hello, I am Rogers. I believe you are currently in my home. If you do not wish to find yourself tossed into the basket of a priest you have never met, it would be wise for you to reveal yourself. Old John remained silent, instead reaching beneath the nearby shoe cabinet to retrieve a Winchester. Steve gazed at him in astonishment, to which John merely shrugged. This is Hell's Kitchen, the freest place in all of America. I understand, but this firearm must be counted among the furnishings. Hey, this is outright robbery, brazen theft. And this is an antique gun, quite valuable. Damn rat. Did you hear that? This is now my house. You best reveal yourself. I apologize. I did not mean to intrude. I believe I have come to the wrong place. As he spoke, A young white man dressed in a suit and wearing sunglasses descended the stairs, wielding a white cane. Chapter 4, Matthew Michael Murdoch. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Matthew Michael Murdoch, and I am an attorney. Additionally, as you can observe, I am also a person with a disability. Upon hearing this, Old John let out a dismissive grunt, reluctantly putting away the Winchester. Rogers, although I recognize that this is your residence and you possess the authority to make decisions, I must nonetheless remind you that those damned white lawyers are simply as loathsome as our own black delinquents. It would be prudent not to provoke them, lest complications arise. Complications? Steve took the Winchester from Old John, fixing his gaze upon Matthew Michael Murdoch. He calmly loaded 2 bullets into the chamber. You see, I have always harbored aspirations of becoming an exemplary farmer. However, as you know, my disposition tends to be rather tender-hearted. I recall my distant cousin once telling me that if someone invades your home and farm and you do not pull the trigger at the first opportunity, you are not a competent farmer. The corners of Matthew Michael Murdoch's mouth twitched. For the first time, he questioned his decision. Had he foreseen that this individual would be so difficult, he should have leapt from the 2nd floor. Excuse me, sir, I apologize if I have caused offense. I believe I am merely a blind man stumbling into the wrong place. There is no need for such agitation on your part. Blind. At this moment, Steve finally grasped the situation. Hell's Kitchen, blind, lawyer, seemingly quite mobile. If he weren't Daredevil, he'd have his head severed. I cannot fathom your reasoning. If you were blind, it would be best to remain at home, perhaps promoting your business over the phone. Why venture out during the day? Surely, you could emerge at night. Steve's insinuations rendered the other man's expression momentarily rigid. In truth, Steve's observations were not without merit. He typically operated under the cover of night, and his presence here was solely due to his injuries. While it was unlikely for a mere henchman to incapacitate him, that darts-throwing fellow was indeed formidable. I am sorry. Sir, I do not comprehend your words. Matthew Michael Murdoch sensed that he could no longer remain in this environment. The man before him exuded an unsettling aura, as if his very essence had been laid bare. Indeed, I may allow you to leave today, but remember, do not let me catch sight of you here again. Particularly at night. Steve emphasized the word night, causing the latter's countenance to stiffen once more as he grasped his cane and descended the steps. Old John stepped aside, observing the retreating figure, his lips twitching. I warned you not to provoke those white lawyers. How have I provoked him? He trespassed into my home without my consent. Do you grasp the implications of that? Good heavens, I have shown him mercy by not taking his life. Very well, you make a valid point. What are we to do now? Shall we simply allow him to depart? Old John spoke with a barely perceptible hint of encouragement on his face, as if he would feel uncomfortable unless he witnessed Steve imparting a lesson to the other party. You old rascal, I remember you weren't saying that before. Hee. Don't take it to heart. It's just a professional quirk. You know how I am. I can't stand having someone else's back turned to me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have pressed a gun against your nape back then. Steve shrugged and picked up a broom from the doorway. Whatever, let us just tidy up this place. Goodness, how long has it been since anyone set foot here? Hey, since I purchased it, I've never stayed here. Heavens, look at this wretched place. I de-wager the poor soul living here gets robbed daily. Steve turned his head to glare at him, an inexplicable flame rekindling in his eyes. Damn it, refund me. Hey, no need to get worked up. This may be a calamity for others, but isn't it just fortuitous for you? Just think about it. How did you transition from being broke to purchasing a villa outright? Wasn't it all thanks to the generous contributions of various robbers? Old John undeniably possessed a talent for sales. With just a few words, he dispelled Steve's thoughts of a refund. Had he been recruited as the public relations officer for the national football team back in the day, that exclamation of "damn it, refund me," might not have endured through the ages like it has now. What exactly is a gang? The portrayals in films and television often depict them as tattooed individuals clad in suits, suggesting that only those with a certain level of intelligence would venture into the underworld. Yet, in reality, some are born as natural warriors, compelled by life's circumstances into certain careers, but their innate talents invariably allow them to shine in their respective fields. Wilson Grant Fix is one such individual. No one knows why this burly black man chose to become a gangster. Yet he has undeniably risen to the position of emperor of New York's underworld. His enterprises span arms, drugs, human trafficking, and real estate. No one knows the extent of his influence or the magnitude of his wealth. However, it is unequivocal that he wields formidable power in the shadows of New York. Yet, even he grapples with unspoken troubles. Recently, his business has been severely disrupted by a masked pervert. He cannot fathom why such a sanctimonious fool has emerged. And while his earnings may be tainted, he has not shied away from charitable deeds. What perplexes him even further is that the assassin he hired for a substantial sum has failed to eliminate this menace. You know, $3 million is quite a sum, almost 35 kilograms. Do you have any idea what 35 kilograms of cash could achieve in my hands? Wilson Grant Fix, an exceptionally tall figure, furrowed his brow as he stared at the bald man before him. This individual was the assassin he had procured for $3 million. One would expect that someone in such a profession would possess a certain rebellious streak. Yet this fellow appeared as docile as a kitten before Jean, showing no inclination to bristle. 35 kilograms of American dollars could certainly reduce you to a state of complete and utter fracture. However, you accepted my 35 kilograms and still failed to eliminate that masked jester. Are you aware of your own ineptitude? I require you to resolve this matter expeditiously. For your own sake. The target, marked by a tattoo resembling a bullseye on his forehead, shivered slightly and promptly spoke up. We have already located the last known whereabouts of this individual, right in Hell's Kitchen. I shall proceed there at once. Chapter 5. The Unfortunate Target. I hope you do not disappoint me again. Jean nodded, his tone remarkably subdued. The target's gaze was fixed upon the individual seated regally in the expansive chair, a twinge of trepidation gnawing at his insides. This man possessed formidable power, even if he did not hail from the ranks of assassins. As the emperor of New York's underworld, none dared to openly challenge his authority. Unlike the traditional monarchs, the essence of an underground emperor lies in personal valor. Regrettably, the target was oblivious to the fact that Matthew had departed from Hell's Kitchen. Nor was he aware of whom he might encounter at the very spot where Matthew had last appeared. Had he known, even if he were to be endowed with the courage of a basketball-ass size, he would still hesitate to venture forth. Alas, he remained in ignorance. Even if he were to suddenly learn the truth, it would be of little consequence. That old coot Nick Fury was adept at maintaining secrecy. At least, for now. Steve Rogers was merely a fine young man born in 1985. He had served in Afghanistan and had only recently returned to New York. Thus, when the target and his companions eagerly arrived in Hell's Kitchen, he presumed it was merely the residence of an ordinary individual. As for old John, well, that elderly gentleman appeared to be clad in adult diapers, and he doubted the man would pose any threat, even if standing before him. As for Steve, well, the lad seemed rather capable. But what could an ordinary person, no matter how skilled, do against a professional assassin? Have you ever seen a clown donned in a mask? The target glared menacingly at Steve, who frowned and took the Winchester from old John's hands, deftly chambering a round. His expression equally stern as he fixed his gaze on the adversary. Hey, you know, your tattoo is rather distinctive. I've never seen someone with a target inked upon their forehead. I imagine shooting here must be quite affordable, if not downright cheap. Huh. Do not think that just because I am speaking to you civilly, you can bang. The retort was met with a bullet, the heat palpable as it flew. This marked Steve's first time firing a weapon, his inaugural shot in 2 lifetimes. Thus, despite Steve Rogers' battlefield experience, the shot went awry. See, I told you not to wield such an antiquated rifle. We really ought to procure a shotgun. Steve lamented, observing the unharmed target, his frustration spilling over as he turned to old John. John rolled his eyes, pressed his palm to his forehead, and sighed, Damn it, Rogers. Did you truly return from Afghanistan? This is a shotgun. What on earth were you doing in Afghanistan? Massacring civilians or setting fire to excrement? Hey. I take offense to that. I work tirelessly as an oil worker out there, and for you to speak in such a manner is utterly outrageous. As Steve grumbled, he racked the slide and aimed once more at the target. Now, listen closely to me. There is nothing of consequence. Hasten to vanish from my sight. I have never encountered the hooded jester you speak of, and frankly, I believe you ought to wear a hood when you venture outside. The expression on Steve's face was one of stark coldness, and suddenly, the target's eyes began to twitch nervously as he let out a laugh. I haven't seen someone like you in quite a while. How amusing. Let us converse. As he spoke, the target's fingers trembled almost imperceptibly, and a nondescript iron nail was launched towards Steve. Regrettably, the movement was still too sluggish in Steve's eyes. Without even taking aim, he fired. The spread of buckshot effortlessly knocking the flying nail from its path while simultaneously redirecting towards the target. This time, he did not miss. The target had never anticipated that this seemingly unremarkable redneck, white man possessed such extraordinary marksmanship. Without hesitation, he grabbed the suited man beside him, using him as a shield. It must be said, the power of the Winchester's old-fashioned shotgun ammunition was somewhat lacking. Otherwise, that shot would have torn the two of them apart. Damn it. Steve cursed as he reloaded the Winchester, striding forward with purpose. Without further ado, he executed a Greek kick, his superhuman physique coming into play at that moment, propelling the unprepared target along with the already lifeless suited man away. Although Steve had little experience in combat, his subconscious provided him with an accurate course of action. He first delivered a soccer kick, the sturdy yellow boot striking the target squarely on the temple. Even if the target were a paragon of the assassination world, he temporarily lost his ability to act. Yet, Steve did not cease. He fired twice, obliterating the target's hands, and then brought the butt of the gun crashing into his mouth. The excruciating pain caused him to lose consciousness, only to awaken again, before slipping into darkness once more. It was not until his mouth was devoid of even a single tooth that Steve finally ceased his assault. Damn it, do you even comprehend what you're doing? I detest it when others play tricks on me. You, from now on, should stick to the back alley for your little games. After all, you have no teeth left. The target spat out a mouthful of blood, staring at his hands with a countenance filled with disbelief. You cannot fathom the feeling of being utterly emasculated, for you lack the necessary stature. However, the target could feel it, not because he was so grand, but because his means of sustenance had been obliterated. Are you jesting? Do you understand the damage a Winchester shotgun inflicts at close range? Now, unless you summon Dr. Strange to reverse time, these hands are irrevocably ruined. Not speaking. Are we? Do you think silence will suffice? The remaining few, come forth. Take these individuals away. As Steve spoke, an aura of ruthless authority enveloped him, causing the few remaining individuals to tremble in fear. Not planning to leave? John, go dig 2 graves in the backyard. The sound served as a wake-up call for these individuals, who hastily lifted the target and the unfortunate soul onto the vehicle. In the blink of an eye, they vanished without a trace. Damn, what an eventful day you've had. I can't help but think that if I were to remain by your side, I might just meet my end one day. Do not flatter yourself. What you face is merely the consequence of your actions. Steve casually placed Winchester against the shoe cabinet by the door and, with a swagger, strode out carrying 2 large bags of trash. At that moment, the entire Hell's Kitchen erupted in chaos. They were not particularly averse to outsiders, but they needed to ascertain whether this individual was a formidable dragon or something else entirely. Chapter 6 Invitation. I find this fellow's demeanor quite commendable. It is neither ostentatious nor unruly. Moreover, he appears to be well educated. His gruff voice suggests that he has long been consuming nothing but wretched oil. Big Ivan, do not presume that we, the likes of us, have had the privilege of education. Let me tell you, those outside Hell's Kitchen would rather see us perish. Hey, you potato, what issues do I have? That damn school is in dire need of a decent teacher. I understand. Damn it, Big Ivan, you know that is not my intent. I simply cannot abide your eagerness to thrust any uninked white individual into the role of an educator. Damn it, that is sheer racism. The brutish visage of Big Ivan bore a hint of simian traits. Rather than rendering him foolish, it imparted an air of ferocity. It was a primal savagery reminiscent of the polar bears roaming the Siberian plains. Meanwhile, the individual decrying racism was a normally built African American, his exposed skin a canvas of tattoos. I believe you have misconstrued my words. I am not a racist. I merely harbor a singular disdain for you. Do you grasp my meaning? When Big Ivan uttered this statement, his tone remained remarkably flat, yet this very monotony incited the other to rage. You might tolerate a mindless individual hurling the most vile insults your way, but you cannot endure a mindless individual mocking you. Damn, you filthy worm. Stupid as a lump of potato, you white fool. What right do you have to look down upon me? The atmosphere grew tense, yet the others present remained silent. In truth, there existed no hierarchy among them. None could compel the others to submit. Not even Kingpin could achieve that. So, why not allow this fellow to have a go? If he can win over the children, we shall permit him to reside here. Of course, should he fail to impress the children, I suspect he will take his leave, and I have no desire for endless conflict. Another individual, a Latino with cascading black waves of hair, rubbed his forehead in exasperation and remarked that he saw no necessity in witnessing 2 inherently discordant individuals clash. I find this proposal agreeable. You know my little princess cannot perpetually replicate my actions. Laven Luke, though you are a scoundrel, I genuinely believe your daughter ought not to associate with your nefarious ilk. Damn, is it acceptable for your son to mingle with that band of arms dealers? Oh, forgive me, I had forgotten your eldest is still incarcerated. The man named Laven Luke feigned astonishment as he gazed at Big Ivan, who responded with a menacing grin. Drawing an exaggerated revolver from his waist, poised to pull the trigger. Hey, Could you two possibly save your banter for home? This is our meeting room. Ultimately, it was that Latin American who could no longer bear the sight and intervened. Fortunately, the two had known each other for years and understood their limits. Although matters had escalated to the point of drawing guns at one another, they had not truly intended to harm. Now, let us proceed to the vote. Those in favor of allowing that naive white man to intern at the school, please raise your hands. Hey, Lamo, you cannot do this. It is utterly biased. Levluck exclaimed in dissatisfaction, yet he raised his hand. Despite his ongoing feud with Big Ivan, he had to concede that the newcomer appeared to be a decent fellow. Although it remained unclear whether he had returned from Afghanistan or some other place, at least thus far, he had not heard any of his subordinates mention that this man had purchased any illicit substances from his shop. By that alone, he could be considered one of the few redeeming souls in Hell's Kitchen. I concur. Big Ivan raised his hand, surveying the remaining 6 individuals, his threat unmistakable. The other elder gentlemen, though silent, dutifully raised their hands. They saw no reason to offend Big Ivan and Levluck over such a trivial matter. One was a smuggler of arms, while the other dealt in contraband. Collectively, they likely represented the most formidable factions in Hell's Kitchen. Very well, I too agree. With Lamo's hand raised, the proposal to appoint Steve Rogers as a teacher at Hell's Kitchen High School was unanimously approved. What exhilarating news! Let us convey this good tidings to him immediately. Perhaps not. He has just moved today. Tomorrow seems a more opportune day, Levluck countered, maintaining his usual contrarian stance. As if he had not just raised his hand in agreement for Steve Rogers to become a high school intern. You know, I've discovered that your little black head harbors some commendable ideas. Let us proceed as you suggested. I shall personally pick him up bright and early tomorrow. This evening, you can have old John inform him. Big Ivan, embodying the fiery spirit of the Russian Federation, had no intention of lingering after achieving the desired outcome. He rose and strode towards the exit of the conference room. Meanwhile, Steve had finished tidying up his room, and old John had been settled in the living room on the ground floor. In his words, it was to facilitate his ability to refund at any moment. The true reason remained a mystery. Perhaps it was a fear that the old man might be targeted for his substantial cash. Or maybe it was the worry that old John would squander his money upon venturing out. In any case, the night passed in silence. Aside from a certain corpulent individual in New York furiously smashing furniture in an office, nothing seemed amiss. It also included old John neglecting an invitation. Thus, when Steve opened his door that morning, he briefly thought he had woken up suddenly. Indeed, it felt as if he had sprung awake. Although no one has explicitly mentioned to him that his boss is a contemptible individual, he seems to perceive a Soviet-made refrigerator clad in a suit standing at his doorstep. Greetings, Steve Rogers. That is quite a name you possess. I believe your parents and I would have much in common to discuss. While it may sound somewhat treasonous to say so, I must confess that I am indeed an admirer of Captain America. To address the matter at hand, I hardly believe a towering 2-meter-tall white man stands before my door merely to convey this sentiment. You are aware, of course, that I have a Winchester tucked away in my shoe cabinet. Well, I suspected that old John was an unreliable character. The truth is, I am here to offer you a position as a mentor. Chapter 7. I have my principal Steve scrutinize the towering refrigerator before him, extending a finger to point at his own nose. Perhaps it would be best if you truly observed me. Look closely, and tell me why you believe I could excel as an educator. Ah, I see now. You must be a talent scout, right? You wish for me to star in some kind of teacher-student film, akin to a woodpecker's tale? Steve offered a plausible conjecture, entirely disregarding the twitching countenance of Big Ivan. Though the man appeared quite imposing, what of it? He was merely an ordinary individual with a touch more robustness. In a confrontation, the odds would be 3-7. He could deliver 3 punches, while his opponent would crumble within 7 seconds. I find you more likable now. You seem well-read and not excessively rigid. Speak up. I will offer you a fair price. Of course, not for that type of film, but as a genuine educator. I believe you have misjudged me. I am merely a veteran returning from the battlefields of Afghanistan, intending to establish my own security company. What do you think I could teach them? How to barbecue? Steve's sarcasm was astutely aimed, yet regrettably, Big Ivan was oblivious to its essence. What did you just say? Big Ivan inquired, gazing at Steve. The latter was at a loss regarding which wire had been crossed in the refrigerator. Nevertheless, he patiently reiterated, Hey, listen, I will not teach them how to barbecue. Not that line, the one before it. Did you mention wanting to start a security company? I must not have misheard you. Steve fixed his gaze on Big Ivan, sensing an ominous shift in the atmosphere. Listen here, I will not entertain any of your proposals. Hey, You cannot refuse me, for this is a request from Big Ivan. A legitimate one, and I am offering a handsome sum. Fuck. Do not presume that my principles can be swayed by money. I am not that sort of person. $300,000 for an academic year, and for every little brat who gains admission to college, we shall provide you an additional $5,000. Naturally, if these little rascals are the offspring of us older gentlemen, the bonus doubles. Curse it. Have you been inquiring about me? I purchased this house for only $70,000. How could I possibly refuse you? Yet, how could I muster the energy to mingle with those insufferable kids day in and day out? Steve lamented, caught in a web of conflict. I am indifferent. You may assemble your own team. Did you not establish a security company? How you choose to build that team is entirely your affair. Big Ivan exhibited a composure that was remarkably polished, a stark contrast to the brash impression he initially projected. I am genuinely curious about your true profession. It seems that ordinary gangsters do not possess your caliber, Steve queried, to which Big Ivan chuckled, tousling his golden hair and grinning broadly. Ah, I am an arms dealer. A Russian arms dealer. I excel at dealing with government officials. You know how difficult those fellows can be. Steve gazed at this man with a mix of surprise and amusement beginning to surface on his face. So, I can infer that you are inviting me to assume the role of principal? For the time being, that is indeed the case. Although the procedures from the Education Bureau have yet to be completed, this place is akin to Hell's Kitchen. We do not require official recognition, our own approval suffices. As you have stated, may our collaboration be fruitful. Steve extended his hand, clasping the massive palm of Big Ivan, whose hand was thickly furred and reminiscent of a bear's paw. I am delighted that you have accepted this commission. I am fully equipped with the God of Fire Gatling, and should you merely shake your head, I will promptly have your residence turned into a beehive. Thus, may our partnership flourish. Trust me, you will come to cherish these little rascals. Furthermore, we shall not interfere with your positive teaching methods. After uttering these words, Big Ivan opened the door of the Alpha Park nearby, revealing within it the very Gatling he had mentioned. A wave of trepidation washed over Steve. It seemed that in this damned place, relying solely on his formidable physical prowess was no longer sufficient. Perhaps he ought to seek a greater source of strength. The realm above did not quite cater to his needs, yet the realm below was undeniably unappealing. At this juncture, he was destined to traverse the path of the corporeal. Thus, among the known physical powers, few truly captivated him. One of them was Wolverine's regenerative ability. His choice of this power was not due to its superiority, but rather its accessibility. He recalled that Deadpool was seemingly a product of human experimentation. With this thought, Steve stretched languidly, a contemplative expression gracing his features. Stryker was a troublesome individual to locate, yet the other fellow should not prove difficult to find. Ajax, as he was called, appeared to specialize in creating mutants for sale as bodyguards to the elite. An idea quickly formed in his mind, yet throughout this process, he never once considered leveraging Nick Fury's influence. To him, Nick Fury was not inherently malicious. Rather, their perspectives diverged. For the greater good of America, Fury was undoubtedly a boon, but for individuals like them, he was merely a loan shark. Any advantages gained from him would inevitably require repayment tenfold or even 100-fold. This, in Steve's view, was exceedingly unwise. It seemed he would need to engage with some significant players. With a sigh of resignation, he turned his head to find old John, who was seated with a cup, enjoying his oatmeal. The latter's demeanor was so relaxed that it provoked a twinge of irritation in Steve. Hey, old John, good morning. I am pleased to see you enjoying your stay here. But you do realize we are in a capitalist country, right? How on earth can you not work? Old John flinched at the remark, nearly spilling his oatmeal. I thought young people like you wouldn't utter such words. But I am retired, you know? This damned capitalist country allowed me to retire. Steve leaned in, wrapping an arm around his shoulder, and whispered in his ear. I am uncertain whether you have ever visited Huaxia, but there exists a saying there that resonates with me profoundly. One should live until old age and toil until death. Given that you are already retired, I shall refrain from signing a labor contract with you and will not provide you with the benefits of social insurance. Is your heart so devoid of compassion? Are you aware of the implications of your words? Such behavior is deemed illegal in our capitalist nations. What? This is, indeed, unlawful in your domain? Steve's expression was one of utter disbelief. Alas, it seems I cannot curtail expenses. Very well. I shall formalize a labor contract with you and ensure your social insurance is covered. However, from this moment forth, you shall be obliged to serve as a security guard. Chapter 8. Passionate high school. Do you wish to reflect upon your own words? Are you a capitalist hailing from the bygone era of Tsarist Russia? I have retired. For heaven's sake, Do you comprehend the meaning of retirement, you wretched scoundrel? Steve, you cannot treat me in such a manner. Old John cursed, his weathered face etched with reluctance. With a smile, Steve delivered 2 bullets to Winchester, who instantly donned a cheerful demeanor. Oh, for heaven's sake. Is your ambition to become a security guard at the high school? I have a particular fondness for those brash youngsters. Can I peddle contraband within its walls? Old man, I wish to abide by the laws of my homeland while on American soil, especially concerning illicit substances. Steve concluded his statement with a chuckle. Yet his finger had already tightened around the trigger. Hey, I get it, you insolent cur. Put down the gun. Have you lost your mind due to the terrorists? Steve shrugged, disarmed the weapon, and patted him on the shoulder. Apologies, you know. War has a way of permanently altering a person. All right, I understand. You need not apologize for that, for life itself can change a person just as profoundly as war. After uttering these words, old John retreated into the bedroom, and Steve held no objections. Living alone in such a vast space can be rather dull. But with old John around, he could always engage in some witty banter. Damn, is it now the case that any random youth in Manhattan can reduce me to disgrace, brazenly provoking me without fear? The office, adorned in a stark minimalist style, had descended into chaos, yet Kim's roar showed no signs of abating. Those who traverse this treacherous world share a common flaw, a lack of tolerance, for they are born into a jungle where the survival of the fittest prevails. In this realm, the creatures abide by the law of the wild. Should the strong fail to retaliate against provocation, they shall be beset by unending troubles. The hyenas of the savannah are the most fearsome beasts, relentless, forgetful, and prolific in reproduction. Even the king of the jungle cannot foresee how long his reign will last. If the earlier masked pervert was a signal, then the now incapacitated target is a blatant provocation. Hell's Kitchen, this accursed place. We shall head there at once. Kim's roar soon found its response. A black Hummer sped out of downtown New York, racing toward Hell's Kitchen. Unfortunately, the protagonist of this incident, Steve, had already departed his residence, endeavoring to fulfill his first commission of his career. American high schools offer far more freedom than those in China. At the very least, Steve observed no stringent regulations regarding hairstyles or attire. These youths exhibited a remarkable degree of freedom and precociousness in their dressing and grooming. So precocious, in fact, that he nearly felt as though he had stepped onto a film set, for some of the young ladies wore dresses that barely qualified as attire. Yet, awaiting him were not merely these students. There stood an old white gentleman, donned in a suit and tie, exuding an air of elitism. Henry Bucket. You may refer to me as Principal James or Henry. Steve gazed intently at the elderly gentleman with the hawk-like nose. The corners of his mouth twitched as he spoke, reminiscent of a serpent flicking its tongue. Steve Rogers, do not be concerned with this name. My parents are fervent admirers of this fellow. Steve adeptly fabricated an identity for himself, and the old white man harbored no suspicions. The name suits you well. The youth of our era idolized him. He epitomized the hope of America. He was the beacon guiding us out of despair, and I hope that you too can embody that hope. Steve regarded the shrewd old white man and smiled. Not at all. I am merely a newcomer, reliant on your guidance for many matters. I have no inkling of how to handle these rascals. You see, I have just returned from the battlefield. Let me train the recruits. I might excel in that capacity. This high school indeed requires a more serious atmosphere. That as well, I have a few immature proposals here. They may conflict with your educational philosophy, but I hope to implement them. As Steve spoke, he retrieved a stack of papers from his bag, on which he had drafted his plans, drawing inspiration from a certain Asian examination factory. Henry donned his reading glasses and began to scrutinize the proposal from Steve. As time elapsed, Henry's expression grew increasingly grave, culminating in a near fury. Steve Rogers, do you realize that what you have penned is an affront to the American educational system? Do you believe that children educated in such a manner can become pillars of society? Oh, Henry, calm down. At your age, harboring anger is unwise. Regardless, these are merely concepts written on paper, yet to be put into practice. We can certainly persuade one another. Either you convince me, or I convince you. Steve shifted slightly on the sofa, his demeanor notably placid. This, in turn, allowed Henry, the elderly gentleman, to regain his composure. He inhaled deeply before speaking. Regardless, this proposal is fundamentally flawed. It nearly tramples upon the educational ideals of our nation, and I wholly dissent from such an approach. I understand your perspective, yet, Principal James, I must inquire, according to our nation's educational philosophy, do these individuals possess the opportunity to alter their destinies? The vast majority will complete high school here. only to step out into the inferno of Hell's Kitchen, joining some gang, and ultimately perish in a robbery or a shootout. Does this truly exemplify the superiority of our nation's education? They represent the future of this country. I would rather employ some straightforward and forceful methods to steer them away from that damned place than to believe that our educational philosophy can shine brightly in this context. Henry Batchard, the elderly gentleman, removed his reading glasses and pressed his thumb firmly against his brow. He found himself unable to counter Steve's words. All his convictions appeared utterly absurd in the light of reality. Deep down, he recognized the veracity of Steve's assertions. Most of those children would inevitably endure these experiences post-graduation. In fact, they were already grappling with them during their time at school. His heart was in turmoil. After a prolonged silence, he sighed and raised his gaze to meet Steve's, uttering, "I cannot refuse you, for I have been accosted by my own students on my way home, treated as a mere client. The sensation is profoundly disheartening. Thus, if there exists a chance to alter this predicament, it is certainly worth pursuing." Chapter 9. A first encounter. Such is the wretched state of the world. Here we appear to enjoy freedom, yet we are shackled by various constraints. No one can truly be free, and of course, I am not Idagel. I do not yearn for freedom, I merely seek a possibility. Are we not beings of infinite potential? We affirm the significance of the material world through this very notion of boundless possibility. My aspiration is to restore this infinite potential to these students. Steve, a consummate provocateur, engages not only in the rudimentary art of disparagement, but also delves into fundamental philosophical concepts. This cannot be held against him. He is not the type to merely insult one's lineage, but is rather adept at swaying hearts and minds. In other words, he possesses a remarkable ability to set the rhythm. Henry Batchard gazed at Steve, his mouth agape, his eyes finally reflecting a flicker of excitement. "You are the most extraordinary individual I have ever encountered. You speak the truth. In comparison, you are the one destined to return freedom to these children. I hope you succeed." Steve smiled, extending his hand for a firm shake. "Rest assured, you shall not be disappointed. Old John, gather those kids on the playground," he called out. Old John, always standing outside with his hands in his pockets, grinned widely, revealing a set of pearly white teeth, and sauntered out the door. "I truly adore this place. It is just as intriguing as Chicago." As Steve stood on the bleachers of the playground clad in a leather jacket, only a third of the school had arrived. Of the remaining 2/3, half had not made it to the playground, while the other half simply did not show up at all. Steve paid no heed to those unfortunate souls. Instead, he took the roster from Henry's hands and began calling out names. Upon completion, he grinned widely, accepting the Winchester from Old John. "Hello, everyone. I am the new principal. For the duration of my tenure, you would do well to heed my words. To demonstrate this, I shall go retrieve those young men who have chosen to absent themselves today. You know, I have always felt that I was meant to be a cowboy in Montana." He leaned one hand against the railing of the bleachers and vaulted off the 2-meter-high platform. "Wow, this guy looks nothing like the previous teachers," remarked a girl with dark hair. Indeed, his pectorals nearly reach his chin. She scoffed at her infatuated friend, who smiled awkwardly in response. "Hey, there is no need to be so harsh. I mean, he might be a decent man." "Huh? Wielding a Winchester and charging about? This fellow seems to have fed all his nutrients to his chest muscles. Perhaps his intellect is as smooth as a pea." Bang! The sound of gunfire interrupted the dark-haired girl's banter, followed by a cacophony of chaos. Soon, a throng rushed into the playground as if they had encountered a horde of zombies. "Damn, this lunatic has planted smoke bombs on every floor." The imposing figure of a tall, red-eyed Caucasian man lowered his head, coughing incessantly, while the girl with dark hair nodded, her expression subtly shifting. It appeared that this situation was not as straightforward as I had initially anticipated. "Ladies and gentlemen, I have yet to introduce myself. My name is Steve Rogers. You may call me Steve or Principal Rogers. For the time being, I shall assume the role of your leader. I am aware that some of you may harbor dissent. But fear not, for I am here. At any time and in any place, you are welcome to challenge me." Upon uttering these words, Steve spread his arms wide, a smile illuminating his face as he regarded the group before him. "However, until you manage to defeat me, you may refer to this place as hell." Steve continued to outline his established rules, but the murmurs beneath grew increasingly louder, eventually erupting into outright protest. "Rogers, why must we all wear the same athletic uniform? It makes us look like foolish potatoes sprouting from the ground," the dark-haired girl proclaimed, cupping her hands to mimic a megaphone as she shouted at Steve. "Silence," Steve bellowed, a formidable aura emanating from him. This was a presence honed on the battlefield, one that could not be rivaled by these petty delinquents or adolescents. I understand that you may harbor numerous grievances, but damn it, look around you. This is Hell's Kitchen. This accursed Hell's Kitchen. Do you truly believe you are standing in a mere school? Step beyond these gates, and a myriad of sins awaits you. Drug dealing, murder, robbery, arson, and rape. Do you think your time here merely encompasses your high school years? No, you are squandering your entire wretched existence. Thus, from this moment forth, my rules shall be enforced, whether you like it or not. After delivering this proclamation, Steve tempered his fierce demeanor, yet his resolute gaze remained fixed upon the unfortunate souls before him, smoldering with indignation. Hey, Steve, I'm not trying to oppose you, but isn't this a bit too harsh for these kids? Steve turned to glance at old John, a smile breaking across his face. I thought you, old bastard, would show no sympathy for them, but you know this is necessary. Let us return this place to Principal Henry Bact. There are still a third of the little rascals roaming this neighborhood. We must bring them back. Old John nodded, donning a vintage black overcoat, a red scarf adorned with white spots around his neck, and a black cowboy hat atop his head. In contrast, Steve resembled a second-in-command from a motorcycle gang. I can hardly wait. Let us hurry. Do you have a means of transportation? My pickup truck is rather inconvenient here. Steve chuckled. I find this vehicle quite handy, considering its all-metal bumper. Let us be off. We mustn't linger. The roar of engines intensified the already cacophonous streets. The sound of the diesel engine remarkably thunderous. The entire Hell's Kitchen has become increasingly murky today, as a convoy from downtown Manhattan has arrived alongside them. Hello. I am the newly appointed principal. I would like to inquire if there are any students from our school here. You know, the allure of the outside world often far surpasses that of the academic realm. As Steve loaded bullets into Winchester, he approached the group of addicts huddled at the street corner, smiling. High school students, huh? Oh, how I miss those high school girls. Their struggles were truly captivating. A black man with tear tattoos etched upon his cheeks burst into laughter, only to be met with the butt of Steve's gun in response. Chapter 10 An Opportunity. Steve was certainly no naive soul, nor did he harbor any fear due to the tattoos adorning his adversary's face. Although he merely existed as an online provocateur, the corporeal form he inhabited was anything but. This realm was far removed from the mundane reality. A hero capable of confronting legions was unlikely to be dispatched by two petty thugs on a familiar street. Therefore, Steve struck with considerable force, and judging by his actions, the unfortunate fellow would likely find himself as a prominent figure in the back alleys henceforth. After all, this lad had willingly sacrificed his own teeth to provide some form of service. Once this was accomplished, Steve turned to the others, raked a hand through his hair, and inquired, So, who among you has encountered students from our Hell High? He added, I know you all are astute individuals and should discern the correct answer. As he spoke, he didn't hesitate to press his foot against the rear of the unfortunate man's head. Damn it. Let go. You're going to kill him. Steve fixated on the loudest of the group, glancing at the ostentatiously dressed old John, who immediately understood and delivered a kick that sent the unfortunate soul sprawling to the ground. A gun barrel was thrust directly into the mouth of the scrawny figure, the cold steel quickly instilling a sense of calm. The once exhilarated eyes of the man swiftly regained clarity, now filled with sheer terror as he beheld the not-so-robust African-American before him. He feared that the man might share his own vices, rendering his life utterly expendable. Hey, don't panic. Tell me where our students are. I have no intention of wasting a bullet on you. In any case, a lowlife like you will inevitably meet his demise on the streets. Do you comprehend my meaning? As Steve spoke, he crouched down before him. Whether you know it or not, you must divulge two names, provide some useful information. Otherwise, I assure you, I would not hesitate to liberate you from this wretched existence. Do you understand my intent? The man emitted a whimpering sound, his mouth agape in fright. Judging by the intensity of his terror, it seemed he had long since lost any semblance of pride. Steve then signaled to old John to withdraw the gun barrel, granting the man a moment to breathe. Listen, I know not from whence you come, but those are merely children. Most of them assist in various shops, while a few are entangled in gangs. You see, they are minors, adept at evading the grasp of the law like rats. How many of these rats are you speaking of, and who would employ them? I don't know, perhaps those pests under Leeuwenhoek's command. You understand, their existence must remain in the shadows, and employing certain extreme measures is justifiable. Steve regarded him with a knowing gaze, contemplating before continuing, lead me to these unfortunate rats, and utilize your connections to ensure that those working in the shops gather in the square to await my arrival. Thank heavens there is but one square in Hell's Kitchen. Otherwise, I would have to clarify the location. If you execute this task well, you shall find yourself employed at the school henceforth. However, the prerequisite is that you must overcome your addiction. I sincerely hope you can achieve that. Steve reached out and gently patted the other's shoulder, who looked back at him with a hint of excitement. No one truly comprehends how alluring a job can be for those homeless souls dwelling in America. In truth, aside from a few who are incapacitated, the vast majority are unfortunate individuals who have faced bankruptcy for various reasons. They chose the path of homelessness due to their financial ruin, yet their plight only exacerbates their inability to secure decent employment and transcend their impoverished circumstances. This exemplifies a quintessential American cycle, where wealth and benevolence often gravitate towards those who are already well endowed with such fortunes. Thank you, sir. I shall not disappoint your expectations. I am confident I can successfully overcome my addiction. Trust me. Steve smirked, gesturing for him to lead the way and complete the tasks of the day. The other man immediately understood, guiding him and old John through the bustling streets of Hell's Kitchen. Hey, Steve, I had no idea you harbored such a sense of justice. Why bring him to our school? Do you really have such faith in this drug addict? Old John, clutching an antiquated double-barreled shotgun, gazed at him with confusion. The latter chuckled softly and replied, "Things may not be as they appear. We are both outsiders here and require a local guide. You know it's essential. Hey, you cannot slander me. I am a native, having resided in Hell's Kitchen since I was 13. Oh, come now, old John. Do you truly believe I am unaware that the red scarf you wear belongs to the Chicago Crip Gang? Even if you were born here, you surely have not returned in ages." Steve remarked casually, causing the other man to awkwardly lower his gaze to his scarf and roll his eyes. "You veterans are always so difficult to deal with. I merely wear it as an ornament. Besides, this kid isn't all that bad. He resisted earlier because he thought we were rival gang members and feared for the student's safety. Therefore, I believe he is not a bad person, at least not entirely malevolent. Moreover, you are well aware of the rampant substance abuse in this area. Good heavens, the last time I visited a hospital, I merely had a cough. Yet they prescribed me painkillers potent enough to anesthetize soldiers on the battlefield. Are you suggesting this fellow might be a misguided lamb?" Old John fixed his gaze on Steve. And although he did not directly oppose him, his tone conveyed everything. "Listen, my child, I must share a truth with you. In Hell's Kitchen, every man carries original sin. Damn it, even if there is someone who appears free of sin, as long as they survive and stand before you, they are certainly not innocent. Do you grasp the significance of that?" "I certainly do, but what does it matter to me?" Steve retorted bluntly, shaking his hand dismissively. "Let us not make a mountain out of a molehill. I merely offered him an opportunity. If he seizes it, splendid. If not, it matters little, and moreover, I believe we have discovered those rodents." Steve abruptly ceased his lengthy discourse, deftly disengaging the safety on his firearm, poised for action. Before him stood a group of hip-hop-clad individuals of diverse ethnic backgrounds. Certainly, had it been merely this, Steve might not have been so agitated. However, the crux of the matter lay in the presence of a distinctly youthful boy among them, one who appeared far too immature even for high school. Perhaps barely of an age to enter junior high. Chapter 11. The Suspected Conqueror Kong Hei. "You miserable wretch. You had better explain to me why this little brat is here." Steve brandished his Winchester, charging forward with the fervor reminiscent of a World War II soldier confronting Nazis. As for the group of ruffians, they were merely a nuisance. To be frank, they could boast with brazen audacity that despite their vices of smoking, drinking, and questionable hairstyles, they were, in essence, good boys. After all, these fellows had yet to commit a true act of murder. At worst, they had merely threatened respectable women loitering on the streets, soliciting spare change for cigarettes. Thus, upon witnessing Steve, wielding his Winchester like a wrathful bull, nearly all of them instinctively raised their hands in surrender. This was Hell's Kitchen, after all. The police would not dare venture in here. In other words, their demise would be in vain. "Damn it, you little purple-skinned eggplant. You had better explain why you are standing here. Don't tell me you are of legal age. You look like a child laborer from a sweatshop. Please, don't kill me." The terrified boy raised his hands, staring at Steve, paralyzed with fear. Though his age rendered him incapable of fully comprehending the nature of the weapon before him and the kinetic energy of its bullets, it sufficed to recognize that it was indeed a gun. "That's right. Tell me, why are you here? Aren't you supposed to be in that damned classroom? Has Hell's Kitchen High School failed to impart any knowledge to you? And no, I really need money. My mother is ill. I need a lot of money." The boy gazed at Steve with earnest eyes, while Steve scrutinized the child, whose complexion resembled that of coal. The boy's lips, thick and mushroom-like, curved in a sorrowful expression. Ultimately, Steve could not bring himself to utter any racially charged remarks to a child of such tender age. He leaned down, looking the boy in the eye. Kid, I believe I understand your predicament. You are saying your mother is sick, and you require substantial funds, which has compelled you to resort to less than savory means. There is no shame in such a thing, he added. You just need to take me to your mother, trust me. I am the new principal at Hell's Kitchen High School. You may call me Steve. Steve endeavored to elevate his demeanor, but his efforts were in vain. Upon opening his mouth, the old habits resurfaced. No, principal, I am not selling myself. I can't even do that. They reject me because what is your name? Steve, barely containing his amusement, inquired, maintaining his authoritative role. My name is Calm. At that moment, the smile on Steve's face stiffened, and he scrutinized the boy with renewed interest. His finger hovered over the trigger, wavering back and forth in indecision several times. The unfortunate little purple-skinned eggplant finally reached his breaking point. He looked at Steve and couldn't help but burst into tears, his legs trembling to the point of nearly collapsing. Oh, I'm so sorry. My child, I was merely reminded of certain experiences from the battlefield. You know how it is. Us veterans returning from Afghanistan often grapple with PTSD. Steve offered words of comfort, and after considerable effort, managed to quell the boy's sobs. He gazed at the lad with a mixture of exasperation and contemplation, pondering whether even Conqueror Khan had been portrayed by a black actor. Yet, surely the political correctness of those pale-skinned vampires couldn't seep into this world? If that were the case, would Spider-Man soon be reimagined as black? The mere thought tightened Steve's stomach. It wasn't that he harbored any particular views about Spider-Man or the black community. He was simply apprehensive about the insidious spread of political correctness, fearing that one day Peggy might be transformed into a mermaid. Ridiculous. He wasn't Japanese. He would never engage in raising mermaids in the sewers. All right, kid, let us go. Lead us to your mother. She must have a fine son. If all goes well, I believe he will be saved. Upon hearing this, the young boy finally smiled, guiding Steve and old John towards a residential building. This was one of those archaic apartments, vividly reminiscent of the bustling New York of the 1970s and 80s. Perhaps back then, Hell's Kitchen had not yet earned its notorious name, and it wasn't a den of iniquity. However, with the economic downturn and plummeting property values, an increasing number of delinquents and outlaws had flooded the area, rendering it a lawless zone. Steve, your behavior earlier seemed a bit extreme, old John remarked, eyeing Steve warily. The latter's expression turned somewhat awkward. Hey, I can't help it. I'm struggling quite a lot, you know. Of course I know, but such things must be overcome. You cannot carry the memories of the battlefield into civilian life. This is the real world. Damn it. Everywhere is the real world. I killed people. Real, living people. And you know, while I was in Afghanistan, I played a deadly game with those Taliban in skirts, and when I returned, that damn political correctness had put a completely inexperienced black man in charge of me, awarding me medals. I nearly smashed that bastard's nose with a single punch. Hey, are you directing that at us? Old John raised his hands, glaring at Steve. He appeared somewhat irate, and it seemed that unless Steve provided a reasonable explanation, the matter would not conclude amicably. I am not discriminating against you, but politics is damned. You've infused this wretched political struggle into every facet of life. Why don't you consider that in the past, they would VE assassinated Martin Luther King? Yet now, no matter how loud you protest, they wouldn't dare resort to such conspiracies? Because you've entirely misjudged the approach, they do not fear you. Steve erupted in a fit of anger, yet surprisingly, old John fell silent. He appeared somewhat melancholic. You were right, Martin. He was indeed a good man. The Black Panther Party back then was also a commendable organization. However, there were those who divided us. Steve furrowed his brow, pondering the matter, which seemed rather reasonable. After all, Martin Luther King Jr. was a figure of the previous century. Though old John appeared relatively well-preserved, he might well be over 80 years of age. The most crucial point is that Steve, in his past life, did not possess a thorough understanding of such cultural and geographical knowledge. Otherwise, he might have grasped the astonishing nature of old John's words. Chapter 12. A Tragic Existence, Fortunately. The cursed atmosphere within this apartment allowed one to swiftly forget all else. Steve, gun in hand, treaded carefully, yet he was astonished by old John's movements, which were equally impeccable. It was a perfection honed from years of survival on the battlefield, devoid of any superfluous gestures. Each step was calculated to maximize his safety. And though his stance was nonchalant, it did not compromise his shooting angle or speed. At times, he even outperformed Steve, which was telling. Steve had inherited Captain America's combat instincts in their prime. and it was essential to note that Captain America had been entombed in ice at the zenith of his fighting prowess. In other words, Steve's combat awareness had reached the pinnacle of human capability. Was it possible for someone to transcend this pinnacle? It was akin to an infinite decimal that, while it may extend endlessly beyond the decimal point, cannot exceed a fixed integer. Just as a non-repeating decimal of a mere point something could never surpass the value of 2, Steve recognized this reality, yet he felt little wariness towards the boy. The small figure approached a firmly shut door and tentatively tapped upon it. No response emanated from behind the door, and Steve held his breath as he stood before it. After a moment, he turned to the young one. "Hey, kid. I don't mean to dampen your spirits, but is your mother truly home? Surely. She must have crossed paths with Johnny from down the street and would be unable to venture out for a while." Steve and old John exchanged glances, both shaking their heads in unison. "Do you believe in light?" Steve continued. "I mean, the kind of nonsense that suggests people turn into stars after they die. Do you believe that?" Kong tilted his chin upward, his strikingly contrasting eyes fixated on Steve, betraying a clear sense of distrust. All right. You little rascals from Manhattan are always like this. What should I say? Your mother is most likely dead, but how she perished remains a mystery. It could have been murder, or something more sinister, or perhaps an overdose. In any case, the possibilities are endless, provided you're certain your mother hasn't T-stepped outside. Steve's gaze remained steadfast as he looked at Kong. "I'm certain." Open the door. Kong appeared composed, resembling not the undeveloped middle schooler he was, but rather a mature soul marked by the trials of life. However, Steve was indifferent to this facade. In fact, if one were to categorize allegiances by a hexagram, he would embody chaotic righteousness, possessing a sense of morality that often lay dormant. This was not a detriment. Rather, in the Marvel universe, it was a rare advantage. After all, in this damned idealistic world, the antithesis of justice could very well be another form of justice. Thus, once Kong nodded, Steve kicked the door open with determination. The scene within evoked no concern about its potential brutality, rendering it unsuitable for children. Fortunately, the interior was relatively mild, revealing a 30-year-old black woman sprawled on the ground. Aside from her inadequate clothing, her demise could indeed be described as gentle. However, the discarded needles scattered around the floor indicated the cause of her death. You see, joy is an elusive and often flawed commodity. Most individuals engage in repetitive, mechanical behaviors to attain happiness, such as falling in love or being in love. Yet, the pleasures derived from such mechanical actions ultimately lead to desensitization. It is a form of joy that becomes imperceptible. Some may opt for alternative methods to seek happiness. Naturally, this leads others to choose more extreme mechanical behaviors, such as deepening their affections for someone or increasing their dosage. Clearly, Kang's mother was a troubled individual, opting for the latter. Thus, she perished here, in a place devoid of a luminous future, traversing a convoluted path. Frankly, Steve could not fathom how this seemingly fragile woman had managed to survive. She appeared neither strong nor audacious. One wonders how such a person raised a child in Hell's Kitchen. It seems your mother has indeed passed away. What are your plans now? Regardless of your intentions, you must first complete your reading. You know, I have just become the principal, and my speech may not be particularly pleasant. Yet every word I utter is grounded in truth. Neglecting your studies might lead you into the clutches of unscrupulous drug dealers. I am not deceiving you. Individuals like you could very well meet a dire fate at their hands. Has my mother truly died? Kang's demeanor was remarkably calm, devoid of the sorrow Steve anticipated upon the revelation of a mother's death, as though he had long since acclimated to the concept of mortality. Yet, this was to be expected, given that they resided in Hell's Kitchen. Understanding death seems to be a lesson every child must learn in life. Yes, she has. I wonder if you have heard of the Eastern belief in reincarnation. They posit that upon death, one assumes a new identity and returns to this world. Thus, in a sense, it is entirely possible that I could be your mother. Steve babbled nonsensically, and after a prolonged moment of contemplation, Kong finally uttered a simple thank you. Very well, as your principal, it seems you shall be boarding with us. As Steve spoke, he led the boy out of the apartment. Old John looked at Steve with a hint of surprise. I never expected you to take him in. I thought you were just like those rednecks. Please. Do you really think I am that despicable a racist? I merely distribute my disdain equally among all scoundrels. But you called me a nigger. Damn it. That was because you had a stick pressed against my waist in an attempt to rob me. Do you take me for a fool who cannot distinguish between a gun and a stick? Steve cursed with palpable irritation. Old John stared at Steve in astonishment, somewhat perplexed. I certainly didn't have a stick with me that day, but I thought I had spotted a rather attractive young lady. Bang. Steve chose not to continue the argument and instead fired a shot. After all, he had traversed through time, wielding his cherished weapon. Although it wasn't a firearm of exceptional caliber, why should he sully his hands with such triviality? Hey, damn it. I bet you didn't even pass the firearm qualification exam, he exclaimed. I was merely jesting. Huh, when I was toying with guns. The damn Rifle Association hadn't even been established yet. You old fool, if I don't turn your backside into a trumpet today, I'll let a car run me over. Chapter 13. The pursuit of Jean Bing. Hell's Kitchen has not witnessed such commotion in a long while. Black Hummers surged in one after another, these intruders exuding a brazen audacity. They roamed about like sharks surveying their territory, ready to pounce and shred any target they discerned. I sensed an ominous premonition. Old John, clutching a gun, wrinkled his nose, alert as a greyhound. Haha, it appears your situation mirrors that of Brooklyn, where the young ones bring the elders along. Nevertheless, this works to my advantage. Steve stood in the corridor, intently observing the Hummers traversing the street. The smile at the corner of his mouth grew increasingly jubilant. This simplifies matters, sparing me the trouble of hunting them down one by one. After uttering this, Steve glanced at the little purple eggplant known as Kong, affectionately ruffling his potato-like head. Hurry and run with this old fellow. I shall seek you out at the school. Old John, hand me your gun. Jean Bing was on the verge of exploding, his corpulent frame visibly agitated. After spending the entire morning searching for Steve, he had yet to lay eyes on even a damned shadow. His chest heaved violently, as if it might burst open at any moment. I detest this place. Manhattan is infested with little rodents. Yet, in the next instant, his fury dissipated entirely. Dressed in a leather jacket, resembling the vice president of the Hells Angels, Steve stood resolutely in the middle of the street, wielding a Winchester rifle. This audacious brute struck Jean Bing as somewhat endearing. Through the windshield, Jean Bing fixed his gaze on Steve. The sound of screeching brakes echoed before Steve, who had already readied his weapon for firing. This fellow had displayed an unflinching demeanor from the outset. Even though the driver was a seasoned mobster, he was no fool. Jean Bing's expression darkened. In this initial confrontation, he had already been outmaneuvered. Yet, he refrained from uttering much, instead grasping his cane to push open the car door and step out. Steve Rogers? It seems your parents must have been fervent patriots. Can you enlighten me on what transpired between you and my associates? Your associates? Steve replied, his brow furrowed in confusion, contemplating for a moment before a look of realization dawned upon him. Are you referring to that lunatic with a target tattooed on his forehead? Damn. I just purchased a house yesterday. This guy barged in claiming I was acquainted with some pervert and insisted on entering my home. When I refused, he began throwing garbage and threatening my life. Steve spoke with righteous indignation, completely unfazed by the situation. Haha. According to your logic, should I then apologize for his recklessness? Jean Bing laughed, his mirth reminiscent of a medieval noble enjoying an amusing farce. Hey, listen, I just returned from that damned battlefield. Do you think the reason I didn't kill him was for lack of opportunity? Curse it, rein in your nonchalant demeanor. I have come here to establish a school. Yet you, insufferable wretch, seem preoccupied solely with the allure of greenback currency, entirely indifferent to whether these unfortunate souls truly endure a living hell. Steve exclaimed with righteous indignation, his eyes ablaze with fervent anger. Ah, Mr. Steve, you have misconstrued my intentions. It is indeed true that I am a prosperous businessman, but concurrently, I am also a competent philanthropist. I was entirely unaware that your purpose here was to rescue those children. Trust me, if you merely maintain this fade, you shall earn the friendship of Wilson Grant Fix. Friendship is of little consequence. All I ask is that you refrain from allowing those lunatics to invade my home. As for your associate, well, I apologize, but there is little I can do, as you know. We, who have recently returned from Afghanistan, are somewhat afflicted by PTSD. After finishing his statement, Steve holstered his Winchester. That man indeed seemed to grapple with some mental instability. King raised his cane dismissively and entered the vehicle without further ado. However, this time he did not take a seat in the back, but instead reached out to grasp the driver's chin. His large hand applied just enough pressure to elicit an audible crack of bone. A cruel smile graced his seemingly innocuous visage. I have always believed that courage is humanity's most cherished virtue. Principal Steve Rogers, you possess remarkable bravery. Should your educational initiative falter, feel free to seek me out in New York. We would be glad to welcome you. King nonchalantly dragged the lifeless body of the driver, as if he were merely disposing of refuse. It appeared that the act of murder bore no psychological weight for him. Frankly, your gallant endeavors warrant a visit to the precinct for a bounty. If memory serves me correctly, there is indeed a reward on his head. King chuckled, fixing his gaze upon Steve for a prolonged moment before continuing. Consider it a token of my esteem. I imagine your school could use the funds. With that, he finally entered the vehicle. The engine roared to life, and soon this convoy of Hummers departed from Hell's Kitchen. Steve cast a glance at the mobster sprawled on the ground in his tailored suit, placing a hand upon his forehead. Meanwhile, at the New York City Police Department, George Stacy had been experiencing a rather tumultuous time. In fact, anyone who ascended to the position of police chief in New York could bid farewell to any semblance of comfort. Damned Hell's Kitchen, damned black gangs. He wished he could petition Congress for 2 nuclear warheads to obliterate these blights from the map. However, the crux of the matter was that this was, after all, America, a nation that professes to uphold human rights. One may act devoid of conscience behind closed doors, but such notions must never be paraded in public. Indeed, any such behavior would be met with disdain. For in this wretched country, one may be politically incorrect, yet must never exhibit it openly. As he pondered these thoughts, an intern officer pushed open the door and stood in his office. Hey, damn it. Is my door merely ornamental? Why couldn't you knock before entering? Apologies, George. However, you must listen to this stand call in person. Someone has killed a mobster in Hell's Kitchen. Which mobster? The one I'm thinking of? Indeed. The very one you have in mind. George Stacy sprang to his feet, dashing toward the intern officer to snatch the phone from his grasp. Hello. This is the New York City Police Department. I believe I should know where I dialed. Are you the head of the NYPD? I just shot a fugitive here. Am I entitled to a bounty? Huh? Commissioner George turned to look at the intern officer, who shrugged, indicating his ignorance of the situation. Chapter 14. All present, it seems he is indeed here merely to collect the bounty. Goodness, does this fellow possess the audacity of a basketball? He has slain a man in Hell's Kitchen and now returns to claim his reward? George Stacy Judd found this to be the most absurd thing he had ever heard. Furthermore, we reviewed the surveillance footage, and the victim had indeed visited Hell's Kitchen himself today. As George listened to the intern officer speak, his mouth involuntarily dropped open. To kill a man, and to do so in the presence of the man himself, are 2 entirely different matters. Hello? Can you hear me? I said. Can you take this unfortunate soul away? It is summer, and he is beginning to smell. Steve continued, exasperated, prompting George to finally react. Rest assured, we will be there shortly, and we will have your bounty prepared. Or you could provide me with a card number, and I could transfer it directly to you. After all, the gangs in that area are quite rampant. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Steve Rogers. I am currently the principal of Hell's Kitchen High School, so you need not concern yourself with my safety. Hurry over. Good grief, he is nearly well done. After Steve concluded the call, he made no effort to disclose his address. Regardless, while these officers may seem somewhat incompetent, never doubt their equipment. This is America, where cutting-edge technology is abundant. Before long, George arrived with his team, sirens blaring in their police car. Almost the entirety of Hell's Kitchen peered out, their gazes fixed intently on the black and white police vehicles. Judging by their expressions, these officers were their sworn adversaries. Steve stood nearby, gesturing toward the man on the ground. All right, I trust you have brought the payment I requested. George scrutinized Steve, his expression a mixture of skepticism and surprise. Honestly, you bear an uncanny resemblance to Captain America. Huh, has that fellow ever removed his mask? Steve chuckled lightly, while George continued to stare, hoping to discern some difference in his eyes. Yet Steve remained poised, standing naturally within his gaze. To be frank, the man before George was a far cry from the figure he remembered. During his middle and high school years, he had idolized that man, watching the promotional films repeatedly. It was only after becoming a police officer that this habit truly subsided. Indeed, if the captain were still alive, he would be in his 90s now. And you? My heavens, have you even reached 30? 22. I just returned from the battlefield in Afghanistan. You know, most young people in this country are aimless. Steve patted the roof of the police car. George regarded him, a smile breaking across his face. Hey, kid. Honestly, I have no idea what you are doing here. But if you're looking for a change in life, you are more than welcome to come work with me. Huh? A hefty African-American fellow told me the same thing this morning. But no worries, I have already found my lifelong vocation. I currently serve as the acting principal of Hell's Kitchen High School, and I aspire to instigate change in certain individuals. Steve continues to sing loudly, utterly indifferent to how resolutely he once rejected this matter. What? I never imagined you were speaking the truth. Steve nodded as the intern officer retrieved a brown paper bag from the back seat and handed it to him. Well, I shall return to school now, of course. Personally, I have established a security company. Should you require any services in New York, feel free to approach me. To be frank, I am quite professional. After uttering this, Steve waved his hand and swaggered away down the street. The residents perched in the high-rise buildings on either side promptly withdrew their heads. George observed the intern officer lifting a corpse and remarked, "Damn, we need to hurry. Did you see how those guys around here are glaring at us? We must leave this place swiftly." On the playground of Hell's Kitchen High School, the students have already descended into chaos. However, out of respect for Principal Henry, no one has truly departed the playground just yet. Furthermore, with students gradually arriving from outside, these restless high schoolers seem to have grasped that the individual clad in a leather jacket is not of good character. Though they may disregard him when he is out of sight, it does not mean they are unafraid of potential repercussions. Damn, you kids are just like I expected. Utterly oblivious to the concept of being considerate, Steve, armed with a shotgun, entered the playground, grumbling as he made his way up to the bleachers. "Listen up, you damn brats. I am no saint, nor am I close to being a good person. From this moment forward, I shall grant each of you 3 opportunities to violate school rules. After 3 infractions, I will ensure you face severe punishment. You must understand this. The environment you currently inhabit is utterly abysmal, truly. No one desires your departure from this godforsaken place more than I do. From now on, you are to strictly adhere to the rules I establish. I hope you all manage to escape this dreadful place. Of course, if you wish to engage with gangs or the like, you are entirely welcome to apply for expulsion. Otherwise, I guarantee that whichever gang you join will meet its demise." No one doubted Steve's words. To them, it seemed that this man might genuinely possess the capability to enforce such threats. Henceforth, enjoy your high school life. After delivering this proclamation, Steve slapped the railing. Old John picked up his gun from beside him, fixing his gaze on Steve as he spoke. "I do not mean to belittle you, but dealing with these youngsters requires more than just the 2 of us. You know their energy is boundless. Moreover, this is Hell's Kitchen, and some unsavory characters may extend their claws into our affairs. Indeed, we need a team. You are aware that I have just returned from Afghanistan. Our manpower is insufficient. Let us post a recruitment notice. Be sure to emphasize the harsh conditions we face. We would be best served by finding 2 retired mercenaries." Steve muttered to himself, while old John nodded in agreement. Principal Henry listened to their conversation, sensing something amiss, yet he could not pinpoint a counterargument. After all, dealing with these wretched children was akin to fighting for one's life on the battlefield. "I shall take charge of the recruitment advertisement, though I remain uncertain of the suitability of these candidates. Frankly, we may need to invest several days in this endeavor." "Very well. Let us return the floor to Principal Henry. It is likely that within a day, these youngsters will exhaust their 3 opportunities." Chapter 15. The Commission of Nick Fury Indeed. Those young lads appeared as if they were preparing for a crusade. Old John clutched his hat and nodded towards Principal Henry. The sorrowful-looking fellow finally managed a smile. In truth, it is not suffering that instills fear in humanity, but rather the seemingly interminable journey ahead devoid of even a glimmer of hope. Throughout this ordeal, one may become the light, yet simultaneously grapple with the very essence of their existence as that light. The endeavor to transform ideas through ideas is undoubtedly a protracted, intricate, and exceedingly convoluted process. One cannot fathom when their fragile humanity may utterly collapse. It embodies a sense of despair that seeks to repay evil with good. Yet one may never witness the fruition of hope in their lifetime. Principal Henry has nearly devoted his entire existence to this pursuit. In other words, he is perhaps the noblest individual Steve has ever encountered. S.H.I.E.L.D. Headquarters, New York. Nick Fury felt as though he had never truly comprehended this damned world. He had initially believed that upon awakening Captain America, the latter would undoubtedly remain due to his patriotic convictions. Yet, it has become painfully clear that he was not only mistaken but grievously so. This elderly gentleman from the last century displayed not only a lack of patriotism but was also remarkably cantankerous. "Boss. News from Stark Industries indicates that Tony Stark has been kidnapped by terrorists," Coulson reported, scrutinizing Nick Fury with a document in hand. Fury furrowed his brow. "Damn it. Didn't we warn that it was a risk area? Why can't this brainless fool heed our advice? What can we do? Dispatch a damn task force? For heaven's sake, it's a desert. Where shall we find that spoiled brat?" Nick Fury muttered, clearly exasperated with Tony Stark. However, within his mind, a plethora of ingenious yet resentful ideas began to swirl. Send a message to Rogers, inquiring if he would be willing to take on the commission. I recall he started a security company. Oh my goodness, are we really going to issue a commission to Captain Rogers? What if he declines? Nick Fury regarded Coulson as if he were a simpleton, suddenly curious to see if the inside of his head was adorned with posters of Captain America. Hey, Coulson. While I can understand your admiration for a patriot as an idol, you must also recognize the reality. This captain is entirely different from the one we read about in the files. He does not stand with us. But he will not oppose the nation nor stand against humanity. Agent Coulson firmly maintained his stance. Nick Fury widened his eyes, staring at the dark-haired man before him. After a prolonged silence, he finally waved his hand. Very well, you are right. Go and solidify this matter, and see if the captain requires assistance. Nick Fury felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. He had never anticipated that 70 years later, the name Captain America, or rather, Steve Rogers, would still hold such remarkable esteem among the American populace. This is truly troublesome. He is indeed qualified to ascend to divinity. Nick Fury's curses are not without merit. For in a practical sense, Captain America may indeed have a considerable following in this wretched place called America. Steve and old John stood before a peculiar tavern, where two burly white men, resembling polar bears, stood guard at the entrance. The latter bore a somewhat cheerful expression, while Steve was far less amused. We are here to recruit, aren't we? Yet, this establishment appears to cater solely to those of a certain persuasion. What sort of individuals can we hope to find here? Perhaps the king of transvestites from One Piece? Steve looked at his companion with confusion, and it took a moment for the latter to grasp what he was alluding to. Hey, I thought you weren't the type to indulge in Japanese comics. But there are no kings of transvestites here, merely a band of reckless arms dealers. Come on, I know what those mercenaries are like. Would they even show up in a place devoid of women? If they did, I feel they would be on the verge of being cuckolded. With a scowl, Steve approached the two giants, who remained unyielding, staring down the irritable young white man. Steve lifted his gaze, and without a moment's hesitation, he delivered a swift punch to the abdomen of the man on his right. His movement was so rapid that the other polar bear had yet to react before witnessing his companion collapse to the ground. Damn it, you foolish white man. Why can't you speak to someone civilly? I merely wish to enter a tavern. What business do you have obstructing me? Do you think I won't pay? With a foot planted on the unfortunate one's chest, Steve glared furiously at the other giant. What are you staring at? Damn it, it's either you let me in, or I'll ensure you end up in the hospital. Old John stepped forward, adjusting his hat and glancing at the other massive man. Come on, Clint. He is not someone you can provoke. This fellow is now my landlord. Trust me, let him in. Clint cast an irritated glance at old John. Hey, you could have stepped in earlier. Why wait until he has injured Clay? Oh, forgive me. This old man of over 80 doesn't move as swiftly. It is only reasonable that I am a bit slow on my feet. All right, everyone, here is the medical bill. Make way. I still have to catch those unfortunate souls engaging in early romances at school. Steve retrieved a bill from his wallet and shot a fierce glare at old John. Now, let us get inside. As the doors swung open, Steve felt a jolt run through him. The cacophony erupted. To be precise, it was not merely noise but a deafening onslaught of music. He could not fathom what kind of life would descend so low even in daylight. Yet he was certain such lives existed. Damn, the racket here is unbearable, Steve shouted, fixing his gaze on old John. The expression on the latter's face was remarkably serene, reminiscent of someone returning home. Ah, Big Willie, it seems we haven't crossed paths in quite some time. Old John waved at a hefty African-American man standing at the bar. The latter broke into a grin and returned the gesture. You actually dared to come back? You old rascal, I nearly thought you would perish on the streets during winter. Do not speak so lightly. I managed to sell a property I owned. As if you possessed numerous properties, he retorted. If memory serves me right, wasn't that particular property haunted? How could it possibly find a buyer? Chapter 16, The New Roaring Squad, huh? You dare to slander me, and my new boss will not take kindly to it. Moreover, I reside here now, old John stated, pouring himself a drink from the bar. None of this matters. I care not whether you have swindled my money. After all, it was indeed quite cheap. But now, where are those splendid fellows you spoke of? If I do not see them, you shall face dire consequences. Steve smiled broadly at old John, who shrugged and removed his cowboy hat, revealing the dreadlocks cascading over his shoulders. Do not be so hasty, Big Mike. My new boss is seeking a few suitable comrades. Do you know where I might find the right individuals? Old John inquired as he stood behind the bar, a hulking black man casting a scrutinizing glance at Steve. He then leaned closer to old John and spoke in a loud whisper. When did you develop a fondness for men? This pretty boy hardly seems fit to be your boss. What kind of people is he looking for? The folks here are seasoned veterans who dwell on the edge of danger. Our school requires security, old John replied, a look of resignation crossing his face, while Big Mike stared at him in astonishment. School? What institution needs a bunch of damned mercenaries for security? Old John ran his hand through his hair, the notion sounding utterly absurd. Yet, in truth, anything is possible. You see, our school is located in Hell's Kitchen. The kids around here are raised by lawless individuals. Old John endeavored to explain. Big Mike furrowed his brow and pointed discreetly at Steve, though, given his size, any subtlety was lost on Steve. So this pretty boy is the new principal? Oh my heavens. I've heard quite a bit about his name today. I believe it is Steve Rogers. The same name as Captain America. Do you think he can handle the rascals at the school? I do not know. But he did manage to bring the students back today. Perhaps his firm methods will alter the atmosphere of the school, old John replied, mimicking Big Mike's tone. The latter nodded gravely and remarked, in that case, I have several suitable candidates in mind. Is he prejudiced? I must be responsible for my people, you know. Big Mike spoke unabashedly in front of Steve, whose serious expression nearly prompted a chuckle from him. To be frank, he is a jerk. He is prejudiced. But not only against black folks, he discriminates against white and Asian individuals as well. Frankly, I find him somewhat inhumane, yet in his eyes, all are equal, equally damned. Upon hearing this, Big Mike's frown deepened, the folds on his plump face knitting together. If that is the case, he truly is a jerk. However, I do have a few suitable candidates. First, I can summon the others directly. However, there is one fellow who may not arrive for a few days. Are they all bastards? Old John inquired, to which Big Mike pondered momentarily before responding. Compared to your new boss, he should not be considered a bastard. Following this remark, Big Mike raised his glass towards Steve. Greetings, new principal. How should I address you? You may call me Principal Steve. My staff should have informed you of my requirements. Do you have suitable candidates? I also own a security company. Their future responsibilities will extend beyond mere school security. Rest assured, Big Mike's personnel are excellent fellows. After stating this, he swiftly dialed a number on his phone. Shortly thereafter, an astonishingly muscular elderly man pushed open the door, coming into Steve's line of sight. Hello, Big Mike. It has been nearly 2 years since we last met. You mentioned in your call a long-term assignment? The man, while speaking, did not forget to light a cigar with his pure gold lighter. Indeed, it has been a long time, Barney. I thought you might have perished on the battlefield. Yet here you stand, quite well. Yes, I have returned from Africa. The turmoil there has subsided. As you know, world peace has been restored. Ah, so I presume you will require a long-term assignment. This gentleman's school is in need of a security team. Although I have yet to inquire about the price, rest assured. He is affluent. This world is truly insane. Is there a tyrant in the school? Has that fellow Amin been reincarnated? The school is akin to Hell's Kitchen, you know? The youngsters here can be quite troublesome. Oh, Hell's Kitchen High School, and this gentleman is? Steve Rogers, principal of Hell's Kitchen. Given the nature of this institution, I suspect we will be traveling frequently. Steve extended his hand, clasping Barney's in a firm handshake that unleashed a formidable force in an instant. Steve raised an eyebrow as he glanced at Barney, whose expression remained calm, yet the astonishment in his eyes betrayed him. Old John and Big Mike, standing to the side, astutely remarked, Who do you think will win? I do not know, but I believe my boss should not lose, Old John replied, clinking his glass with Big Mike's. Then let us wish him good luck. Barney's complexion began to redden, his strength nearly at its limit, while Steve's demeanor remained as tranquil as a still pond. Hey kid, your strength is still insufficient. Just as Barney was taken aback, Steve finally spoke, and the moment he did, fear gripped Barney's expression as Steve began to exert force. The pressure, akin to a hydraulic clamp, slowly bore down on his hand, and the long-forgotten pain surged back. Barney promptly released his grip, wearing a smile as he addressed Steve. Then let us wish for a fruitful collaboration. It should be quite enjoyable. Please wait while I answer a call. Steve withdrew his hand and retrieved his phone from his pocket. The caller ID boldly displayed the English word for bald. Hello, Principal Steve. We have a commission we would like to entrust to your security company, and I wonder if you might be interested. Coulson, I'm uncertain about what you wish to convey. However, let's get to the crux of the matter, which for me, revolves around how much you are willing to pay. Steve interrupted Coulson's pleasantries with a direct inquiry. Well, our funding is rather limited, but the employer himself is likely to offer a substantial reward. As his name is Tony Stark. Chapter 17 Welcome new employees greetings. What on earth are you saying? Tony Stark is the son of an old acquaintance of mine. By rights, he ought to address me as uncle. How could I possibly bring up the subject of money with a younger member of my own family? You tell Stark Industries that this matter requires a minimum of $2 million. On the other end of the line, Coulson was taken aback, pondering how one moment I was claiming that discussing finances with family was inappropriate, and yet now I was making such extravagant demands. Is this for the purpose of building a school? Coulson inquired, his mind racing. Steve thought, is there really someone in America who can advocate for themselves like this? Indeed. Coulson, these children deserve boundless possibilities. Very well, I comprehend your need for funds. I believe $5 million is an appropriate figure, considering Stark Industries is not short on cash. After Coulson finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Steve, perplexed, glanced at Barney. Did I just mention the figure of $5 million? I'm uncertain. But you did state that it was for the construction of a school. Where are we headed this time? Africa or Southeast Asia? Neither. We are going to the Middle East. Inform your contacts to prepare. We have another associate joining us, and we shall depart once he arrives. Steve tapped the table lightly and said deliberately to Big Mike, I appreciate your assistance today. But I sincerely hope that the individual arriving tomorrow is a sufficiently exceptional, unfortunate soul. Big Mike looked at Steve and couldn't help but chuckle. Trust me, Principal Steve. If you were to meet this fellow, you would undoubtedly consider him the one you seek. He is exceedingly unfortunate, Big Mike said with a serious expression. But Steve dismissed it without concern. Let us proceed to our territory. That is where you will be engaging in ground warfare. Steve remarked with a hint of amusement, while Barney, cigar in hand, shrugged in response. I've been wondering where to retire. Huh? That is certainly not a place for retirement, in any case. You will find it quite exhilarating. With that, Steve opened the door and stepped out of the bar with Barney. Meanwhile, Tony Stark was not so fortunate. What would life be like for humanity in a world far removed from civilization? Even the most astute of sages would inevitably find themselves addressing their physiological needs in the wilderness. Tony Stark. His life could be described as smooth sailing. He had never envisioned that one day he would find himself in such a predicament. This damned cell, though unrelated to dampness, was filled with an odor so foul it nearly rendered him unable to breathe normally. How is your condition, Hoenson? I found a spark of inspiration from your inventions. Perhaps it won't be long before we escape this wretched place. By the way, what do you plan to do once you leave here? In the war, Tony, I wish to restore my homeland to the way it was when I was a child. Filled with the aroma of roasted lamb mingled with various spices, the freshly made hummus. Everything was beautiful. Perhaps at that time, you might find me at the high school in my hometown. It sounds delightful, but to be honest, I fear this may be rather unrealistic. Do not misunderstand. I am acutely aware of what lies beneath the surface here, as well as the machinations of our nation's politicians. It is immoral, as you know. However, I recognize that such immorality can yield considerable profits. In a country as stagnant as ours, the allure of newfound, surplus gains often eclipses ethical considerations. All I can do is manage my own affairs and the Stark Industries I possess. As for America, let's be realistic. It is not an entity that Stark Industries can contend with. Indeed, the resources on a plate are finite. If only one person dines, there will always be a morsel left, but regrettably, the diners are never solitary. Even when the old-timers can hardly eat, new contenders inevitably emerge. The pot will never have leftovers. It is a lamentable reality of this nation. Do you not understand the meaning of contentment? Hoenson gazed at Tony Stark, his eyes seething with suppressed anger. Yet, he quickly reined in his ire, recognizing that this was not Tony Stark's concern, as he had articulated. Stark Industries is merely one among many patrons in the cafeteria that is America, and this individual possesses a remarkable intellect, despite being an accomplished physicist. I must concede that his intelligence is exceedingly high, to the extent that even my most rudimentary concepts could be transformed into something entirely novel in his capable hands. What an extraordinary gift! You might find this hard to fathom, so let me illustrate with an analogy. Imagine demonstrating to a homeless person how to create an electromagnet using simple electromagnetic principles, and upon concluding, this individual not only expresses keen interest but also presents you with schematics for a controllable nuclear fusion reactor, repeatedly asserting that it is a crude contraption inspired by your demonstration. Would you not be taken aback? No, you would be astonished. You would find yourself questioning the very fabric of reality. And that is precisely how Hoenson feels at this moment. He is uncertain of the world's authenticity. At Hell High School, the atmosphere is far from welcoming, at least since Steve's arrival. Barney twisted his stout neck, grinning as he remarked, The ambience here is rather pleasant. It gives me a sense of homecoming. It seems, Principal, that your students are quite spirited. Spirited, indeed. They are practically a band of little brigands. Do not underestimate them. These unfortunate children are practically genetically modified. As Steve spoke, he strode purposefully towards Henry's office. The latter, upon seeing Steve, was not surprised, though he regarded Barney with a hint of curiosity. Is this your hired help? Indeed, the security measures here appear somewhat lacking. Perhaps you could escort us to the security room? I would be delighted. Let us proceed. The silver-haired Henry, brimming with vitality, led Steve and Barney towards the security room. We have an indoor arena and a gym. This gentleman is welcome to utilize the facilities if he maintains a fitness regimen. As for the security room, to be candid, it has not been utilized in quite some time, yet the conditions remain satisfactory. We possess some basic anti-explosive equipment, such as riot shields and anti-explosive forks. Barney shook his head in disbelief, prompting Steve to reassure him. Rest assured, the rubber bullets are indeed available for use. Chapter 18. The powerful newcomer Principal Henry furrowed his brow instantaneously. Steve hastily interjected, "Rest assured, my team is thoroughly trained. There will be no collateral damage. Moreover, this is a school, and the Mozambique shooting method will not be employed here. Trust me." Though Steve appeared to be fervently explaining himself, for reasons unknown, Principal Henry's frown deepened. After all, rubber bullets are typically associated with facilities that confine serious criminals. While I have never spent time in prison, I am acutely aware that such projectiles can easily fracture a rib. These are merely children completely. Fear not, there will absolutely be no fatalities. We exercise restraint. And you know these kids are hardly distinguishable from gang members, Steve implored, his voice tinged with desperation. Fortunately, although Henry was soft-hearted, he recognized the truth in Steve's words and had no choice but to acquiesce. Coulson acted swiftly. Stark Industries acquiesced to Steve's request by noon and even inquired if any equipment was needed. At that moment, Steve's mind flickered with the desire to request a shield. However, such a request would unmask his true intentions. Therefore, he opted to adhere to tradition and utilize firearms instead. He decided on a Winchester, preferably a shotgun variant. As for the rest, he found himself at a loss for ideas. After all, he had been away from the battlefield for far too long. And even though he had endeavored to update his knowledge of modern warfare, he struggled to keep pace with contemporary mercenaries. Before long, Barney provided a list. Relaying it to Coulson over the phone, Steve held a measure of hope for the formidable newcomer that Big Wade had mentioned, thus he waited patiently for several hours. However, he soon realized that in this world, effort does not always yield reward. For instance, after waiting for hours, he envisioned a dark-haired, golden-eyed, stoic yet loyal and dashing ally. In reality, the arrival was more akin to a chattering, severely burned individual resembling a naked mole rat. "Hey, I'm Wade, you know. I'm a great guy, an exceptional companion. Hiring me will undoubtedly be the most perfect decision of your life," he exclaimed, his enthusiasm unabated. "What was that saying? What is it called? What is it called? The wheel. Oh, I remember now, the wheel. The wheel of fate is beginning to turn slowly, right? We are forging a bond, and hey, I get it now. We're in this together. Our destinies are intertwined." Steve gazed at the incessantly chattering Wade before him, his lips twitching in disbelief. "Hey, Big Wade. You promised me a good partner. What on earth is this? Huh? What kind of mental pollution source have you found for me?" The surroundings fell oddly silent as Steve spoke, for his Winchester was firmly pressed against Wade's forehead. "Calm down. I want to pull the trigger. But you must cease your incessant chatter." Steve nodded at Wade and turned back to the phone, roaring with indignation. "Is this what you call a genius quirk? Well, I've suddenly developed a peculiar inclination to shove a gun barrel up your rear. You better start using some glycerin every morning." Surprisingly, he found himself growing fond of the man. Wade shielded his face with his hand and whispered to Barney, "This guy is something else." Barney shrugged, somewhat resigned, and remarked, "Good heavens, God must have skimped when he created you. Your mouth is surely a product of Lucifer from his angelic days. Is this innate?" "Hey, Big Nose, I don't appreciate your description," Wade retorted. "Lucifer could never have conjured someone as remarkable as me." "Oh, this is a school," Steve bellowed, turning around. "Did you hear that foul language spewing from him? Hurry up and escort this buffoon away." The person on the other end of the line, a big shot, distanced the phone from his ear, ensuring that Steve's temper had slightly subsided before responding. "Calm down, Principal Steve. Aren't you heading to the Middle East? He must be quite capable, trust me." The big shot earnestly explained, devoid of the usual rebelliousness found in men from Hell's Kitchen. Damn it. Can I rip out his vocal cords? Steve hung up, glaring ominously at Wade. Oh, Captain, don't be like that. We're destined to be a pair, believe me. Goodness, I must call my mother and tell her I'm hanging out with Captain America. Captain, if my mother saw you, she would rise straight from her grave. You're her idol. Steve looked up at Wade, his gaze dangerously intense. Heh, I would love to be Captain America. Tomorrow we're heading to the Middle East to rescue a poor soul. Be prepared. Steve had already discerned Wade's identity upon seeing his face. Wade Wilson, also known as Deadpool. A quintessential anti-hero in the Marvel Universe, currently appearing as a seemingly sane lunatic. To be frank, Steve was not particularly eager to have this guy accompany him. However, the moment Wade referred to him as Captain sparked a flicker of contemplation in his mind. Ultimately, the pivotal reason for allowing Wade to stay was not merely this. He required the technology that produced mutants, and this individual before him was the key. Come here, we need to talk. Steve beckoned Deadpool over. Is there a secret mission for me? I must tell you, I'm quite the powerhouse and a dashing gentleman. Trust me, I could become a ruthless assassin. We can discuss that later. I want to know if you've ever killed someone named Ajax. I have a bit of a history with him. Hey, I told you we're a match made in heaven. Captain, I think I'm falling for you. We even share a common enemy. Though I regret to inform you that I haven't managed to off him yet. Upon hearing this, a smile graced Steve's face as he gently patted Wade's shoulder. Hello. Wade, I truly believe you are correct. We are indeed a match made in heaven. Count me in when it comes to taking down Ajax. I possess something that he desires. Steve's laughter was warm and inviting, eliciting an exaggerated grin from Wade. Oh my goodness, what did I tell you? The wheels of fate have begun to turn, haven't they? From this moment on, we are a team, right? Oh my goodness, Captain, I simply adore you. Alas, I am not a homosexual, otherwise, I would gladly dedicate myself to you. Chapter 19, Desert Romance. If you utter such repugnant words again, I shall end your life. I am not jesting. Steve glared fiercely at the loquacious individual before him. Ah, I see. You are one of those who act decisively, are you? Should I reserve a room for you at the motel? Or perhaps you are one of those who remain impervious to societal judgment. Steve scrutinized Wade's face, scorched by flames. I sincerely believe you ought to keep your mouth shut. Very well, let us rest briefly before we embark for the Middle East this afternoon. I hope you can offer some redemption to those followers of the Almighty. Now silence yourself and allow us a moment of respite. With a gesture for quiet, Steve led Barney to another room. The personnel configuration here was relatively balanced. 3 Caucasians, 1 African American, and 1 Asian. Steve appraised the somewhat diminutive Asian man and nodded at the group. As you can see, this will be your long-term workplace. If you have any suggestions or concerns, feel free to voice them. Well, boss, I heard before my arrival that we could utilize rubber bullets. May I inquire if you have procured them? If not, we can certainly cover the expenses ourselves. Bald-headed Christmas regarded Steve with utmost sincerity, prompting a somewhat apologetic response. I apologize for my oversight, however. I trust you can comprehend my situation. I only took over this place the day before yesterday, and I believe I will have some basic equipment available. We need them promptly. Those little bastards deserve to be sent straight to hell. Did you know there's a guy named Carl who is even trafficking firearms? If you do not provide us with rubber bullets, I shall resort to real firearms. Steve sighed in resignation, patting the other man on the shoulder. Rest assured. Upon our return, we shall equip you with high-caliber ammunition. Now, let us recuperate and prepare to retrieve our benefactor from that damned Middle East. After Steve's declaration, the others nodded in agreement and began their preparations. These individuals were indeed professionals, each attending to their respective duties within the team. The man known as Yin Yang appeared the most relaxed, merely emerging from the room with a sharpening stone, silently honing his blade. Hey, aren't you supposed to wear body armor or something? Surviving on the battlefield depends on wit, and I cannot procure suitable body armor here. To be honest, for you Caucasians, the existence of other races in this world must be quite a novelty. Yin Yang smiled as he jested with Steve, who shrugged in response. I suppose you have a point, but what sort of knife is that? It looks quite extraordinary. Steve's curiosity was piqued. Yin Yang's knife was unlike the functional military blades held by the others. His weapon was a twisted, triangular shape, featuring an exaggerated hollow in the center. One could easily imagine the dire consequences of being struck by such a weapon. The triangular bayonet, a remarkable asset of our nation. Yin Yang responded to his final remark and resumed sharpening his blade. The helicopter dispatched by Coulson arrived at noon, requiring them to make a transfer. The United States possesses numerous irrationalities. For instance, there exists no so-called high-speed rail, yet the highways are extensive and interconnected. Furthermore, the number of airports in this region surpasses that of train stations. One can stumble upon an airport in the most unexpected places, for instance. Steve was utterly taken aback to discover an airport near the docks. "Hello, Captain. The aircraft is ready for you. It should land around 10 o'clock tonight. Should we devise a tactical plan?" Carlson inquired with palpable excitement, and Steve nodded in response. "Well done. The schedule is well organized. As for the tactical plan, let's leave that to Barney. He is the expert." After uttering these words, Steve was the first to board the plane. Wade, clad in a denim shearling jacket, sidled up to Carlson with a mischievous grin and remarked, "I told you this guy is incredibly cool, right? My goodness, I feel like he is about to bend me over. Now, this is the quintessential American heartthrob. Where did you find him? He looks almost as sexy as the real Captain America." "Good question. I believe we discovered this handsome fellow from across the Atlantic while he was in slumber," Carlson replied. "Heavens, that is simply marvelous." Wade was eager to continue his chatter, yet Barney had already pressed the barrel of his firearm against Wade's forehead. "Do not delay our schedule. The boss specifically instructed me to ensure you board the aircraft promptly." Wade pouted, cast a flirtatious glance at Carlson, and turned to embark on the plane. Carlson felt a chill run down his spine. "Investigate this fellow's background. I have a nagging feeling he is perilous," he casually commanded as he exited the airport. The military aircraft soared swiftly, and throughout the journey, Steve and several others instinctively opted for a nap. In truth, for elite soldiers, their most remarkable ability lies in their capacity to both eat and sleep. As long as the environment is secure, no amount of noise can disturb their slumber. Thus, despite Wade's incessant chatter, none of Barney's team members even spared him a glance. They remained steadfastly asleep, not even lifting their eyelids. Steve also dozed off for a while. This marked his inaugural journey to the battlefield, potentially leading to his first act of taking a life. Strangely, he felt no anxiety. Rather, he was filled with an eagerness to engage. He had traversed dimensions and assimilated a fragment of Captain America's soul, resulting in an inner resilience far superior to his former self. In other words, he had evolved into a person of exceptional mental fortitude, albeit morally ambiguous. Soon, the pilot's voice resonated from the front. "Attention, everyone, we have reached the jump zone. Prepare for parachuting." Steve pushed open the door, meeting Barney's intense gaze. Wade had already donned his parachute and without hesitation leaped into the void. Upon witnessing the scene, Steve donned his parachute and secured his beloved Winchester. Leaping into the abyss without a moment's hesitation. "To the death squad. Charge forward," Barney bellowed, rallying his team as they followed suit. The desert, illuminated by the moonlight, presented a breathtaking hue of silvery white, with the moonbeams casting a more resplendent glow upon the sand dunes. Ordinarily, such a sight would be a rare and exquisite spectacle. However, it was regrettable that none among them had come here as mere tourists. Even Wade, whose sanity was questionable, brandished a katana, ever poised to engage in combat. He was truly a madman. I had never encountered anyone wielding such a weapon before. Chapter 20. The Desert Scalpel. Christmas spoke with a hint of unease, while Barney cast a discerning glance at the agile figure before him, formulating an impression in his mind. "Do not fret. He does not appear to be a fool." "Hey, Inyan, I suspect you're in cahoots with him," Barney remarked, having just secured his parachute. Inyan did not quite catch Barney's words, but nonetheless raised his middle finger in a friendly gesture. "Come on, old man, you can't just ramble on endlessly," Christmas retorted, mirroring the gesture before leaping from the cabin door. Soon, a series of dark parachutes unfurled in the sky, unnoticed by any onlookers. Although these terrorists were relatively well-equipped and had undergone commendable military training, the crux of the matter was that this was not a primary battleground. In other words, this locale was far from being a perilous zone. No one would ever expect an American aircraft to airdrop a handful of lunatics in this desolate area. These madmen were, in fact, more terrifying than terrorists themselves, for the latter often adhered to some semblance of logic. One might argue, isn't Tony Stark here? However, in the eyes of these terrorists, what value could a billionaire hold aside from a potential ransom? Furthermore, Stark Industries was not particularly affluent at this juncture, and Tony had yet to fully inherit this colossal commercial empire. Truth be told, this place resembled a settlement of some nomadic tribe. Good heavens! Do nomadic people even inhabit deserts? What do they herd? Camels? Surely not lizards. Just look at them. They lack even decent clothing. I had thought terrorists were clad in suits, sipping romantics, and discussing billion-dollar deals while plotting global destruction. Wade and Steve lay low on the edge of the same sand dune, the latter chattering incessantly. Indeed, I share your sentiments, yet this venture could yield 500,000. After I take my 10% commission, each of us could still pocket several $100,000. Hey, are you a capitalist? We risk our lives for this money. And you want to take 10%? You heartless scoundrel. Wade shouted in discontent. Come now, at least I stand with you. Have you ever encountered a capitalist with my level of compassion? Steve retorted, scrutinizing the enemy camp through binoculars. The encampment was nestled in one of the few rugged terrains amidst the desert, comprised of what appeared to be slightly soft sedimentary rock. Perhaps eons ago. This land was once submerged beneath the ocean, but as time passed, it eventually metamorphosed into its current state. Yet, the greatest transformation was not wrought by time itself, but by a species known as humanity. The ancient body that had existed for millions of years had been hollowed out by these beings, who erected iron fences and made its form their dwelling. At this moment, the majority of the humans residing within this shell were fast asleep. No one would remain awake at 2 in the morning. After all, this was not a realm of 996 or 007 workers, with no need for vengeful all-nighters over a bit of personal time. Nevertheless, within the human race, there always existed a few anomalies, such as Tony and Hoenson, who were locked in a silent gaze across the confines of their cell. The two of them wore a pallid flush that only the technologically inclined might exhibit. We have succeeded, haven't we? Tony gazed at the dazzling equipment on the table with a hint of excitement. Hoenson, however, remained remarkably composed, picking up a heavy oilcloth to obscure the brilliant radiance. Indeed, we have succeeded, but we must keep this knowledge from others. Yes, we must keep it a secret. Though I suspect these fellows might not comprehend what this truly is, you are correct. You are quite the typical American. Their ability to capture me signifies their equal regard for technology. Hoenson could no longer suppress a smirk, while Tony awkwardly raked his fingers through his hair. All right. I apologize, that wasn't my intention. You know, we must strategically belittle one another. The crux is that you must also tactically respect your opponent, my friend. Hoenson sighed before exclaiming with enthusiasm, we have succeeded. Now we merely await the arrival of the American military. Will they come? I mean, when will they arrive? I do not know. It could be tonight or at any other moment. Tony Stark replied with a hint of exasperation. It was not his fault, like Hoenson. He was a captive. Apart from the intellect within their minds, they had no access to the outside world. Surely they will not fail to arrive. Hoenson offered himself a comforting thought, which only left Tony Stark in turmoil. Although he was aware that the military would indeed come, the pressing question remained, when would they arrive? This question was exceedingly difficult to answer. There might be a bidding process, tendering, and public announcements to navigate. By the time they finally appeared, he might be reduced to a mere 20 pounds, clothing and all. With this thought, Tony Stark's previously sunny disposition darkened once more. Suddenly, gunfire erupted in the desert outside. Tony Stark sprang to his feet, a flicker of exhilaration in his expression. He sensed he was on the verge of salvation. Yet the gunfire was less frantic than he had envisioned, even rather sparse. Thus, he harbored doubts about the capabilities of those who had arrived. With this thought, he anxiously glanced at Hoenson. If the gunfire does not cease in 3 minutes, we must act swiftly, Tony Stark declared, resembling a gambler placing a desperate bet, omitting any mention of the dire consequences should they fail. In truth, the distinction between the world's geniuses and ordinary individuals is minimal. The sole difference lies in their unwavering resolve to pursue opportunities when they arise. They're indifferent to gains or losses, success or failure. It is the inner fire that compels them to seek the wonders that lie beyond the glimmer of light. Tony Stark was destined to be such a person. Thus, they hastily donned the equipment onto Tony Stark. The terrorist leader had no time to monitor what Tony Stark was doing on the surveillance feed. After all, the individuals outside exude an overwhelming ferocity. The other few clad in combat attire seem relatively normal, yet 2 among them evoke a sense of unease within him. One, donned in a tight-fitting crimson suit, wields a desert eagle in one hand and a katana in the other. This madman, despite being struck by gunfire, appears utterly indomitable. The other, dressed in a motorcycle jacket, is even more astonishing, moving with an agility reminiscent of an old cowboy from the 18th century. To make matters worse, each shot fired from his Winchester seems capable of injuring multiple foes, rendering his battlefield efficiency nothing short of terrifying. Chapter 21. I possess extraordinary abilities. What the hell is this place? Is it the set of a Call of Duty CGI recording? The unfortunate leader of the terrorists had yet to comprehend the situation when he witnessed a third of his men decimated. Although they were notorious for their inhumanity, employing a Gatling gun on the battlefield seemed excessively brutal. He distinctly saw a brawny figure clad in black, wielding the Gatling gun, unleashing a relentless barrage. All obstacles before him disintegrated into debris under the metallic storm, the marvels of modern industry rendering this massacre astonishingly efficient. It evoked memories of centuries past when white soldiers, armed with Maxim machine guns, mercilessly slaughtered Native Americans armed merely with traditional bows and arrows. The disparity in their productive capacities resulted in a stark contrast in efficiency. While a long blade made of obsidian or a sharp arrow could indeed take lives, they paled in comparison to metal projectiles propelled by explosives. Fortunately, the battle still bore semblances of balance, as both factions belonged to the realm of industrial civilization. Except for that lunatic donned in a red bodysuit, brandishing a katana. Lieutenant Khalifa could swear to Allah that he had never encountered such a bizarre individual in his life. What sort of adversary instills the greatest fear on the battlefield? A madman? An indescribable monster? An unfathomable mindset? Both answers are correct, yet the combination of the two is undoubtedly the most terrifying. He suspected that this chaotic, seemingly indestructible red-skinned figure was a demon risen from the depths of hell. This man must have been driven insane by flames, now. Only an unrecognizable mass of flesh and blood remained. Yet, inexplicably, this entity retained a human form. Fortunately, he would not be tormented by this dread for long, as Steve and Yin Yang had already infiltrated the command center. Logically, a small special forces unit such as theirs would not launch a frontal assault so brazenly. Yet, all had spiraled into uncontrollable chaos under Wade's influence. This man incessantly spewed trash talk, his movements synchronized with the rock rhythm pulsating through his headset as he swung his blade. If Steve were to express his thoughts, he would describe Wade as utterly insane. Irreparably so. His strikes were entirely unorthodox. One could even witness him bending low to thrust his blade between his own legs. Heaven knows the psychological trauma endured by those he dispatched. After all, being pierced by a katana emerging from one's rear would not only be excruciating but also profoundly humiliating. Damn it. Utilize the arms we acquired from the Americans. These fiends are demons. Khalifa bellowed orders, but the only response he received was a violent explosion. Gravel and fine dust cascaded over him, momentarily obscuring his understanding of the chaos unfolding. What is happening? That American and Hohenson have escaped. Send everyone after them, even if we must eliminate those two. We cannot allow the Americans to take them away. After all, the primal instinct of humanity is to destroy that which cannot be possessed. It is entirely unremarkable for this bearded man to issue such commands. Regrettably, Steve was unaware of the man's words. Had he heard them, he would have charged directly into the command center and taken a shot. It is no jest. Interfering with one's livelihood is akin to taking a parent's life. To Steve, Tony Stark is not merely an ordinary American citizen. He is a citizen capable of providing him with $5 million in cash. For this reason alone, he could not allow any harm to befall that young man. Fortunately, their response was swift. They had already entered the cave by the time the explosion erupted from Tony. The forms of warfare in this world have always been diverse. Ambushes, trench warfare, blitzkrieg, but none are as brutal as urban combat. For specific reasons, in such scenarios, one is compelled to expend countless lives grinding down the enemy. Yes, you heard correctly, grinding. It is a painstaking process of sacrificing one's own lives to diminish those of the adversary, often resulting in an equal exchange of lives. Alas, that pertains to conventional battlefields, not the one where Steve and his companions find themselves. None of these individuals can be measured by conventional standards of combat. Steve, of course, is beyond comparison. And Wade is even more so. Even Barney, Christmas, and Yin Yang cannot be classified as conventional combatants. After all, no nation would be extravagant enough to regard a group of seasoned veterans who have fought for decades as standard troops. The battle unfolded rapidly. Aside from Steve and Wade, everyone else was exceptionally skilled. Before Wade became his current state, he was a mercenary, and even as an ordinary man, his quick reflexes allowed him to thrive on the battlefield. Thus, he seemed particularly well suited for the brutal environment of urban warfare, even showcasing his remarkable skill of slicing bullets in front of several others. Hey, boss, I'm not showing off, but may I ask if you can do this? Christmas, with a serious expression, leaned closer to Barney, his anxiety palpable. Who knows? I've always thought it was an issue with genetically modified corn from California. Those foods, altered through technology, might change a person's genes, much like this fellow. Yin Yang shrugged, rambling on before Barney could interject. Move quickly, we must rescue that foolish rich kid, Steve exclaimed, firing his weapon while charging forward with remarkable speed. I believe you're right. Both of those fellows appear to be genetically modified children. Barney nodded and led the charge. What did I say? Such feats are entirely beyond human capability. Christmas nodded in agreement and followed suit. While Yin Yang still had more to say. However, Caesar and the others on the highway completely disregarded his intentions. Hey, is it because I'm small? Yin Yang waved his arms, expressing his dissatisfaction. The battle grew fierce once more, gunfire erupting simultaneously from two locations. Deep within the mountains, the echoes of explosions reverberated incessantly, and Steve found himself amidst a cacophony of detonations. Hey, boss, I'm not sure if it's merely my imagination, but it seems our people are retreating. Do you comprehend the implications of this? Barney caught up with Steve, both taking cover behind a sturdy concrete pillar as they exchanged ammunition. Perhaps it was indeed a strategic withdrawal, yet uncertainty loomed. Oh, damn it. They're heading to confront our benefactor. Blast it, we must hurry, Steve bellowed, propelling himself forward with an extraordinary swiftness. It was no jest. Since his previous life, Steve had been a steadfast believer in the divine, save for the deity of wealth. And now, to challenge his living embodiment of fortune right before his eyes? Insanity. Chapter 22. The first encounter. The gunfire that had previously subsided on Steve's side erupted once more, this time with a more frenetic intensity. Particularly, Steve seemed to be caught in a frenzy, continuously showcasing an array of tactical maneuvers. He executed side rolls, knee slides, and even performed mid-air turns while firing his weapon with remarkable finesse. Hey, Barney, has our boss ever dabbled in California's genetically modified corn? I don't know, but I am genuinely curious about which unit he served in. This guy appears far more elite than Delta Force. If someone of his caliber had indeed served, how come we've never heard of him? Barney's inquiry bore merit. The world, in any domain, is relatively small, and as one ascends, the numbers dwindle. In other words, there are likely billions engaged in the construction industry worldwide, yet the number of renowned architects is exceedingly limited. If one possesses enough talent, it is nearly impossible for those within this circle not to recognize you. Perhaps he served in some clandestine unit. In any case, he could not possibly be the Steve Rogers. Christmas, having just withdrawn his knife from an enemy's throat, shrugged nonchalantly. Why not? What if he truly is Steve Rogers? Huh. I never expected you Chinese to possess such a sense of humor. You must immerse yourself in our humor. As you know, we are rather reserved. It's akin to how our ladies don long skirts while yours step out in just coats. My goodness, some even seem to go without anything beneath. I can't fathom why the French are so audacious. By the way, can you really find your own father? Yin Yang's incessant banter grated on Christmas's nerves, causing him to draw his knife in anger and glare at Yin Yang. Well, he is serious now. You should tread carefully. Caesar, the towering figure, let out a strange cry, while several mercenaries around them erupted in laughter. It seemed the spectacle was a familiar sight to them. All right. The Suicide Squad doesn't have a habit of sending its employers into the fray. We must hurry. Steve and Wade moved with astonishing speed, akin to characters from a video game, weaving through the crowd with ease. This harrowing urban combat felt like a mere game to the two of them. Captain, I never thought that 70 years later, your skills would remain so sharp. So, what do you think of this new era? How does it differ from your time? These fellows seem rather effeminate, to be frank. I somewhat miss those fearless, tactically skilled opponents. Indeed, this must feel like a dreadful game to you. But it's the same for me. Hey, did I mention I have a lover? Oh, she is the most beautiful woman in the world. When I fell for her, we were like two peculiar little madcaps embracing in this dismal world. Wow, that feeling was simply exquisite. Do you know? The sensation is akin to encountering a kindred spirit afflicted with the same ailment as I, within the confines of a vast asylum. She, like me, perceives the incessant chatter of the teddy bear that lingers behind me. My affection for her runs deep. Alas, I find myself far from the dashing figure I once was, feeling instead like a grotesque creature. As Steve listened to his own incessant ramblings, he reloaded his Winchester with several rounds. It is indeed a remarkable experience to find a companion who shares your affliction and can also perceive the teddy bear at your back. Merely the fact that your beloved reciprocates your feelings is, to me, a treasure in itself. Steve nodded in acknowledgement, then charged forth with his weapon in hand. The gunfire erupted once more. Wade turned to glance at the empty void behind him, his expression charged with excitement. Did you hear what he said? He envies me. He blesses me. Oh, he truly is a captivating man. Tony and Hoinson moved swiftly, disconnecting the surveillance system at the very moment they emerged. Yet, to their astonishment, they discovered that no living soul remained around them. The only figure present was a gaunt African-American man, clad in a blood-red bandana and a long black coat, adorned with a cowboy hat. His face bore the emaciated visage reminiscent of an Australian greyhound. Fortunately, his dreadlocks lent him a certain flair, imbuing him with an air of rebelliousness. The world evolves at a staggering pace. Even in the Middle East, I find myself encountering African-American hippies. Should we not play a road rock anthem and indulge in some analgesics? The boss was right. Your father's words are indeed foul. Well then, my child, we must hold this position. Otherwise, we might find ourselves meeting our demise here. Old John smirked, dismissing Tony's affront entirely. Hoinson retrieved an AK from the ground. The terrorists here certainly had a penchant for such sturdy and reliable weaponry. Can you shoot? He inquired, half-jokingly. You seem like the type who owns a barbecue joint in New York. Old John observed the flustered Hoinson and couldn't help but ask. Shooting is not my forte. However, if you could provide me with some explosives, I am confident in my ability to obliterate the path ahead. Hoinson replied earnestly. The latter raised an eyebrow and responded, That's a splendid idea, yet we must also contemplate our means of escape. You see, blowing up the road will be futile. We cannot linger here, waiting for the outside world to clear the path again, as we are, damn it, in the heart of the terrorist lair. Yes, my apologies. I did not study such matters at school. No worries. Are you particularly learned? Would you consider teaching at our institution? The individual who will come to our rescue is the principal of that very school, albeit an interim one. Huh. Are you attempting to undermine Stark Industries in my presence? How much do you possess? I have no money, but we can save his life. Old John appeared to possess a remarkable aptitude for dealing with these irritable young rakes. He consistently managed to pinpoint Tony's vulnerabilities with impeccable timing. Tony attempted to voice further objections, yet the sound of hurried footsteps resonated once more. The group swiftly took cover. This was indeed a commendable choice. For remaining stationary proved far more prudent than charging forward for these two inept individuals with nearly zero combat experience. Fortunately, Old John was no ordinary street thug. While his combat awareness and experience may not rival Steve's, he certainly overshadowed Barney and the others. Soon enough, an intense battle erupted. Tony could still contend somewhat with his iron armor, whereas Hoinson had completely retreated into his shell. Chapter 23. The Death of the Caliph. How did you make it here? Tony inquired of Old John after fending off another wave of assailants. The latter adjusting his cowboy hat. My boss arrived by plane. I set out ahead of them and slipped in yesterday. Goodness, even among the blacks, there are Muslims. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known how to find common ground with them. Old John retrieved a nondescript cigar from his pocket, expertly igniting it with a match. What on earth are you smoking? Is that a corn husk rolled in old newspaper? Ah, this is tobacco I cultivated myself. You cannot fathom the joy of labor. And what of it? It certainly smells like burning corn husk. Never mind, provide me with an address, and upon my return to the warehouse, I shall procure some top-shelf goods for you, though they have been stored for quite some time and are not of the finest quality. They are still far superior to the corn husks you possess. Good heavens, the dialogue of these affluent whites is always so unpleasant. However, you might as well send that cigar to Hell's Kitchen, where I currently work. By the way, I go by Old John. Upon finishing his statement, Old John raised his weapon, firing a shot that whistled through the darkness, striking a grenade that had just been armed. The explosion reverberated through the crowd, followed by an unending wail of despair. Your methods hardly suggest a school environment. Is the atmosphere there truly so perilous? Tony instinctively shrank his neck as he listened to the cries. Indeed, conditions are quite harsh. One can always witness a gang of hormonally charged adolescents tormenting others, trust me. When you reach that point, you will realize how splendid it is to be able to fire a weapon. After Old John spoke, Tony restrained the urge to respond, as he had no knowledge of what Hell's Kitchen entailed, but he was aware that in New York, there was only one place that could be referred to as hell. If your high school is located in Hell's Kitchen, I believe you are not exaggerating. The conditions there are indeed dreadful. I will consider additional investment. But why have you come here? Tony activated the flamethrower on his arm, the flames disrupting the rhythm of the enemy's assault. I am uncertain, but my boss mentioned that you are the son of a friend of his. He came to rescue you, yet you appear not much younger than him. I suspect he is taking advantage of you. You must understand he is a rather nefarious character. As Old John spoke, gunfire erupted, and two entirely different figures charged through the throng of terrorists. Dressed in motorcycle leather jackets and tight red attire, they burst forth like lunatics. The cacophony of gunfire and screams merging into chaos. Tony opened his armored mask, scrutinizing the two individuals before him. Which one is your boss? Please do not tell me that the leather-clad biker is your employer. I am dreadfully sorry. You are indeed correct. That is my boss. Quite the attractive man. Wouldn't you agree? Old John rose, the gunfire incessant, as the turban-clad terrorists continued to fall. Boss, I'm over here. Hey, Old John. It appears you are doing quite well here. I sense you have become fairer. Steve, holding a Winchester amidst the cacophony of gunfire, exchanged pleasantries with Old John in a rather crude manner. Indeed, life has been rather pleasant. Principal Steve, I must confess, your posterior is rather alluring. Did you know it evokes the image of a Cuban beauty, poised to balance a goblet upon her rear? Huh, you're finished. I've resolved that once we return, I shall insist you visit the boys' dormitory. Steve, unperturbed, chuckled in response. We can discuss that later. What is your plan for retreat? Do not tell me there's no backup outside. Regrettably, no backup has been arranged. However, we can ascertain that there are no witnesses outside. Steve sniffed and soon spotted a terrorist who appeared to be an elite foe. It was not his ostentatious attire that signaled his status, but rather the circle of soldiers surrounding him. Hey, Barney, that hulking fellow must have a bounty on his head. He is all yours. After uttering these words, Steve swiftly unloaded his firearm and strode over to Tony, plopping down onto an ammunition crate. Greetings, Tony Stark. I dared not delay a moment in coming to rescue you and your companions. Allow me to introduce myself. Oh dear, please do not tell me your name is Steve Rogers. Tony gazed at Steve and began to speak, to which the latter grinned broadly. I knew he was a clever one. See, I need not utter a word for him to discern my name. Good heavens, do you even realize what you are saying? Steve Rogers? Are you aware of what you are implying? That man was from World War II. How could he possibly be so youthful? Indeed. There are many tales within this narrative, but I cannot divulge them all at this moment. However, I assure you, I am indeed friends with old Stark. And I find myself reminiscing about that dapper young man with the pencil mustache. Where's my shield? I had a falling out with S.H.I.D.L.D., and they confiscated it. You hardly appear to be one who wields a shield. May I inquire from whence you emerged? You look just as you do in the photographs. I am uncertain, perhaps from some iceberg in the northern hemisphere. I cannot recall. I initially intended to settle on a farm and live the life of a cowboy, yet here I am, the principal at a high school in Hell's Kitchen. S.H.I.E.L.D. contacted me, informing me of your peril in the desert, and offered me $5 million to extricate you. Thus, I came. You bear an uncanny resemblance to your father, though he was gentler. Steve paid no heed to the surrounding gunfire, merely seated upon the ammunition crate, rambling on. I truly feel aged. At this moment, I have so much to articulate. You see, before I fell asleep, I was a hero in this world, surrounded by comrades, friends, lovers, family, and ideals. Alas, I have awakened to find that my comrades, friends, and lovers have aged beyond recognition. My family is all passed on. And while my ideals remain intact, it seems I no longer need to strive for them. Even my adversaries have vanished into thin air. I can scarcely find a living hydra. You may not comprehend my sentiments, but henceforth, you may refer to me as Uncle Rogers. Alternatively, you may call me your guardian. Tony stared blankly at Steve, and after a considerable pause, he finally rose to his feet, gritting his teeth. My father proclaimed you to be an almost flawless individual. He has never encountered an American so just, benevolent, and courageous as you. However, have you perhaps slumbered for too long, leading to a muddled mind? Chapter 24: The Death of the Caliph, Part 2. You now resemble the group of hippies from the last century. Tony extricated himself from the armor he had forged, weary as he gazed at Steve. This moment must surely be one of the few instances of disarray in his life. His bespoke suit was marred by grease and dirt, and his stubble was a chaotic mass. At that moment, he bore an uncanny resemblance to a stockbroker, unemployed and reduced to begging on the streets amidst an economic crisis. So, are you truly Steve Rogers, that American hero? Steve remained silent, quietly perched upon an ammunition box. The flickering flames danced upon his visage, rendering him akin to a specter long overdue for demise. I would rather not be him. Steve sighed. To be Steve Rogers is, in truth, a profoundly solitary experience, for one is destined to be tethered to the past. You are not a prince blessed with the elixir of eternal youth. You cannot witness your beloved age imperceptibly, nor your enemies perish gradually. You merely slumbered, and upon awakening, your foes have all perished, while your loved ones have aged beyond recognition. A brand new technology pervades the world, evolving at an astonishingly rapid pace. Even if you strive to adapt, you will invariably fall behind. More critically, you remain utterly oblivious to how much longer you shall live. According to the musings of a certain dogged author, life devoid of death cannot be defined. It is akin to a sentence punctuated by countless commas, leaving one unable to discern whether it is good or ill before the final period is placed. So, what does this new era hold for you? Tony gestured dismissively at the cigar smoke, his brow furrowed. It is not an opportune moment. It seems faith has vanished from here. Tony, you must enlighten me. Do these individuals genuinely possess faith? Or is it merely a matter of wealth, where everything is negotiable? I am uncertain if it is merely my age, but the new technology presents little challenge, yet the new ideologies are nearly overwhelming. Upon finishing his words, Steve carelessly discarded the cigar onto the ground, standing up to stretch. Enough of this. Let us return to that unfortunate and cursed place. Tony struggled to rise, stating, I must take this pile of armor with me. If I cannot, I shall ensure its destruction. I cannot allow it to fall into the hands of the terrorists here. Very well. How do you intend to destroy it? Explosives or thermite? Just so we're clear, I have explosives at hand. But you'll need to concoct the thermite yourself. Steve nonchalantly replied, to which Tony nodded and spoke. Please cover for me. Understood. Understood. Tony, are you being melodramatic? On the battlefield, we do not speak of inconvenience. Steve, shouldering the Winchester, stood in the corridor, gazing at the corpses strewn outside, dressed in a tight red suit. Wade sprinted back from the depths of the passage, catching sight of the armor on the ground, and immediately exclaimed, What is this? I feel as though I have seen this before. It's from a Japanese animation. What was it called? Iron Turtle? Yes, that's it, Iron Turtle. Do you also watch Iron Turtle? My favorite character. What was his name? Scorpion Boy. Yes, that little creature with the purple skin. He is my absolute favorite. Is this a model? Tony gazed at the crude construction before him, a humanoid figure clad in armor. Its joints operated with rudimentary belts, and its head exuded a sense of clumsiness, reminiscent of characters from juvenile comics. Yet, inexplicably, he found this fool in a red bodysuit rather endearing. After all, having just survived a harrowing battle, his body and mind craved solace, while the voluptuous, long-legged lady was a commendable choice. A friend as foolish as Patrick Star was equally appealing, and Wade was destined to be that kind of foolish friend. Thus, Tony relaxed instantly. He had no intention of correcting Wade's nonsensical ramblings. Even with his pride as Stark, he could not bring himself to utter the word fool. Barney moved swiftly. They were a professional assault team. Their speed was remarkable, especially as they pursued a band of terrified terrorists. These individuals possessed no real strength. During the chase, they exhibited no signs of hidden prowess. It was destined to be a one-sided slaughter, bullets whizzing from behind, the gunfire illuminating their cold faces. In the boundless desert, the unfortunate East Asians suddenly fell, never to rise again. Yet, no one mourned their demise. In war, one witnesses everything except for compassion. Perhaps, before today, these unfortunate souls had wielded guns in pursuit of innocent lambs, just like their adversaries. The battle concluded swiftly, and the self-proclaimed caliph, known as the Prophet, found himself for the first time staring down the barrels of 5 or 6 guns. Shall we interrogate him? Or should we act immediately? Caesar preferred simplicity. Had it not been for the bounty on this man's head, he would not have been present. Is there a necessity for him to remain alive? Ringer glanced toward the nearby highway, and the latter shook his head. You know how the Americans are. They've previously traded Indian scalps for money. Perhaps we should just take his scalp? You know, us Italians aren't particularly fond of these Americans. Silence. With that, Barney shot the caliph dead and drew his military knife. Oh, my heavens, look how ruthless he is. I told you this man's heart is made of iron. Just look at his cruelty. Be quiet. They had to be ruthless when they first became mercenaries. Without ruthlessness, they wouldn't earn their commissions. Christmas muttered. Yet they all instinctively turned away. The sound of the knife scraping against bone echoed painfully in the vast desert. What a sight to behold, you know. I adore the moonlight spilling over the desert. It appears as though this is a solid piece of silver, though you may not comprehend it as such. Yin Yang gazed at the desert and inexplicably remarked, Are you referring to the thermal conductivity of silver? It seems that the technical school you attended was quite commendable. Yin Yang looked at Long Gear with a hint of surprise, who then broke into a grin. I attended the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, and unlike you soldiers, I hold a master's degree in chemistry from MIT. Oh, good heavens, I swear this is the 100th time he has mentioned this. Yet, I still wish to inquire. With such intellect, why do you not pursue a career akin to Heisenberg? What Heisenberg? The chemistry teacher from Breaking Bad. Chapter 25. Return to America. Christmas explained to Barney the identity of Heisenberg, recognizing that for someone of his age, staying abreast of the newly emerged terminology in this world was no simple task. I simply relish the tranquility that washes over me. The scent of gunpowder here is exquisite, compelling me to maintain my composure. You see, I pursue this sensation that demands one's complete focus. I find it nowhere else. Indeed, you are inherently destined for the battlefield. Barney nodded, deftly wrapping the spoils with the keffiyeh. Blood seeped through the fabric, cascading onto the desert, blooming into brilliant flowers. To be honest, Barney, have you ever contemplated what comes after retirement? Enyong casually kicked aside the sand solidified by blood, turning to inquire. Retirement? I thought serving as a security guard at school was our lot in life, the retirement choice for us old-timers. Do not deceive yourself. How could a school security guard engage in such endeavors? Moreover, Big Mike from Hell's Kitchen is not one to take on this kind of business either. I recall him being akin to a certain corpulent snake. Both war profiteers. Isn't it rather splendid? Much like the journey of life, generally stable and unchanging, yet igniting into a brilliant blaze at moments unforeseen. Longjell approached with a cigar clenched between his teeth. Additionally, I sense this principle harbors an astonishing past. I never imagined you rascals could be so poetic when sober. What do we call this? Postscript reflections? Let us hasten back to deliver this wretched fellow to the FBI, and then we can revel in our earnings. Christmas, indifferent, remarked, as the others exchanged glances, revealing teasing smiles. It appears the bird yearns to return to its nest. I must remind you, we typically refer to it as a lair. Caesar laughed with a particularly mischievous tone. Yet Christmas simply raised a middle finger at them and turned away. By the time they located Steve, the biker was engaged in a pyrotechnic display with a down-and-out insurance salesman. I had no idea you had such hobbies. What is this? Barney pointed at the flames before him, and Longjell merely glanced over. Chief, this is called thermite. But did any of us bring this along? Indeed, no one had. Yet such a straightforward concoction poses no challenge for me. Allow me to introduce myself, Tony Stark. Longjell squinted at the downcast insurance salesman, extending his hand. Longjell, it seems you possess quite a knowledge of chemistry. I studied at MIT. Oh, I admire your background, a well-educated executioner. I expected someone of your ilk to appear more refined. I mean no offense. Chief, must we bring this fellow back alive? Do you think if I were to render him a vegetable, we could attribute it to terrorists? For the sake of the reward, grant me this favor. Steve chuckled while patting Gunner on the shoulder. A significant amount of money, you say? Moments ago. He added another $1,000,000, which indeed amounts to a considerable sum. Steve, rubbing his nose, expressed his discontent. To be frank, he was not particularly fond of Tony's manner of speaking. Yet, who could blame him for trusting in fortune? Would you be interested in joining us at Stark Industries? I assure you, you could earn more than you do here. Perhaps not. I doubt your company could offer me a lucrative salary. Besides, what need does Stark Industries have for a top mercenary? I've already signed a contract with them, and the penalties for breach are quite severe. With a capitalist's characteristic compassion, Steve attempted to reason with him, while Tony glanced at Longer with a hint of regret. What a pity. I was just about to inquire about this Django fellow. He resembles an American cowboy from centuries past, though I recall that during that time, black individuals were still relegated to agricultural labor. Wade, his disfigured face scrutinizing Old John, made comments that could be deemed quite offensive. Fortunately, Old John was no pushover. He studied Wade and, upon seeing the numerous scars adorning his face, gasped dramatically, exclaiming, "Goodness. Your face looks worse than my dick. Did they not use your dick when you were peddling yourself?" Wade looked at him, then at Steve, with excitement and exhilaration evident in his eyes. I knew this place would be splendid. I certainly won't lack for conversation here. Witnessing this, Steve could only manage a wry smile. Bad news. A new victim had appeared. The good news. The victim was not himself. Steve believed in the adage that a dead friend should not bring down a living companion, especially since he had secured insurance for Old John. With everyone gathered, it seemed they could return home. As Steve spoke, he tapped a couple of times on the phone that Coulson had given him. And soon the roaring sound echoed once more. "Captain, have you completely annihilated the enemy?" Coulson looked at Steve, astonished. "About that, I apologize. I was unaware of their low strength. I had assumed they would be somewhat stronger than the Germans, you know. This is my first battle in the New World. I am not quite accustomed to it. As Steve expressed his apologies, Coulson watched Steve's lips twitch, ultimately refraining from voicing his thoughts. After all, while these zealots shared a similar mental state with the Germans, their military competence was far inferior. I apologize. I believe we may be able to establish a long-term cooperative relationship. We have already sent someone to assist you through the process. What would you like to name this company? Name it? I'm not particularly skilled at that. How about we call it Veteran Barbecue? Coulson blinked at Steve, puzzled. He understood what Steve was saying, yet he could not fathom the meaning behind this peculiar suggestion. Veteran Barbecue Security Company? This sounds utterly unserious. I'm not entirely sure. But are you certain you are coherent, Captain? Steve looked at him and nodded affirmatively. I am indeed fully aware. Do as you wish. A new company heralds a fresh beginning, and our future business endeavors shall be vast. As Steve spoke, he guided Tony aboard the aircraft. Why choose such a name? Do you not find it rather mundane? Not at all. Just envision it. In the future, our Group S code names could be transformed into something akin to Tucker, hot dog, prawn, or spaghetti. Then the news would report that a particularly nefarious and formidable villain was vanquished by prawn. Trust me, death may be bearable. But the infamy of being defeated by prawn is quite another matter. Chapter 26, Seeking a Teacher at Times. I genuinely question whether you are indeed Captain America. As you appear to be a teenager tainted by popular culture, Tony remarked with a hint of exasperation, while Steve seemed entirely unfazed by his words. Instead, turning his attention to the rather reticent Ho In-sen. Greetings, allow me to introduce myself. I am Steve Rogers. I believe you may have heard that I am the principal of a school. I would like to inquire if you have any interest in becoming a teacher at our institution. To be candid, his demeanor might be quite abrasive. Yet, no one could utter any substantial words of refusal upon beholding his visage. Ho In-sen gazed at Steve's outstretched hand, stammering slightly, Principal, I appreciate your kind offer. However, are you truly Steve Rogers? I mean, are you genuinely the Steve Rogers I comprehend? Indeed, I am the authentic Steve Rogers. Due to certain unforeseen circumstances, you see me in a youthful state. Ho In-sen regarded Steve, and after a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. This world grows increasingly absurd. You appear even younger than I, and yet you claim to be Captain America? I would not hesitate to undergo a DNA test. After Steve's declaration, he stretched lazily. From now on, you shall follow old John. He is the newly appointed academic director I recently discovered. I initially intended to wait until everyone was gathered before addressing matters collectively. But Coulson's dossier contained your name, prompting me to have him come and meet his new staff member ahead of time. You know, very few individuals are willing to teach at our school. In truth, his greatest concern during this visit was not Tony Stark, but rather this obscure physicist to him. This individual held far more significance than Tony. If the next decade unfolded without incident, Hell High School would undoubtedly become his foundational base. He perceived that a strong foundation was paramount, not merely in terms of physical strength, but in every conceivable aspect. Exceptional teachers, astute students, and formidable security personnel. What is the name of your school? Hell High School? Actually, the institution lacks a formal name. We simply refer to it by the name of the community. However, your mention brings to mind Hemingway's novel, The Old Man and the Sea. Perhaps we could designate our school as Santiago Academy, Steve whimsically suggested. And Ho In-sen couldn't help but smirk at the nonchalant expression on his face. While I am aware of Santiago, I doubt he is the protagonist of that book. At least now we have a plausible name. Ho In-sen conceded with a nod, resigning to the notion. He contemplated seeking out old John. But the predicament of that old fellow was rather precarious. Has anyone ever mentioned that you bear a striking resemblance to the protagonist from A Nightmare on Elm Street? Old John remarked, puffing on his homemade cigar as he fixed his gaze on Wade, enunciating each word carefully. Are you serious? I am utterly unaware of resembling that golden-haired handsome man, though I must admit I was rather charming in the past. However, as you well know, people do change. I no longer possess the same captivating allure I once did. No, I believe you have misunderstood. The protagonist of A Nightmare on Elm Street should be that specter. What was his name? It matters not. He, like you, bears a visage akin to a charred visage. Is it possible that the director of that film drew inspiration from you? Old John gazed intently at Wade, while Caesar, seated beside him, could not contain his laughter. Hey, that is hardly amusing. Does mocking another's physical imperfections bring you joy, you wretched cur? It depends on who it is. Speaking of which, your most significant flaw should be your mental instability, shouldn't it? Old John showed no signs of relenting. Tell me, is it just your face that acts like this? Or is your entire form afflicted? Oh heavens, do you older folks always pry into others' privacy like this? If I were encased in a tank of pure oxygen and it exploded, do you truly believe it would only be my face that suffered? Well, so your member has indeed been scorched, old John remarked nonchalantly, inciting Wade to draw his knife with a swift motion. Damn it, I'll slit your throat. Bang. Old John aimed and fired directly at him. The unfortunate fellow widened his eyes in shock before collapsing. A tranquilizer dart. I am rather adept at dealing with such individuals. For a time, I worked as an orderly in a psychiatric hospital. Ha ha ha, I like you. You're quite the amusing old fellow, Caesar laughed heartily, paying no mind to the unconscious Wade. Hello, I am Hoenson. Principal Steve sent me to report to you. He mentioned you are the director of education at Santiago High School. Oh my heavens, this lad truly intends to torment me without respite. I thought it absurd enough to be sent alone into the desert, and now I am to assume the role of director of education? Well, I am rather proficient in physics. I earned my doctorate at Columbia University. My dear Hoenson, consider the words you speak. Santiago High School is in need of talents such as yourself. You mentioned you hold a doctorate in physics. Might you be interested in the position of head of the physics department? Upon hearing Hoenson's introduction, old John's demeanor shifted. He knew whether or not he became the director of education was inconsequential, but if he dared to prevent Hoenson from attending Santiago High School, Steve would certainly make him witness what true peril entailed. I have no objections. What are those children like? I yearn to know. Perhaps I can recruit some children from my hometown? No problem, as long as it does not disrupt the normal operations of Santiago High School. I believe the principal would have no objections. One might say that wisdom comes with age. The exchange between Hoenson and old John appeared to yield numerous promises. Yet, should one delve deeper, it would become evident that this old fellow had committed to nothing at all. Where do you think you are? Tony spoke, holding his wine glass as he sat beside Steve. Though I hesitate to say it, isn't your behavior of undermining others rather inappropriate? Steve glanced at the amber liquid in his glass, inhaling the sharp scent it emitted before promptly pouring it onto the ground. Come now. Haven't you also tried to undermine me in my presence? And you, child, should indulge in wine sparingly. Chapter 27. The First Step of War. Tony Stark. This affluent white gentleman, who had indulged in a life of extravagance since adulthood, was taken aback upon hearing such incredulous words from another's lips for the first time. Do you know how old I am this year? I do, but a Chinese friend of mine once remarked that if there is a 20-year age gap, one may freely regard the other as a child. I find that statement to be utterly accurate. Thus you are indeed a child. As Steve spoke, he absent-mindedly tapped his foot on the ground before continuing. Moreover, this drink is nothing but alcohol, and not even the consumable kind. I recall that it is meant for disinfection, and I certainly do not wish for you to drink yourself into a stupor. It would be rather difficult to explain to old Stark after I'm gone. Steve rambled on, while Tony had already donned his eye mask. Come on, boss. If I were you, I wouldn't prattle on incessantly. The young ones of today are not like us back in the day, sitting dumbly listening to their uncles recount tales of how they spent no money to find the finest black beauties in the red light district. Huh. Your uncle surely isn't named Tom. Steve chuckled with old John, letting the matter pass. The flight was remarkably smooth this time, perhaps due to the lack of urgency. Steve leaned against the side of the aircraft, gazing out the window at the scenery beyond. The sea truly appeared as a mere reflection of the sky, a pitch-black expanse with little more than white crests breaking the surface. The others aboard the plane were fast asleep, especially Wade, the youngest among them, who slept the soundest. At some point, Carlson had taken a seat beside Steve. Isn't it beautiful? Honestly, not particularly. I have seen the sea more than once. Back then, I traveled with my howling commandos, shuttling between two continents, spilling blood on the battlefield for the sake of our ideals. I know, but that war is over now, Captain. We inhabit a new world where no one needs to sacrifice. Carlson's eyes twinkled with a smile, observing Steve as if he were a student who had just received an A on their assignment. Indeed, on the surface, this world seems to be in good hands thanks to you. However, it bears little difference from the era in which I slumbered. The descendants of Brooklyn's impoverished still find themselves in poverty. The destitute continue to struggle for food, while extremists still seek to save the world through their own means. Essentially, this place is not dissimilar to our time. Everything may appear well, yet no one knows when a madman will emerge, intent on altering the world for their own ideals. Steve's words were devoid of reproach, yet Carlson sensed a profound weariness emanating from him. Do not be so pessimistic. I am not being pessimistic. It is simply the truth. What you have accomplished is commendable, yet at the end of the day, it remains narrow-minded. After Steve spoke, Coulson pondered a possibility, and in a moment of fright, he raised his gaze to Steve. The latter merely smiled gently, his eyes shimmering with an inexplicable brilliance. What? In your most fervent imagination, does your ideal world resemble? A realm devoid of oppression. Steve spoke candidly, without the slightest hint of reservation. Although he had once been a notorious troll in his previous life, this young man joined the party during his university years. While his demeanor may be rather unyielding, those aged party members in rural areas bear a striking resemblance to Steve. They may not indulge in the online realm or engage in heated debates. But should they venture online and partake in discourse, one could only imagine the chaos they would unleash, dominating the digital landscape with fervor. A world without oppression, you say? Coulson regarded Steve, the depths of his dark eyes reflecting a calm demeanor. Perhaps you are right, he finally conceded. Steve remained silent. For since his arrival in the Marvel universe, he had come to grasp a startling truth. This world lacked educators. Even his homeland had never faced invasion. In this wretched world, the nation across the ocean had experienced no calamities, and over a century of humiliating history had been obliterated by a handful of incompetent scribes. It is no wonder these ignorant foreigners remain oblivious to the Nanjing massacre. Upon landing, Steve and a few companions returned directly to school. It seemed that Santiago High School had regained a modicum of its former spirit. This atmosphere was not one of positivity and aspiration, but rather a resurgence of the previous disarray. Fortunately, with Henry's presence, the most egregious offenders had been duly noted. The specialized firearms Steve had ordered from Big Ivan had also arrived. You may find it hard to believe, but a gun capable of firing rubber bullets was, astonishingly, more expensive than a standard Winchester. How could it be that a replica weapon costs more than the real deal? As Steve grumbled while paying, he cast a fierce glare at Big Ivan. Surely, you could offer a discount on the bullets? After all, you are aware of the notorious behavior of the students at that school, aren't you? In truth, these firearms had already been marked down. What I mean is, they are quite reasonably priced. The bullets are my profit margin. I cannot concede on that. Business is business. You must understand. I cannot compromise the rules. Very well. You heartless scoundrel, just wait. I assure you, the bullets I fire at your son Alexei will come back to haunt you, you wretched cur. Hey, you can't target my child like that. Big Ivan grew agitated upon hearing this, and Steve merely shrugged. Come now, does that little brat even require my attention? He has managed to violate every rule I've established within a single day. If I weren't waiting for my bounty from the FBI, I would relish the opportunity to return and give that rascal a good thrashing. As he spoke, Steve ruthlessly retrieved the firearms and ammunition from the counter. Soon, Christmas and the others each possessed a weapon, while Barney headed straight to the FBI rendezvous. Having spent decades as a mercenary, he possessed ample means to convert corpses into gold. All right, let us take action. Stark, you should also bring a firearm and join us. What? Are you suggesting that I should carry a gun as well? Do you think this is some sort of plantation from centuries past? Stark observed the rejection etched upon Steve's face. Hey, did you see that? The biker gang returned with a flamboyant fellow. Can you guess who was atop that motorcycle? It must be Principal Steve, I suppose, as he glanced at the man with a discerning eye. Yet, his judgment appears rather lacking. The companion he has chosen seems rather unimpressive. It's akin to an elderly woman in the red light district, raising 3 children all on her own. Steve, hand me the gun. Stark could no longer contain himself and abruptly snatched the firearm from Steve's grasp. Chapter 28. Hand over the gun. Hand over the gun. I am utterly compelled to ascertain if this scoundrel possesses the audacity of a basketball. How dare he insult the Stark family? He clearly has no comprehension of the concept of respect. Damn it. I feel I ought to supply you with a batch of tasers. These firearms that only fire rubber bullets are far too lenient. Tony Stark erupted in fury after hearing the other party's description of the single mothers in the red light district. Had he not recently endured inhumane torment, he would have relished the opportunity to deliver a sound kick to this scoundrel's backside with his sharp-toed shoes. Calm down, Tony. You know these children mean no harm. They may be a bit mouthy, but they are not ill-intentioned, Steve earnestly reassured Tony Stark. After all, the lad appeared to be in a rather unstable mental state at present. Oh, come on now. I refuse to believe Principal Steve is among those up there. The 2 unfortunate girls remained blissfully unaware of just how acute the hearing of the 2 middle-aged men was. An inexplicable aura began to emanate from Steve. Barney and the others felt a shiver run down their spines. It was December, the most temperate time of the year. Yet, why did they feel such a chill? Surely, it couldn't be that they were intimidated by this lad's presence. What a jest. Even if he were indeed an elite from a secret American task force, he could not possibly exude such an astonishing presence. As they pondered in confusion, Steve had already dashed outside with the gun in hand. This weapon, which fired rubber bullets, were a rather mundane design, akin to the rifles frequently depicted in past cinematic works. Before they could even react, Steve had skillfully chambered a round, aimed, and pulled the trigger. The red rubber bullet swiftly struck the target's rear, eliciting a startled cry. I remember clearly stating in the school rules that discussing teachers behind their backs is strictly prohibited. Firstly, I am not the homosexual you're insinuating. Secondly, even if I were, I would still be on top. And lastly, and most importantly, this individual is not a single mother from the red light district. He is the new school trustee, the kind that contributes financially. Oh my God, has he lost his mind? Quick, check if my backside is still intact. The girl who had previously spouted nonsense clutched her rear in agony, seeking solace from her companions. However, she soon realized the naivety of her thoughts, as another bullet swiftly struck her dear friend's backside. Who could have anticipated that the weapon Steve had specially prepared for Alexei and his gang would first hit two completely unrelated individuals? You're back? Principal Henry, Don in a gray suit, sauntered down the corridor from the opposite end. Yes, how have the little rascals fared in my absence? Aside from one lad named Carl. I believe you ought to see him in person. Steve looked at Henry in surprise, noting that the latter's serious expression showed no sign of relaxation. For Steve, this was an unexpected turn of events. He had never witnessed Henry exhibit such unwavering determination towards any student. What had he done? Engaged in arms trafficking. And nearly half of our teachers had become his clientele. Steve whistled at the mercenaries standing behind him. Hey, we ought to see what this little rascal is up to. Christmas eagerly took the gun from Steve's hands and remarked, I knew this kid was destined for greatness. I was the first to discover his arms dealings. Guess what? Now half the faculty has become his customers. My ability to read people far surpasses that of the old man. Indeed. Your skills in assessing men are certainly superior to the old man's, yet he possesses a much keener eye for women. What about your Italian dancer lover? Caesar mockingly jeered at Christmas, causing the latter's smile to vanish instantly. You black scoundrel. What do you know about love? Damn it. Why should I understand what love is? I just earned $200,000 on this mission. Trust me, when I stuff that money into the dancer's waistband, she will surely profess her love for me. Caesar shouted defiantly, just as Wade, recently roused from anesthesia, stumbled forward. Steve cast a glance at Wade, and without hesitation seized him by the neck, pulling him close. You're just in time. We need you here. The group surged forward, heading straight for the men's restroom on the second floor of the academic building. One undeniable truth that even Steve had to concede was that America was indeed a land of abundant material wealth. Even though these kids predominantly resided in slums, they still stood tall and robust. Everyone, hands up. Steve kicked open the restroom door, revealing Wade clad in a tight red outfit. It wasn't due to any peculiar preference. Rather, this was America, a land brimming with freedom. What was more alarming was that arms trafficking was occurring here. Heaven knows if someone might inadvertently empty a magazine out of sheer anxiety. Ensuring one's safety was paramount in such circumstances. What? You ask how Steve ensures his safety? He is Wade positioned in front. Fortunately, these kids had relatively steady nerves, as several mercenaries swiftly executed professional tactics to control everyone within the restroom, including a black student who was nearly as tall as Caesar, yet appeared even more robust. Steve kicked open the restroom stall and pressed his gun against the head of a white boy. The lad looked defiant as Steve grinned. Kid, I admire your hairstyle. It's quite urban, isn't it? Indeed, Principal Steve, could you please remove the gun from my head? Rest assured, kid, it won't harm you. Now we need to discuss your business on my turf. Did you obtain my permission? Carl raised an eyebrow, gazing at Steve, uncertain of the implications behind his words. You do not comprehend the meaning, do you? I find myself rather disappointed in you. Hence I intend to adopt a more ruthless approach. I wish for you to glean the compassion of this world through my cruelty. I require 70% of the profits you have made from selling firearms these past few days. Of course, you may choose not to comply, but the consequence will be your servitude as a janitor under my command for an entire year. I shall provide you with a salary, yet you must adhere to my instructions without question. Steve fixed his gaze upon Carl's amber eyes, the latter's mouth twitching slightly, baffled by the audacity displayed by this individual. Captain, do you not think we are being excessively harsh towards this boy? You are aware that when I was of his age. Chapter 29, Mr. Wade Way. This is extortion. I shall report you to the Education Board. Carl maintained a semblance of calm, yet Steve was even more composed. Two things. First, you must address me as principal. Second, the education board does not recognize my legitimate status, so feel free to proceed. This left Carl at a loss for words. The threat of a complaint is destined to remain a relic of civilized society. So, my dear boy, where do you intend to lodge your complaint? Principal, I am curious about the position you would offer me. Steve gazed at the subdued Carl. A satisfied smile gracing his face as he handed his firearm to the now conscious Wade. An informant, or as you might say, an undercover agent. I shall not betray my friends. I do not require you to betray them. I possess ample means to discern your thoughts. I want you to restrain these individuals as a student. I have heard you are a bully. No, I am not. Compared to Wayne, I am no bully. Carl muttered quietly, prompting Steve to raise an eyebrow. Wayne, a somewhat slender white boy? You know this fellow as well? At this, Steve let out a light whistle and ruffled Carl's hair. I know him. Huh. It seems the scriptwriters of this world are rather lacking. To have you two thrown together makes things intriguing. Take me to meet this lad. It appears you two hold sway here, correct? Not entirely, Principal. Alexei and his crew are not of our ilk. Carl candidly explained, aware that this principal, sharing a name with Captain America, was not easily swayed. It was unwise to be obstinate before him. Indeed, those rascals are certainly not of your kind. What you do appears rather trivial in their eyes. As Steve spoke, he grasped Carl's collar, pulling him forward as a signal to lead the way. Oh, Captain, what exactly are you doing now? You seem to resemble a villain consolidating gang power. Which faction shall we sweep next? Are we to elect a new leader for our school? Wade watched Steve chatter incessantly, to which Steve merely shrugged. Before engaging in battle, one must first secure the home front. Do not forget we still need to find Ajax. The group moved swiftly, and the rowdy students, upon seeing the well-equipped and menacing figures, instinctively steered clear. You may find it hard to believe, but Wade, whom Carl referred to as another giant of Santiago High, is actually a good student. For instance, his greatest pastime during breaks is reading. When Steve located him, he was dutifully engrossed in a book at his desk. Truth be told, if Carl appeared as a street thug, then Wade resembled an ordinary bookworm. Yes, and a most innocuous-looking one at that. I believe we should be acquainted, but to ensure you recognize me. Greetings, I am Steve Rogers, the new principal of this institution. I would like to offer you a position as a janitor. This individual will be your colleague. With a beaming smile, Steve nudged Carl forward, casting a glance at Wayne. A janitor? Wayne was still somewhat perplexed by the unfolding events. Steve nodded and affectionately ruffled the boy's hair. Indeed. The texture was smooth and resilient, far superior to Carl's prickly demeanor. What can I do? Be yourself and ensure that bullying is banished from this wretched place. I believe that is achievable, and of course, I will provide you with training. As he spoke, Steve produced the school regulations from his possession. This document, printed by Principal Henry, appeared rather crude, merely a thick stack of A4 paper. Next, you will be tasked with ensuring that security personnel patrol the school, naturally. I will compensate you fairly. I believe $500 a month is a reasonable sum, provided you both adhere to the school rules. Otherwise, I shall personally impose penalties. After delivering this statement, Steve extended his hand, which Wayne shook with a calm demeanor. In truth, a salary of $500 a month was quite commendable, at least in Steve's recollection. In his previous life, many university graduates struggled to earn such wages. Observing this, Carl let out a cheerful whistle, his face radiating joy. $500 was sufficient to liberate him from his family's poverty, while Wayne remained his usual indifferent self. I admire your stoic expression. It reminds me of an old acquaintance, or rather, someone I cannot truly call a friend. Steve chuckled and turned to address the members of the daring squad. Each class must find a teacher, identify all those who have violated the school rules over the past few days. I have marked the methods of punishment. As he spoke, he casually handed his firearm to Wayne. Starting today, you will be in close contact with me. Rising to his feet, Wayne grasped the gun and positioned himself alongside the daring squad members. Wow, he is quite the lad. Barney will take a liking to him, I assure you, Wongler exclaimed, while Christmas chuckled softly, his gaze filled with admiration. Young man, you still have a long way to go. Perhaps. Wayne finally uttered his first words of the day, all the while loading the weapon. The declaration of war has commenced. Ha! I wager $20 that this lad will surpass the original Christmas. Caesar bellowed, inciting the surrounding elders to join in the ruckus. Steve raised a middle finger at them, turning to lead Wade out of the academic building. Old John and Tony were indulging in smoke within the principal's office, a space that Henry had prepared for Steve. He had never set foot in it before. yet it had already been claimed by those two characters. I maintain that this is indeed a fine establishment. One cannot precisely articulate why certain places possess an inherent quality. Despite the fact that tobacco can thrive anywhere, you are indeed correct. Tobacco can thrive in various regions, yet the cigars of Cuba are unparalleled. Is it truly due to the fact that they are rolled upon the soft thighs of youthful maidens? Come now, Tony. You hail from the upper echelons of society and should be aware that those whom you refer to as masters are merely old codgers like myself. Are you certain that this is as you claim? Who can say? However, I am convinced that there will always be young and lovely women in the cigar factories. Perhaps the very cigar I am currently savoring was crafted upon her youthful form. I have grown weary of the pretentiousness of you capitalists. Old John raised a middle finger at him. Chapter 30. The Search for Ajax. The Jewish proverb states that capital is the angel sent by God to bless mankind. Although I have not pursued formal education, I recall the original phrasing. It is money that is the divine angel bestowed upon the earth. And are you even Jewish? I seem to remember that the Stark family has no connection to those rodents. Just as Tony was about to utter more, Steve pushed the door open and entered. Ah. Master Tony, have you yet returned to your family's castle? He quipped. Do spare us your incessant prattling. Your morbid sense of humor is far more repugnant than my father's old socks. Tony appeared to regain his rhythm and squared off against Steve. Now, that is more like it, Tony. So, have you secured a position on the board of Santiago High School? Steve chuckled as he settled into the chair Henry had prepared for him, while Tony's gaze remained sharp and piercing. At that moment, Tony's shoulders relaxed, despite his disheveled appearance. Having gone days without shaving, the air surrounding him transformed from that of a beleaguered salesman unable to sell a single car for years to that of a wealthy individual worth billions within moments. To be frank, Santiago High is nothing more than an oversized junkyard. I fail to see any merit in investing here. However, if you could provide me with an office, complete with a boss's chair, I might consider your invitation. Steve nodded in response. But you must bring me some cigars. I have grown weary of Old John's brand. I suspect they are rolled with corn husks. Old John raised his hands in mock outrage. Oh, Steve, that is my exclusive recipe. You've divulged our secret. Yet, you've omitted one crucial detail. I shall also include some dry dog excrement. Steve laughed and gestured with his middle finger, while Tony hastily removed the cigar from his mouth and spat. Oh, don't eat the sour radishes. I'm still smoking. All right, Tony. I wish to inquire about a personal matter, Steve said, his smile fading as he spoke earnestly. Do refrain from such seriousness. It unsettles me, Tony replied, equally somber. I am searching for a trafficker of individuals who sells mutant mercenaries to the elite. Really? Such individuals exist? Tony exclaimed, his surprise evident as he nodded. Indeed. Do you recall that fellow with the scorched face? He was created through such means. This kind of human trafficking would cast a pall over Stark Industries, Tony remarked, his tone resolute as he regarded Steve. I am aware. I do not intend for you to purchase. I wish to locate this individual and eliminate him. Hey, let us not forget who I am. Just to kill him? We could easily have him rot in prison. That would be futile. You have not experienced war and do not comprehend that sometimes annihilating the physical presence is the most prudent option. Oh, spare me your lectures. Just how old are you? I have witnessed this world for nearly 30 years, while you have barely surpassed 2 decades. My father and I share a close friendship, and now that you have returned, may I request a new shield? If possible, I would also desire a one-handed hammer. Steve earnestly expressed his needs while Tony scrutinized him. Do you think Stark Industries is merely a medieval blacksmith shop? Please, Stark Industries has always epitomized the pinnacle of materials science. Steve promptly placed a figurative hat upon his head. Who would have thought that the embodiment of justice, Captain America, would resort to flattery? Tony assumed an air of a capitalist and directly mocked him. To be frank, is there any material that possesses exceptional hardness, capable of storing and releasing energy? Retract your statement. Material science and sorcery are entirely disparate realms. We need not engage in such trivialities. Does Stark Industries still possess a stock of vibranium? It would be ideal to use vibranium as the core material, with Hodgman metal S. This is highly classified. Tony nearly roared at Steve, who casually waved his hand. Let us not concern ourselves with such minutiae. The impending crisis facing Earth cannot be resolved by mere secrets. After a moment of contemplation, Tony continued, I have enough lightweight steel to forge another shield. However, Stark Industries has no inventory of vibranium or the Hodgman metal you mentioned. I can request it from the government under the pretense of experimental needs. It should take about 4 days. Do you have specific design requirements? Steve smiled. Let it be styled like the page hammer, with the plates made slightly thicker. Tony raised his middle finger at Steve, saying, "Are we, the Starks, merely your blacksmiths? Did you rescue me from the desert simply for Stark Industries to continue serving as your blacksmith? This is a colossal misunderstanding. I had just awakened to the news of old Stark's passing many years ago, followed swiftly by hearing about that unfortunate child of his being kidnapped. As it happens, I am a man of considerable strength, and I will ensure your safe return, no matter what." Steve spoke earnestly. The latter was momentarily taken aback, and before he could respond, a knock resonated at the door. "Excuse me. Oh my goodness. Tony, you are here." Happy, still sporting his short hair, burst in with the urgency of a wild boar descending from the mountains, instinctively placing himself protectively behind Tony Stark. Old John was pushed back a bit by his belly. "Hey everyone, take care. I'm not a nightclub dancer. There's no need to push me." Steve chuckled at this, while Tony raised his hands, signaling for Happy to calm down. "Ha ha ha, everyone, step aside. We brought him back from the Middle East. You need not be so anxious." "Oh, my apologies. I was just a tad nervous." Happy scanned the room until he confirmed that the other two individuals were smaller than himself. Then he took a step back to stand behind Tony. "Rest assured, where is Pepper?" Tony initiated the conversation, and Happy turned to cast a glance at him. She was engaged in dialogue with the principal of the school, but would join them shortly. He spoke with considerable alacrity, and after finishing his words, swiftly redirected his attention to Steve and Old John. "Allow me to introduce you. This dapper blonde gentleman is Steve Rogers, and this venerable figure is Old John." Upon hearing Tony's introduction, Happy raised her gaze to Steve, pointed at him with her finger, and then let it fall. Subsequently, she lowered her head to look at Tony, furrowing her brow as she pondered for a moment, her face betraying a sense of inner conflict. "Are you implying that this fellow is the Captain America? The one I envision as Captain America?" Chapter 31. The Grand Stage of New York. No, it is merely a coincidence that we share the same name. You know how the older generation tends to name their children. One of my friends is even named McKin Dick. Steve interjected just in time, as a look of realization dawned on Happy's face, prompting him to extend his hand toward Steve. "Hello, I'm Happy. I share your grievances regarding the naming conventions of our predecessors." Steve nodded noncommittally. "Greetings, Happy. He is yours now. Do you intend to take him back for questioning, or will you conduct the inquiry here? We can provide you with ample space." As he spoke, he rose to his feet, raising an eyebrow at Old John, who also stood and exchanged a wink with Tony. "I never expected you to have a taste for rich food." "Hey, must you resort to such crude language?" Tony retorted, frowning as the door was pushed open from the outside. Dressed impeccably, Pepper entered, exuding an aura of affluence, at least in Steve's eyes. She epitomized the essence of elite status, her suit fitting her impeccably. "Hello, I just learned that you are the principal of this institution. I apologize for my initial misjudgment of the situation. However, I believe the current circumstances are not too dire. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the CFO of Stark Industries. I know you, Steve Rogers, the de facto principal of San Diego High School." Steve politely shook her hand, exercising restraint as he did not grip her hand too tightly. "Thank you for bringing Tony back." "No need for thanks. I have known Tony for quite some time." Pepper cast a surprised glance at Tony, who nodded before she continued with a smile. "I was unaware that Tony had a friend like you. Are you classmates?" "No, we are family friends. Our parents are acquainted," Steve casually explained. "I later went to Afghanistan to work in the oil industry and have just returned." Pepper was about to say something else when Steve interrupted her. "An oil worker? I recall that you were in Afghanistan serving in the military?" Old John looked at Steve with confusion. Steve's expression flickered momentarily as he replied nonchalantly, "We indeed went over for oil, so how can it not count?" "Ha ha, it is evident that you harbor some discontent towards the current government." Pepper chuckled, conveying goodwill towards Steve. "Of course, I think you can take Tony home now. Stark has quite a number of responsibilities awaiting his attention. In the future, feel free to visit. There is an office here for you." Steve glanced at Tony, signaling the departure. "Oh, by the way, don't forget the items I requested." Tony raised a middle finger at him. "Damn it, Stark Manor is not your personal forge." Steve chuckled without responding, while Tony stood, adjusting his suit jacket. "Let us go. The press conference is still awaiting me. The old fellow actually asked me to give him a hammer. What a ridiculous request." Tony grumbled as he exited the office, and Happy cast a puzzled glance at Steve before following suit. "Huh, are you truly Steve Rogers? The Captain America?" Old John fixed his gaze on Steve, inquiring with evident curiosity. "Of course I am, but what is so astonishing about that? I recall you, old hunter. are not entirely human yourself, are you? Steve replied with a sense of assurance. Huh, you know me? Naturally I do. Come on, I was once a special operative for this nation. It's only normal to be privy to information that others are not. We even contemplated coming to cleanse the situation ourselves back then. But you all handled it well. And your dossier ended up on my desk. Steve spoke directly, leaving old John momentarily taken aback. Despite being a vampire hunter for several decades, old John belonged merely to a grassroots organization and was indeed oblivious to national-level secrets. Well then, what do you intend to do? What do you mean? You need to ensure those youngsters attend their classes properly. Damn it, my old bones are weary beyond measure. Perhaps I need a Las Vegas showgirl? Come now. Those girls wouldn't be interested in an old man like you. I think you should seek companionship among your peers. Though finding women of your age in New York is no simple task. Old John tipped his cowboy hat and stood up, pushing the door open as he stepped outside. Meanwhile, Steve stretched and retrieved a sheet of A4 paper from a nearby printer, beginning to write. The world around him was not entirely as he had envisioned. At least from the characters currently present, this was not a purely Marvel universe. Old John appeared to be a character from day-class vampire hunters, suggesting that this world was indeed a realm of American comics. That posed a dilemma. Steve had no knowledge of the myriad extraordinary powers within this comic realm. Yet he understood that this chaotic world might face obliteration every few days. On second thought, there were also Carl and Wayne. So what kind of world was this exactly? Marvel, or some amalgam of various universes? Steve felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Yet one truth remained clear, irrespective of the nature of this world. He must find a way to grow stronger. Even if this realm were merely a straightforward Marvel universe, there existed a certain purple-skinned entity wreaking havoc across the cosmos, potentially poised to snap his fingers at any moment. To be frank, he felt quite anxious. With that thought, Steve crumpled the paper filled with his writing and tossed it aside. Even within this convoluted world, he could categorize abilities into several major types. There were the elemental powers, akin to those of fire and ice beings. Then there were the physical types, like Wolverine and Deadpool, who possessed the capacity for infinite regeneration. However, even with these distinctions, he felt it would not suffice. Shang-Chi's prowess should also belong to the category of physical abilities. Next came a multitude of extraterrestrial races, and it was certain that there would be several outings alongside the Guardians of the Galaxy. This included that chubby black boy from his school, whose true identity as Conqueror Kong remained uncertain. Beyond this, his old adversary Kingpin continued to stir trouble in New York. Although he and Kingpin currently had no direct conflict, who could predict what the future might hold? Steve pondered this conundrum, yet he could not conceive a reason to spare Ajax. Ajax, a mere NPC from a novice village? While Steve muttered to himself, Tony Stark had already donned an exquisite suit and stood poised at the forefront. Chapter 32, Voluntary Abandonment of the Arms Industry. The reporters, equipped with their long lenses and an incessant barrage of flashes, surrounded the podium. Tony stood behind the speaking platform, adjusting his tie while surveying the crowd with a sweeping glance. A characteristic smile graced his face, exuding an aura of profound confidence, rendering the half-eaten cheeseburger in his hand inconsequential. It has been quite some time, hasn't it? I mean, truly, it has been ages. I recently visited Afghanistan, and you may find it hard to believe, but it is a remarkable place. One can witness the golden sands, the moon, and reconnect with old friends unseen for decades. The most harrowing part, however, is the presence of armed individuals demanding that you fabricate rockets under duress. At this juncture, Tony Stark paused, taking another bite of the cheeseburger as if he were not addressing the press as the heir of Stark Industries, but rather appearing as a vagabond caught in a documentary filmmaker's lens. Honestly, you must try this cheeseburger. It is truly delightful. Now, where was I? He remarked, shrugging off the moment. Happy, while perhaps not the most competent bodyguard, proved to be an exceptional assistant. When the cheeseburger reached Tony, it was in pristine condition, with a perfectly juicy beef patty, a velvety layer of cheese, and a bun that was just right. Such a delectable cheeseburger, however, came with its own pitfalls. One inevitably ended up with greasy fingers while indulging. Thus, Tony Stark, the most ingenious inventor of America, continued to speak while licking his fingers. I recounted how a group of Afghan terrorists held a gun to my head, demanding I produce rockets, with the equipment provided consisting of an old wooden table, a welding gun, a Middle Eastern individual educated at MIT, and a few pencils. Do you think the most humorous aspect lies here? No. The true irony is that the very gun pressed against my temple was, in fact, manufactured by Stark Industries. Upon his declaration, the audience erupted in uproar. Humanity is indeed a species plagued by insecurity. We create increasingly powerful and brutal weapons to prevent our own annihilation. Yet we have erred. The essence of human civilization should be to transform our approach to energy utilization, not to engage in endless military competition. Therefore, I announce that Stark Industries shall permanently relinquish its modern arms industry. We will abandon military contracts and will no longer accept such orders. If the initial uproar from the audience had been somewhat manageable, the reaction following his proclamation spiraled into chaos. What did he just say? Abandon all military contracts? More than 30% of Stark Industries' orders are military-related. Surely, he must have been driven mad by those Middle Eastern terrorists. This is utterly phenomenal. I envision a promising future for America. Tony, entirely unfazed by the crowd's reaction, swaggered away from the throng, cheeseburger in hand. Pepper and Happy rushed forward, with Happy serving as a formidable barrier against the onslaught of journalists. Pepper's expression was decidedly grim. Tony, when will you cease to be so reckless? Your decisions affect the livelihoods of tens of thousands. She exclaimed. What will happen to the employees of those subsidiaries after we discontinue military contracts? We must prioritize employee welfare, even if it means selling off assets. Tony replied earnestly, and at that moment, Pepper was thoroughly alarmed, for she sensed the resolve in his words. Are you serious? She asked. I am indeed serious, Tony affirmed with a nod, prompting Pepper to stride out decisively. Hey, boss, I think she's angry with you. Do you have a plan? Happy inquired. I don't know. Is she angry? Tony feigned ignorance. After Steve returned from the Middle East, the atmosphere at Santiago High School improved significantly. He found solace in this, though not entirely. Two troublesome individuals were adding a chaotic yet vibrant element to his life. Although Carl had indeed ceased arms dealing, it must be acknowledged that Gagler's lineage was exceptional. Steve had cautioned him multiple times against entangling himself in romantic affairs, threatening to personally intervene should he persist. As for Wayne, the young man exhibited a unique blend of resilience and stubbornness. Wayne, I believe it is imperative for you to train diligently. While your spirit is commendable, your physical condition leaves much to be desired. Seek out the sports coach and inform him I sent you. You must strengthen yourself post-haste. Steve placed a reassuring hand on Wayne's shoulder, who seemed poised to respond. I understand your concerns, however. Ask your father if he would be willing to assist in the kitchen. We will provide him with health insurance. Steve was currently in a prosperous phase of his life. Thank you, Wayne murmured, lowering his gaze and refraining from rejecting Steve's kindness due to his pride. Carl, noticing this, seemed eager to interject. No, Mr. Carl. Your father is not suited for our environment, Steve interjected, waving them off. Your high school journey has only just commenced. You must at least attend university to honor me, of course. That excludes any institutions ranked in the thousands unless you are intellectually challenged. After dismissing the two, Steve wandered alone within the school building. The regulations he established were exceptionally stringent, encompassing nearly every aspect of academic and personal life, even extending to abstract moral standards. Consequently, the students initially voiced their grievances in abundance, but as Barney and others arrived, such dissent evaporated almost instantaneously. Upon returning from the Middle East, Wade bid farewell to Steve but requested that a position be reserved for him in the security office and even a dormitory room. He promised to contact Steve once he located Ajax, believing that Steve was unlike any other prominent figures he had previously encountered. He operated with a firm hand and eschewed the foolish notion that everyone has a chance. As for the news of Tony Stark's announcement to relinquish military contracts and sell off his weapons division, he learned of it from the media. It seems that in the ensuing time, this fellow would develop the Mark I, leading to a confrontation with that bald-headed giant. However, it remains a mystery from where the giant drew inspiration to create a humanoid tank after the prototype was destroyed by Steve using thermite. With this thought, Steve rubbed his temples. Ajax, it is imperative to locate that damned individual swiftly. Hey, Steve, Happy is waiting for you outside. It appears there is a package for you. Chapter 33. Peril in New York. Old John poked his head out of the office and called out to Steve, whose face instantly lit up with excitement. Oh, my splendid treasure has arrived. He chuckled, dashing out. As a devoted Marvel enthusiast, one of the things he could never resist was the opportunity to hold Captain America's shield in his hands. Furthermore, he had equipped himself with an exquisite one-handed weapon of his own design. As for the inspiration behind this weapon, don't ask, just know that he was, in fact, a benevolent pastor. Outside San Diego High School, Happy stood in front of a black van, exuding an air reminiscent of a mafia boss's right-hand man. Hello, Principal. I now believe your parents are indeed fervent fans of Captain America. Here is the one-to-one replica of the shield you requested. Trust me. It's identical to the one used by Cap in his prime. As for this warhammer, to be honest, your taste leaves much to be desired. Happy now regarded Steve as his peer, speaking with a certain carefree audacity. However, this was for the best, as it spared Steve from maintaining a facade. What do you know? This is a formidable weapon, Steve remarked as he accepted a travel case from Happy. Oh, by the way, Tony asked me to bring this for you. As he spoke, Happy produced another travel case, adding, aside from the color difference, this one surpasses the performance of what you previously used. Steve remained silent, merely accepting the two suitcases, offering Happy a smile as he said, since I'm here, let us have lunch together. One must know how to balance work and leisure. What is that saying? Work hard for half a day, rest for the other. Look at you. You've come all the way here. Happy paid no heed to Steve's persuasion, joking. The cafeteria at San Diego High ISN, exactly renowned for its culinary delights. And as for the ladies? Forget it. They're just students. Even in the free and open America, I can't condone such matters. After all, it's not my acceptance that matters. It's Steve, the old fossil, who must come to terms with it. I've heard he is even considering imposing a hideously designed school uniform to prevent early romances. Just listen to that absurd notion. Even the Taliban in the Middle East would advise against such extremism. Let us face it, the chefs here aren't great. Tony mentioned he is currently at a loss, but that a fellow named Kingpin might have some leads. Kingpin? Steve furrowed his brow, only to break into a smile moments later. Isn't this just a case of being blind to what's right under my nose? The Emperor of New York's underworld. How could he not be involved in some human trafficking business? Just because he is overweight doesn't mean he is a benevolent figure. With that thought, Steve nodded and looked up at Happy. Do you know where I might find a tailor? I could use a fine suit. You know I don't often attend formal occasions. Suit. I know a place that makes them, but it will take quite some time. Can you wait? I can offer extra payment. Steve spoke earnestly, and the latter shrugged as he opened the car door. I am beginning to believe that you and Tony are indeed friends, at times. Both of you can be quite bothersome. Steve shrugged and took his place in the passenger seat, while Happy pressed the accelerator, whisking him away from Hell's Kitchen. To be honest, Steve had been quite comfortable during his stay in Hell's Kitchen, although it was a place rife with violence. It was fitting that Steve himself was one of its embodiments. New York, a city where every inch is precious. Steve vividly recalled the emotions he felt upon first witnessing this grand metropolis. The truth is, regardless of how many times one gazes upon such a city, its distant splendor never fails to astonish. Yet, no matter how often you behold this urban marvel, you cannot approach it without confronting the underlying harsh realities. In the 21st century, the impoverished may possess refrigerators, yet the oppression they face remains unyielding. This is why, amidst countless affluent locales, one can observe a multitude of individuals struggling to survive. Most of them were not inherently despicable at first, but have undoubtedly succumbed to darker influences, gambling, alcoholism, violence. As Steve observed these unfortunate souls, he felt a twinge of empathy. He was not a saint, rescuing every lost soul. Yet he could not help but feel a profound anger towards this societal structure. What's wrong? Happy skillfully parked the car and turned to Steve, who appeared lost in thought. Nothing, just feeling a bit melancholic, Steve replied, pushing open the car door and stepping onto the bustling streets of New York. Surrounded by hurried elites and a group of homeless individuals holding signs. In a certain sense, this place was indeed free. You could become whomever you wished. Even if you were a Stanford graduate, it did not preclude you from being a carefree vagabond on the streets. Together, he and Happy entered a grand building, deliberately unarmed due to the circumstances ahead. After all, this was the heart of New York City, and the likelihood of encountering any conflict with the Krulls here was nearly non-existent. One must admit, the most significant distinction between New York and London lies in the towering heights of its buildings. While a commonality exists in the fact that the ground-level shops predominantly sell clothing and luxury goods, Happy led Steve to one of the doors, boldly striding into the warehouse. Inside sat an elderly gentleman clad in a gray waistcoat over a white shirt, impeccably dressed yet casually reclining at a table. His hair was meticulously styled. A gentle smile graced his face, and a measuring tape draped around his neck indicated his profession. Good day, Mr. Taylor. My friend urgently requires a suitable outfit to navigate high society. In light of his haste, he is willing to offer additional compensation. I hope this proposal does not offend you, Happy inquired politely. The tailor chuckled softly as he lifted a square glass to his lips, savoring a sip of whiskey. As long as the client you present to me does not possess an unusual physique, I believe I can fulfill your request within the stipulated time. However, it would still require a full day at the very least. Do you have an entire day to spend here? Steve chuckled at this remark and stepped past Happy to stand before him. I believe I have a whole day to spare. And I also intend to place several additional orders. After all, when it comes to a few affluent friends, one must indeed be prepared to invest some money. Steve uttered cryptically. As they conversed, a mother and her child settled onto a park bench not far from the door. Initially, Steve paid them no mind. But soon he sensed that something was amiss. The street was bustling with pedestrians, which was rather commonplace. Chapter 34. The Tragedy of the Punisher, however. If there are more than 5 individuals on this street fixated upon you simultaneously, then trouble is undoubtedly brewing. It is highly likely that this is a premeditated ambush. Observing the situation, Steve gazed out the window and without hesitation extended his hand towards Happy. Hand me the car keys. Something feels amiss outside. Startled by the tailor's surprised expression, Happy cautiously passed his car keys and inquired, should we call the police? Just as Steve was about to push open the main door. He glanced back at Happy, his eyes reflecting a sense of helplessness. Of course, we need to alert the authorities. The aged tailor, shedding his previously nonchalant demeanor, moved closer to the storefront, scrutinizing a mother and child seated on a bench outside. Oh, and there's a little girl too. Who are those people? And who are the individuals you brought? I'm not certain. I've heard he is a veteran, possibly a mercenary. However, I suspect he is more of a recluse. A type who enjoys anime, Happy remarked, his sarcasm eliciting a frown from the old tailor. He opened his mouth to speak, but quickly closed it upon witnessing Steve charge at the group of assailants, armed with a melee hammer and a shield. Most alarming was the fact that the shield was adorned with the classic Captain America design. Indeed, he is quite the recluse. Are you sure it's wise to let him out like this? Absolutely, Tony is the one who rescued him from the Middle East. Moreover, that shield is reportedly an exact replica of Captain America's. I mean, identical in every detail. After sharing this, Happy leisurely began dialing the police. The old tailor, resigned, commenced cutting fabric. As Steve initiated his charge, chaos erupted among the crowd on the street. Simultaneously, the unidentified assailants also surged forward. Fortunately, Steve's speed surpassed theirs. He covered the 100-meter distance in a mere 6 seconds. The gunfire erupted swiftly, yet the anticipated cries of despair were conspicuously absent. Instead, the jarring clinks of metal colliding sent shivers down one's spine. But bullets, after all, have their limits, particularly since these unknown assailants lacked professionalism, at the very least. They had not mastered the art of alternating fire to establish suppressive fire. Glancing at the woman and young boy he was protecting, Steve managed a strained smile. Take care of your mother, he whispered to the boy, the last words he uttered. Being defensively passive was never his style. Almost instantaneously after he spoke, he stood and leaped into action, hurling his shield with tremendous force. The spinning shield emitted a piercing shriek, crashing down upon the unfortunate foe's skull. Steve did not hold back. His superhuman strength was evident at that moment. The sickening sound of shattering bones was almost unbearable, and the shield returned along its trajectory to Steve's grasp. The warhammer in his hand was mercilessly brought down upon another unfortunate soul. It could be said that this warhammer was the most formidable weapon on Earth, for it possessed remarkable hardness and the ability to absorb kinetic energy during battle, releasing it in a single, devastating blow. In practical terms, this translated to every third regular attack resulting in a critical hit if the opponent was of comparable strength. Each attack would deliver a critical strike. What does this imply? In essence, the outcome was that Steve swiftly dispatched this group of unfortunate individuals. He harbored no moral reservations about leaving a survivor. After all, he was a battle-hardened veteran of World War II, and if he were to exhibit compassion, it would indeed be a rarity. However, there are moments when one must believe in the force known as fate. Just as he concluded his task, a scruffy man dashed forward, unhesitatingly pulling the pin from a grenade. At this proximity, even Steve could not react in time. As he charged forward, a mother, driven by instinct, rushed out and fiercely embraced the man, who was laden with explosives, preventing him from reaching her children. Steve had intended to intervene, but the woman, in a desperate move, kicked a little girl who had approached her feet toward him. This action drained her of nearly all her strength, and without a moment's hesitation, Steve leaped to catch the girl. The next moment, an explosion erupted. Fortunately, Steve had kept his shield at the ready, which perfectly absorbed the impact of the blast. Nevertheless, the 2 children in his arms succumbed to unconsciousness. Steve's expression darkened, as if he had been struck across the face. Yet, when he lifted his gaze, he was met by the sight of a middle-aged man, bewildered, holding 3 ice cream cones. The man's sharply defined features instantly revealed his identity to Steve, the Punisher. Frank, it must be said, this world is indeed small, so small that Steve was at a loss for words. What transpired? He wondered. I know. Yet I do not comprehend the reason. I was in the tailor shop across the street, crafting garments, when I noticed several armed men staring at them. Sensing something amiss, I rushed out. Those men are dead. The situation was dire, and I had no time to spare for survivors. And that scruffy man was nearly indistinguishable from a terrorist. Steve gestured towards a pool of blood on the ground, and Frank's face turned ashen. The spark of life had completely extinguished from his eyes, and Steve realized that the seemingly resilient man was now bereft of hope. If that woman who charged forward was your wife, then these 2 children must be your family. Steve continued, regardless, your children are still alive. Do not succumb to despair. Let us first ascertain their well-being before addressing anything else. This sentiment might have sounded callous. Yet Steve understood that this was not the time for sentimentality. Many had perished in their 20s. Yet it did not preclude them from being laid to rest at the age of 81. A shattered heart is of little consequence, as long as there exists a compelling force to propel you forward. Upon hearing these words, Frank immediately discarded the ice cream he held and rushed to Steve's side, cradling his young daughter in his arms. The wailing of sirens approached, while Steve discreetly wiped the blood from his war hammer onto the grass. The initial skirmish concluded successfully. Although it was not a resounding victory, to Steve, it felt entirely like a scripted tragedy. Which virtuous individual would create such a tumult? Oh, thank heavens, you are unharmed. Who was that madman earlier, and why would anyone resort to a human bomb in New York? Chapter 35. Above all, Hawkeye approached to check on Steve, relieved to find that he was unharmed. However, the 2 children he had held in his arms were less fortunate. The shockwave had rendered them unconscious despite their close proximity. Goodness, he will surely never wish for ice cream again, Hawkeye remarked, observing the sorrowful expression on Frank's face. If I were you, I would refrain from speaking recklessly. My instincts tell me he is an exceptional soldier, perhaps even superior to myself in certain respects. If you wish to avoid a severe beating, it would be wise to remain silent, Steve advised seriously as he rose and moved beside Frank, who was cradling the 2 children in agony. Noticing Frank's distress, Steve lit a cigarette and squatted beside him. You served in that unit? The Marine Corps, Delta Force, SEAL Team? Quite an impressive background. How are the children faring? Frank lifted his gaze to Steve, adopting a calmer tone. They will be fine. With some rest, they shall awaken. Are you also a soldier? I don't recall seeing you in Special Forces. Steve shrugged and extended his hand. Steve Rogers. As for why I am here, that is another tale altogether. Frank's expression momentarily reflected shock, but he quickly suppressed it. What are your plans next? Do you know who is responsible for this? They do not appear to be ordinary gangsters. Would typical criminals resort to such madness as using human bombs? Steve gestured toward the scorched earth nearby. Frank remained silent, and Steve understood his unspoken thoughts, choosing not to pursue the topic further. I know your intentions. If you are concerned for the children's safety, you may send them to San Diego High School. I am the honorary principal there and work at the school regularly. Trust me, it is a safe environment. Thank you. Frank replied without meeting Steve's gaze, and Steve did not press the issue. In his eyes, Frank seemed almost a shell of a man, alive only because his heart continued to beat. Hello, young man. Are you eager to attend the soiree? The old tailor beckoned Steve from the doorway, indicating for him to approach. Steve glanced back at the emotionally burdened Frank, realizing he could offer no assistance here, and turned to see what the tailor had to say. I'm in no hurry for the banquet. I have missed a ball for many years, perhaps around 70. You certainly have a knack for humor. I took your measurements earlier, and I have a suit that might fit you. If you need it, I can have it ready swiftly. I'm fine, but what about its original owner? Huh. The old tailor erupted in laughter, waving dismissively at Steve. Come now, a significant number of mobsters vanish from New York every year. Who knows where they end up? Perhaps it lies at the riverbed in the suburbs. Well, given what you've said, may I inquire if this thing can be bulletproof? Come on. What does a school principal need with a bulletproof suit? The old tailor paid no heed to his words, merely gesturing for him to step inside. Soon, a tailored suit adorned Steve's frame. It must be said that the old tailor's craftsmanship was exceptional. Aside from the color, the suit fit him as though it were custom-made. I have a few more suits ready for you to collect later. Frankly, you are a born model. Would you be interested in participating in Fashion Week? I have long desired to show those London tailors a thing or two, but alas, finding a suitable model has proven difficult. Oh, for heaven's sake, spare me. I have just returned from the Middle East, and if I do not behave and get back to work, Henry will have my head. Steve exaggerated as Happy was already seated in the van. As for the park outside, aside from a few police cordons, there was no evidence of the violent attack. It seemed as though this hurried world, driven by time, would erase all traces of human existence. In fact, within a week of one's death, one would be replaced. Your workplace would hire anew, your favorite restaurant would welcome new patrons in your designated seat, becoming their regulars. Everything would be ground to dust in the relentless march forward. Apart from a handful of individuals who would remember every detail of you, the world would forget you, regardless of your heroic stature. Steve mused, a pang of sadness washing over him. To humanity, regardless of its capabilities, it is but a fleeting presence in this vast world. Such is the case in reality. And even more so in the present world. How many individuals surpass him? If it came to a battle of strength, those capable of defeating him within the X Academy could stretch for a mile. Beyond that, there are countless others, an endless array of powerful beings. To grow stronger, he must navigate through these individuals. Regrettably, he lacked a system. Though he had traversed dimensions, it appeared that was the extent of it. What a splendid day it is. How does this world fare? Just as Steve's thoughts spiraled, another voice unexpectedly broke the silence in the rear seat, which he had occupied alone. Turning at the sound, Steve beheld a man in his early 40s, an Indian, yet clad in no garb indicative of his heritage, his medium-length hair cascading over his shoulders. Dressed in a leather jacket, resembling an old biker. Yet, Steve sensed that this man was no benign character. Not too shabby, quite similar to my previous world. I am surprised to find that those living here possess flesh and blood. Who are you? Are you the instigator of my arrival here? You could say that. I wonder if you've noticed the chaos that is brewing in this world. At this, Steve furrowed his brow. The Marvel Universe has always been tumultuous, riddled with lurking crises. And he could not fathom the purpose behind the middle-aged man's words. So who are you? I possess no name. You may refer to me as the sovereign of all. Indeed, I am the architect of your presence here, yet you must trust me when I assert that all of this is but a product of chance. Upon hearing these words, Steve furrowed his brow, fixating intently on this self-proclaimed sovereign of all. According to the knowledge he had acquired, the sovereign of all was akin to a deity within the Marvel Universe. He is omnipotent, omnipresent, transcending all in his presence. Even the mightiest beings in the cosmos are but mere toys of a larger scale. Chapter 36. A cosmic gift. It is reasonable for such a formidable being to appear anywhere. However, the issue lies in the fact that Steve is a traveler from another realm. He would not subscribe to any notion of coincidence. So, what can I do? Rewrite everything. You are a pure and liberated soul I have painstakingly found. You shall not be governed by the fate of this world, nor by the destinies of other multiverses or this primary universe. Thus, I can engage in some intriguing experiments with you. Steve sensed an oddity. As if to validate the descriptions above all things, the scenery outside the car window began to transform incessantly. Unbeknownst to him, Happy's speed escalated dramatically as countless taillights were overtaken and traversed. It seemed as if those were not tangible vehicles, but rather vast, expanding nebulae. Steve gazed at this spectacle, pondering how everything in this universe originated from a grand explosion. All matter expanded like drifting dust, coalescing around cores to form countless celestial bodies during the process of detonation. Yet, this chaos was not devoid of order. Amidst the vast disorder, Steve discerned trajectories and patterns. That was the embryonic form of fate. A voice resonated above all existence, and Steve turned, somewhat perplexed. In your world, life is a serendipity. No one can elucidate how life originated or evolved to your current state. You are free, and we need you to confront those chaotic realms. At a preliminary glance, you appear quite promising. Some of my attempts can indeed be manifested through you. Steve snapped back to reality. What nebulous explosion surrounded him? It was merely an array of countless vehicles. Embodiment of truth. Your form symbolizes truth. Attacks that cannot slay you will be rendered ineffective. Your fists and feet embody truth. Your physical assaults cannot be negated. Your consciousness embodies truth. You cannot be deceived. Embodiment of truth, enhancing oneself beyond limits. Steve absorbed the additional information that flooded his mind, his lips twitching slightly. Goodness. Does this imply a fear of inadequacy in his abilities? Yet, this apprehension is understandable, for according to the voice from above all, the adversaries he would face in the future would be diverse and multifaceted. However, he remained unclear about what was meant by the world becoming chaotic. Hey, Steve, we've arrived. Are you frightened? Came Happy's annoyingly cheerful voice. Steve chuckled softly, ignoring him. Tell Tony the gear is excellent. I am quite fond of it. However, the next paint job need not be so classic. After uttering these words, Steve opened the car door and stepped out, with Santiago High School standing before him. Reflecting on the day's events, he found them exhilarating. Yet, the sudden sound of gunfire shattered his rare moment of tranquility. Indeed, this was his Santiago High School. Those reckless kids would not study diligently unless they were met with the threat of a firearm. Contemplating this, thoughts of saving the world and impending crises faded into the background. He cast aside all distractions. His mind focused solely on the task at hand, to confront these ruffians and ensure he made it to class. Tony Stark stood in his laboratory, his face alight with exhilaration. Before him loomed a high-tech automated suit of armor, known as Mark I. Though unadorned in color, its elegance was already striking, a testament to the beauty derived from its mechanical operation. If Steve were present, he would undoubtedly seize the moment for a quick video, captioning it with a phrase about the wheels of fate beginning to turn. Mr. Stark, Happy has returned. Jarvis's cold electronic voice resonated. Tony waved dismissively. Do not disturb me. Jarvis, let him enter on his own. Wow, is this what you've been busy with these past few days? Mark I, has it returned from the old relic? Indeed. It did perform a heroic act on the way back, saving 2 children. Frankly, the state of security in New York needs serious reform. We encountered a suicide bomber on the street today. I truly cannot fathom how those poor children will cope without their mother, Happy rambled on, causing Tony to furrow his brow. What did you say? A suicide bomber? Who was the target? That old relic? No, I suspect it might have been a mafia vendetta. The weaponry used was typical for organized crime, and the male head of that household appeared to be no ordinary individual, Happy replied earnestly. Tony shook his head, choosing not to delve deeper. As Happy had pointed out, it was hardly surprising that 3 families fell victim to mob violence each day in New York. What else did that old relic say? He complained that the Shield's paint job was too American and hoped for a change next time. Huh? He desires a next time? This is nearly the last reserve of light steel on Earth, and he wants another chance? Tony's anger flared. Did he truly believe the Stark family was his personal forge? Happy refrained from commenting on this matter. It was not his place to voice an opinion. Jarvis, initiate the paint job for Mark I. And can you believe that old relic dared to critique my design? ISNT that the quintessential Captain America paint job? Tony rested his chin on his hand, his expression shifting in contemplation. The advantage of intelligent individuals lies in their ability to discern the truth from subtle hints. For instance, Steve Esmere just would prompt Tony to deduce that this fellow likely found himself at odds with the current government. It seemed this old man was not without his complications. Meanwhile, in the heart of New York City, within a resplendent building, Mr. Jean sat dutifully at a traditional Japanese long table, facing an elderly woman who appeared to be around 60 years of age. Mr. Jean. It seems a new figure has emerged in New York lately. Mr. Jean did not respond directly, but instead meticulously arranged the tea set before him, demonstrating a skillful and authentic tea brewing technique. Washing the tea, moistening the vessel, and brewing the infusion. Every step executed with meticulous care. If one were to overlook his robust physique as a man of African descent, one might easily mistake him for a refined individual steeped in the art of self-cultivation, characteristic of a cultured Chinese gentleman. Each year, amidst the great rivers, a handful of koi navigate their way to the Dragon Gate. Jean Bing's words were subtly profound. Yet Lady Gao could not contain her laughter. Your English is commendable, but I am aware that your Chinese is even more eloquent. Thank you. Jean Bing spoke once more, this time in impeccable Mandarin, tinged with a hint of a Hunan dialect. Those few are certainly no ordinary koi. Although the target may be deemed a failure, it is still a novice-level failure. Your dignity is not to be compromised, nor is the dignity of the Hand Association to be challenged. Chapter 37. The puzzle. I have my own way of doing things. Jean Bing responded calmly, yet his words elicited laughter from Madame Gao, who sat across the table. Felix, you humorous child. The world is a bloody jungle. No one admires the mercy of wolves. For all the merciful wolves have been devoured by the treachery of their own kind. Can you imagine how many people in New York are waiting to tear a piece of flesh from you? The Hand does not wish for its dealers to falter. If you cannot manage it, we are here to assist you. Madame Gao's tone was composed, her expression serene, yet the words she uttered sent Jean Bing into disarray. It was a threat, a blatant threat. Nonetheless, Jean Bing understood her point. The underworld was indeed a ruthless, blood-soaked jungle, and he had no idea how many awaited the chance to feast upon him. He was not cruel, yet many would mistake his restraint for weakness or even age. I know what to do now. Rest assured, New York will not descend into chaos. Jean Bing's face remained impassive as he delicately lifted the teacup with his emotionless amber eyes, taking a sip. His imposing stature made him resemble a small mountain even while kneeling. Not to mention, his physique was adorned with substantial muscle. As a renowned villain in the Marvel Universe, he was not merely a brutal gang leader. In truth, with his exceptional intellect and physical prowess, he could thrive in any profession he chose. Splendid. May our collaboration be fruitful. Madame Gao elegantly raised her teacup to sip, unlike Jean Bing, who consumed his in one go. She was a woman of grace. And although she had aged, her inherent nobility remained undiminished. Jean Bing escorted her to the door, where two well-dressed individuals awaited outside. This Eastern power was known as the Hand. Jean Bing was uncertain about the extent of their influence, but they were involved in arms, drugs, and human trafficking. They were a formidable entity, yet fortunately, their intentions here were merely financial. Mobilize our forces to Hell's Kitchen and ensure that those who threaten our business vanish. As for the principal, if he does not obstruct us, let him be. Several suited men nodded and exited the hall. These were Jean Bing's subordinates. As a man who controlled the entirety of the American underworld, his entourage was vast. Despite their obedience in Jean Bing's presence, if unleashed, each would undoubtedly emerge as a formidable mobster in their own right. In the following days, New York descended into an eerie calm. Of course, this did not include Steve. The instructor had once remarked that engaging in conflict was immensely enjoyable. Steve could relate to this sentiment deeply, especially as he faced relentless provocations from a group of young miscreants. Fortunately, Steve was a seasoned internet troll, having once set a record for single-handedly countering an entire group. It was nearly impossible for these youngsters to conquer him psychologically. As for physically overcoming him, forget it. Rather than dwell on such thoughts, I might as well consider the prospect of reincarnation. Steve has been extraordinarily fulfilled these past few days. Wayne is a commendable student, yet he often feels that he does not belong to the modern world. Instead, he perceives himself as a primitive being with simple emotions. Contemplating this, Steve couldn't help but entertain other thoughts. However, he resolved that such musings would have to wait until he encounters the essence of all things once more. With that in mind, Steve cleared his throat. Where were we? Several students in the classroom promptly raised their hands to speak. You were discussing surplus value. Ah, yes. Surplus value. Let us continue our discourse on surplus value, with the advancement of productive forces. Steve continued his lecture. And no one understood why this young man was teaching this course at school. Fortunately, this class was not open to the public. It was primarily attended by a select few whom he had designated, such as Wayne, Carl, and Kong, boys whose families had fallen into dire poverty. Well, that concludes today's lesson. Do not publicize it. Otherwise, I shall personally ensure your demise. Steve tossed the chalk into the box and casually clapped his hands. He turned and was the first to exit the classroom. Carl and Wayne exchanged glances. They were not fools. They had long sensed something amiss with Steve's teaching. Yet the theories he presented were clearly distinct from those of the Soviet Union. What do you think the principal truly is? Carl couldn't help but inquire. Our teacher. Wayne responded calmly, as if he were devoid of any emotional fluctuations. Just that? I mean his identity. I am uncertain what other identities he possesses, but to me, he is simply my teacher, Wayne explained. This was quite rare, as Carl noted. This boy usually spoke in sentences of no more than 3 words. All right, I understand. His identity is my teacher. I did not dispute this. What I meant to ask was, could he really be Captain America? Carl's remark piqued the interest of Kong and Wayne. The small, purple eggplant, Kong pondered for a long while before finally speaking. I think the likelihood is slim. Captain America was a figure from World War II. If Mr. Steve were indeed Captain America, how old would he be this year? Kong's reasoning was sound for thus far. The U.S. government had not disclosed any information suggesting that Captain America was still alive. Therefore, in their eyes, even if Steve bore the name and appearance of that legendary Captain America, he could not possibly be him due to the age discrepancy. However, I saw Captain America's shield in his office. A replica. Wayne interjected once more, reverting to his usual succinct style, although he used only one word. Carl still furrowed his brow. No, that was not a replica. I believe it to be genuine. Carl extracted a pistol from his backpack, seemingly a Glock. A firearm favored by American gangsters. What do you intend to do? Kong inquired cautiously, his gaze fixed on Carl. The latter grinned and replied, let us attempt to steal that shield and see if it can withstand bullets. If it can, then it is genuine. If it cannot, then it serves no purpose to keep a counterfeit. At that moment, both Kong and Wayne were taken aback. You see, for boys, there are numerous endeavors in this world that are hard to resist, such as thrusting a spear against a shield to ascertain which is more resilient. In that instant, even Wayne felt a stirring of intrigue. Chapter 38. The Little Tyrant of the Southern District. Despite Kang's timid demeanor, both Carl and Wayne exhibited considerable interest in the small purple eggplant. At this juncture, the shortcomings of democracy became evident. If truth is destined to reside in the hands of a select few, then this group will invariably struggle to make sound decisions. Thus, when these mischievous youngsters, driven by their curiosity, began plotting to infiltrate the principal's office in search of that shield for an audacious test, dissenting voices were nearly non-existent. In fact, the only opposing opinion came from Kong. However, their ambitions were swiftly quashed. Barney's security team had already spotted them on surveillance. Today, on duty was Gunnar, a mercenary with a master's degree in chemistry, who possessed the remarkable ability to remain composed. He keenly detected several furtive figures on the monitor and promptly alerted his fellow team members. Life on campus had become exceedingly dull, compelling these mercenaries to seek amusement in various ways. These youngsters were an excellent diversion, especially considering that under Steve's intimidating presence, such bold characters had become increasingly rare. What are these rascals up to? I wager they intend to sneak a peek into the girls' dormitory, Caesar exclaimed, clutching a large bag of chips, while Christmas, with a serious expression, scrutinized the surveillance footage. That direction does not lead to the girls' dormitory. Perhaps they are attempting to pilfer answers from the teacher's office? Inyong interjected earnestly. Does Santiago High School's examination necessitate theft of answers? Those papers are merely basic intelligence assessments. Let's place a bet on their destination. I wager they are headed to the girls' dormitory. Caesar eagerly supported Gunnar's suggestion, while Christmas, maintaining his stern demeanor, countered, I bet they are going to smoke in the restroom. I still believe they are off to the teacher's office, Inyong stubbornly asserted. Should we not intervene? That fellow named Carl is a genuine troublemaker. Fear not. I have already informed Barney and the boss, Gunnar replied, furiously tapping on the computer to bring up the surveillance footage of their movements. Can you hear me, boss? Gunnar's voice crackled through Barney's earpiece. This old-timer preferred to wear plaid shirts when not on the battlefield. Were it not for his astonishing physique, many might mistake him for a farmer from Sicily. I can hear you. The boss and I have arrived at the academic building. Keep an eye on the rodent squad and update us on their whereabouts. Barney's instructions were not flawless, yet they sufficed for what he referred to as the rodent squad. It was a joke. Those three youngsters had never even set foot on a battlefield. How could they compare to this seasoned crew? As for Steve, he had long since retrieved his rubber bullet gun. Hasten, for I can scarcely contain my eagerness to deliver a sound thrashing to those three wretched scoundrels. Have you concluded your remarks? Barney gazed at Steve, whose face was etched with agitation, and offered a resigned smile. Gunnar, relay the coordinates of the rodent squad. The boss is growing impatient. Acknowledged. They are on the 3rd floor, seemingly heading towards the classroom. Barney, do inquire with the boss whether this signifies the onset of puppy love. Gunnar's voice resonated, prompting Barney to furrow his brow. He could not fathom how a mere journey to the classroom could be construed as a sign of early romance. Indeed, it is quite probable that those rascals are entangled in youthful affection. Steve's voice came through the earpiece, exuding certainty. But why? They are merely visiting a classroom. How can that be interpreted as infatuation? Barney expressed his bewilderment. Steve turned to glance at him. Poor old Barney must not have children. Consider this, in our school. Where could one possibly rendezvous? The library, gymnasium, and playground are all under watchful eyes. If they seek a quiet place to court, the classroom is their sole refuge. I assure you, their presence in the classroom at this hour is surely not without purpose. Steve articulated his argument persuasively, leaving Barney both impressed and bewildered. Apologies, boss. But these little rascals have bypassed the classroom. I suspect they are heading to the teacher's office. Gunnar's voice chimed in again, causing Steve to raise an eyebrow. Instantly, the situation grew intriguingly complex. What could possibly be so clandestine in the teacher's office that would draw those youngsters? Barney pondered, while a smile crept onto Steve's face. There is no rush. We can patiently await the moment these little miscreants reveal their true intentions. Boss, though I hesitate to interrupt. It appears they are indeed headed to your office. I just saw Carl brandishing a firearm. Gunnar's voice carried a teasing tone, prompting Steve to emit a frustrated exclamation and dash out at breakneck speed. Meanwhile, seated before the surveillance screens, several individuals exchanged glances. with Yin Yang being the first to react. So, does this mean I have emerged victorious? The principal's office counts as a teacher's office, does it not? Caesar was the first to express his discontent. Oh, my poor Caesar, your intellect is as smooth as a raindrop. He does indeed teach moral education. If that does not qualify him as a teacher, then what does? Yin Yang taunted. Yin Yang is correct. The boss does indeed conduct lessons, albeit not in the core curriculum. In that sense, he is certainly a teacher. Are you not curious as to why Carl is wielding a gun in the principal's office? Dooner interjected at an opportune moment, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Indeed, what could that little scoundrel possibly intend with a firearm in the principal's office? Surely, he does not entertain the notion of assassinating the principal. That would be an exercise in hubris, Yin Yang lamented. The next moment, gunfire erupted from the principal's office, followed by the sound of shattering glass and a blood-curdling scream. Even though Steve was swift, Carl's reflexes were swifter still. As he pushed open the door, he immediately fired at the shield, the bullet striking it and rebounding in an odd trajectory. How much damage could a bullet devoid of a discernible path inflict? In truth, the extent of the damage was not paramount. Rather, it was the sheer randomness of the bullet's course that mattered. No one could predict what it would strike. Thus, when the bullet ricocheted and shattered the chandelier in Steve's room, Kong emitted a terrified scream. At that moment, Steve arrived, unleashing a trio of shots upon the unfortunate trio. Instantly, the corridor was filled with anguished cries. Steve strode towards them, peering down at the lamenting Kong and Carl with a furrowed brow. With a hint of confusion, he turned to regard Wayne, whose expression was fraught with difficulty, before delivering another shot in his direction. They all cried out. Did you remain silent simply because you were not struck? Chapter 39. The Clever One, Alas. At last, Wayne let out a pained cry, prompting Steve to turn with satisfaction toward Carl. Per Mr. Carl Gaglar, you had better elucidate why you discharged your firearm towards my room. Steve's smile was gentle. Yet Carl found himself swallowing hard. According to his perspective, if the principal, a man with such a twisted personality, showed anger, it was likely genuine. However, if he bore a smile, it signaled that he had meticulously devised ways to torment you. It was the kind of premeditated torment that could fill dozens of PowerPoint slides. Sir, you are Captain America. Though Carl lamented vocally, there was no sign of diminishing cheer upon his countenance. Normally, Steve would deem such a fellow a fool, yet at this moment, he felt that Carl could not be entirely classified as one. So, you approached with a gun merely to ascertain if I am indeed Captain America? Steve's smile remained calm. Now, Carl appeared somewhat flustered and hastily clarified. No, I only wish to see if your shield is bulletproof. I have heard that Captain America's shield is impervious to bullets. Ah, how curious that I had never before recognized dear Mr. Carl as such a genius, capable of deducing my identity through the shield's bullet resistance. Now, pray tell, do you believe I am Captain America? Steve crouched beside him, observing with a playful glint in his eyes. You are Captain America. What a disheartening response. Your exuberance is so boundless that I must engage in training with you, Steve remarked with a beaming smile. At this, both Carl and Wayne's expressions shifted significantly. The notion of training alongside Steve had become a near-mythical tale at Santiago High School. It was said that the principal, that old curmudgeon, would always maintain a sardonic smile at your left side, unchanging regardless of your speed. He might even raise a finger in jest when you faltered, tauntingly uttering, "Is that all?" Of course, if you thought that was the extent of his remarks, it could only be said you had never violated the school rules at Santiago High. For he would relentlessly kick your backside from behind, unless you could maintain a lead of 4 paces ahead of him. But good heavens, that was Steve Rogers. Even before his enhancement, his physical prowess far surpassed that of these high schoolers. Moreover, now that he had been augmented, the disparity was even more pronounced. Over the past few days, Steve had come to understand what this enhancement truly entailed. The body of truth was indeed a remarkable phenomenon. To provide a simple illustration, if an ordinary person were to transcend their physiological limits through training, they could continue to build their physical strength indefinitely. Eventually, they would surpass the divine. In this moment, Steve, endowed with the body of truth, found himself in precisely this scenario. He truly dared not imagine the extent of his future strength. Yet, transcending one's limits is inherently a troublesome endeavor. The limits of a human being are not defined by the realms of cultivators. There are no concepts of chi refining, foundation establishment, golden core, or nascent soul. What exists is merely the reality that today you cannot lift 100 kilograms, and yet, with utmost effort, you manage to do so. However, this does not imply that you will always be able to lift it again, for one cannot consistently surpass their own limits. But for Steve, the situation diverged significantly. If you can break through this limit today, it transforms into something within your capacity. What does this signify? How terrifying is a being without limits? Of course, this ability is not devoid of drawbacks. For instance, if Steve wishes to enhance his endurance, he must exhaust his physical strength completely before surpassing that threshold. But who knows how long it takes to achieve this? This circumstance has rendered Steve a veritable urban legend on the Santiago High School playground. Principal, but aren't you really Captain America? Your shield is bulletproof. Carl continued, seemingly greatly affected by whether or not Steve was indeed Captain America. All right, I am Captain America. Unequivocally so, Steve sighed, glancing at Carl with a hint of exasperation. He had never intended to conceal his identity, yet he did not perceive it as particularly noteworthy. To quote a phrase from his past life, every profession is meant to serve the people. Naturally, those who believe such words are fools. How could society possibly exist without a ruling class and a subjugated class? Are you truly Captain America? Kong asked, astonished as he gazed at Steve, who nodded in affirmation. All right, as for your queries, we shall address them later. Now, everyone, get your asses to the damn playground, Steve exclaimed, irritably kicking the two unfortunate souls, causing them to leap nearly a meter high. That is not fair. Wayne is here too, Carl exclaimed, clutching his rear as he sprinted away. Steve cast a glance at Wayne. Do you wish to know if I am Captain America? Wayne nodded and spoke. I want to know. I am Captain America. Precisely as you envision, the same figure you see in comics, that clown in a tight suit. I'm not quite sure how to convey this, but I genuinely admire you. I appreciate your commitment to justice. However, to maintain equality, extend your backside. Without waiting for Wayne to react, Steve delivered a swift kick to his rear. Did you all hear that? Gunnar removed his headphones and turned to the astonished others. Steve had not removed his headphones while speaking, and those in the monitoring room had all heard him reveal his identity. Faced with Gunnar's inquiry, they nodded and simultaneously shook their heads. I am uncertain whether I should have heard that. Isn't this confidential? Caesar, who was typically optimistic, now wore a serious expression. I'd prefer to have not heard it. Yin Yang's expression was equally grim. Surely, we can't have attracted the attention of the FBI? He inquired solemnly. I am uncertain. What about the toll road? Where has that fellow disappeared to? We must urgently summon him. We need to pack our belongings and flee back to France. Damn it. The FBI might already be en route. Upon hearing the mention of the FBI, Yin Yang immediately panicked, his anxiety palpable as he spoke. Just then, the door to the surveillance room swung open, revealing Barney. Barney, the FBI is on their way. We need to hastily board your vintage aircraft and return to France. Damn it, this sour pickle truly is Captain America. Chapter 40. The search for Daredevil's gold. What has become of him? He resembles a squirrel from the Ice Age, Barney casually remarked while embracing the anxious Yin Yang with one arm. Barney, Steve is Captain America. Goodness, he must be under FBI surveillance. We need to hurry, or we risk being apprehended and subjected to severe interrogation by the U.S. government. Yin Yang continued to persuade Barney, whose expression grew increasingly peculiar. Come on, surveilling Captain America? Treating him as a traitor? Unless the FBI agents are utter fools, I refuse to believe anyone would stoop so low. Do you comprehend the scale of the scandal? It would be easier to assert he was summoned for tea by the tax office for failing to file his taxes. Moreover, he is Captain America. Why would they torture us? Barney gazed at his companion with bewilderment. Yin Yang was momentarily taken aback, but then resumed earnestly. We are mercenaries. Wouldn't they beat us while demanding to know our intentions of approaching Captain America? Oh, this fellow has been entirely brainwashed by conspiracy theories. Barney, slightly exasperated, released Yin Yang and casually took a seat. Do not worry. He is indeed Captain America, and we are safe. Although this old chap's colleagues have all retired, their influence remains. The others collectively exhaled in relief. It was not that they were overly cautious. Rather, their dealings with the government had made them aware of too many instances where missions were completed, only to end in a purge. Hence, they instinctively mistrusted the government. It is akin to relying on your boss's salary for survival, yet rarely placing complete faith in them. Unless, of course, your father happens to be the chairman. So, according to you, are we to retire here? Christmas spoke nervously, as did Gunnar. These two were born mercenaries, struggling to survive without war. Or rather, they found it difficult to thrive without stimulating adventures. Oh, come now. You two cannot possibly think life at this school will be mundane? That is Captain America. There will never be a shortage of thrilling adventures in the presence of a legend. Barney discerned their apprehensions and addressed them directly. But, Enough of the buts. This is an urban mission. Our target is a man named Ajax, a human trafficker. Barney produced a stack of documents and began his introduction. Huh. Are there still such scoundrels in this world? Enyang's heart sank as he listened to Barney's briefing on mutants. Can we fight them? Just a fellow who doesn't fear pain, albeit with rapid reflexes. However, the boss is also personally involved. It seems there is some personal vendetta at play. This intelligence originates from the previous Red Madman, who refers to himself as Deadpool. Do superheroes also refrain from using their real names, just as we mercenaries do? Perhaps it is because their families are not superheroes? All right, let us return to our task, Gunnar. You shall serve as the bodyguard to the boss during this operation. Why me? Christmas is the finest assault operative, Gunnar remarked with some surprise. The boss believes you appear sufficiently formidable. He does not require the best, as he himself is the best. The corner of Christmas's mouth curled up, revealing a rather helpless smile. Very well, it seems I have been underestimated by a 70-year-old man. Indeed, shall the two of you engage in a duel? In the spirit of brotherhood, I would wager $5 on you. Enyang offered a comforting remark, while Christmas smiled ruefully, furrowing his brow. I am not particularly concerned about how much you would wager on me, but could you enlighten me as to how much you intend to bet on the boss? Enyang similarly furrowed his brow, reaching out to test the smoothness of Christmas's forehead, and after confirming he was not feverish, shook his head and replied, No fever? That is Captain America. If he were to strike you, I would certainly go all in, would I not? This time, Christmas was thoroughly triggered. Damn, you profit-driven Chinese. Hey, I merely possess a devout religious faith. You have embarked on a crusade for your Lord. What is wrong with me going all in for the god of wealth? Despite being grasped by the neck by Christmas, Enyang still managed to shout this out. All right, enough of this. You two are nearly 80 years old combined. Can you not exhibit some maturity? Christmas, do not be so tense. If it were me, I too would go all in on the boss, Gunnar interjected. And Caesar nodded in agreement. What about the toll road? Why is he not here? Recently, he has deemed the school's football team to be abysmal and is coaching there. Gunnar replied to Barney's inquiry. Get him over here. Does he genuinely think we are here to retire? Barney said with a hint of exasperation. A black Hummer rolled in from Hell's Kitchen, causing everyone on the street to halt in their tracks. Several individuals even drew their firearms, swiftly chambering rounds. Gene observed the scenery outside, a familiar smile gracing his face. Laurel, did you know? I was actually born here. Jin's words momentarily stunned the driver ahead. He was aware that his boss had risen from the depths, but was unaware that he had emerged from Hell's Kitchen. I did not know, boss. I assumed you hailed from some crime family since you are exceptionally talented. Haha, I have ascended step by step from the very bottom of society. With no alternatives, I chose the gang life. Initially, I peddled contraband on the streets. I was astute and quick with numbers. Yet, it was futile, as all the money went to the primary suppliers. Fortunately, I never relinquished my dedication to honing this body. I began to gain notoriety as a formidable enforcer within the gang, eventually forming my own small team. Those who followed me back then were remarkable companions, Big Mike, Wilson, Solomon, and many others. However, they have all perished, some due to clashes with rival gangs, while others fell victim to betrayal. Do you comprehend the gravity of my struggle as I emerged from Hell's Kitchen, contending for territory? There was a privileged scion, fervently aspiring to carve out his own legacy, who coveted the very same land as I. He epitomized the type of gang family you refer to, deriding me as a lowly scoundrel, destined to subsist on the scraps left by individuals like him. My friend, swayed by his wealth, betrayed me. Enraged, I reduced both of them to a pulp with my fists. Laurel swallowed hard, uncertain of the significance of Jin's words at that moment. Thus, you ought not to conspire with the syndicate behind my back. Chapter 41. High-risk occupations. It is well acknowledged that being a driver for Jin Bing is a perilous profession, for one is often unaware of the unseen dangers that may lead to one's demise. Despite the formidable level of protection offered by the armored Hummer, which can withstand even the most powerful sniper fire at close range, one must not forget that it is Jin Bing, a notorious fiend known for his brutality, who occupies the vehicle. As the vehicle came to a halt, Jin Bing swung open the door and stepped onto the streets of Hell's Kitchen, a territory he knew all too well, his stronghold. The gang members flanking him resembled affluent socialites, and at times, the distinction between these thugs and the elite was negligible. Ultimately, the accumulation of capital often requires a touch of ruthlessness, and the only difference lies in the ability to cleanse one's hands of sin. Unfortunately for Jin Bing, Redemption was beyond his grasp. He had taken too many lives. I adore this place, he mused, reveling in the flourishing chaos of violence and bloodshed. A serene smile adorned his face, while his companions remained silent, wisely discerning when to speak and when to maintain their discretion. Now was a time for silence, particularly as the lifeless body of a man lay crumpled beside the Hummer, and Jean Bing's demeanor suggested he was in relatively good spirits. Go find the principal of the school. I believe it is now called Santiago High School, he instructed, relishing the name, for it evoked a sense of hope. With purpose, he strode toward the corner tavern, his entourage dispersing swiftly, momentarily stunned. Clad in tailored suits, they were indeed thugs, and despite their polished appearances, each pore exuded malevolence. In groups of 2 or 3, or sometimes 4 or 5, they ventured forth to the territories of the various gangs in Hell's Kitchen. Their objective straightforward, to summon the local gang leaders for a cordial discussion. After all, they were merely seeking an individual, thus maintaining a relatively mild demeanor. Yet, there was little room for gentility, for as the adage goes, a powerful dragon does not suppress a local snake. And the gangs of Hell's Kitchen were not to be underestimated. Big Ivan's Russian firearms were of an absurd caliber, and regardless of their strength, they were merely mortal men. A single barrage would likely leave them shattered. Yet, there could be surprises. For instance, a member of the gang seeking to fetch Steve from Santiago High School had anticipated a straightforward encounter, only to be met by a mercenary squad. These individuals bore no tattoos of sorrow nor any visible affiliations with organized crime, yet the notorious mobster, Monseigneur, was instantly deflated. He was merely a thug, not a hardened outlaw with 2 decades of evasion under his belt. Who were you looking for? He stammered, his voice trembling under the scrutinizing gaze of the tollway enforcers. Oh, I see. I am a parent, with a child of suitable age preparing to enroll in your esteemed institution. I wish to speak with your principal. Monseigneur was not only a rogue but also remarkably cunning. In an instant, a countermeasure came to mind. Christmas looked at him with some skepticism. You mean you want your child to attend Santiago High School? Are you aware of what kind of place this is? Monsignor adjusted his hat. A middle-aged Italian man clad in a suit and tie, gesturing anxiously before his chest. Oh my God. Do I know what this place is? This is Santiago High School. The school of Hell's Kitchen, and I love it. For heaven's sake, do you have any idea how difficult it is to manage a teenager? I'm even worried that she might give me a grandchild right after graduation. Monsignor's tone was undeniably exaggerated, yet both Christmas and Gunnar couldn't help but chuckle. It seems you are genuinely eager to meet our principal. Let me make a call. Christmas nodded, turning to dial the phone. Monsignor gazed at the imposing security guards before him, pondering what kind of place Santiago High School truly was. For these individuals appeared as if they had emerged from a sea of corpses. You don't look like security. You resemble mercenaries. Huh? Yin Yang was the first to react, charging out without hesitation and swiftly subduing Monsignor. Who are you? Are you sent by the FBI to surveil us? Monsignor had no intention of resisting. But Yin Yang's prowess far surpassed that of any mere gangster. In fact, by the time Yin Yang spoke, Monsignor was already ensnared in a formidable chokehold. By the time he managed to articulate his thoughts, the poor Monsignor had already lost consciousness. Why aren't you speaking? Damn it. Are the FBI agents this tight-lipped? Gunnar shouted. Yin Yang, give him a couple of good hits. Yin Yang continued to bellow. The toll booth operator, unable to bear it any longer, interjected. Yin Yang, if you don't release him, this Italian fellow will truly die. Huh. Yin Yang, somewhat puzzled, loosened his grip, glancing at the now unconscious Monsignor. Cough, cough, cough. Thank heavens. My goodness. Who on earth are you? School security or terrorists? Neither. We are merely a bunch of ordinary people. Christmas hung up the phone, standing before Monsignor with an outstretched hand. I apologize. My friend has a bit of PTSD. He has been this way since returning from Africa. That fellow Amin was indeed quite dreadful. Yin Yang scrutinized him with suspicion. You truly aren't sent by the FBI? I've always aspired to join the FBI. I just need a recommendation. Would you care to admit it? Rest assured, I merely wish to align myself with the organization. Monsignor was internally panicking. Goodness, do you even realize what you are saying? You've drawn your knife. If I admit it, you could easily stab me several times. I believe you must have mistaken me for someone else. I am but an ordinary middle-aged man with a rather troublesome daughter. Truly. I am just an exceedingly average Italian father. My father is merely an old farmer from Sicily, as you know, and I have children to support. Yin Yang curled his lips slightly and sheathed the menacing triangular blade. With a hint of resignation, he shrugged his shoulders. I hope what you say is true. I apologize for my earlier outburst. As my friend remarked, Ming is quite a difficult individual to deal with. At this point, Monseigneur truly felt a sense of relief. Yet, his heart soon raced again. The person he was searching for emerged, striding forward with a rifle in hand, exuding an aura even more formidable than that of the surrounding mercenaries. The corners of his mouth twitched. Is this truly a legitimate and reputable institution? Chapter 42, Division of Power. I am Steve Rogers, the principal of this school. What is your name? Esteemed parent of a new student. I believe we could engage in a fruitful conversation. What do you think of the bar around the corner? They have the most sensational pole dancers, Steve remarked, causing the people around him to exchange incredulous glances. A parent is entrusting their child to your institution, and you invite them to witness a strip show? The absurdity of the situation left them momentarily at a loss for words. I intended to enroll my child in your school. Monseigneur felt slightly bewildered, unable to fathom why this seemingly unscrupulous individual exuded such an astonishing presence. Yet, he instinctively sensed that it would be wise not to oppose him. More importantly, Jean Bing was waiting for them at the bar. Very well, but do let me treat you. Monseigneur thought that if he didn't express some willingness to comply, this man might very well cause him harm, especially with that Chinese man standing beside him. Good heavens, that fellow had been eyeing him with eager anticipation thus far. Huh? What are you saying? I had no intention of footing the bill myself. What do they call it? Consultation fee? After saying this, Steve casually draped his arm over Monseigneur's shoulder and strode towards the bar, showing no signs of bringing along his companions, who were equally disinclined to follow. What a joke. That man was none other than Captain America. A bona fide Captain America. What threat could this gang, which they could hardly contend with, pose to him? Surely, it was absurd to think that a battle-hardened hero from World War II could be taken down by two small-time thugs. Inside the bar, Big Mike had cleared the area, struggling to locate a bottle behind the expansive wooden counter. The bar was remarkably wide, yet in comparison to the man opposite, it appeared somewhat narrow. The man could barely rest half of his forearm on the counter. Mike, I believe it has been nearly a decade since we last met. 12 years, Fikes. A full 12 years. The last time we saw each other was just as we departed this very place. Try this, your favorite Shunfeng whiskey. Big Mike retrieved a transparent bottle of whiskey and poured a glass for Jean Bing. Shunfeng, I like that name. But you know, I have spent my life turning defeats into victories. Jean Bing grasped the glass and took a sip. The door swung open. And though the atmosphere of the empty bar felt somewhat off, the newcomer paid no mind to it. Oh, I did not expect such an elaborate setup. It turns out to be you. Steve was somewhat taken aback upon seeing Jean Bing, but he quickly composed himself and took a seat beside him. Oh, my friend. Sitting like this must be quite uncomfortable for you. Why don't we move to the sofa? I feel you are damaging this bar counter. Jean responded to Steve's teasing with a smile, while the latter continued to speak to himself. Big Mike, did you ever try the Chinese liquor I let you in on last time? That is truly high-proof spirit, a splendid elixir. Trust me, once you have tasted it, its flavor will linger in your memory forever. How can you even say that? You dare to call something that can be ignited a spirit? What distinguishes it from disinfectant alcohol? Steve chuckled softly, remaining silent as he filled a glass with the white liquor he referred to. Have you visited China? Jean inquired, surveying him with a smile. Without hesitation, Steve nodded. Of course I have. Santiago High School drew inspiration from the Chinese educational model. Rest assured, we are a boarding school with stringent regulations. Huh, you've piqued my interest, Jean remarked. However, I didn't come here to discuss this. I wish to ask you, do you have authority in Hell's Kitchen now? As he uttered this, the atmosphere in the bar grew tense. Big Mike paused his busy activities, instinctively swallowing hard and taking a step back. I truly don't care, to be honest. This place is filled with scum. As long as you don't stir trouble at the school or target my students, you could wipe out everyone here, and I wouldn't bat an eye. Steve took a hefty gulp of the potent liquor, amusingly referred to as burning knife even in this realm. I had thought you were not an indifferent person, he remarked. You are mistaken. I am not indifferent. It is merely the law of survival here, an endless struggle for profit. Jean continued, Fikes, I will not judge the path you have chosen, but think carefully. Will your children be compelled to tread the same path as you? A completely innocent person, destined to fight for profit merely because of their father? Steve's probing question caused Jean to falter, his expression swiftly transforming into a complex tapestry of emotions. Struggle, anguish, solace, and dread swirling within his gaze. Eventually, he drained his glass. You mentioned that your school is a pure boarding institution? Indeed, a wholly genuine boarding school, my friend. By the way, do you have children? A boy or a girl? Steve inquired unabashedly, to which Jean smiled. A boy, named Richard. Is it possible I shall meet him tomorrow? More likely the day after. I need a day to find someone here. Steve shrugged. You might want to discuss that with others. I am not the head of the household, at least not at this moment, as you know. After Steve made this statement, he prepared to rise and depart. You are quite peculiar. I had assumed you were a person of justice. Jean couldn't help but say. You might not believe it, but I adhere to the Taoist principle of retribution. In my view, every action bears consequences. If someone demolishes your business for the sake of justice, seeking revenge is merely retribution. Your business has caused harm to others, and thus your future is fraught with peril. This is what one might call retribution. But what if retribution is delayed? Jean is not one to engage in pointless arguments. He simply finds this version of Steve to be quite amusing. Jokingly, he remarked, I'm still alive, you know. In response, Steve raised his middle finger at Jean and exited through the large door without a second thought. He truly is an intriguing character. Were it not for my status, I believe he could have been my friend. Jean chuckled as he spoke to Big Mike. Come on. Fix, are you not considering retirement? Surely you cannot intend to remain in this line of work until death. Chapter 43, Style of Conduct Boss. They have arrived. A black man with an American crew cut leaned closer to Jean Bing, speaking with deference. Is that so? Please let them in, Jean Bing nodded. Turning his gaze back to Big Mike as he continued, where was I? Oh, pour each of them a drink, and let it be on my tab. Steve pushed open the grand door, revealing nearly the entirety of Hell's Kitchen gathered outside. Big Ivan and Levin Luke stood at the forefront, their expressions notably grim. Well, what wind has blown you two here? I thought you rebellious types had the guts to stand up to him. Steve remarked with a sarcastic tone. Damn it. I told you these white folks are untrustworthy. We should have appointed an Asian as the principal. They neither discriminate against blacks nor whites. Levin Luke maintained his bias against Steve, who merely chuckled in response. You must understand that although some may possess a countenance filled with malice and are not to be trifled with, their height often evokes a sense of amusement. Motherfucker. He mocking me. I saw it. This sourpuss better not mock me. Levin Luke erupted in fury. However, before he could finish his tirade, Steve swiftly retaliated with a powerful blow. Chattering away, are we? Motherfucker? Sourpuss? Care to insult me again? Steve continued his relentless assault, even keeping a rhythm to his strikes. You, a drug-dealing black bastard, expect me to respect you? You sourpuss, while I'm out there fighting for my life. You're selling drugs to the very people I protect? And you still think I owe you respect? Motherfucker, I've been wanting to pound you for ages. As Steve grew increasingly fervent in his attack, several bystanders attempted to intervene, only to realize the extent to which they had underestimated this white man. His strength was formidable. Even with 3 people attempting to restrain him, he remained undeterred. Let go of me. You bastards, I've never been insulted by a drug dealer in my life. And damn it, he is still a black bastard. Levin Luke trembled as he raised his hand and flipped Steve the bird. Steve had not witnessed such a display since the time when Star Master was assaulted by the fire cloud evil god. Goodness, Steve exclaimed, summoning tremendous energy to break free from the 8 or so gangsters restraining him, leaping forward to deliver another punch. Confirming that Levin Luke lay motionless, Steve, panting heavily, ran his fingers through his hair. Did you all see that? He asked me to hit him. I have never encountered such a despicable request in my life. Steve looked around helplessly, while Big Ivan cast a glance at Levin Luke, now a battered mess on the ground. Why the hell didn't you mention you had this kind of skill earlier? If you had spoken up, Levin Luke wouldn't have been so foolish. Didn't you hear? Should I ask again? Steve, filled with a sense of perplexity, inquired, while the imposing figures surrounding him, seasoned in the realms of gang life and street vendettas, fervently nodded in agreement. It was only then that Steve wiped the blood from his hands on Lev Luck's clothing, rose to his feet, and sauntered out with an air of confidence. Where's that fellow Masanier? He bellowed, seemingly unable to contain his frustration. The Italian lurking within the crowd, somewhat resigned, rubbed his hooked nose, attempting to appear more spirited before he finally squeezed through the throng to confront Steve. Good day, esteemed principal, he greeted. I am not well, Steve retorted. I sincerely hope that God blesses you with a daughter to enroll at Santiago High School. If you do not possess one, I advise you to exert yourself tonight and pray for a miracle. For if by tomorrow you cannot present a daughter of your own flesh and blood to Santiago High School, I shall enlist our school janitor to seek you out. I truly wish I could strangle you with your umbilical cord, though I suppose intestines would suffice. Oh dear, I am a man of my word. Rest assured, I shall send my daughter to Santiago High School tomorrow. I have utmost faith in your esteemed institution's teaching methods, Monseigneur replied nervously. Seeing this, Steve chuckled and continued on his way, while Jean Bing had already dispatched someone to usher the crowd inside. However, upon his arrival, he discovered Chang Wei engaging in a brawl not with a foe, but with Steve, who was confronting Lovelock. Everyone, the boss wishes to see you. Even Lovelock? Big Ivan questioned, casting a glance at the African-American, who rolled his eyes and nodded in resignation. The group fell silent, and Big Ivan begrudgingly carried the nearly unconscious Lovelock into the bar. Greetings, Jean Bing. It has indeed been a while, Big Ivan remarked as he approached Jean Bing, who cast a surprised glance at Lovelock. Whom did he offend? Principal Steve Rogers. You know, this lad's tongue is perpetually foul, hence the situation, Big Ivan explained. Should I commend him for his bravery? Jean Bing raised an eyebrow, a fleeting look of admiration crossing his face. Very well, Jean Bing. What is the purpose of summoning us? I seek a particular individual, a clown clad in a tight suit and hood. I hope you can assist me. Jean Bing lowered his gaze, stirring the drink before him with a slender spoon. Is that all? Big Ivan replied, somewhat taken aback, for he knew Jean Bing well. This audacious criminal never acted for a singular reason. Those in the underworld are unyielding opportunists, and Jean Bing is notably among the foremost. In the process, I wish to conduct a little rehearsal. It has been far too long since I have made my voice heard in this world. I fear being forgotten by it. I understand. Eliminate the small factions and subdue the larger ones. Our collective in Hell's Kitchen remains submissive to you, yet you know we operate as an autonomous zone. Big Ivan's expression remained composed. They had their own strategies for survival. Do not resist. Assist me in locating that deviant, and then act as if nothing has transpired. Jean raised his glass and drained it in one gulp. Where has that yellow-skinned monkey from the mountain gone? Why is he absent? His memory is remarkable. With just a cursory glance, he identified the one among the diverse crowd of individuals. Oh, I am unaware. As you know, he is a man-serpent, and we are at odds. Ivan shrugged, and Jean smiled faintly. Understood. Let us proceed in this manner. For subsequent matters, you shall liaise with my subordinates. He then rose from the bar, his imposing figure emanating a primal aura that rendered the assembled guests unable to lift their gazes. Wishing you all a splendid day ahead. Chapter 44. Matthew Michael Mercado, are we truly agreeing to this? The speaker was the Mexican, who often played the peacemaker during the quarrels between Big Ivan and Laven Luke. With his characteristic long, wavy black hair and a bushy mustache, he resembled the archetypal Mexican gangster. It's merely a matter of finding someone. We have no reason to refuse. I suggest you promptly call for an ambulance, Big Mike interjected. This fellow appears on the brink of death. Laven Luke, carelessly discarded by Big Ivan at the bar, seemed merely intoxicated, yet he was perilously close to demise. Oh my God, I nearly forgot about this poor soul, Big Ivan exclaimed. Damn it. Can someone please call for an ambulance? The bar erupted into chaos, and at the rate they were going, by the time they summoned help, Laven Luke would likely have the chance to be reincarnated. Ultimately, it was Big Mike who methodically organized everything, ensuring that the unfortunate man was placed into the ambulance. I fail to comprehend. Doesn't this man have a daughter at Santiago High? Why provoke Principal Steve? Big Mike inquired, casting a glance at Big Ivan. Though both men were impressively large, it was evident that Big Mike possessed a more temperate demeanor. I have no idea. God only knows what drives this man. Perhaps he believes it enhances his stature? Big Ivan replied, deftly retrieving a bottle of vodka from behind the bar and pouring himself a generous glass. Hey, this cost a fortune. Hell's Kitchen. Across from the Central District Police Station, in the office of Attorney Marfu, Matthew and Fudge sat facing each other. Two steaming cups of coffee positioned between them. Fudge voiced his frustration. Must we establish this damned law firm in Hell's Kitchen? You have no idea how much I long to see those scoundrel plaintiffs imprisoned when I'm in court. Come now, Fudge, exercise some patience. Our aspiration is to showcase the law's true value. Look around. Is there a more fitting place in all of America than here? Can you find one? Matthew shrugged, producing his white cane from within his coat. I need to step out for a moment. I do not understand why I consumed so much water last night. Rising, Matthew navigated slowly toward the exit with the aid of his cane. Fudge remained silent, swiftly extracting a bottle of chili powder to replace the sugar bowl on the table. Before long, Matthew returned, again utilizing his cane. I believe you were correct. We ought to remain in Hell's Kitchen. This place is truly remarkable. He sat down, spooning sugar into his cup, one scoop after another. Hey, you should consider adding less sugar. I'm being serious, Fudge remarked, astonished by Matthew's actions. However, Matthew showed no signs of halting. Oh, spare me. I stayed up late listening to audiobooks. I require ample sugar for energy. Fuggy shrugged and picked up the newspaper on the table. Seizing the opportunity, Matthew switched their 2 cups of coffee. Have you seen the news? A high-ranking official from Stark Industries publicly criticized Tony Stark's decisions, deeming his announcement to abandon defense contracts during the press conference as juvenile. Matthew removed his sunglasses, revealing his lackluster eyes, their icy blue hue clearly unfocused. I suggest you read it aloud to me, lest I take matters into my own hands, Matthew threatened earnestly. With a hint of resignation, Fuggy began to read the newspaper. By the time he finished that segment, his throat was parched. Without hesitation, he lifted the coffee cup and took a large sip. In his mind, he had envisioned the drink sweetened with an ample amount of sugar and cooled to perfection. However, the anticipated rich sweetness was replaced by an overwhelming spiciness that surged to his head. At that moment, he could only feel the heat. Perhaps even a form of auditory sensation, as he could hardly explain the ringing in his ears. Hey, Fuggy, although I'm blind, my sense of smell remains intact. Perhaps next time, try substituting the sugar with salt, Matthew remarked, followed by a fit of coughs. I need water. Damn it, bring me water. Quick to respond. Matthew sprang up and fetched a large bottle of purified water from the office fridge. Good thing you prepared water before attempting to prank me. Otherwise, you'd be in worse trouble now, Matthew commented. After gulping down a couple of mouthfuls, Fuggy felt his hearing partially return. Damn, for a fleeting moment. He had even believed he had gone deaf. Hey, esteemed lawyer, how are you? A Mexican man stood at the door, his long, black wavy hair and muscular chest resembling 2 solid stones. Oh, my apologies, but we do not take on cases we are certain to lose. If I am not mistaken, you are quite well known here. I think you've misunderstood. I have no cases, and compared to others, I am merely an ordinary smuggler, trafficking in beverages. The Mexican man casually stated as he took a seat. Allow me to introduce myself. Merkel. You can call me Old Merkel. Very well, esteemed Mr. Merkel. Could you enlighten me as to your purpose here? You do not appear to be embroiled in any legal troubles, Fuggy inquired. Not much. We are searching for a certain vigilante who dons a mask at night. What? Such a person exists? Oh my, could it be that God is no longer able to bear it? Fuggy exclaimed dramatically. I believe Mr. Merkel has mistaken us. We are merely ordinary lawyers. Fuggy spends every night reveling in bars, and as for me, as you can see, I am blind and never venture out at night, Matthew stated, showcasing his white cane without hesitation, openly displaying his physical disability. Well, if you come across the person I described, please do remember to notify us. As for how to inform us, just find any petty thug on the street. After Merkel uttered those words, she rose and departed, leaving behind a black Hummer on the street occupied by 2 gang members. They were dispatched by the Jean Bing faction, and although they appeared somewhat bureaucratic, they were, after all, members of the underworld. Jean Bing had issued a directive to locate the masked man. Failure to do so would result in dire consequences for those responsible for the search. Thus, they exerted themselves diligently. However, they had no intention of scrutinizing the law firm in question. From their vantage point in the vehicle, they could easily discern the portly white lawyer, who exuded an aura of laziness, alongside the blind man gripping a white cane. In their eyes, Matthew was merely an assistant taken in by Fucci out of a moment of kindness. After all, Fucci nearly epitomized all their preconceived notions of the foolish white man. Chapter 45. The unfortunate Masonial possessing a high intellect, lofty moral standards, yet lacking emotional intelligence, such is the predicament of these rogues from Hell's Kitchen, whose duplicitous tactics could, if one were to stretch the definition, be considered a form of emotional intelligence. Matthew's expression remained unchanged, exhibiting no signs of alarm despite the intrusion of several gangsters into the establishment. It was as if such scenes had become commonplace for him. Oh, Matthew, why do you appear so composed? Do you possess some secret? Each time I encounter those thugs, my legs tremble uncontrollably. Fuggy was not jesting. He genuinely felt his legs quaking. After all, he and Matthew hailed from entirely different backgrounds, Fuggy from an elite white family, while Matthew emerged from the grim realities of the slums. During his college years, Matthew's father had to engage in underground boxing matches to fund his education. Goodness. The cost of studying law in America is exorbitant. I don't know. Perhaps it's because I can't see. I always feel that the gentleman's voice sounds rather agreeable. Fuggy mused that if the man named Old Mo could be deemed amiable, he might as well be crowned Mr. Universe. Such absurdity. Well, I shall not argue with you further. What cases do you intend to take on today? I must insist we pursue some significant cases, for only then can our journey as lawyers flourish. Moreover, this would greatly contribute to the legal development of the Hell's Kitchen community. Matthew managed a wry smile in response to Fuggy's incessant chatter. Despite his seemingly naive demeanor, he was, in truth, exceedingly ambitious. Given time, he would undoubtedly emerge as a formidable figure, though regrettably, that time was not now. Hello? This is San Diego High School. What? You say you are already at the school gate? Very well, I shall come down immediately. Steve hung up, retracting his leg from the desk where he had been tapping it, and stood up abruptly. To be candid, he had already resolved to seek out this individual named Bissonial. His greatest aversions in life were being deceived by men, women, and beasts alike. Summed up, his disdain for deceit reached astonishing heights. All right, my little princess. This school is quite commendable. I have inquired, and the literature teacher here is rather renowned. You can learn much about writing under his tutelage. Rest assured, when the principal returns, my rapport with him is quite favorable. Bissonial crouched down to speak softly to a young girl before him, who was merely 12 years of age. Yet, in the fast-paced environment of America, unforeseen events could transpire at such a tender age, especially since he was involved with the underworld, surrounded by a motley crew. He harbored no desire for his daughter, who adored literature, to be tainted by such darkness. Thus, even if Steve had not threatened him yesterday, sending his daughter to this school was an inevitability. Hey, brother, is this your daughter? To be honest, she doesn't seem very happy. On duty. Inyang raised his arm towards Masanier, displaying a cheerful smile. However, Masanier found that the man's grin left him breathless. I apologize, sir. My daughter is merely struggling to adapt to her new surroundings. She is truly remarkable. I understand your sentiment. Here, this is our school's code of conduct. Recite it. And in the future, abide by these regulations while at school. Both the principal and I will support you. Masanier gazed at the thick tome of rules, his expression turning sour. Are you certain this isn't targeted? Rest assured, I will direct my attention towards you, but not towards your child. I would never stoop to such a lowly act. Goodness, this is the code for the high school division. Your daughter is evidently a middle school student. What will happen if you frighten her with this? As Steve spoke, he retrieved an even thicker volume, akin to an encyclopedia, from beneath the desk in the security room and solemnly handed it to Masanier. My apologies, that was our oversight. This is the actual code your daughter should memorize. Oh. By the way, what is your daughter's name? Sophia. Steve lifted his gaze, letting out a grunt through his nose. A quintessential Italian name. It conjures the image of a white girl with a mane of red, fluffy hair, clad in linen. Very well, dear parent. Inyang will escort you to settle the tuition fee in one go. Fear not. While our charges may be steep, I ensure they are duly taxed. As Steve spoke, he led Sophia, who barely reached his chest, towards the middle school division. To be candid, the design and planning of Santiago Middle School was not yet flawless. However, there was little that could be done until the comprehensive renovation scheduled for the upcoming summer. In his view, no matter how arduous or impoverished, these children must not be deprived of education for the sake of leisure. With this thought, Steve's steps became considerably lighter. Indeed, today was a splendid day. In the finance office, Masanier stared at the receipt before him, which indicated a sum of $100,000, feeling utterly flustered. Were it not for the vigilant presence of all members of the suicide squad, he would have felt compelled to confront the hefty African-American woman issuing the receipt, inquiring what on earth justified such exorbitant tuition for a community school. Unfortunately, the entire squad was watching him with keen interest. Even the individual named Caesar clutched a 6-barrel machine gun. He believed that merely paying tuition should not necessitate such an ordeal. After all, they were all businessmen, and such actions would only breed discord. Thus, when signing the check, he did so with remarkable alacrity, fearing that any delay would provoke the ire of the formidable African-American. Welcome, esteemed Mr. Masanier. I believe you may be interested in joining the Parent Association at Santiago Middle School. Barney adeptly registered an account for Masanier and added him to the group chat. This was a method Steve had learned in a previous life, when faced with uncertainty. Consult the parent group. While he did not intend to be so harsh, it was essential for a boarding school to keep parents promptly informed about their children's circumstances. At least, that was how Steve perceived it. This is the principal's phone number. You may now go and find your daughter. By the way, the principal specifically requested that we convey a message. Santiago High School extends a warm welcome to you. A group of formidable mercenaries bowed simultaneously. nearly startling Masoniel into a leap. It was no jest. Although he was a crime lord, he had never encountered such a spectacle before. Thank you, thank you. In that moment, the once formidable gangster who had battled on the streets with a Chicago typewriter found himself somewhat taken aback. After handing Sophia over to Henry, Steve did not involve himself in the subsequent matters. Chapter 46. Dealing with Ajax at present, he and Henry had clearly defined roles. He was responsible for the high school students, while Henry managed the middle school ones. After all, the high schoolers had matured, making it somewhat easier for him to handle them. However, today's incident with Mosoni could only be regarded as a minor distraction. Wade had already furnished them with information 3 days prior. This dossier not only contained Ajax's personal portrait, but also detailed his various preferences and weaknesses. The Suicide Squad did not disappoint Steve's expectations, swiftly presenting a professional action plan. Today marked the execution of their strategy. As Ajax had been driven to New York by Wade, Steve had also established contact through Tony and arranged a meeting for today. Consequently, he had specially commissioned an exquisite suit, as Alexei had long been accustomed to mingling with high society. Such a cunning quarry could easily be detected through the slightest oversight. Fortunately, with Steve personally taking charge, the margin for error in this mission would be considerably high. "Boss, we are all set," Barney announced, emerging with the suit. While Gunnar had already donned his attire. In his plan, both he and Gunnar would masquerade as Steve's bodyguards. The only requirement for Steve was to ensure he did not appear more intimidating than the two of them. "You both have a somewhat mobster bodyguard look to you. Rest assured, I'm not that ostentatious," he remarked as he slipped into the suit, which had been tailored on short notice and fit him impeccably. Particularly, Steve had left his tie undone and 2 shirt buttons unfastened, adding an air of nonchalance. Yet, this was precisely the vibe those executives desired. For it was nearly impossible for them to wear a suit and tie in a conventional manner, especially when meeting a lesser figure like Alexei. "I believe you must have studied this. I am quite pleased with your attire," he commented. "Do not forget, we will also need to infiltrate. Agent Carter and I have previously conducted operations behind enemy lines." As he spoke, Steve strode purposefully towards the exit. For him, today's mission was of utmost significance, as it pertained to his future development trajectory. In his view, to fully harness the potential of the body of truth, acquiring Wolverine's healing factor was an essential divine skill. Yet, such a critical asset lay in Ajax's possession. The black SUV departed from Santiago High School, even as the entire Hell's Kitchen was shrouded in a heavy atmosphere. Nonetheless, no one dared to impede the vehicle of Santiago High. The gangsters who had risen to leadership were far from foolish. Their demeanor towards Santiago High was markedly different, particularly in their respectful treatment of the principal. Moreover, this principal appeared to be quite formidable. "I believe today will be a fortuitous day. We shall reap a bountiful harvest." Steve sat comfortably in the off-road vehicle, casually conversing. Ajax was someone he could easily leave to Wade, as they were sworn enemies. As for himself, he anticipated a formidable confrontation with Dust Angel. He did not harbor any doubts about his own prowess. After all, his strength was 6 times that of an average human. Dust Angel? What manner of creature was that? It was not mere boasting on Steve's part. He genuinely regarded Dust Angel with indifference. Before long, the convoy arrived at an abandoned dock, precisely at the time previously agreed upon with Ajax. This was no ordinary dock. It had once facilitated shipbuilding and repairs. Steve, flanked by Barney and Gunnar for protection, descended from the vehicle, sporting sunglasses and a light gray suit complemented by a white shirt. The intentionally unfastened buttons revealed the contours of his muscular chest. With a typical American rogue's grin, he strode confidently into the depths of the dock, utterly oblivious to any lurking dangers. This demeanor was perfectly in line with his persona, a real estate mogul with a nefarious background. "Oh, my friend, I can hardly contain my excitement to see my little treasure. We previously agreed on a price of $3 million, which I find exceedingly reasonable. However, as you know, I require 4. A smile adorned Steve's face as he regarded his counterpart. The latter remained silent, merely observing Steve with a hawkish gaze that seemed to blend amusement and skepticism. "What I mean is, it is better to teach a man to fish than to simply give him a fish. You know, I am quite intrigued by the miraculous serum in your possession." Ajax finally returned a smile, though to be frank, the gaunt white man's grin was less than flattering, at least in Steve's eyes. "What type do you desire?" Ajax inquired. "You know, no one is without a past, and although I have moved on, many have not. Therefore, I seek something that will ensure my survival in critical moments. Before Steve could finish his thought, Ajax turned abruptly and shouted, "Bring him a Type 3 serum." Shortly thereafter, the imposing figure of Dust Angel emerged from the rear of the warehouse, carrying a well-sealed briefcase. Upon seeing this, Steve raised his hand, prompting Barney and Gunnar to each lift a briefcase onto the table. $12 million, a fair price. Would you like to count it on site? Steve fixed his gaze on Ajax, who nodded and opened the briefcase. Inside lay stacks of greenbacks. There would be no issues with this money, as it had been withdrawn from Tony's account at Stark Industries. Shall we conclude this transaction amicably? Steve extended his hand for a shake and turned to leave. Yet, in that fleeting moment, a bullet whizzed past Steve's ear, aimed directly at Ajax's forehead. Ajax reacted with remarkable speed, swiftly dodging the projectile. His reflexes were indeed extraordinary. However, in the next instant, a crimson figure leapt down from atop a shipping container, brandishing two gleaming steel knives with an intimidating flourish. It was as if a deity of death had been reincarnated. Without hesitation, Steve retrieved his gear from the box behind Barney and charged towards the still-dazed Angel of Dust. Despite Steve's belief in his immense strength, he was taken aback by the sensation of being evenly matched against the Angel. This feeling surprised him, albeit only slightly. "Young man, it seems your strength is quite formidable," the Angel of Dust remarked with a hint of surprise. The elder chuckled lightly, raising the war hammer in her hand, ready to strike down upon her head. After all, who would be foolish enough to disregard the power of a hammer? Chapter 47. A grand confrontation. The Dust Angel was perplexed by Steve's sudden revelation of a warhammer, as she could not fathom the significance of such a mundane weapon against her. However, her misconceptions were swiftly dispelled. With a single strike, the sound of her arm buckling under the pressure resonated ominously. This was not an auspicious sign, at least not in her perspective. It soon became evident to her that this ostentatiously dressed white man was far from ordinary, certainly not a typical gang leader. The strength exhibited by an ordinary individual could never be so astounding. "Who are you, truly?" she inquired. "Steve Rogers," he replied, charging at her once more. His hammer could be regarded as an indigenous artifact of Earth, albeit a rudimentary one, and it was beyond the Dust Angel's capacity to withstand unarmed. "What is your purpose?" This time, Steve remained silent, merely advancing towards her with the hammer raised. The palpable aura of danger and death compelled her to retreat. As Wade descended from above with a shriek, Ajax was quick to react. Yet, he still sustained a gash from the dual blades on his back. A typical individual would have succumbed to agony or faltered under such an assault. However, Ajax exhibited no signs of distress. He continued to sprint away at an astonishing speed. "What is this nonsense? Did the refuse I carelessly discarded just bite me?" Ajax stood before Wade, retrieving two hand axes from a nearby wall. These were one-handed axes equipped with armor-piercing tips, resembling a fireman's axe, but with a broader blade. 2 against 2. It seems somewhat equitable, does it not? Yet I fail to comprehend why you are so relentless in your pursuit. You have lost your handsome visage, yet you remain alive. The damned cancer can no longer claim you. What more do you seek? Was your initial desire not simply to survive? We have accomplished that. Do you wish to attain life without any cost? Ajax's inquiries momentarily rendered Wade speechless. Typically, verbose antagonists lack charm, yet in this instance, Ajax spoke a profound truth. Wade's primary aspiration had always been survival, and he had indeed achieved it, with his ravaged appearance serving as the price paid. No one can acquire something without forfeiting something in return. No, damn it, you sour lemon, refrain from indulging. My intent to slay you is not due to your actions towards me, but rather for my fellow patient, that elderly white man yearning to return home. You wretch, you deceived him. Until his dying breath, he awaited his return. Wade bellowed, charging forth as his blades danced in a flurry, akin to mercury cascading in a torrential flow. Ajax met him without a flicker of trepidation, wielding his axes with equal alacrity. If Wade's strikes were capricious and illogical, then Ajax's axes were swift, as quick as thunder itself. It was nothing short of remarkable. The formidable nature of the axe as a heavy weapon inherently poses significant challenges in matching the speed of dual blades. I have long pondered whether, in your current state, you inflict wounds upon yourself while applying adhesive daily. Ajax, with a grin, sought to disrupt Wade's composure. Yet Wade is no ordinary individual. This lad has never succumbed to banter, not even once. Indeed, the experience is quite unpleasant. However, I have heard that your body not only lacks the capacity to feel pain but is devoid of all sensations. Do you find pleasure in applying adhesive to yourself? Oh, wait, I see. With a sudden surge of energy, Wade swung his dual axes back, executing a backflip while clutching his abdomen and pointing a single blade at Ajax, exclaiming loudly, "Oh, I understand now. You are utterly impotent." Wade's laughter resounded so profoundly that it drowned out the sound of gunfire. The mercenaries, engaged in dispatching lesser foes, paused in bewilderment, entirely at a loss regarding Wade's peculiar behavior. "What is wrong with him?" Barney inquired, furrowing his brow towards Christmas. The latter subtly nodded towards his own head and remarked, "His mental state has always been precarious, as you know." "Is that so? What a pity. I was considering inviting him to join the mercenaries." Barney's lament elicited a frown from Christmas, who was reluctant to entrust his back to a madman on the battlefield. "Accelerate. Clear the area for them," Barney commanded, prompting the mercenaries to enhance their lethality exponentially. After all, their leader was Captain America, and they believed that as long as they refrained from employing conventional weaponry, they would not face repercussions. Before long, the remaining adversaries were swiftly dealt with by the mercenaries. Gunner, intoxicated by the scent of gunpowder in the air, declared, "Boss, you were right. Following you, I shall never experience solitude. It's exhilarating, I assure you." Barney shrugged nonchalantly, replying, "Indeed, perhaps we shall even save the world next." Steve concluded his battle swiftly, for he harbored no compassion for the delicate. Since the Dust Angel had chosen to oppose him, his sole objective was to eliminate her as swiftly as possible. Any subsequent troubles that may arise were concerns for another day. Thus, Steve exerted his full strength with each blow, his formidable force striking her with enough impact to send her airborne. Despite her exceptional physical prowess, she could not withstand Steve's might for long. Ultimately, seizing an opportunity, Steve delivered a hammering strike to her chest, causing her to spew blood and collapse, uncertain of her fate. Without a hint of mercy, Steve adeptly approached her side and delivered a final strike to her head. This blow was not executed with full force, yet it ensured that the Dust Angel would be bedridden for many years to come. Meanwhile, the clash between Wade and Ajax was nearing its conclusion, as it was evident to any observer that their strengths were remarkably comparable. Why has Ajax found himself at a disadvantage? It is entirely due to the sight of Steve approaching with a hammer in hand. In such a dire situation, anyone with a semblance of sense would seek a means of escape. However, Wade had succumbed to a frenzy, adeptly exploiting every flaw in his opponent's defense and relentlessly amplifying his own victories. In no time, he had thrust a blade through Ajax's shoulder, pinning him firmly to the ground. "It seems the outcome has been determined, hasn't it?" Steve sat nonchalantly at the table, his expression remarkably relaxed. Wade inhaled deeply, poised to strike down this wretched foe. "Stop. Wade, you cannot kill him." Chapter 48. The Steel Titan. Upon hearing the words, Steve rose to his feet and turned to look behind him. He had never encountered an individual quite like this one, whose entire body, including his hair, shimmered with a metallic hue. Yet, he recognized this figure immediately. Without hesitation, he stood resolutely before him. "Hey, big guy, you've got the wrong person. I am the one in charge here." The Steel Titan lowered his head and glanced at the speaking Steve. The young man's handsome visage bore a gentle smile, suggesting a low level of threat. Thus, he had no intention of acknowledging this white man. Unfortunately, one cannot always gauge a person's true nature by their appearance, for this world is chaotic, exceedingly so. The Steel Titan was evidently unaware of this reality. Consequently, when Steve charged forth with his shield, the Titan paid him no heed. The result was that he was sent flying by the tremendous force. "I believe I mentioned that I am the one in charge here." Steve, with one hand gripping the shield and the other wielding a war hammer, stared intently at the Steel Titan, who lay on the ground, momentarily disoriented. "Wait, deal with him." Wade turned his head, but the wall where Ajax had been pinned was now vacant, along with his blade. "Oh, don't eat the sour radish. Damn it," he bellowed, rushing out. The members of the Suicide Squad had already detected Ajax's movements and, without needing further instruction, dispersed to create effective distractions. The battle reignited. The Steel Titan sat up from the ground, looking at Steve and shaking his head. "Sir, I hope you understand that this is a society governed by law. We cannot and should not resort to vigilantism. Retaliation without limits will lead to extreme chaos. I hope you grasp this." "I understand. But I do not believe that the retaliation I intend is without limits," Steve replied, preparing his offensive stance. "That man deserves to die. Even you must admit that some evils are beyond redemption." The Steel Titan regarded him with a pained expression and, in exasperation, asked, "Who are you? I do not recall anyone like you in New York." "Steve Rogers, Principal of Santiago High School. You may call me Principal. Very well, Principal. Allow me to pass before a grave mistake occurs, or else. Before he could finish his sentence, Steve charged forward. The Steel Titan, seeing this, closed his mouth and braced himself, gathering his strength, and aimed a punch directly at Steve's shield. However, this did not halt Steve's advance. His body trembled slightly as he absorbed most of the force through the shield. He collided with the Titan's chest, using his shoulder, while his warhammer swung round to strike the Titan's shoulder. Had this man been merely a disagreeable acquaintance, that strike would have aimed for his head rather than his shoulder. The Titan, undeterred, swung his fist toward Steve's ribs. In his mind, that archaic hammer could not possibly inflict harm upon him. Regrettably, he underestimated Steve's strength as well as the might of Steve's hammer. It can be asserted that prior to the arrival of Thor's enchanted hammer on Earth, Steve's hammer rightfully claimed the title of the most formidable weapon on the planet. Thus, even though the Steel Titan had transformed every component of his body into a special steel alloy, his shoulder was still deformed by the impact of Steve's hammer. At that moment, his metallic eyes widened in disbelief as Steve delivered a forceful punch to his chest, nearly rendering him breathless. Hey, big guy, are we going to continue this? I mean, you can't defeat me, so why not just lie down quietly? He coughed. Your path is misguided. Misguided? You believe my path is flawed? Steve stood before the Steel Titan, as if he had just heard an amusing jest. Let us discuss my path. You should not resort to limitless extrajudicial actions. You have no idea how much chaos this will incite. Do you truly believe that the law can prevail in the face of personal power? Steve chuckled, genuinely amused. I've heard of you mutants. It seems your abilities can be suppressed, as if someone has devised some sort of power-dampening collar. But have you ever considered that one day, and I mean one day, an individual with strength great enough to challenge the entire planet will arise? What will you do then? Judge him? Deliver a just outcome according to our laws? No. We must eliminate him, for we cannot coexist with such a monster on the same planet. The law is merely a faade of fairness and justice wielded by the ruling class over the oppressed. As Steve concluded his thoughts, Wade emerged from behind a container, whistling and bouncing about, feigning surprise upon seeing the Steel Titan. Isn't this the esteemed Steel Titan? What seems to be the matter? Wade, you have made a grave mistake. Don't say that. We were hired to combat crime, and there are 8 of your mutant compatriots involved. If all is well, I shall return to my duties. I am now a security guard at San Diego High School, and I take great pride in my profession. Upon hearing this, the corners of the Steel Titan's mouth twitched, a feat slightly challenging for one whose face was entirely metallic, yet not entirely impossible, especially under conditions of profound shock. Mr. Steve, your school must not employ such an unstable individual. He is a madman. You cannot. Fear not, my friend. You are called the Steel Titan? Rest assured, he cannot defeat me. As Steve spoke, he directed several members of the Suicide Squad to load Ajax's safe onto an off-road vehicle. They meticulously cleared the battlefield, ensuring not a single dollar bill was left behind, before cheerfully waving goodbye to the Steel Titan. Until next time, I hope you can uphold your sense of justice. Quite frankly, the American people need you. After Steve uttered those words, he leaped into the off-road vehicle, hastily departing with his team. This left Steelman standing alone in a daze, and it took him quite some time to notice the seemingly lifeless dust angel on the ground. Oh heavens! I hope she is all right. Steve had an exceptional day. A new student had joined the school, and he had acquired a superhuman serum. To be precise, this substance should be referred to as a super healing factor. After injection, there was a certain probability of gaining Wolverine's abilities. Steve was not particularly discerning about this. As long as there was a possibility, it sufficed. After all, he could always capture Wolverine if necessary. Chapter 49. The wisdom of Kingpin. Now that he has firmly established himself in the Marvel Universe, acquiring the superhuman healing factor is not a daunting task for him. Oh, boss, I adore you. You know, that oafish white guy has sabotaged my endeavors numerous times. I truly cannot fathom what goes on in their minds. The mindset of these old aristocrats is utterly exasperating. Wade complained incessantly, to which Steve offered no commentary. The X-Academy, represented by the Steel Titan, indeed consisted of individuals who were quite bothersome. These superhumans, imbued with an overwhelming sense of morality and responsibility, were fervently eager to take charge of the world, which was quite a headache for him, for they genuinely possess the power to effect change in this world. This is a perilous matter. To Steve, altering the world at whim is not a commendable endeavor. One must understand that the world is a vast entity, once it begins to surge in a certain direction. Even if one applies the brakes, inertia will inevitably lead to its disintegration. In Hell's Kitchen, at a corner bar, Big Mike continued his role as the server. In a black bar, they typically do not assign a dedicated server, as it is not their style. Instead, they gather in small groups on the dance floor, exuberantly moving to the lively piano or other music. The influence of alcohol is minimal. More often, they are intoxicated by their own hormones. Yet, the bar was currently deserted, and Kingpin had no intention of dancing. "Boss, we have scoured all of Hell's Kitchen and found no one suspicious. Perhaps he has changed his hideout, I think." "No, Fultilo, you should not think. At least, not in that manner." Seated on the sofa, Kingpin exuded an air of authority, his civilized staff resembling a king's scepter. "I tasked you with locating this individual in Hell's Kitchen, but you should not have gone personally. You know, to find the largest rainbow trout in Lake Mississippi, all you can do is prepare sufficiently large bait. You have disappointed me once. Prepare well and do not let me be disappointed twice in a day. You know I am a proud man." Kingpin remained seated, while Fultilo, a young man with black hair, showed a grave expression upon hearing this. He was youthful, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle, and if not for the scar that traversed his left cheek, he could easily have been a star. But currently, he was not a star. Rather, he was the youngest and most promising mob leader under Kingpin's command. Everyone knew that beyond his ruthlessness, his intellect was equally formidable. "Yes, boss. I understand what must be done." Kingpin remained silent, neither speaking nor nodding. After a few seconds, Fultilo departed once more, accompanied by several leaders from the bar. Big Mike poured a drink for Kingpin. "Care to sit down and share a drink? I recall you being quite the excellent drinker." "Oh, Fix, I can never refuse you. But is it truly necessary? That fellow you mentioned seems to possess a sense of justice as well. Mike, is it truly necessary? Come on. You know this isn't my choice, but what can I do?" Big Mike sat across from Ji Bing, raised his glass without a word, and downed it in one gulp, pouring himself another. "I understand, but honestly, Fikes, do you miss the past? I mean, the days when we used to share beers on the streets." "Of course. You damn thief, you always drank our beer. We agreed on 3 cans each, yet you managed to gulp down 8. Ji Bing chuckled as a thought crossed his mind. "Oh, come on, I'm just a little boy who loves beer. What ill intentions could I possibly harbor? Do you know why I don't sell beer at my own bar? It's because I'm afraid I would drink away all the profits." "Indeed, you're a good chap. Aside from your love for drinking, you have no vices. Furthermore, you only love beer, which makes me adore you even more." As Ji Bing spoke, he laughed and emptied his glass. "However, I still prefer this high-proof tequila, you know. It's more manly. Perhaps it's because I'm Irish." Ji Bing remained silent, observing the other's skin, darker than his own, feeling something subtle within, but he patiently inquired, "What does your fondness for beer have to do with being Irish?" "You see, during the Middle Ages, due to poor sanitation, Ireland experienced a great plague. Their water sources were contaminated, and everyone had to rely on beer, a low-alcohol beverage, to survive. The alcohol content helps kill bacteria to some extent, making it quite a decent source of drinking water. You know what I mean." Hearing this, Ji Bing quietly poured himself a drink. Look at how terrifying men can be. For something as simple as drinking, they even delve into such complex histories. "I think you might actually be quite clever." "Of course," Big Mike proclaimed confidently. "The foreign gangs in Hell's Kitchen have come and gone, and no one voiced any objections. Ji Bing had stated it would take a day. And now not even a day had passed. More importantly, Ji Bing is still alive. As long as he breathes, Hell's Kitchen will remain in a state of overwhelming dominance." "What about Levluck?" Fultilo randomly found a street musician on Levluck's turf. The latter shook his head, and after a long pause, he finally articulated Levluck's situation in a surprisingly rhythmic manner. "This guy was sent to his own black clinic after getting beaten up by Steve. According to that white man whose medical license was revoked, this old chap won't be able to get out of bed for at least a week. Take me to him." "Yo, man, whack." Fultilo, losing interest in the black rapper's ramblings, slapped him across the face. The pain instantly subdued the pleasure brought on by the contraband, awakening the black rapper to a clearer state of mind. This revelation allowed him to instantaneously comprehend the environment he inhabited. He realized that he was not standing upon the stage of a prestigious talent show, nor had the organizers accepted any monetary gifts from him. As for whether his father was a good parent, he chuckled, for he did not even know the whereabouts of his own father. "Allow me to guide you there." The African-American rapper momentarily bowed his head in a gesture of renunciation, conveying the profound notion that freedom was of little significance. Filtilo's ostentatious action stirred a murmur of curiosity among those present, leaving them to wonder what these outsiders were up to, dismissing it as a mere whim to explore some tourist attraction. Chapter 50. Invitation to the trap yet, to those with ulterior motives. This scene signified the incursion of outsiders into the local illicit goods market. It was conceivable that a fierce price war would soon erupt between local enterprises and foreign competitors, allowing these nefarious individuals to enjoy a brief respite. Consequently, news of Filtilo's inquiry into Levin Luke swiftly traversed the entirety of Hell's Kitchen, reaching even the offices of the Mafu law firm, where Matthew furrowed his brow tightly enough to crush a fly. Observing Matthew's demeanor, Fuji remarked with a hint of exasperation, "Surely you do not believe that if you conceal your expression, others are oblivious to it? This place will perpetually host new drug dealers. Engaging in price wars, or even staging a grand confrontation is entirely reasonable. It's nothing to be concerned about." Fuji shrugged, his face betraying indifference. His words rang true. For Hell's Kitchen was, by nature, a den of vice. That is not the case. People are free, regardless of where one is born. They possess the right to choose their own future, Matthew asserted earnestly. Although his gaze lacked focus at that moment, Fuji could still perceive a raging inferno of anger behind Matthew's vacant eyes. "Very well, my dear friend, I shall not dissuade you. So, what do you intend to do? Sue him?" Fuji stepped back, avoiding Matthew's gaze, fearing he might be ignited by that inner flame. "We are merely lawyers, not vigilantes." Matthew remained silent. Even though Fuji was his close friend, he could not divulge his forthcoming actions. Yet, it struck him as somewhat amusing, a blind man navigating a treacherous path he could not even see. When Filtilo encountered Levin Luke, the nurse had just removed the urinal from the bed. Levin's eyes were severely swollen, and even after a day, they opened only a narrow slit. "Wow, is that not the fiery lad from the south side? I heard you were bested by a white teacher." Filtilo's sardonic remarks prompted Levin Luke to struggle to open his eyes, though they hardly widened. "Huh, Filtilo, you damned Latin scum. I recall stating that if you dared to peddle contraband in Hell's Kitchen, I would see to your demise. Come now, Luke, look at your current state. Do you truly believe you can kill anyone? Besides, I have no interest in this little territory of Hell's Kitchen. My goodness. The people here cannot even afford the high-quality goods I offer. I came to solicit your assistance in staging a performance with my associates, you know. We are here to find an excessively virtuous individual. Speak plainly, what can I expect in return?" Levin Luke inquired directly, momentarily taken aback before breaking into a cheerful smile. "I need you to spread the rumor that we have formed a partnership. To demonstrate my sincerity, I will sell you a substantial quantity of contraband at a low price tonight at the abandoned docks to the south," Filtilo responded. Grinning as Levin Luke revealed a dazzling smile. "Tilo, you have always been quite the schemer. However, I advise you to make your act more convincing. Hell's Kitchen is no place for fools, provided that the person you seek is indeed within its confines. Who knows? Rest assured, I will endeavor to make the performance more authentic. So, I wish you luck. My associates will cooperate with you. Damn it, if there is nothing else. You'd best vanish from my sight quickly. Keeping my eyes open is quite taxing." Levin Luke said impatiently. Filtilo nodded, rising from his seat to exit the infirmary. "Frankly, I never anticipated that you would be brought to such a state by a high school teacher. Haven't you considered retaliation? I could offer some assistance." His words were abruptly cut off as Levin Luke ushered him out. "For heaven's sake, do you even realize what you're saying? If you wish to court death, do not involve me. That is Principal Steve Rogers. You could very well pay a visit to his Santiago High School and assess the situation yourself." After uttering this, Levin Luke shouted irritably at the door. "Damn it, are you all deaf? I said to show him out." Several burly men squeezed in, standing before Filtilo and indicating it was time for him to leave. Reluctantly, he cast one last glance at Levin Luke before turning to depart. "Inform the principal that someone is plotting against Santiago High School." Levin Luke lay in bed for a while, ensuring that Filtilo had distanced himself before he spoke with difficulty. "However, boss, that white man disrespects you. He has reduced you to this state, damn it. Must I repeat myself? I said to inform Principal Rogers about the threat against the school. My daughter is still attending that cursed institution." Instantly, the burly men in the infirmary exchanged glances. "Very well, I shall go at once, boss." The man who spoke had a medium build, his face devoid of expression, yet his eyes betrayed a sense of caution. "Remember to convey that this is Levin Luke's goodwill." Damn it, he struck too hard. Soon after returning to the school, Steve was met with a report regarding an altercation involving a black man. "Oh my heavens. I must dissect this fellow named Fiddy to see if his courage is as grand as a basketball. Steve nodded solemnly at the news, turning to gather his men for action. I apologize, Principal, but I must take my leave. Very well, take care. After Steve bid him farewell, he turned to the imposing figures lurking behind him. Gunnar wore an especially excited grin. I knew working with you would be thrilling. Steve waved his hand dismissively. Let us discuss this matter tomorrow. He had no intention of confronting anyone immediately, as today he was to integrate the super healing factor. Even if that fellow named Phil Tilo stood before him, pointing and cursing, it would matter little. Yet, he evidently underestimated his students. As school dismissed, Carl and Wayne unexpectedly encountered a young black man just outside the gates. Ordinarily, they should not have been outside the school premises, yet upon sighting this individual, their instinct was to disregard the regulations. They recognized him as a notorious dealer of illicit substances. In that moment, they stealthily slipped out of the school grounds, ambushing him from behind and dragging him into a narrow alleyway. Damn it, tell me why you were lurking around the school. Are you dealing drugs in this vicinity? Carl demanded sharply, delivering a punch to the man's lower back. The latter curled up in agony. Wayne's face was etched with fury as he fixed his gaze upon the man, his demeanor suggesting that should he fail to provide a satisfactory answer, he would not hesitate to resort to extreme measures. Chapter 51. Unafraid of heaven and earth, damn it. I merely came to seek your principal. What the hell? You have no children, yet you dare to come to our school looking for the principal. Speak plainly, what is it that brings you here? Carl unleashed a flurry of punches to his kidneys, causing the small, wiry black man to howl like a fish out of water. Damn it, are you both mentally impaired? I've already stated that my sole purpose for visiting your school is to find your principal. Nothing more. Wayne, I've tried. He simply refuses to tell the truth. Wayne nodded, raising both brows slightly. The corners of his mouth were pressed down firmly, exuding an aura of calm yet simmering anger. In fact, some athletes habitually engage in minor pre-performance rituals, such as bouncing a couple of times or dramatically rolling their shoulders back, signaling their intention to exert force. For Wayne, the tightness of his lips and the downward turn of his mouth indicated his readiness to strike. This had happened often in the past. However, after Steve arrived at the school, he offered Wayne better alternatives, leading him to opt for more tempered approaches. Yet, it was evident that the time had come for him to resort to violence once more. With that, he aimed a swift kick at the small black man's head. Truth be told, he possessed a natural talent for street fighting. The blow rendered the man unconscious, but Wayne had no intention of letting him off easily. He crouched down, firmly pinching the man's philtrum, a technique taught by Steve, claimed to awaken those who had fainted. The small black man clearly was reluctant to regain consciousness. But Wayne merely glanced at him and nonchalantly remarked, "My teacher once told me that there is little difference between knocking someone out and killing them. All it takes is sufficient force and a bit of luck." I barely exerted any effort just now. Wayne's tone was remarkably calm, serving as a stark contrast to Carl's demeanor. He was neither agitated nor angry, nor did he utter a single curse. Yet, his words struck the small black man with the force of a thunderclap. Goodness, with Carl, I merely face a beating, but with you, it feels as though my life hangs by a thread. Hey, listen, I'm not trying to conceal anything. It's just that the situation is not as you perceive. Someone intends to conduct a large drug transaction at the southern docks. This is beyond your grasp, and not something you ought to meddle in. The small black man failed to disclose the entire truth, fabricating a lie woven from threads of fact. He refrained from mentioning the undercover operation, as it would serve no purpose. Wayne nodded and continued to inquire, "Why inform the principal?" Standing before him, he posed his question. "Our boss wishes to consult the principal's opinion. He wants to gauge the principal's stance." So the principal agreed? Carl gazed at the black man in disbelief, who simply nodded without elaborating further. Wayne remained silent, merely gesturing to the man of color to hasten his departure. Carl looked at Wayne with a puzzled expression. But Wayne only spoke after the man had completely vanished. "What do you think? Why are we able to see him?" Carl was momentarily taken aback by the question, but soon his face illuminated with excitement. "Are you suggesting that it was intentional? Are we undergoing a trial from Captain America, just like Robin and Batman?" Wayne refrained from replying, yet Carl was nearly overwhelmed with joy at this hypothesis. "Can we also become superheroes? We have yet to pass the trial." Wayne promptly doused his enthusiasm with a splash of cold reality. "What comes next? We infiltrate and dismantle this transaction. We need a plan." After Wayne spoke, he glanced at Carl, who nodded in agreement, and the two turned back towards the campus, as if the earlier events had never transpired. Meanwhile, Steve returned to his office and opened the suitcase. The transparent liquid inside the syringe appeared unremarkable. Steve furrowed his brow, deeming it rather unsafe. He promptly called Tony, only to be met with the incessant noise of metal cutting and processing. He couldn't help but scowl. Could you possibly pause your damned research for a moment? I'm on the verge of losing what little hearing I have left due to this racket. I reckon your hearing loss is entirely due to your age. Perhaps you should consider a hearing aid from Stark Industries? The voice on the other end quipped. Old man, you didn't call me just to complain about noise. Hey, I believe you could benefit from a little education from Captain America. The biochemist is on his way. He is employed by me. I was concerned you might be obstinate. But it seems you're not entirely dictatorial. At least you know to call me. A smile spread across Steve's face at these words. My dear Tony Stark, the equipment you provided is exceptionally useful. I managed to take down 2 mutants with it today. I hope you can name my hammer, preferably not after someone like J. A. R. V. I. S. What is this? Tony, somewhat exasperated, paused his work. The sound of metal cutting ceased. Holding the phone, he wore an expression of mild frustration. I recall hearing someone from your security company mention that enemies can never accept the humiliation of being defeated by a mantis shrimp. So, how about we call it mantis shrimp? Upon hearing this, Steve's expression turned animated. Perhaps we could have a powerful yet enigmatic name? Mantis shrimp, Tony repeated. Fine. Steve replied through gritted teeth. Boss, there's an old man outside claiming to seek you. Gunner's voice was as rugged as ever. Upon hearing this, Steve covered the phone and raised his head. Let him in. The person you were expecting has arrived. I shall take my leave for now and will contact you later. After Steve finished speaking, he hung up the phone and casually placed the mantis shrimp and shield on the desk within easy reach. He was a man of caution and prudence, a necessity due to the rampant telecommunications fraud of his past life. Good day, Mr. Steve. We are a research team from the Department of Biology at Princeton University, said Mr. Stark. We have been informed that you possess a rather unique specimen that requires our analysis. I wonder if you... I have been awaiting your arrival, Steve interjected. Here lies the specimen you mentioned. It is indeed quite remarkable. However, I cannot part with all of it. I can only offer you a small portion. Furthermore, I require immediate knowledge regarding the effects of this substance. Chapter 52. The injection, not a problem. The man speaking was a somewhat balding Caucasian, possessing a broad, square face that, despite its unremarkable intelligence, was graced with remarkably bright eyes. All right, you were clear on the steps. Steve leaned back, vacating the desk. The scholar from Princeton picked up the syringe before him, letting a drop fall onto the slide, and swiftly retrieved a microscope to commence his examination. Under the lens, countless cells rapidly divided and regenerated, showing no inclination to cease their activity. The balding Caucasian gasped in astonishment. In his years of experience, he had never encountered a specimen like this. What? Is there a problem with the sample? Steve, leaning against his chair, furrowed his brow, causing the atmosphere in the office to tense to its utmost. It was a tension akin to being alone with a serial killer. His frown rendered any laughter utterly inappropriate. No. I mean, this sample is simply extraordinary. It appears to be perpetually growing. At these words, Steve exhaled in relief, seizing the syringe on the desk and plunging it into his arm. Thank you for your assistance. I want to see you out. Stark will settle the subsequent expenses with you. Now, I kindly ask you to leave for a while. Steve maintained a semblance of politeness. The balding man stared at him for a considerable moment before swallowing hard and speaking with difficulty. I apologize. I believe you misunderstood us. We meant no harm. I understand. Which is why I request your departure rather than your stay. Steve tilted his head, quietly observing them. An unspoken pressure emanated from him, causing a collective shiver to run through the eyes of the group, who promptly turned to leave. Contrary to the fantastical depictions found in novels, the regenerative factor entering his body did not inflict upon him any excruciating pain. Even the puncture wound healed at an astonishing rate. This world was truly marvelous. Steve genuinely praised this wretched world. Up until now, he felt a modicum of satisfaction regarding his situation. With this thought, Steve rose from behind the desk, stretching languidly. Time to train. He was eager to commence his training. However, as fate would have it, before his thoughts could linger for more than 3 seconds, an urgent phone ringing pierced the tranquility like a death knell. In a pleasant mood, he answered without even glancing at the caller ID. Hi, Steve. I believe our grievances need not involve those below us. My associate disappeared after visiting you, and I would like to understand what transpired. Oh, it's you, Luke. Your associate exited our premises safely, as you know. I will not permit any influences from Hell's Kitchen to infiltrate here, especially not the vendettas of you gangsters. Steve's tone remained flat, his expression devoid of emotional fluctuation. All right, I understand. Though I remain puzzled by Jin's intentions. However, I must inform you that this is a serious endeavor. Steve remained silent on the other end of the line for a moment before apologetically speaking. You have your own rules. Not everyone in Hell's Kitchen is deserving of redemption. After uttering these words, Steve hung up the phone. It is unfortunate that he was unaware of the mischief two of his students had concocted. Had he known, he would certainly have retracted his previous statement. Within the confines of Santiago High School, Wayne and Carl sat in an empty classroom. The blackboard before them was filled with an array of words, clearly indicating that the two boys had devised an immature plan. Shall we proceed now? I have a gun. What do you need to prepare? Wayne pondered for a moment. A solid carbon fiber baseball bat. Wow, that's hard to come by. Let me see if I can find one for you. If not, you might have to settle for an aluminum bat, Carl reassured Wayne, who nodded in agreement. As they conversed, a bald figure in a plaid shirt suddenly flitted past the door. He had initially walked away but then retreated in a peculiar manner, peering back into the room. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What is this? Plans A, B, and C? Are you two planning to rob a bank? Wade exclaimed dramatically, prompting a shared glance between Carl and Wayne. Huh? I was just joking. Why do you both look as if you're genuinely plotting a bank heist? Wade's expression transformed into one of bewilderment. Can you keep a secret? Wayne stepped forward, gazing intently at Wade. Wade hesitated briefly, then replied, Hey, I'm an exemplary Boy Scout graduate. Of course, I can keep a secret. Wayne nodded at Carl, who, somewhat disheartened, stepped in front of Wade. Well, Mr. Wade, here's the situation. As Carl recounted their tale, Wade gasped in astonishment. And by the time Carl had finished, Wade was incensed, exclaiming, Don't eat the sour radish. Damn it. Those scoundrels are making money behind my back. Even a penny falling from the sky in Hell's Kitchen should belong to Santiago High School. That's not the point, is it? Carl said with a hint of exasperation. Wade turned to glare at him, disbelief etched across his scarred face. You truly are precocious. At your age, I would never have considered such swift avenues to wealth. Robbing a bank pales in comparison to the rapid gains from those sour radishes. Just wait. I'll fetch you a rifle and then an AK. We'll start in Hell's Kitchen and then move on to New York's Columbia. Let's strive to expand this enterprise. Wayne and Carl exchanged glances, both reflecting skepticism. Although events were spiraling toward an uncontrollable direction, neither Carl nor Wayne entertained the notion of giving up. In their minds, everything remained under Steve's control. As for the potential dangers they might encounter, please, their teacher was Captain America, the living embodiment of Captain America. Thus, they soon set forth. Before their departure, Wade borrowed some equipment from the Suicide Squad. Although they had not all agreed, at least these fellows did not refuse. Damn it, who has seen my beloved concubine? The irritable Caesar was even more agitated today. This band of mercenaries harbored some peculiar, unknown habits. His peculiar habit was to sleep with his firearm in his embrace. The shotgun, manufactured by the Remington Company, was affectionately referred to by him as his concubine. In film and television, such a firearm is also known as a rifle. Who would dare to touch your cherished concubine? Speaking of which, where is Wade? Chapter 53. A grand gesture. Everyone in the dormitory was present, save for Wade. Although it was not unusual for this ruffian to be absent for the night, having only arrived 3 days prior, he had seamlessly integrated himself into the chaotic milieu of Hell's Kitchen. Numerous wayward girls expressed their willingness to offer him their services without compensation. Whether their affection was genuinely for him as a person or merely for the allure of his substantial bank account, which boasted over $1 million, remained uncertain. This man possessed a certain genius. Rather than spending money on any girl at the bar, he merely showcased his bank balance. Consequently, the girls became uncharacteristically warm and welcoming without expectation of return. In this land of freedom, women exhibit remarkable leniency towards wealthy men, akin to how men regard women with enviable physiques. Ordinarily, his absence would raise no suspicions. However, the loss of Caesar's concubine was a grave matter. While it might sound as exaggerated as a sisterhood in the same dormitory helping the youngest sibling find a doll, for Caesar, his concubine held immense significance. She was a weapon he had wielded during his first battle, even having shielded him from bullets. As you know, mercenaries possess peculiar idiosyncrasies, often selecting various items as talismans. Even Barney, the old mercenary chief, carried a golden lighter for that purpose. The shotgun, now incapable of firing, served as Caesar's own charm. I reviewed the surveillance footage. and it appears the situation is not as we envisioned. Gunnar rumbled in a gruff voice as he entered, his expression unusually grave. Wade had ventured out with two troublemakers. Oh, damn it. Quickly, call the principal. Barney was the first to react, deeply concerned for his subordinates, and he hurried to Caesar's side. Fortunately, he arrived promptly. Had he delayed, who knows what kind of trouble Wade might have stirred up. The call was swiftly made, and Steve's face turned ashen. He finally understood why his language teacher in a past life often remarked that one who had slaughtered pigs in a previous existence was destined to teach in this one. Dealing with this group of adolescents meant confronting a fresh series of unexpected situations daily. Damn it. Now there was also Wade to contend with. He ought to contribute funds towards establishing a mental institution. You mean they all vanished together? Upon receiving a definitive answer from the other end of the line, Steve decisively hung up and promptly dialed another number. Hi, Big Mike. It's me, Steve. I wanted to ask if you have seen two students from Santiago High School. Yes, today. On the other end, Big Mike covered the phone, raised his voice, and shouted for silence. This fellow, once entrenched in gang life, possessed the ability to command attention. Not only did the music cease, but even the two intoxicated individuals swaying about regained their senses. You bunch of sourpusses. If you've seen two students from Santiago High School today, speak up. Principal Steve is looking for his kids, so if you know anything, share it. The atmosphere in the once quiet bar grew peculiar, as everyone exchanged glances until finally, a scruffy individual raised his hand. Today, I observed the two of them heading towards the Southern District docks. On the other end of the line, Steve immediately grasped the implications upon hearing Southern District docks, and without waiting for Big Mike to utter a word, he abruptly hung up the phone. In an instant, the threads of the situation unfolded before his eyes. The whereabouts of Levin Luke's missing subordinate, along with his two vanished students and a mentally unstable employee, became apparent. John, damn it, grab your gun. Those two fools have gone astray. We need to give them a stern reprimand. After uttering these words, Steve seized his equipment from the wall and dashed out. Outside, Christmas awaited, riding a classic Harley motorcycle, unmistakably a valuable specimen. These mercenaries always spent their money on inconspicuous items, such as this Harley. Steve mounted the bike, expertly gripping the handlebars, and turned to glance at Christmas, signaling him to get on. Oh, can I come along personally? Christmas complained, but eventually took his place on the back seat. The gas ignited within the confined chamber, transforming into immense kinetic energy, and a deep metallic roar resonated through the streets. Few dared to exude such audacity in Hell's Kitchen, especially considering this individual was an outsider. The law office of Marfu closed unusually early today. Matthew explained that Hell's Kitchen was rather tumultuous today, rendering it unsuitable for business. Fudge did not dispute this. After all, the most significant case the firm had thus far involved a 70-year-old woman convinced that her Asian neighbor had been stealing her dog. Notably, the elderly woman was African American, while her Asian neighbor had been paralyzed for 2 years. In Fudge's estimation, such cases would only tarnish his prospects of becoming a prominent lawyer. Were it not for his inability to pay rent, he would never have accepted it. Therefore, Fudge wholeheartedly supported the decision to close early. The only downside was that Matthew had once again chosen to sleep at the office. Trust me, you need a soft bed. If you keep sleeping on the floor, it will eventually ruin your spine, and I mean it. Believe me, an adult's body is not as fragile as you might think. As Matthew spoke, he escorted Fudge to the door. I need to lock up now. You know it's not safe here at night. He gestured towards the rolling security gate above his head. Though its protective strength was not particularly high, it was better than nothing. Matthew smiled as he pulled down the gate, and Fudge shrugged in resignation. Inside the dark law office, Matthew skillfully changed into his suit. He was unaware of the trading location of Levin Luke and Filitalo, but it hardly mattered. There were only a few places in Hell's Kitchen suitable for such large transactions. He had the entire night to investigate. In contrast, Wade's trio had a clearer target. Upon leaving the school, they headed straight towards the abandoned docks in the Southern District. To Carl and Wayne, this was a test bestowed upon them by Captain America. However, for Wade, this represents a splendid opportunity for financial gain. Should this deal come to fruition, he intends to resign from Steve without hesitation. On the dock, Levon, Luke, and the members of Fultilo are already poised. Yet it appears that both factions are eager to trade. They have transitioned their conversation from the dreary British weather to the allure of French women. And whether or not pineapple belongs on Italian pizza, it seems they are waiting for someone, rather than finalizing a transaction. This is a remarkable phenomenon, as even in Hell's Kitchen, such large-scale illicit dealings typically emphasize a swift in-and-out approach, rather than the current situation. Chapter 54. A favor? Carl cast a nervous glance at Wayne, who, despite his calm demeanor, had knuckles turning white from gripping the baseball bat too tightly. "Don't be too anxious, kid," Wade remarked casually without turning around. "I'm not nervous," Wayne retorted defiantly, refusing to show any sign of weakness. Wade, clad in a red bodysuit, chuckled as he produced 2 empty KFC buckets from behind him. "Remove your eyes. You wouldn't want to be recognized, would you? Your family could find themselves embroiled in an endless cycle of retribution." As Wade's words faded, Carl adeptly began to work on the paper buckets. "What's wrong?" "I have family," he asserted in response to Wayne's scrutinizing gaze. Wayne disdainfully eyed the obviously used buckets before reluctantly mimicking Carl's actions. Soon, an unconventional ensemble emerged, the infamous Deadpool in his red attire, accompanied by 2 high school students sporting KFC buckets atop their heads. Admittedly, such a combination was already somewhat deranged, particularly as the trio huddled behind the empty containers, poised to ambush a drug deal. They were the epitome of madness, surpassing even the most eccentric of American lunatics. "Well, you're doing quite well, Filtilo. I appreciate the cleverness of you Latinos. When do you think that fellow will arrive?" "As long as he remains in Hell's Kitchen, he will certainly show up. The entire area is aware that this transaction is set to take place here." "Well done." Gene sat languidly on an expansive sofa, exuding an air of a tyrant upon his throne. Filtilo stood respectfully by his side, dressed in an exquisite suit with vertical stripes that conveyed strength. His ornate leather shoes appeared ostentatious, yet were fitting given his status. In contrast, Gene, clad in a pure white suit paired with a burgundy shirt, appeared far more understated, save for a striking rose protruding from his breast pocket. His attire was the quintessential ensemble of the elite, a testament to the considerable sums these drug dealers were willing to spend. However, at that moment, they remained oblivious to the shadows where figures continued to vanish. Matthew moved swiftly, and with the compactness of Hell's Kitchen, he soon arrived at the southern docks. As he had anticipated, he encountered Levon Luke and Filtilo's associates, confirming their illicit dealings. "Oh, a rat has slipped in," Gene mused from the control room, a pleased smile gracing his lips. Filtilo, a man of discernment, trusted Gene's judgment without question. They were situated in the control booth of the dock's gantry crane, affording them a clear view of all that transpired below. Although Matthew was swift in his actions, Gene detected an anomaly due to the reduced patrol frequency. His subordinates could never afford to be idle, at least not under his watchful gaze. Otherwise, the additional concrete piles beneath the southern dock would hardly go unnoticed. "Quickly. Move swiftly. We must locate this individual. No one can stir up trouble right under our noses." Filtilo, wielding a submachine gun, directed his men as they swiftly dispersed in every direction. Wade, upon witnessing this, sprang into action, maneuvering with 2 young ones in tow. This unexpected turn of events took him by surprise. Yet, there was no time to dwell on it. "Damn it, these fellows aren't here to peddle contraband. They are fishing," Wade exclaimed in sheer panic, while Carl and Wayne furrowed their brows, though at that moment, they could only glimpse Colonel Sanders' face reflected in each other's pupils. The confusion in their eyes was palpable. "What on earth is happening?" Carl inquired, somewhat anxiously. Wade shook his head, rendered speechless. "Where did you get this information? We should be preparing to blast him with a shotgun. This was a trap set by the mob, clearly aimed at provoking them. If I'm not mistaken, those across from us must be the Gene Bing's men. Good heavens, do you 2 know who Gene Bing is?" Wade continued to ramble. Carl and Wayne were clearly flustered, though they were unaware of Gene Bing's identity. The tension in the air suggested that if these men discovered their presence, not even Captain America could save them. These thugs would likely open fire the moment they spotted them, turning them into Swiss cheese. "We must act decisively." Wade inhaled deeply, swiftly drawing his twin blades from behind him and leaping off the container with a somersault. Amidst the flurry of steel, the heads of 2 unfortunate souls soared into the air. The individuals behind them barely had time to react before Wade's knife pierced one's lung, blood flooding their throats, rendering them speechless, their cries akin to a chicken having its throat slit. "Heh." Wade cackled as he drew his handgun from his holster, unleashing a barrage of shots from the powerful Desert Eagles in his grasp. Even before he became Deadpool, his exceptional athleticism and reflexes had allowed him to slice through bullets. Now, with his enhanced physique, the Desert Eagles felt virtually recoilless in his hands. "Oh my God," Carl gasped as the approaching gang members opened fire with their submachine guns. A hail of bullets erupted around Wade, enveloping him in a mist of blood. A normal person would have been reduced to mere fragments. Yet, Wade not only remained intact but even whistled as he changed clips, his expression a portrait of ease and contentment. Even Wayne was left astounded. having never encountered someone so defiant of human logic. Should we do something? Carl, cradling Caesar's concubine, asked eagerly. Wayne shook his head, silently lying flat atop the container. He is no fool. In such circumstances, he and Carl would merely be delivering themselves as offerings. Meanwhile, Matthew, concealed in the shadows, seizes the opportunity to harvest wildly. His acute sense of smell affirming the presence of a substantial cache of contraband. His intentions are crystal clear as he charges towards the central control room. Seated within, Gene wears a sinister smile, his expression infused with a cruel and menacing demeanor. Those unfamiliar with his character might assume he is merely fishing under the thread of the syndicate, yet in truth, he is driven by self-interest. In the grand scheme of his ambitions, the syndicate is merely a morsel awaiting his indulgence. What a splendid day it is, reminiscent of those glorious, desperate days of survival. Throughout my life, I have consistently turned the tide in my favor. Chapter 55, The Tyrant. Upon finishing his words, Gene Bing rose from the sofa. The power within him manifested as his muscles rippled with each movement. It is difficult to fathom that a man of his imposing stature could possess not a trace of fat. If one were to draw a comparison, Gene Bing's visual impact is akin to that of a Belgian blue bull standing beside an ordinary cow. A fierce aura erupted from him, the years of gang warfare unleashing a palpable bloodlust in that moment. Clutching a cane, he descended the steel staircase, legs apart, bracing himself against the cane as he obstructed Matthew's path. The light from behind cast his figure in a manner reminiscent of a mighty guardian from Eastern mythology. His pure white suit, with its buttons undone, billowed against the relentless sea breeze. He remained silent, merely adjusting his collar and retrieving a rose from the pocket of his chest. Emerging from Hell's Kitchen, this young black man had never wavered in honing his physique over the years. He would not tolerate any affront, not even from a deity incarnate. Matthew, who had been charging forward, halted, his icy blue eyes gazing through his mask with a detached indifference. What a pair of eyes! They were vivid and ethereal, akin to an iceberg in the Arctic. Yet, it was impossible to discern what they were fixated upon or what emotions they conveyed. It seemed as though two crystalline ice shards were embedded within someone's eye sockets. Long time no see. Gene Bing grasped his cane with one hand, extending his arms toward Matthew in a welcoming gesture. Nevertheless, his murderous intent remained unabated, even causing the wind to feel more biting. Contrary to his size, this man exuded a sinister character. This was Matthew's initial assessment of Gene Bing, prompting him to cautiously retreat a half step. "Oh, my friend, you cannot behave this way. You have ruined my business and tarnished my reputation. There is no reason for you to cower upon seeing me. Come now, kill me, and the light of justice will shine upon this land." Gene Bing's words possessed a beguiling power, and indeed, Matthew took a step forward after hearing him, his aura growing more resolute. Observing this, Gene Bing smiled, confident in his own strength. He had no concerns about a direct confrontation, even if this man possessed extraordinary skills. "That's the spirit," he remarked, and as his words faded, the silent Matthew and he charged towards one another almost simultaneously. Both moved swiftly, yet their energies differed. Gene Bing surged forward like a mighty river, exuding a brash and relentless force. In contrast, Matthew's movements were agile, each step meticulously calculated, graceful as a panther. Soon, they collided, and in that initial moment of contact, Matthew withdrew all his strength, attempting to turn his body as much as possible. Although the brief encounter was fleeting, he felt as if he were grappling with a bulldozer. In a moment of disorientation, he was under the illusion that he was not confronting a mere individual, but rather a colossal monstrosity composed of countless metallic components. "Ah, you hypocrites have always been this way, professing that you would sacrifice everything for justice, yet in truth, you are only willing to sacrifice others." Gene Bing halted in his tracks, his Italian leather shoes now in tatters. Despite being crafted from the finest and most comfortable top-grain calfskin, they were no match for overwhelming force. He resolutely kicked off the damaged footwear, turned around, and adjusted his cane. A blinding beam of light shot forth instantaneously, rivaling the effect of a flashbang. This was but one of his many clever tricks. The intense glare could grant him a precious second, sufficient to send his adversary into the fiery depths of hell, as long as they were within 3 meters of each other. Regrettably, Matthew was visually impaired. He could not see, and even if compelled to witness an electric arc, he would not so much as blink. If Steve were present at that moment, he would likely query in a high-pitched tone, "Are you surprised? Are you happy?" Hence, Gene Bing's plan was destined to fail. His advancing motion was deftly thwarted by Matthew. The latter emitted a perplexed grunt, then seized Matthew's arm, preparing to execute a shoulder throw. One must concede that he was a master of combat. In wrestling, it typically proves challenging to disrupt an opponent's center of gravity using only an arm. Yet, in his hands, it was as effortless as breathing. It felt as though Matthew were not a living being but rather a fixed ornament. As long as one possessed sufficient strength, one could manipulate him at will. However, Matthew was no ordinary foe. Leveraging Jean Bing's force to elevate himself, he delivered a kick to the latter's chest, thereby destabilizing his balance. This was a desperate measure. He could fall, but Jean Bing could not remain upright. Upon realizing this, Jean Bing exerted all his might to hurl Matthew away. After this exchange, neither had gained the upper hand over the other. Jean Bing cracked his neck, gazing at Matthew with a smile. I never anticipated that the source of my troubles would be a blind man. I am genuinely curious how you managed to accomplish all this. You talk too much. Jean Bing, Matthew replied tersely, his voice low and succinct. Jean Bing chuckled and responded, You know, upon my arrival here, I inspected everything and discovered that their broadcasting system was intact. As he spoke, he retrieved his phone and dialed a subordinate. Select the most unbearable rock song and play it at maximum volume. After issuing his command, he discarded the phone. Matthew felt a subtle shift within. His assessment of this individual had proven accurate. He was indeed a treacherous character. Even when his own strength far exceeded that of his opponent, he would opt to continuously seek advantageous conditions, persistently undermining his adversary's power before ultimately securing an effortless victory. Soon, a cacophonous rock melody echoed through the dock. Jean grinned widely and dashed out once more. Just as Steve arrived on his motorcycle with Christmas, the discordant sound filled the air, prompting both of them to furrow their brows. Oh, heavens, how could anyone create such abominable noise without facing repercussions? Steve grumbled in discontent, while Christmas, with a frown, unsheathed his assault rifle and assumed a standard tactical stance. He and Barney were the finest operatives in the death squad, even though he now had a different partner. He remained confident in his professional prowess. Yet, the issue was that he had forgotten that Steve stood beside him. Chapter 56, In Truth. I am a cowboy. As Steve assumed his stance, he charged forward, shield in hand. Bullets clanged against his shield like a hailstorm. Christmas, cursing vehemently, hastened to keep pace with him. The gunfire erupted incessantly, shadows collapsing into the darkness. Though Steve wielded cold weapons as well, his methods were considerably more restrained compared to Wade S., who had a penchant for sending foes to the afterlife without a second thought. Instead, Christmas, shielded by Steve, unleashed a torrent of firepower, utterly unconcerned about ammunition. After all, he possessed the mightiest shield in all of America, impervious to any bullet. Damn it. This wretched music is utterly unbearable. Lieutenant, you Italian, can you conjure up an Italian cannon to silence this cacophony? Steve bellowed at Christmas. The latter dug at his ears and shouted back with equal fervor, I'm Italian, not an Italian transformer. Where the hell am I supposed to conjure an Italian cannon from? My second half? Steve, upon hearing this, felt a surge of respect and looked at him with surprise. My apologies, I had no idea you were a man of such prowess. I always thought Italians, like the French, had a penchant for surrender. As Steve recounted Christmas's dubious history, he brandished a war hammer. Here is a joke. This hammer is named Pippy Shrimp. Christmas furrowed his brow at Steve, thinking, Are you serious? He had been present when Steve initially proposed that theory, but had assumed it was a jest. Damn it. Steve, what name did you give our security company? Christmas inquired in alarm, but Steve had already dashed forward. The war hammer named Pippy Shrimp made a thunderous sound with every strike, and thanks to this weapon, Steve and Christmas began to traverse the convoluted dock with a sense of purpose. The containers were rendered insignificant in the presence of the hammer. Before long, their ruckus caught the attention of the drug dealers, who had never encountered such audacity. Fighting was one thing. Demolishing structures was an entirely different matter. Thus, they converged around Steve, eager to dispense a dose of mob justice. However, Wade, the persistent nuisance, refused to be sidelined. As others ceased their attacks, he instead trailed behind. Steve would wager that if Wade's mask were removed, one would find the words "Come fight me" emblazoned across his face, bold and dark. Damn it. That red lunatic is chasing us again. Steve finally laid eyes on the true instigator of the day's chaos. With a sudden burst of energy, he launched himself into Wade, showing no mercy, fully aware of the latter's resilience. Even if he were injured, a few breaths would restore him to fighting form. Hey, Principal, we're on the same team, Wade shouted. Hearing this, Steve raised his hammer to strike, but fortunately, Wade was quick enough to evade. The moment Steve's hammer made contact with the ground, it unleashed a tremendous explosion, reminiscent of Steve striking an anti-tank mine. Do you even realize we are on the same side? I ask you, where are my two students? Do you think they have multiple lives? Steve seized Wade by the front of his shirt, pulling him close with a fierce glare. Oh, Captain, I didn't mean to, Wade stammered. You know I am, you're nothing. Steve interjected, let me be clear, if anything happens to those two tonight, or worse, you can expect to be reduced to a child. Wade furrowed his brow, perplexed by the notion that being made younger could serve as a threat. But, Captain, isn't being younger a good thing? A good thing? Wait until I turn you into a grandson, and see if you still think so. Steve smirked, releasing Wade's collar with a casual flick. Damn it, where are those two brats? Wade suddenly exclaimed, his expression frantic as he scanned the surroundings. Meanwhile, Steve readied his shield, prepared to charge forward, while Saint quietly moved beside Wade. Focus and think about where you last parted ways. Saint's words helped Wade regain some composure, prompting him to reflect on where he and Carl had separated. After parting from Wade, Carl and Wayne did not remain stationary. They understood that Wade's actions were entirely to provide them with a better chance to escape. If they failed to capitalize on this opportunity, they would be doing a disservice to Wade's selflessness. Thus, the two swiftly slipped away. Utilizing their remarkable intellect to make a brilliant deduction, the most dangerous location is often the safest. So, the question arises in the abandoned docks of the South District. Where is the most perilous area? The answer lies in brightly lit places, as those are under the control of drug traffickers. From early on, Carl and Wayne stealthily approached the control room, careful not to alert any patrolling dealers. Though these individuals were somewhat seasoned, they paled in comparison to the security at Santiago High School. It's worth noting that these two often snuck into the library to play games after curfew. One cannot help but acknowledge that since leaving Santiago High School, each of them has managed to thrive. With Steve around, this world appears far gentler than that of Santiago High School. To draw a comparison, this world resembles a young, vibrant woman who has just relieved you of $10,000, whereas Santiago High School is akin to the landlord you owe 8 months of rent to, a solitary widow. Hey, is that guy Kingpin? My goodness, he is enormous, Carl exclaimed upon catching sight of Kingpin for the first time, to which Wayne nodded in agreement, remaining silent. He conceded that the man was indeed formidable, particularly with the overwhelming aura he exuded, which left him feeling breathless. Fortunately, the two did not linger in the shadows for long, as Matthew soon emerged before them, engaging in a fierce confrontation with Jean. Why don't we quietly slip up there? Surely, there are only some timid souls above, and as long as we remain undetected, we shall be safe, Carl remarked, speaking a truth that resonated. Indeed. All the elite drug dealers were locked in combat below, leaving the lackluster ones in the control room above. In that moment, Wayne and Carl were of one mind. They deftly avoided the fray between Jean and Matthew, swiftly making their way to the exterior of the control room. They remained hidden until Steve, Wade, and the others began their search for them, undisturbed in their concealment. Chapter 57. The Uninvited Trio. Why does it seem to me that the commotion outside has diminished significantly? Is it merely an illusion? Carl turned his head to observe Wayne, who had finally removed that wretched bucket of fried chicken from his grasp. The expression on his face bore a hint of resignation. It is not an illusion. Wayne gestured downward, where Steve was valiantly using his shield to send an unfortunate soul flying. Teacher, he has arrived. I knew he wouldn't allow us to perish without intervening. Unlike Carl's exuberance, Wayne's face remained devoid of a smile. I cannot fathom how you can find joy in this, he queried, leaving Carl momentarily stunned and perplexed by Wayne's statement. Imagine this. We enthusiastically set out to disrupt a drug deal, only to find ourselves cowering here like turtles. What do you think our teacher will do when he discovers this? Oh my God. Carl's countenance fell, his demeanor devoid of any trace of happiness. Deep down, he recognized the validity of Wayne's words, yet felt powerless to effect any change. What should we do? I mean, we have to do something, right? We can't just stand here, doing nothing while watching this unfold. Our teacher would surely kick our behinds. I don't know, you know me. I'm not particularly clever, Wayne replied earnestly, gazing at Carl. The latter covered his face and let out a lament. Damn it, Wayne, are you serious? You aced math class. Wayne frowned at this remark. While I lack any brilliant ideas, I am curious about one thing. Why must they play this dreadful music? This question struck Carl like a bolt of lightning, clearing the chaos in his mind. He stared at Wayne and spoke. Are you suggesting that there is something wrong with this music? I can't be mistaken, can I? What could possibly be wrong with it, aside from being unpleasant and grating? Wayne had remained silent since his previous comment, but at that moment, he raised an eyebrow upon hearing Carl's words. You truly are a genius. Carl stared blankly at Wayne, bewildered by his compliment. Pay attention, Wayne urged, when the surrounding lights illuminate us. Carl furrowed his brow, unsure of Wayne's meaning, but instinctively turned his gaze downward. The searchlights at the dock moved back and forth in a systematic manner, which meant that they could never fully acclimate to the intense glare. Each time the blinding light struck gold, his movements appeared somewhat distorted. Conversely, the figure across from them seemed unaffected, and suddenly, Carl perceived a problem, though he could not articulate what it was. Do you know how the blind survive? Wayne said softly. Carl turned, startled by the implication. Are you suggesting that this individual is blind? Is the music intended to disrupt his hearing? Wayne fell silent, and a smile crept across Carl's face. I told you, you are a genius. Let's go. Carl casually discarded the rifle he held, drawing a pistol from his waist and gesturing towards Wayne. The latter looked puzzled, but Carl winked at him. That gun was utterly useless. Damn Wade for thinking he could deceive Jagger with such a piece of junk. Wayne recalled that this classmate of his had once been the most notorious arms dealer at Santiago High School. What was that saying? He was once a king. Until his homeroom teacher arrived. This sentiment fit Carl perfectly, perhaps even more so. Do you have a gun? The fellows inside are armed. Carl glanced at Wayne, who tightened his grip on the metal baseball bat he had acquired from the baseball team. In America, this metal bat could be deemed a national emblem. Regardless of how prominent a gang leader one might be, in their youth, they inevitably encountered this object. Whether they wielded it against others or were on the receiving end of a blow, it was an inescapable part of their adolescence. All right, it's better than being empty-handed. After uttering these words, Carl kicked the door open without hesitation and fired 2 shots, an exemplary demonstration of the Mozambique drill. Although it was his first time firing at a real target, he had often used rubber bullets to confront bullies back at Santiago High. Damn it. Keep your hands where I can see them, Carl shouted, as the suited men in the room gazed helplessly at the white boy with dreadlocks. To be honest, such a white punk would hardly catch their attention outside. After all, to them, he was merely disposable. Hey, kid, I don't know where you came from, but you should know we are the... Wayne Sneakers cut off the unfinished word gang, along with a few of the man's yellowed teeth. Shut up. Wayne stood firm in the room, baseball bat in hand, ensuring the man was unconscious. Surrender all your weapons, Wayne commanded, his stance with the bat sending a chill through the seasoned gang leaders present. After all, who among them had not been on the receiving end of a baseball bat during their formative years? While a few among them were formidable, they couldn't forget that Carl still stood at the entrance. One of the more audacious individuals subtly moved his hand to a place unseen by Carl, only to be met with 2 precise bullets. Damn, that's a Glock. Extended magazine version. Don't think I can't take you all out at once. Carl roared at the 9 men, and he was not lying. Glocks were renowned for their impressive magazine capacity, and with the extended magazine, it could hold an astonishing 22 rounds. There were only 9 of them, and even employing the Mozambique drill, he could ensure these unfortunate souls were rendered incapacitated. Wayne, collect their guns. Upon hearing this, Wayne circled around behind the unfortunate souls and grasped the baseball bat. With each swing, he managed to lull a drug dealer into unconsciousness. It is indeed unforgettable how these troubled individuals could enjoy such profound slumber. Damn it, what exactly do you intend to do? Who are you truly? Just consider us as exemplary citizens of Los Angeles and refrain from asking further. If you do, I shall not hesitate to strike you down. Carl grinned, embodying the essence of a streetwise rogue who had barely survived the harsh realities of life. He cared little for his own existence, was indifferent to the cost of the law, and paid no heed to the impending uncertainties of tomorrow. Chapter 58. Confrontation. Anyone standing before such a petty thug would undoubtedly feel a surge of fear, especially with a Glock clutched in his hand. Damn. They finally grasped the sheer helplessness and despair experienced by the victims of school shootings. Fortunately, their sense of hopelessness did not linger for long, as Wayne's baseball bat provided them with a semblance of relief. Soon, only the 2 of them remained standing in the control room, and Carl posed a pivotal question. Do you think if we call for help here, the teacher would come right away? This audacious suggestion momentarily stunned Wayne. Whether the teacher would arrive promptly was indeed a thought-provoking question. The crucial point was that both Carl and Wayne seemed eager to test the waters. Shall we give it a try? Let us do it. Carl's proposition received Wayne's approval, and they rubbed their hands together before directly activating the control panel. Before long, the cacophony of dreadful music ceased, replaced by the voice of a teenager clearing his throat. Steve instantly recognized it as the voice of one of his unfortunate students. Teacher, we're at the highest control console. With that, Steve swiftly located his target, glancing up at the towering gantry crane, and seized Wade. You miserable wretch. Didn't you say they were merely lying on the container? Is that a container? Steve's furious roar made Wade retract his neck, and he helplessly replied, Boss. They are indeed on top of the container now. Upon hearing this, Steve executed a shoulder throw, hurling the unfortunate soul directly toward the two grappling with each other. To be honest, Gene had long since noticed Steve's arrival. However, he never anticipated that this individual would use his own employee as a projectile against him. Firstly, he did not believe Steve possessed such strength. Secondly, he had never engaged in such brutal actions himself. The unfortunate soul, airborne, was already emitting terrified cries. His face contorted in panic, akin to a little boy who had just wet his bed. Damn it, I'm going to file a complaint with the union. You miserable wretch. I have rights. Wade screamed frantically, prompting Gene to instinctively create distance, watching helplessly as the other sailed past him and crashed to the ground. Oh, dear God. The unfortunate fellow's chest had caved in. It seemed Steve's strength was no less than his own. Gene quickly assessed the situation in his mind as Steve, shield in hand and hammer raised, assumed a battle stance. As the saying goes, even a lion exerts its full strength when hunting a rabbit, and for Steve, Gene was hardly a harmless rabbit. Principal Steve, I believe we have no grievances, nor any conflict. What do you mean by standing here? Did you hear the announcement? My students are in there, so regardless of your past grievances, you damn well better hold it together. Once I retrieve my students, whatever you do in your little world is of no concern to me. As Steve spoke, he struck his shield with his warhammer. An intense aura of battle emanated from him, causing the two individuals ahead to instinctively retreat a step. Steve observed them in silence, awaiting their next words. I admire your attitude towards the students, but do not forget our pact. I hope you can treat everyone equally, Gene said, yielding first, while Matthew, clad in combat gear, also lowered his guard upon hearing this. Only then did Steve relax his stance and stride forward confidently. Meanwhile, the two young men huddled in the control room wore expressions tinged with emotion. Indeed, the teacher has come to retrieve us. Yes. Although we might end up with our backsides kicked, he has indeed come for us, Carl remarked, his voice choked with uncertainty. Whether from the fear of being reprimanded by Steve or from overwhelming gratitude. Damn it. You two better have a sufficient reason for being here. Otherwise, I assure you, your time will be spent memorizing the school regulations until you gain admission to Harvard. Steve's booming voice, laced with anger, quelled their emotions, leaving them uncertain of how to respond other than to shrink back. His movements were swift, and his tirade did not cease throughout. Carl and Wayne quickly shed any lingering sentiments of gratitude, both contemplating the terrifying prospect of leaping out the window. Damn, have you ever been struck by Captain America? Carl trembled as he glanced at Wayne, who had shut his eyes tightly. Damn it, Wayne, are you afraid? He was nearly in tears, incredulous at the situation. This was Wayne, the audacious bully who had tormented Alexei at San Diego High. Now, he resembled a quivering quail. What the hell? You two miserable wretches. Born of Lucifer's folly, why did I ever take you on as students? I can now understand how Jesus felt upon seeing Judas. Is this what you enjoy? I cannot fathom why you would come here. These are a bunch of drug dealers. They are armed. As Steve's words echoed, he surveyed the room and gasped in shock. Damn. These wretched drug dealers are indeed armed, but how did they end up in such a dire state? All the weapons lay piled in a heap, while each person sprawled on the ground, oblivious to their fate, clearly having succumbed to some form of psychological manipulation. Damn it, are these the so-called drug dealers? What the hell? Gene, have your subordinate standards dropped so low? They were taken down by two high school students. Steve's voice carried far, drawing a frown from Gene, whose expression darkened further. He turned to glance at the few individuals still standing nearby and sighed in resignation. It was an unavoidable reality. Those who clawed their way up from the bottom, unless they were like him, continuously turning the tides in their favor, were destined to be consumed by the unfamiliar splendor that eroded their very essence. Understood. I shall arrange for a new batch to be brought from Mexico. We have a military training base there. Steve, disregarding the words of his interlocutor, glared fiercely at the two unfortunate youths, his face contorted with rage. You had better provide me with a reason. Tell me why you two are here. Carl and Wayne, with their heads bowed in contemplation, ultimately spoke in unison. Sir, it is because we are your students. We are students of Captain America. We are determined to vanquish this evil. Damn it. Do you think the evil in this country is merely represented by those drug traffickers? Chapter 59. The essence of a nation. Examine carefully this wretched nation and reflect upon your experiences. Do you truly believe that the injustices you endure stem solely from the actions of this African-American male performer? Undoubtedly, he embodies the traits of a gangster, perhaps even a villain. Yet, do you presume he is the ultimate authority? Do you think he holds the lion's share of power in this distribution of interests? Listen closely. Both of you. I do not wish to cultivate two naive souls who merely possess a sense of justice. Even if, by some stroke of luck, you two fledgling fools were to succeed in assassinating Kingpin today, what would it ultimately change? Do you think the gangs of New York would simply vanish by dawn? Do you imagine that the next individual who ascends to the throne will possess a greater moral compass? Steve's admonition resonated loudly, imbued with profound implications. Kingpin and Matthew halted their altercation, the latter being an adult who discerned a deeper meaning within Steve's words. He raised his gaze in astonishment, revealing a look of bewilderment under the harsh glare of the lights. It was not merely the brightness that blinded him. Instead, someone had ignited a spark within the darkness of his soul. Matthew shook his head, refraining from glancing back at Kingpin's expression. He had no need to see it. With a flick of his wrist, he ignited a pre-prepared smoke bomb, enveloping himself in a thick cloud. Kingpin let out a furious roar, unable to accept that this individual could escape alive. Alas, in terms of sensory perception, he was indeed inferior to Matthew. Within the smoke, he lost his bearings, allowing Matthew the opportunity to flee. Steve, oblivious to the chaos unfolding below, focused solely on the two unfortunate souls before him. I do not assert that embodying righteousness is inherently flawed. Rather, you must first identify who your adversary is before venturing forth. You may feel compelled to thwart their business endeavors, but if you believe that by obstructing them, their nefarious dealings will simply dissipate, then you are the greatest fools in existence. Steve chastised them vehemently. Below, Kingpin tore away the remnants of his torn suit, leaving only trousers as he defiantly faced Deadpool. Once the fog began to clear, Deadpool, along with Christmas and the tardy members of the Suicide Squad, found themselves in an odd stalemate. Although Deadpool had appeared formidable moments earlier, the truth was that he had not claimed many lives. This was primarily due to Steve's swift arrival. He had barely the chance to showcase his prowess before being hoisted by the neck. You have taken many of my subordinates, Kingpin stated, fixing his gaze upon Wade. Wade instinctively touched the mask on his face, ensuring it was intact, which allowed him to exhale in relief. It's all a misunderstanding. I am Deadpool, merely a frail scholar with no combat prowess. Do not be deceived by these two blades resembling knives. They are, in fact, my paintbrushes. Ah, yes, I am an artist. The kind that could not gain admission to an art academy, Wade declared with utmost sincerity, while Kingpin dismissed his nonsensical ramblings entirely. Are you a mercenary? Or something else? You appear quite different from that previous fellow. You do not seem to possess any sense of morality. Jean observed Wade, whose exaggerated expression revealed his astonishment, even through the mask. Good heavens, this information must not reach Steve. He would obliterate me, considering I am currently in his entourage. Damn it. You cannot accuse me in such a manner. As the latter attempted to continue speaking, Zhang Beijiang descended with two unfortunate souls in tow. Apologize to Mr. Fisk, Steve commanded sternly, prompting Carl to exclaim almost immediately. What? You want me to apologize to him? He's a drug dealer. Meanwhile, Wayne promptly offered his apologies to Jean, though his eyes sparkled with ambition, revealing the flames of desire burning fiercely within him. It was a fire unique to individuals of their ilk. I admire the fire in that boy's eyes, you know, Steve, Jean remarked, waving his hand. The dealers standing behind him instantly understood and dispersed. Heh. My son will enroll in your school tomorrow. Truth be told, how have you educated these two little rascals? They seem rather decent, with hardly any flaws, save for a lack of brains. What did you say? Carl retorted, somewhat discontented. Oh, my apologies, young man. Perhaps you do possess intelligence, but it is undoubtedly filled with courage. As a parent of your classmate, I must ask you this. You see, I stand before you now, and I could even divulge my drug network to you. You could take the information I provide to the police. But what good would it do? Child, this is not the Middle Ages, where heads rolling could halt a world of evil. Jin's tone remained gentle, yet with each word, Carl's bravado waned. He realized Jean spoke the truth. Reality is often despairing, yet it breeds an insatiable yearning. Very well, Fisk, you have nearly shattered this young man's confidence. When will your son begin school tomorrow? Is there anything I can do? Given today's circumstances, I could waive the tuition fees. Come now, Steve. The Fisk family is not in the habit of owing favors. Jean waved his hand dismissively, and Steve shrugged in response. Then I shall take these two youngsters and depart. As for that red-headed fool, feel free to strike him if you wish. He is my employee." Zhang Beijing stated sincerely, while Jean grasped his own head in frustration. Despite his considerable intelligence, he felt the need for greater wisdom. What sort of situation is this? How can one be struck so casually when he is, after all, your employee? Stark Manor. Technically, this should not be classified as a manor, but rather a villa imbued with modern technology. The three-story American-style villa occupies an area of over 1,000 square meters. Although this residence may not quite befit Stark's status, he has maniacally prepared a lawn of nearly 5,000 square meters. It is a jest, given that this is the coastline of New York, one of the most valuable pieces of real estate in the entire city. Tony Stark is diligently maneuvering a highly sophisticated CNC machine in his basement. A pressing question arises: what are the steps required to manufacture an Iron Man suit? This is not akin to the whimsical task of fitting an elephant into a refrigerator. Rather, it pertains to the intricate process of bringing forth something unprecedented in human history. Beyond merely processing the fundamental raw materials into components, the challenge of enabling this creation to take flight is monumental. While it is often said that sheer force can overcome myriad obstacles, the necessary horsepower is paramount. It is not merely a matter of human ingenuity. Even if one were to substitute a manhole cover, humanity possesses the ingenuity to elevate it skyward. Chapter 60. The ambitions of Obadiah Stane. Although the arc reactor possesses sufficient capability to achieve its potential, it remains a prototype, far from perfection. The pursuit of boundless energy is still a distant aspiration, which compels Tony to instinctively consider ways to minimize energy loss while designing the Iron Man suit. Even with the assistance of Jarvis, achieving complete aerodynamic efficiency for the suit is a formidable undertaking. Consequently, Tony has refrained from seeking out Steve during this period, despite his awareness of the Elder's considerable activities in New York. Meanwhile, within the imposing edifice of Stark Industries, a pall of gravity hangs over all present. The soul of a company may reside within a brilliant inventor, yet when the decision-maker is also that same luminary, the outlook becomes decidedly less optimistic. Tony's decisions, though perhaps mere phrases to him, resonate far beyond his individual concerns, casting ripples throughout American society. Initially, Stark Industries swiftly executed his directives, resulting in the bundled sale of dozens of departments and subsidiaries. Associated Ventures languished in stagnation, surrendering billions of dollars in profit, with the prospect of hundreds of billions more slipping away in the foreseeable future. This turmoil manifested starkly in the market, as Stark Industries stock plummeted relentlessly. Where once optimism reigned regarding the company's trajectory, now a pervasive skepticism enveloped it, shared by retail investors, institutional entities, fund managers, and notable figures alike. Collectively, they abandoned Stark Industries, some in a state of desperate urgency, while others, though anxious, felt utterly powerless. Obadiah Stane, however, stood as a notable exception. He exhibited neither haste nor helplessness. A co-founder of Stark Industries alongside Howard Stark, he had weathered countless storms. The plummeting stock price was trivial in comparison. Even bankruptcy would hold little concern for him. Over the years, he had garnered ample rewards from the company. Should Stark Industries truly falter, his wealth would afford him the means to seize control of the entire conglomerate. Yet, his composure was not entirely unwavering. In a certain light, he and the late Howard shared a kinship. This cohort revered technology, venerating it as the ultimate truth. Despite the thoroughness with which Steve and his allies had executed their rescue of Tony, they inadvertently left a witness alive. From the unfortunate individual's testimony in the recovery of surveillance footage, they stumbled upon a novel weapon, referred to by some as a humanoid tank, while others assigned it different nomenclature. Regardless of the label, it represented a groundbreaking armament, unprecedented in its existence. Obadiah exhibited an intense enthusiasm for this development. Despite the imperative to sever ties with the remnants of the Ten Rings organization, however, for the sake of this new, uncontrollable technology, he made an exception. He yearned for further information, as it was imperative for him at this juncture. Stark Industries has fallen behind this groundbreaking technology. His team has toiled tirelessly for countless hours, yet they have not made any substantial progress. It is not that they are incapable of creating a humanoid tank. They possess ample high-strength materials to achieve this goal. The primary issue lies in the lack of corresponding energy sources. Over 30 years ago, science fiction frequently depicted scenes of humanity soaring through the skies with wings crafted by technological means. In reality, if humans truly desired to grow wings through biological methods, They would require a wingspan exceeding 20 meters. This is no jest, but a stark truth. The energy expenditure required to operate a humanoid tank is approximately 3 times that of a conventional tank. This necessitates a colossal fuel tank and a massive engine. None of this is evident in the video materials. In other words, Stark must possess a more advanced energy utilization system. Obadiah discerned that this was the crux of the matter. However, he had no leads ever since Tony returned from the Middle East. He had not set foot in the office, not even for a day. He needed an opportunity to acquire cutting-edge technology. Thus, Nick Fury's visit was a fortuitous boon for him. The two bald men sat across from each other at a desk. To be frank, despite both being bald, Obadiah, the Caucasian, appeared somewhat more amiable, if only because he was not one-eyed. "We suspect that Tony Stark has developed some new technology," Nick Fury stated bluntly, clad in a black leather trench coat that exuded an air of villainy. "But so what? If your purpose in coming here was merely to express a suspicion, I believe you have concluded your statement." Obadiah dismissed Nick's words entirely. He perceived the black man as probing. "We require that new technology, but we cannot approach it directly. You know, America is a nation that protects capitalist freedoms." Obadiah chuckled softly. He had lost count of how many times he had dealt with such matters alongside Howard. These politicians, even those in power, fantasized about manipulating the world through the control of specific technologies. "I do not know what you are referring to, Director Fury. I am a businessman, not an inventor. Inventors invest selflessly, while businessmen primarily focus on the ratio of investment to return." Nick rolled his eyes, perhaps due to the contrast of his dark complexion making the gesture appear more pronounced. This prompted Obadiah to furrow his brow. "Damn you, with your profit-driven mindset. Do you think I seek to control discourse to dominate the world? I do it for the sake of America." Obadiah erupted into laughter, first chuckling softly, then escalating to shoulder-shaking guffaws. "I even suspect that moral coercion is a gifted skill among your kind. For wanting to earn a fair and legitimate profit makes me unpatriotic in your eyes? Oh, heavens. This just is truly amusing. My nation should primarily safeguard my interests, rather than expecting me to unconditionally devote myself to her. If she were to utter such sentiments, it would merely be a hollow slogan forcibly articulated by you disreputable politicians. I fear that a collaboration between us may be unattainable, which is regrettable, although I respect your position. However, I am destined not to cooperate with someone of your ilk, as I cannot ascertain the veracity of your words nor discern your behavioral patterns." Obadiah cast a cold glance at Nick Fury, issuing an order for him to depart. The latter did not rise, but instead continued to speak. "I can offer you some technical support." Chapter 61. The Significance of Technology. Technical support? What can you politicians provide in terms of technology? Biochemical legions from the last century? Obadiah fixed his gaze on Nick, harboring an inherent distrust towards these politicians. A businessman who places his faith in politicians, no matter how ambitious he may be, is destined to be thoroughly exploited. "We acquired the entirety of German technology and talent after defeating them." I understand, but what remarkable advancements can the technology of the last century offer? Obadiah waved his hand dismissively, his nonchalant tone inciting irritation in his negotiating counterpart. "There is no need for such arrogance. Stark Industries is not the sole custodian of technological truth in this world. Admittedly, this statement may embolden others, but I must assert that among them are numerous prodigies." "Prodigies? That short fellow? Howard was murdered because he believed your deceptive words." Nick raised his eyes, his dark pupils fixed intently on Obadiah. "I shall reiterate. Howard's demise has no connection to me, but it does relate to you. You wield control over America yet cannot identify the murderer, nor even find a scapegoat. No one has faced consequences for this. You wretched scoundrels remain indifferent." Obadiah's tone finally wavered. This man, typically unflappable in the cutthroat arena of business, was exhibiting an unprecedented emotional response. His relationship with Howard Stark transcended mere friendship. They were strategic partners, and prior to Howard's death, Obadiah had been a commendable researcher. At that time, his relationship with technology was one of yearning and admiration, not the morbid possession he now harbored. It was only after Howard's passing that he comprehended the absence of morality and choice inherent in technology. Whoever possessed it could wield it without restraint. Thus, he rationalized that if chaos was inevitable, why not assume the role of the villain himself? At least he could dictate his own fate. "Ah, I did not come here to debate this with you. You claim to be a businessman, so let us conduct ourselves according to that paradigm. I will provide a revolutionary power system, enabling your machinery to function truly. In return, you shall share Stark's technology with us. We could even pay you royalties." You must recognize how favorable those terms are. Nick promptly redirected the conversation, aware that prolonging it would lead to unpredictable tangents. I believe the royalties need to be adjusted. You know, we are short on funds. Stark Industries teeters on the brink of bankruptcy. We require substantial financial support. Obadiah chuckled, extending his hand towards Nick, who reciprocated with a smile. He appreciated individuals of this caliber, ambitious enough to compromise for their ideals, even to make astonishing concessions. We can certainly discuss these matters further. Interests can always be equitably divided. Nick regarded him with an unusually serious expression. Upon hearing this, Obadiah firmly shook the other man's hand, exhibiting a remarkable control over his strength. He neither applied excessive force, nor did he let go without imparting a sense of sincerity. I hope the promised engines will arrive promptly. I have much to discuss with Tony. However, before that, I must deliver a jolt to that old coot. Nick Fury nodded resolutely. In this moment, two bald men, each with their own ulterior motives, reached a mutual agreement. Perhaps Nick Fury genuinely cared for the nation. But Obadiah was indifferent to such ideals. He sought an abundance of power, enough to ensure a shrouded existence that would render him immortal. After Steve returned from the dock, he had scarcely enjoyed a restful sleep before being roused by Barney's call. Damn it, do you realize it's 7 in the morning? I fail to understand why the acting principal must rise at such an hour. Even as a corporate drone, with only a 10-minute commute, being forced to awaken an hour early is simply outrageous. Apologies, boss, I believe you may have misunderstood. A rather special student has arrived today and insists on meeting you. Good heavens, I have never encountered a middle schooler so robust. He is nearly as brawny as Caesar. Upon hearing this, Steve leapt up. And as Barney described the exaggerated physique of the visitor, he immediately recognized who it must be. A boy possessing the physique of Caesar at such a tender age could only be the son of Kingpin. Wait for me there. I shall arrive shortly. Steve hung up the phone and quickly got out of bed. The arrival of Kingpin's son warranted a proper greeting. Let us not forget, Kingpin is a substantial benefactor, albeit his wealth may be tainted. Yet, what does it matter? The faculty had once stated that one must unite all available forces to achieve their goals. If he wished to elevate Santiago Middle School, he would need to harness every possible alliance. Good heavens, child, are you truly only 12 years old? You appear to be at least 22. Perhaps old John looked less robust at 32, Caesar remarked, taking in the imposing figure of the young black boy before him. I apologize, sir. I must see Principal Steve before I can address your inquiries, Richard replied, his tone both gentle and firm, clearly not a child emerging from the slums. He possessed a confidence that poverty could never bestow. Caesar felt no anger, for Richard's response was still relatively mild. Of course, the world is rife with unexpected occurrences that unfold at the most unimaginable moments. For instance, Tony Stark, having spent the night finalizing the aerodynamic design of his Iron Man suit, decided to visit Santiago Middle School for a rare breakfast and to rejuvenate in his office. Yet, regrettably, even someone as seasoned as Stark had seldom encountered a boy as formidable as Richard. Did you just say he has 12? Tony, who had already placed one foot through the school gates, retreated in astonishment, gazing at the composed black boy before him. My God, he hardly resembled a 12-year-old. In his presence, I felt like a child myself. Pray tell, why must you wait for that old curmudgeon Steve? If you fear being ostracized by your peers due to your stature or subjected to bullying, do not hesitate to confide in me. I am Tony Stark, the sole trustee of Santiago High School. With my presence, no one shall dare to marginalize you. Upon hearing this, Caesar covered his forehead, exasperated, and spread his hands in resignation. Chapter 62, The Comparison of Two Elderly Men. Oh, Mr. Stark, do all you scientists possess such myopic vision? Just take a look. Does this child appear to be one who fears the perils of school violence? Moreover, with Carl and Wayne around, who would dare to assume the role of the school bully? Tony expressed his profound dissatisfaction with Caesar's remarks. My goodness, are you referring to those two little rascals? I heard they nearly met their demise at the southern docks. I beg your pardon, young man. What is your name? Richard Fisk. A splendid name. You see, Richard certainly strikes one as an honest and earnest child. He might just become a target for those two ruffians. Tony puffed out his chest, glaring at Caesar like a protective hen. Mr. Stark, you know that is not my intent. To be candid, I believe the true bully at Santiago High School is Principal Steve. Caesar shrugged, speaking with a hint of resignation. That is also true. By the way, where is Steve? Typically, elderly individuals require little sleep. I have yet to catch a glimpse of him. Tony posed a question that had been weighing on his mind. which was fortuitously overheard by the arriving Steve. "Oh my heavens, just look at your appearance. What is this? A smoky eye? Have you spent the entire night as a stripper in a gay bar?" Steve's opening words visibly darkened Tony's expression. Indeed, the circles under his eyes were pronounced, but they bore no relation to any gay bar or stripping. They were merely the result of several sleepless nights. "Huh, Steve, you must have neglected dental hygiene during your 70 years of cryogenic slumber. Your breath is simply atrocious. Come now, Tony, are you really that sensitive?" "Greetings, Richard. Your father has mentioned you to me. Now, let us steer clear of this sensitive fellow, and I shall introduce you to your new school. Trust me, it is a united and amiable family. The students here never discriminate against one another, nor do they harbor animosity." As Steve spoke, he led the way. Upon hearing this, Tony sidled up to Richard, whispering, "You see, everyone here looks down on him. Everyone here harbors animosity towards him. This is the reality of a redneck. Goodness, you cannot allow your father to enroll you here. I believe you would thrive at a Stark Industries school, though we do not operate our own. However, numerous commendable community schools benefit from our investment. If you are willing, I will gladly write you a letter of recommendation in Stark's name. Believe me, child, you are destined to become a sports star. I appreciate your kindness, Mr. Stark." Richard maintained a polite smile throughout, remaining steadfast in his resolve against Stark's temptations. This elicited a twinge of jealousy from Steve. Damn it, how can a man like Kim, who has lived a life steeped in violence, raise such an exemplary son? Truly, life does not adhere to the concept of fairness. Enough of this, Tony. Put away your little tricks. Do you think Richard is just a little boy like you? He is not swayed by superficial allure. He possesses a profound understanding of what he requires on his life's journey. As Steve spoke, he guided Richard towards the middle school section. "Greetings, Mr. Fisk. I must clarify something. I oversee the high school division, while Principal Henry manages the middle school. At 12 years of age, you are only permitted to attend classes under Principal Henry's jurisdiction. Shortly, he will provide you with a handbook of school regulations. Trust me, you will glean much from it." Steve's gaze was earnest, emanating a sense of genuine equality. He did not perceive Richard as inferior, despite the latter's youth and ethnicity. As rumored, before him, all souls were equal. He regarded everyone with impartiality. "Very well, I believe I have noted that, Mr. Steve. I am curious. How often do we have holidays?" Upon hearing this, Steve instinctively rubbed his brow in distress, according to Kim. This boy would likely be residing at his home for the forthcoming months. Frankly, had Richard not appeared reasonably polite, Steve had contemplated having him share a room with Caesar during the holidays, albeit concerned about the implications of associating with a seasoned mercenary. Even if Kim's son were to lead him astray, it would merely be a return to his true nature. Led astray? Quite impossible. In fact, Steve now worried that if he taught Richard to behave too much like a gentleman, how would Richard eventually take over the family business? Middle school is once a month, lasting 4 days each time. During that period, even on holidays, you must reside at my home. I will accompany you then. For now, let us commence with classes. After addressing Richard, Steve turned to face Tony, whose expression was one of deep discontent. This startled him. "Damn it, Tony. Standing behind me like that could give me a hemorrhoid. You better provide me with a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, prepare to be confined to Wade Hall." "Damn it, Steve. You show no respect for the Stark family. Do you truly believe that the only things that pique my interest are mere shiny toys? You fail to grasp the aesthetic of technology. Do you not believe that if we organized a tour, Stark Industries would unveil a whole new world for them? Only then would you comprehend the ignorance of your previous remarks." As Steve raised his hand to dismiss Tony's jest, he suddenly recalled a certain bald-headed figure. If memory served, that individual's humanoid tank was nearing deployment, was it not? Although he did not possess a collecting obsession, since having injected the super healing factor, he had yet to engage in a full-fledged battle. With this thought, his interest was piqued. "Your Stark Industries Industrial Park? What amusement could possibly be found there? Yet, since you have brought it up, as your elder, I find it difficult to decline your request." "Very well, this afternoon we shall visit your industrial park. However, I believe the number of participants should not be excessive, as too many individuals may disrupt the normal teaching process. Do you understand? It is up to you. Nevertheless, Richard must certainly be present," Tony said earnestly as he fixed his gaze on Steve. Upon merely envisioning the other's robust physique, Steve readily acquiesced. After all, such a sturdy build suggests resilience, and even in the event of an emergency, he could endure until reaching a hospital. Chapter 63, The prototype of Obadiah, though Santiago High School and Tony Stark's estate are not in close proximity. Tony's considerable wealth and the dedicated team at his service rendered distance the least significant of all constraints. With a mere phone call, the typically frazzled Happy promptly appeared before him. Steve, accompanied by several unfortunate young lads, boarded Happy's luxurious vehicle. Aside from Richard, it was the first experience for the other boys to ride in such a high-end chauffeur-driven car. After all, aside from Stark, no one else would think to install racing bucket seats in a vehicle of this nature, prompting even Steve to momentarily extol the virtues of capital. Seated within the vehicle, Carl and Wayne appeared pensive, their minds preoccupied since the day Steve had spoken to them. Who truly lurks in the shadows of this nation? The answer to that question remains elusive, yet one certainty prevails. All shadows arise from light, differing only in their magnitude. Observing the two contemplative youths, Steve felt a twinge of unease. Although they were both 16 and regarded as competent high school students, it seemed premature for them to grapple with such weighty matters. "Hey, kids," he began, "I understand you have many questions, and I lack the perfect answers to assist you. However, allow me to reiterate that you must seek answers within life itself. To grasp the essence of this nation, you must comprehend the realities of its underprivileged populace and the ideological foundations upon which our scientific advancements are built. The Soviets espouse a robust and pragmatic approach, while we cherish innovation and novelty. These contrasting philosophies have engendered significant disparities in our nations, even in the realm of scientific progress." Steve endeavored to elucidate these complex concepts to the high schoolers. Honestly, had he not been a keyboard warrior in his previous life, he might not have articulated such notions. One might assume that a troll merely repeats expletives, but in truth, the most effective way to counter an individual is to dismantle their foundational logic alongside their arguments. Wayne's gaze deepened with contemplation. In many respects, he exhibited greater composure and decisiveness. After a prolonged silence, Carl ventured, "If we grasp these concepts, can we overturn America?" "Excuse me," Steve responded with remarkable speed, quicker than he had reacted during battles against Hydra in World War II, instinctively covering Carl's mouth with his hand. He cautiously surveyed their surroundings to ensure Carl's words had not attracted undue attention before releasing him. "Such statements are strictly forbidden from now on. Repeat after me. We shall dedicate our lives to the pursuit of the socialist modernization of America, striving to establish the United States as a prosperous, democratic, civilized, and harmonious nation." Happy, driving ahead, couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth, pondering the sheer absurdity of the situation. How did it become socialism? Yet, he refrained from speaking, fully aware of the true identity of the individual before him. Jokingly, how much weight does the persona of Captain America carry in the hearts of the American populace? If he were to assert that the little mustachioed man is still alive in America, a throng of Texas ranchers would likely emerge, proclaiming, "See, I told you. The little mustachioed man never died. Captain America has said so." However, how does that differ from overturning America itself? Carl gazed at Steve, voicing the question that lingered in his mind. Steve released his grip, shrugged his shoulders, and indifferently replied, "Absolutely different. In any case, refrain from uttering such words henceforth." As their conversation concluded, Happy slammed on the brakes. Outside the vehicle, the Stark Industries complex glimmered under the sun, eliciting curious expressions from the 5 children inside. Carl, Wayne, and Kong, having emerged from the slums, were not the only ones captivated. Even Richard and Sophia, who enjoyed a modestly comfortable life, shared the same intrigue. Though they had encountered the upper echelons of society, it did not equate to having witnessed the forefront of the nation's enterprises. Tony's crimson supercar was parked outside the complex, and as Steve observed Tony, nearly collapsing against the vehicle, a sense of unease washed over him. He had not forgotten that his purpose here was to engage Obadiah in a sparring match. In his plans, Tony in his armored suit played a significant role. Given the current circumstances, relying on Tony might prove to be a challenge. Contemplating this, he tightened his grip on his luggage. The thought of single-handedly taking down Azaku was undeniably exhilarating. At Stark Industries, Obadiah stood behind a glass wall, his cigar lit but untouched. In truth, many affluent individuals dislike the sensation of cigars directly entering their mouths and are particularly averse to inhaling secondhand smoke. Thus, even this expensive cohiba served merely as a stronger deterrent than a mosquito coil in his hands. "Boss, the prototype has been completed. The engine that the Egghead sent over is exceptionally efficient, boasting a power increase of 120% compared to those available in the market." Obadiah raised an eyebrow at the remark, but remained silent. In his line of sight, Tony Stark languished against the supercar. Ah, how nostalgic it was at that time. He was merely 8 years old, naturally adept with a screwdriver. My partner and I were even hesitant to let him enter the laboratory alone. But by the time he turned 10, we no longer worried about such matters. He had established his own lab, and I had always admired him. After sharing these thoughts, Obadiah casually handed the unlit cigar to the young man standing behind him. Well done, Hammer. Now, I believe it is time for us to have a serious discussion with him. You know, while violence may not fundamentally resolve certain issues, it invariably addresses those who create the problems. The young man named Hammer said nothing, carefully cradling the cigar Obadiah had given him. The Stark Industrial Park is an expansive area. Steve exhibits no interest in his surroundings. His sole focus lies on locating the humanoid tank that bears a resemblance to the Zaku. Excuse me, I inquired. Is there a rather foolish Caucasian here? Bald, resembling someone with an ostrich egg perched on his shoulder? As Tony, who was demonstrating magnetic levitation to a group of children, turned his head with a puzzled expression towards Steve, he replied, I believe you must be referring to Uncle Obadiah. However, to be frank, he is quite a decent fellow. There is no need for such hostility towards him. I assure you, you will meet him shortly. Chapter 64. The Veteran's Barbecue and the Beating of Zagu. Indeed, it is essential for the two of us to become better acquainted. By the way, why does it seem so deserted in your industrial park? Have we arrived at an inopportune time? Steve glanced at Tony, a hint of perplexity in his expression. Have you been following the news? We have divested from the arms industry and are currently undergoing a business restructuring. You will soon witness a completely transformed Stark Industries. Trust me. Steve nodded, still clutching his briefcase. Are you suffering from paranoia? Why do you carry that everywhere? Tony remarked, a touch of exasperation in his tone. The bull warrior cannot part with his mask. All right, if that's how you see it. I truly believe you are incapable of leaving it behind. Steve shot back, a look of disdain on his face. Tony, it has been ages. Obadiah, dressed in a blue suit, emerged from the Stark Industrial Complex, arms wide open for an embrace. Uncle Obadiah, indeed it has been quite a while, Tony replied with a cheerful smile. To be honest, Tony's demeanor was not always haughty. He reserved a more amiable attitude for those he regarded as friends. Let me introduce you. This is my friend Steve. You may call him Principal Steve. Tony stepped aside, drawing Steve closer. With a half smile, Steve extended his hand, gripping Obadiah's firmly. In street parlance, the strength of a handshake often reflects the level of provocation. And in this instance, Steve was unmistakably challenging him, quite brazenly at that. Obadiah, unaware of the nuances of such street provocations, nonetheless sensed the underlying challenge in Steve's demeanor. He furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Steve for a considerable time before finally speaking. I have a distinct feeling that we have crossed paths elsewhere. Although I have never seen you in person, I am certain I have encountered your photograph. Steve pondered for a moment before releasing his grip. I believe you have mistaken me for someone else. I do not recall associating with someone of your stature. My connection with Tony is purely due to my having rescued him from the Middle East. By the way, are you aware of the 10 Rings? I have taken on a long-term contract specifically to hunt down that lot of ruffians. Steve regarded Obadiah, his tone not particularly grave. You are mistaken. While I may indeed be somewhat more accomplished, I truly have no acquaintance with the 10 Rings. The name alone suggests they are akin to a group of terrorists. Steve chuckled lightly. That is not merely a band of terrorists. They also operate as mercenaries. For instance, they might kidnap an unfortunate rich heir for monetary gain. Obadiah's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized Steve, hoping to discern even the slightest hint of a flaw in his demeanor. Yet, all he encountered was a persistent smile. You certainly have a knack for humor. However, I am still curious. Aren't you the principal of a school? What would compel you to engage in work that sounds characteristic of mercenaries? With a chuckle, the principal mentioned that it was merely a part-time role for him, as he was, in fact, the de facto head of the Old Soldier Barbecue Security Company. He invited any future business inquiries, assuring that they were far more professional than the Ten Commandments gang. Steve's voice was laden with temptation, leaving Obadiah momentarily bewildered. This individual seemed to possess insider knowledge, yet did not appear to be entirely aligned with Tony. Even a cunning fox like Obadiah found himself at a loss. After all, this was not the Summoner's Rift. A straightforward deception would not yield substantial results. Thank you for your kind offer, but regrettably, we have already relinquished our arms dealings. Otherwise, I believe we could have explored a collaborative opportunity, Obadiah replied. Upon hearing this, Steve smiled, the depth of his gaze undiminished. He was not troubled by the prospect of severing ties. The only factor delaying such a decision was the old fellow himself. In other words, had he not produced the original Zaku, Steve might have bided his time. However, if the old chap had indeed completed the original Zaku, then even if Obadiah aspired to be a king of submersibles, Steve would find a way to provoke him into action. Seems you two are enjoying a delightful conversation. Perhaps I could take the children for a stroll elsewhere? Tony interjected once their dialogue had ceased. Both Steve and Obadiah readily acquiesced. Mr. Steve, would you be interested in working for Obadiah? Obadiah inquired, locking eyes with Steve. He was aware of the events transpiring in the Middle East and understood what the old soldier barbecue security company had accomplished. Frankly, it was an excellent security firm, overshadowing the Ten Commandments gang significantly. Absolutely, yet before that, I must examine your materials. You understand, my company was established with assistance from certain individuals. I believe we should share a common ground, Steve replied, subtly probing Obadiah. Those of their ilk, often keyboard warriors, spoke in a blend of truth and deception. To Steve's surprise, Obadiah's eyes gleamed with interest, igniting a subtle notion within him. It appeared he had surmised correctly. That enigmatic figure had never ceased to be a nuisance, evidently coveting Stark's arc reactor for quite some time. Thus, Director Nick Fury has sent me to inquire about your progress. When can we expect the core data? Of course. Should you find this unattainable, we can always consider alternatives, he continued. The prototype is ready, though the dimensions are somewhat larger than specified in your provided materials. However, you can assure Nick Fury that I will procure the reactor data he desires, Obadiah responded. At this, Steve exhibited a knowing expression and slowly unzipped his briefcase. As the principal of a school, it is indeed quite reasonable for me to carry a hammer at all times. Furthermore, being an ardent admirer of Captain America, it is equally justifiable for me to possess a shield. Upon uttering these words, I had already readied both the shield and the hammer, assuming a formidable stance. Quickly seek your prototype, my dear, for I am about to unleash chaos upon you. Obadiah was utterly bewildered by this sudden turn of events. He was completely unaware of what had transpired. However, given the current circumstances, it would be wise for him to heed Steve's counsel and make a hasty retreat. Chapter 65. Unarmed against the mech, he could not comprehend why Steve harbored such animosity towards him, yet he ran with great fervor. For an older man, particularly one unaccustomed to physical exertion, it was indeed a torment. Nevertheless, he showed no signs of fatigue, even outpacing Steve. Tony gazed at Steve, perplexed. Hey, what is going on with you? We're fine. It's just that you might not be aware that this old coot once enlisted the 10 rings to kidnap you and stash you in a cave, Steve replied casually, causing Tony's brow to furrow. A man of his intellect could only be oblivious to social nuances, which seemed improbable. Upon returning and reviewing the financial statements, he had immediately sensed something amiss, yet he refrained from expressing his discontent, perhaps out of nostalgia. Tony, a man should be forthright and not overly sentimental. You're no weakling. Consider this a favor from your uncle, so pay attention and learn well. After uttering these words, Steve positioned himself in front of the children. Carl, Wayne, take good care of your siblings. Tony pressed his hand to his forehead. Damn it. At your age, does your old man think of anything besides heroism? At least let me switch into Mark first. Huh? Tony, you really are a wimp. You need to change clothes before a fight? Steve retorted without turning back, a hint of mockery in his voice, before dashing away. Now it was Tony's turn to be taken aback, while Carl and Wayne exchanged glances in silence. Am I a wimp? Damn it, that redneck should be consigned to the annals of history. What's wrong with changing clothes before a fight? Even karate practitioners change outfits. Obadiah raced to the southern district of Stark Industries, where he possessed his own workshop. Within lay his prototype mech, in stark contrast to Tony Stark's armored suit. His initial model resembled a humanoid tank. One could discern no semblance of aerodynamic elegance on the nearly 4-meter-tall behemoth. It exuded a menacing bulk. Hello, Mr. Obadiah. I would like to get lost, Hammer. Let me pilot it now. Hammer regarded the panting Obadiah with a furrowed brow and spoke. Very well, sir. He nodded and swiftly turned to direct the personnel standing behind him. Compared to Tony's state-of-the-art equipment, this place resembled a World War II tank maintenance workshop. Countless crew members approached to dismantle various components, opening the narrow hatch to allow Obadiah entry. It is somewhat absurd to note that, long ago, Americans had resolved the transmission issues of mechs. Yet it was not until now that they had genuinely harnessed this technology to create a mech of true significance, albeit one destined for obsolescence. Occasionally, The progression of human history unfolds in such a manner, where the stepwise advancement of technology is propelled forward by the emergence of a groundbreaking individual. Tony Stark's armored suit exemplifies such a phenomenon. It took a significant stride forward. However, this does not imply that Obadiah's mech is entirely without merit, at the very least. If this technology were to be integrated into the military, it would represent a groundbreaking concept. Just as Obadiah sealed the hatch, a certain blonde individual clad in a leather jacket and jeans surged in with reckless abandon, launching a fearless charge at the towering 4-meter humanoid tank. In that moment, all present experienced a peculiar illusion, as if this colossal mech was the one at a disadvantage. "Damn it!" Obadiah roared from within the mech, followed by the thunderous roar of the engine. A torrent of exhaust billowed from the pipes behind him, immense kinetic energy coursing through the gears as he swung a fist towards Steve. The metallic fist struck Steve's shield with a resounding impact, nearly halting his charge for a moment. The sound reverberated through the air, akin to the booming of a great bell, as the ground beneath Steve's feet erupted, his heavy boots shattering upon impact. The force of their collision had far exceeded rubber's threshold for endurance, and logically, Steve should have been forced to relinquish the pressure. Despite wielding a shield, the overwhelming strain threatened to buckle his bones. Subtle pain incessantly stimulated his nerves, yet a triumphant smile adorned his face. He knew that with his superhuman regenerative factor paired with the body of truth, he was invincible. Shattered bones swiftly mended, becoming even more resilient than before. Torn muscles continuously healed, unleashing a power greater than ever. How is this possible? Obadiah was nearly driven to madness, unable to comprehend how Steve could withstand the mech's might with mere flesh and blood. This was simply beyond the realm of human capability. "Apologies, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Steve Rogers. I believe you must have seen me. Indeed, you must have." Steve's face emerged from behind the shield, and the playful glint in his eyes sent a chill down Obadiah's spine. "Steve Rogers. Damn it, I should have known it was him. That accursed man is still alive." Obadiah screamed frantically within the cockpit, then cranked the power to its maximum. He had no interest in Tony's core technology. His sole desire was to survive this encounter. He was not the naive fool who had grown up in a time of peace. His teenage years were spent amidst the turmoil of the Vietnam War. He understood all too well the tactics employed by a war hero like Captain America. If he were to fall into this man's hands, he would likely meet a most gruesome end. Now this is more like it. As Steve felt the sudden increase in pressure against his shield, his smile grew even brighter. He pressed forward, determined to engage in a contest of strength. He had no intention of a swift resolution. He was here purely to hone the body of truth. What the hell is he doing? Obadiah gazed at Steve, terror gripping him like never before. The demeanor cultivated over years of holding a prominent position vanished in an instant. Although humanity may succumb to societal despair, the most profound despair ultimately stems from the realization that another individual possesses far greater strength, particularly when that wretched individual is poised to bring about one's demise. "Is this all you are capable of?" Steve gradually raised his shield, bearing the fist of the original Obadiah. "What exactly are you planning to do?" He was utterly panicked. What was happening? He had nearly pressed the accelerator into the fuel tank, yet Steve remained steadfast. Chapter 66. My turn. Steve gazed up at the towering mech before him, a smile on his face that bore only the mark of cruelty. Damn it. Obadiah was on the brink of madness. Suddenly, Steve discarded his shield, leaping into the fray with a sinister grin. What madness was this? He had never witnessed such a visage of desperation on a human face, an unrestrained frenzy that defied all reason. Steve's fists and warhammer struck the humanoid tank in relentless succession, the resounding thuds echoing like thunder. Obadiah sought to resist, but the mech was already faltering under Steve's relentless assault. There was no sign of hesitation from him, even as his arms contorted into implausible angles. The flesh on his knuckles was continuously torn, blood seeping forth, yet he showed no inclination to cease. He even discarded the warhammers, opting instead to pummel the wretched machine with nothing but his bare fists. The mechanical apparatus began to fail, and soon the once standing humanoid tank crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. A shower of electric sparks erupted from its body as Steve wiped the blood from his hands with a look of resignation. His wounds had already healed, though the blood had yet to be cleaned away. "You truly disappoint me," Steve remarked, picking up the warhammer and gripping it tightly, aiming a blow at the cockpit. The advanced aerospace alloy of the exterior began to deform under the weight of his strike. "Well then, you won't be getting out now." After ensuring the hatch was sealed, he observed the oil dripping onto the ground. "Obadiah, you do realize you are destined to perish, don't you? I would think an ambitious man like you could accept the fate of death. For people like you, death is not to be feared. Therefore, You shouldn't mind if I take your life. At that moment, Steve resembled a loquacious villain, fully in control of the situation. With that, he raised his warhammer and struck it down fiercely upon the ground, igniting the oil with the sparks that flew. The mech erupted in an explosion before him, fire and shockwaves rushing towards him. Steve stood unmoved, indifferent to the chaos unfolding around him. His insides sustained injury from the shockwave, yet healed, growing ever more resilient. The others in the studio had fled, leaving the explosion to serve as a solitary spectacle for Steve. Damn it! Tony witnessed the inferno in the Southern District, unleashing an angry curse before donning his mask and taking flight. Yet, he was too late. Steve stood before the fireball, his expression devoid of any compassion. Damn it, Steve. He's my uncle. He's Obadiah. I know, came Steve's calm response, devoid of any trace of anger. Why did you kill him? Why would I not? Why don't you ask this man why he was unwilling to live? Steve frowned, tapping Tony's helmet. What do you think is the greatest pain for an ambitious man? Is it death, or the failure to achieve one's aspirations? Tony remained silent, fully aware of the answer to the question posed, yet uncertain of how to articulate it. He understood all too well the ambitions of Obadiah and the years of patience he had endured to achieve them. Therefore, the answer to the question was crystal clear to him. However, he felt it was a matter best left to the law. The law? Do you think I am here merely to eliminate a bald adversary? Take me to S-H-I-E-L-D. There is a certain black egg awaiting my attention. After Steve spoke, he raised an eyebrow at Tony. The latter's helmet opened with a mechanical whir, and he gazed at Steve, puzzled. Why are we going to S-H-I-E-L-D? What even is S-H-I-E-L-D? Apologies, I had forgotten. In any case, take me to downtown New York first. I have some matters to discuss with a fellow named Nick Fury at S-H-I-E-L-D headquarters. There exists an old Chinese adage, left eye twitches for fortune, right eye twitches for disaster. Unfortunately, Nick Fury was a one-eyed man, with only his right eye functioning properly. Since 8 this morning, his eye had been twitching incessantly. Damn it, I think I need a checkup. Coulson, what is the situation with Obadiah? Hello, Director. I was just about to inform you. This morning, Steve took a student tour to Stark Industries. Now, there has been an explosion in the Southern District of Stark Industries, and he is en route here with some humanoid aircraft. Coulson endeavored to phrase his words delicately, yet the truth remained. Nick Fury, this cold-hearted individual, possessed an exceedingly high intelligence. Damn it. Code Red. This sour pickle is coming for me. Coulson looked at the panicked Nick Fury in surprise, bewildered by his sudden regression. Director, calm down. That is Captain America. He won't harm us, trust me. Coulson said soothingly, attempting to convey his faith. Damn it. Call Natasha and Hawkeye back. No. Have them intercept this fellow en route. Coulson gazed at him with a resigned expression, yet remained dutifully committed to executing the orders. After all, he was the director. Why must we go to S-H-I-E-L-D? I want to know what is truly happening here. Tony maintained a slow flight, while Steve sighed in exasperation. Can you guess why Obadiah has suddenly been able to produce such humanoid tanks? Did he dream of some mathematical equation? Steve's words were vague, yet sufficient for Tony to grasp the implication. Are you saying S-H-I-E-L-D has apprehended Obadiah? Why? Because of that glowing object on your chest. What do you call it? An arc reactor? Although I am somewhat old-fashioned, based on my studies over the past few days, I have a rough idea of what that signifies. You are aware of what it implies, are you not? As Steve's words faded, a familiar structure appeared before his eyes. This is it. Just throw me right in, he declared, pointing at the imposing building ahead. Without hesitation, the order was executed, showing no leniency for his nearly 90 years of age. The sound of shattering glass echoed in Steve's ears, causing a momentary stir among the clerical staff inside. However, let us not forget the nature of this place. Their panic was fleeting, as they swiftly retrieved firearms from their drawers and commenced firing. Steve, employing his shield to deflect the bullets, refrained from retaliating immediately. To be candid, he possessed a remarkable sense of decorum. He would never engage in indiscriminate slaughter. When he stated his intention to confront Nick Fury, he meant to do so with precision, targeting only Nick Fury. Chapter 67. Nick Fury's distress. The current situation is rather awkward. The administrative staff of S-H-I-E-L-D possesses virtually no combat capabilities. Those agents who are capable in battle are well acquainted with Steve, fully aware of his true identity, which grants them a sobering realization. Engage in a one-on-one confrontation with Captain America? Particularly, one Indian agent with a bald head shook his head solemnly, now harboring doubts regarding Steve's identity. He had obtained surveillance footage from the moment shortly after the old man awoke, and the phrase, "Why hasn't Gandalf conquered the world yet?" led him to suspect that matters were beyond his expectations. Damn it. Where are Natasha and Hawkeye? Nick Fury was genuinely panicking. He shouted anxiously. As an explosion-proof door stood tall before Steve. Behind that door was Nick Fury, the old man. Truth be told, he felt utterly helpless in this predicament. He could certainly find a way to eliminate Steve if it came to that. However, the problem lies in the fact that he is Captain America. How could he justify such an action? With what could he offer an explanation? Yet, Nick Fury's contemplations were destined to be in vain. For the door to his office had begun to warp, as if it had been struck by a battering ram. The enhancement bestowed upon Steve by the body of truth could only be described as epic. Previously, he had no means to contend with such heavy machinery. But Neobadia had fortified Steve with his prototype. Soon, the immensely thick brass door was smashed open, rendered completely inoperable. Nick Fury, armed with a pistol, gazed defiantly at Steve. The latter wore a smile, casually placing his shield behind him. "Oh, my dear Black Boss, it has indeed been a while since we last met. Come, let me see if you truly are a foul creature. Perhaps even your bones are black? Tell me, is it your desire to witness Tony Stark perish at your hands? Do you not care whether this genius might create even better technology? Your eyes can only see those dancers clad in minuscule skirts, can't they?" After uttering these words, Steve boldly sat down opposite Nick Fury. "You shouldn't be this way," Nick Fury replied, rolling his eyes in exasperation, attempting to assert his dominance over Steve. Steve chuckled, propping his feet up on the table. "What should I do? You lot, who have built S-H-I-E-L-D upon our legacy, now find yourselves incapable of protecting the citizens of this nation?" Steve's smile was laced with amusement, while Nick Fury's countenance darkened with irritation. "Motherfucker, what era do you think we live in? Is this a wonderful time? Let me tell you, we are surrounded by formidable foes. The Ten Rings, the Spear Bureau, relentless Russians, and lost mutants, along with countless damned higher-dimensional beings and extraterrestrials. I need every possible strength, anything that can keep us ahead in this war." Nick Fury observed Steve as he continuously raged, noting the furrowed brow of his companion. Without further ado, Steve raised his hand and delivered a mighty blow. "Damn it. Do you never brush your teeth after devouring fried chicken? Why does your mouth reek of foulness?" This provocation ignited Fury's own temper. After all, every individual possesses a limit. "Damn it, Steve. You despicable Klansman, you redneck should be obliterated from the annals of history. Why on earth would you establish a school in Hell's Kitchen? Individuals like you ought to be herding cattle in Texas. I must be out of my mind to believe the American people require your presence." Fury's ire intensified as he demanded, "Look at me. Nick Fury, for God's sake, gaze into my eyes and tell me, is all of this for the benefit of the American populace, or merely to transform S-H-I-E-L-D into a monstrous entity?" As Steve spoke, Tony Stark, clad in his Iron Man suit, occupied another's workstation, a disposable cup filled with coffee in hand. Oh my God. If Stark Industries can only provide such dreadful coffee for its employees, I can only assume it is because I cannot directly whip them into shape. What is wrong with you people? Why squander money on such atrocious coffee? Tony's incessant complaints caused Steve a headache. "All right, do you wish for me to pummel you?" Steve glared at Nick Fury, his expression dripping with disdain. "What the hell do you want? My actions have had no significant impact. Why must you cling to this? God damn it." "Nick, that is Tony, Howard S. son, my comrade's child. You are playing your games at his expense, right before my eyes. Do you think I am blind?" Steve's gaze bore into Nick, his seething rage threatening to incinerate Fury. "Let me tell you, had I not been convinced of your selflessness, I would have already dispatched you. Do you think I have never taken a life? Give me the antidote. The antidote for palladium poisoning." Steve's stare was unwavering, causing Nick Fury to feel a twinge of fear. He had never felt such dread, even when Steve had shattered the brass door before him. "How did you know?" Nick stammered. "How did I know? You think I'm ignorant? I possess a brain. I spoke 3 languages during World War II. I merely learned a few things." Steve continued to fixate on him. In truth, his presence here was not solely to strike Fury. His interest lay in the antidote that this young man possessed. What palladium poisoning? Outside, Tony's ears perked up in alertness, while Nick still attempted to resist. However, Steve lacked the patience for further delay. He stood, fixing Nick with a steely gaze. "If you dare deny its existence, I will ensure that your tomorrow vanishes." As Steve and Tony exited, they did so through the front door, leaving shattered glass on the 12th floor. including the fragments from Nick Fury's office. Steve struck Nick Fury, nearly sending the man crashing to the ground. Fortunately, he displayed a modicum of humility. "I say, Steve, is this what you came for?" Tony inquired, shaking the briefcase in his hand. Steve cast a somewhat exasperated glance at him. "Child, are you aware that your arc reactor is far from flawless? Before you discover a new element to replace palladium, you might very well suffer from palladium poisoning." "Huh, I truly hadn't considered that. Not that I didn't think about element poisoning, but rather that such a notion would escape your lips. My apologies. I was under the impression that American soldiers during World War II possessed such a high level of scientific literacy. You don't intend to suggest that you, like Gunnar, attended MIT, do you?" Chapter 68. The Purpose of Life. Your mouth reeks as though you've just engaged in a passionate kiss with Nick Fury, Steve remarked dismissively, shrugging his shoulders. "Hey, damn it, are we seriously going to walk back like this? Look at what I'm wearing. It's akin to parading in a bikini down Fifth Avenue to purchase a Rolex." It was no wonder Tony was complaining, clad in a full suit of Iron Man armor. Accompanying Steve on foot was bound to attract attention, and it filled him with a sense of profound embarrassment. "Then you might as well head back," Steve retorted. "Damn it, Tony, you're nearly 30. You can't expect your parents to chauffeur you home." Steve's incredulous gaze made Tony Stark feel as though he were choking on a mouthful of blood. "Damn it, Steve." Finally, he cursed and launched himself skyward towards Stark Industries, while Steve showed no intention of returning. He adhered to his principle of working hard all morning and playing all day. After all, he was no druid who needed to languish in school every day. In truth, he had been biding his time, waiting for the opportune moment to seize Professor X and appoint him as the principal. In his vision, he envisioned opening a bar, spending his nights behind the counter, observing the young and beautiful indulging in merriment. Frankly, while the current situation was tolerable, it was evidently not his desire. He had no daughter to raise. After all, it had been a while since he last visited Big Mike's place. He wondered if there were any new arrivals among the ladies. Hell's Kitchen, the old neighborhood. This was far from a pleasant locale. A myriad of chaotic events unfolded here. Whites were robbed by the very blacks they looked down upon, while Asians, struggling for survival, had to adopt a more aggressive demeanor. One could witness the full spectrum of life here. Of course, it could also be interpreted as a unique facet of the American landscape. $120. Damn it, not a cent less. What do you think this is? This is high-grade stuff. Steve grinned at the Latino who was speaking. It was indeed a quintessentially American scene. "Hey, stupid white boy, what are you laughing at? Do you look down on me? Don't eat the sour radish. This is my territory." Steve merely smiled at him, disregarding the taunt, and proceeded directly to the entrance of Big Mike's bar. The thug he had previously dealt with, Clint, no longer obstructed him. Instead, he nodded and allowed him to pass. Hell's Kitchen was undeniably a lively place. Anyone would give Big Mike's bar a thumbs up. Here, one could find everything that leads one astray: contraband, alcohol, and women devoid of love. Fortunately, aside from alcohol, Steve had no interest in any of the other vices. He stood before Big Mike, who promptly handed him a bottle of potent liquor. This drink was ill-suited for these ruffians. Its taste was far too intense for them. Yet for Steve, it was just right, perfectly suited for his palate. "Thank you, my friend. It is only after King leaves that I find this place to be vibrant." "How did you come to know Jean?" "You see, I generally do not share such matters with Caucasians. However, it is worth mentioning that we initially ventured out from Hell's Kitchen together in pursuit of our livelihoods, growing up side by side. Those familiar faces always inspire a greater sense of trust." "Huh? One would never guess you once possessed such a radiant aspect." Steve chuckled at Big Mike, who shrugged, a joyful expression adorning his face. "Ah, I must admit, we were truly remarkable back then." Steve raised his glass in salute to him. Humanity often finds itself reminiscing about the glamorous days of youth at the most inexplicable moments, even when one might have overlooked those golden times, dismissing them as trivial. They remain undeniably splendid days. Speaking of which, Steve, what about you? I have never heard you speak of your life before Hell's Kitchen. What was it like? What more could it be? I fought overseas for my country, and by the time I returned, my girlfriend had started a family. Thankfully, I had never confessed my feelings to her. To be honest, had it not been for the substantial sums these scoundrels provided me, I would never have remained in school. I yearn for a life of freedom, unrestrained and unconfined. Do you understand, Big Mike? Life, in my view, ought to be an adventure. Ah, my friend, your words often leave me with the impression that you are uncertain of your intentions. Surely you do not genuinely lack clarity on your aspirations? I mean, you are not young anymore. and your confusion on this matter prompts me to find it rather difficult to respond." Steve was taken aback, blinking as he gazed at his companion. He truly did not know what to do, not before he had traversed to this realm. In that world where he was still known as Zhang Beijiang, he was equally unaware of his purpose. He merely followed the prescribed societal trajectory, studying, advancing in education, and eventually finding a stable position. He was aware of what was expected of him within 3 years, but beyond that, he was utterly lost. Despite having lived for over 20 years, he honestly had no inkling of the person he wished to become. Good heavens, I have become an exceptional executioner. Yet I remain oblivious to the kind of person I aspire to be. How tragic. Should I resign myself to a lifetime as an executioner? Steve looked up at Big Mike, his eyes reflecting a struggle. "Ah, my friend, this is not a grave matter. Knowing the kind of person one wishes to become and the life one desires to lead is no easy feat. Some individuals live their entire lives without ever discovering their path, merely existing. Oh, for heaven's sake, let us raise a toast to your wisdom. You are a damned philosopher, my friend. Yet, I believe you are right. I intend to revisit my hometown. Do you know? Brooklyn, from whence I came. Oh, for heaven's sake, I should have known. You, the damned racist. Where else could you hail from? I wager you cannot find a bar as intriguing as this one in Brooklyn. Believe me. Establishments devoid of a vibrant mix, such as those frequented by black individuals and their spirited counterparts, are utterly mundane." Steve raised his hand, laughing as he waved it at him. "Come now, it's not only you who faces discrimination. For heaven's sake, Haven T, you call me a redneck as well? Consider it evened out. Damn it, your ancestors enslaved us. Well, you folks have enslaved yourselves too. Before we initiated the triangular trade, many among you were already in bondage. Of course, if an indigenous person stood before me, berating me as a beast or a white devil, I would likely choose to remain silent." Chapter 69. Return to Brooklyn. Greetings, everyone. I have an announcement to make. I shall return home for a family visit. Damn Brooklyn. It has been many years since my last sojourn. Wish me luck. Oh, damn it. I knew it. You, my friend, are indeed from Brooklyn. You rascal. The bar erupted with curses, accompanied by the clinking of glasses. Watch out, you little scoundrel. They do not possess the wisdom we do. The sound of glasses ringing intertwined with both curses and blessings. Steve chuckled, at that moment realizing that this place bore no difference to Harbin. Brooklyn was initially founded as a village by 6 Dutchmen and later served as a farm for a time. In the last century, its demographic composition was quite homogeneous. There were no black, Asian, or Native American individuals, and scarcely any white folks beyond the Dutch. It was once hailed as the crime haven of all of New York. Akin to Mexico's status in relation to the United States, Brooklyn served as both New York's backyard and, due to its substantial foundational industries, suffered from a decline in the quality of its populace. Big Mike's assertion that you are a damned racist was not without merit, though it could merely be regarded as a stereotype. No one knows how many vegetables New Yorkers consume daily. However, all the land in Brooklyn was dedicated to agriculture. Steve had never considered that a farm could exist so near to New York, and to say he did not regret it would be a falsehood. Hello there. You don't seem like one of us. An old white man, wearing a cowboy hat, stood behind Steve, hefting a lever-action rifle and riding a black old horse, a quintessential cowboy. Steve looked up at him, squinting against the sun's glare. I am one of you. I just Haven T returned in quite some time, over half a century, in fact. Huh. I appreciate your spirited nature, but I'm certain I haven't seen you around, for I have lived here all my life. That is indeed a lamentable situation. I was born and raised here, yet now, as you see, I have become an outsider. Steve shrugged, his expression revealing little sorrow. This was an experience he had endured before, returning to a hometown filled with newcomers, gazing at the dilapidated old house, and becoming a stranger in his own land. Well, I like your disposition. Pray tell, what brings you here? The old cowboy dismounted, the obedient old horse standing patiently behind him. Just here to take a gander. To be honest, I returned from the battlefield, uncertain of what to do next. I am hoping to find some work. Are there farms available for sale at a reasonable price? I might need a small plot, nothing too extensive. Steve surveyed his surroundings and pondered before speaking. You know, I have been a petroleum worker for quite some time. And I still have a bit of money. Huh? Did I hear you correctly? In contemporary times, it is rare to find young individuals willing to manage farms. I had assumed that all of you would prefer to toil in bustling cities. How did you discern that I am a youth? I mentioned that I departed from here over half a century ago. If we were to consider age, I should be in my 90s. Steve clung to his age. primarily wishing to avoid being referred to as a child by this unfortunate soul. If you genuinely aspire to purchase a farm, I know of one. Follow me. You do not strike me as someone accustomed to agricultural labor. Do you possess the confidence to undertake such a task? By the way, do you earn substantial sums as an oil worker? You must. I am involved in exploration, primarily tasked with discovering oil and then calling for assistance. You see, I have always considered myself a bona fide oil man. Steve's remarks elicited a raised brow from the old cowboy. Ha ha ha, damned oil worker, you are evidently a soldier. At best, you can be classified as security personnel for an oil company. By the way, can the farms here employ black individuals? The kind that I would pay for. As you know, I cannot attend to every detail myself. The white cowboy scratched his head, his expression reflecting a complex mixture of emotions as he regarded Steve. Oh, my friend, whoever you employ must be compensated. This is a matter of principle. May I inquire what you intend to cultivate? Watermelons, cotton, and perhaps raise some chickens. You know I absolutely adore fried chicken. The old cowboy's eyebrows arched beneath the brim of his hat, his gaze fixed upon Steve's classically handsome visage, filled with uncertainty. He suspected that this fellow might be a genuine redneck scoundrel, yet he lacked proof. Why do you wish to employ black individuals for these tasks? Huh? Is this not their ancestral craft? Are you suggesting that whites are more adept at picking cotton? They have been doing it for years. Oh, please, set aside your stereotypes. I am willing to pay, generously, with real money to hire them. Could you possibly refrain from being so sensitive in that damn mind of yours? Goodness, you sound like a beast overdosed on lactation stimulants. Though Steve's words were harsh, the white cowboy found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. If payment is involved, could it still be deemed racial discrimination? It seemed that Steve's argument held some validity. Among the various races and even ethnicities in America, it appeared that these black brothers were particularly skilled in this endeavor. One might even say they had a reputation for it. Damn it. You better not get yourself into trouble. To be honest, even in Texas, the KKK would not dare to be this extreme. Enough. I am a man tempered by military service. How could I possibly harbor racial discrimination? Steve regarded the other with a serious expression, while the latter's face betrayed a hint of helplessness. Nevertheless, he managed a reluctant nod. Whatever, this lad does not seem like the type to be a fool. Even if he were, it would be his demise, not mine. Damn it, where is Principal Steve? Alexei has started another scuffle with Wayne. I cannot reach him by phone. Old John could only shrug helplessly in response to Christmas's complaints. He looked at Christmas with a hint of confusion and said, "Forgive my candor, but are you unable to contend with Alexei or Wayne?" John's words prompted Christmas to slap his forehead in realization. Oh, for heaven's sake, I almost forgot about that. I can take direct action, can't I? Certainly, my friend, as long as you do not inflict any permanent harm upon him. For instance, killing him or emasculating him would be out of the question. The school regulations are quite clear on this matter. What are you waiting for? If you delay any longer, Alexei might very well be killed by Wang. Chapter 70. The Pursuit of Old John After Bidding Farewell to Christmas. Old John retrieved his mobile device and dialed a number once more. This time, Steve answered, and Old John unleashed a furious roar. Damn it, Steve. Where are you? You didn't return home all night last night, and you failed to show up at work this morning. What on earth have you been doing? Don't tell me you're sprawled on the bellies of those street vixens. Hey, calm down, my friend. How could I engage in such absurdity? I've acquired a farm in Brooklyn. You know I'm a true white man, and I have a genuine interest in agriculture. I wanted to give it a try. Haha. Old John let out a derisive laugh. You might as well admit you're lying on the bellies of street vixens. For heaven's sake. Combining Brooklyn and farming with you is a form of racial discrimination in itself. Hey, don't be like that. I'm paying in quite a substantial amount, Steve bellowed, engaging in a heated argument with Old John. Damn it, I should have just killed you, you racist redneck. Where are you? I'm coming over to give you a piece of my mind. I told you, I'm in Brooklyn, but I haven't secured the farm yet. You see, the owner is black, and he adamantly refuses to sell it to me after learning that I intend to grow watermelons and cotton. I believe he harbors some bias against me. Why don't you come over and help me persuade him? Old John was on the verge of exploding with rage. He had never felt such an intensity of anger even during his days as a vampire hunter in Chicago. It was as if this fury had clouded his judgment completely. Thus, he abandoned the school and commandeered Christmas's Harley, heading straight for Brooklyn. Hey, you're being discriminatory. I hope we can return to the essence of the transaction. I'm here solely because you have a farm for sale, and I happen to want to buy one. As for why I want to grow watermelons and cotton, for heaven's sake, Surely, someone must cultivate watermelons and cotton in this world? Steve lamented helplessly, appearing somewhat exasperated. The old cowboy beside him sensed the predicament, regretting his decision to bring this cursed redneck along. Damn it. You white pig, get out of my house. Get off my farm. I would rather starve to death or leap from here than sell my farm to you. 20% over the asking price is my absolute limit. Once you take my money, you won't set foot in Brooklyn again. What I do here is none of your concern, and for heaven's sake, you wish to forsake tangible benefits for the sake of some nebulous ideological notions. Steve scrutinized his opponent, having discerned his intentions from the subtle expressions. Certainly, there are principled individuals among the black community, yet this man was evidently not one of them. He wanted to say more, but Steve took a step forward. 15%. That is my final offer. If you wish to continue this debate, I'll simply seek out someone else. I couldn't care less. After Steve uttered those words, he stepped back. The stench of alcohol emanating from the man before him, a wretched figure, was nothing short of torment. Damn it, you're being discriminatory, the man exclaimed, his eyes glinting with malice. He had encountered such situations far too often. Whenever he invoked the term discrimination, those wretched white folks would invariably retreat. Unfortunately for him, he had crossed paths with Steve, who merely frowned at the gun barrel pointed at him. Without uttering a word, Steve swiftly engaged in a fierce confrontation. Discriminate my mother. Am I not allowed to haggle over a purchase? What do you think you are, a fairy? Am I negotiating a bride price with you? Discrimination, my foot. I've already offered a 15% premium. What more do you want? Spitting at you, armed and all, and you're still useless, old fool. Steve cursed as he fought, though he restrained his strength, refraining from delivering a lethal blow. Otherwise, with the enhancement of his truth-infused physique, a mere slap could have obliterated the old man's head. Hey, stop. If this continues, someone might end up dead. An old cowboy intervened. Fearing that Steve's impulsiveness might lead to a grave mistake, Steve halted, panting heavily as he regarded his opponent. You can't blame me. I developed PTSD while serving my country. Being threatened with a gun sends me into a panic. Oh my heavens, he looked truly pitiful, as if he could serve the denizens of Hell's kitchen. I recall those fellows. They despise people with teeth. I understand, the old cowboy remarked after scrutinizing Steve for a moment. Damn it, Steve. What have you done? When old John arrived, he found only the motionless figure of Lifu on the ground. Hey, he was pointing a gun at me. I was merely defending myself, Steve protested, feeling aggrieved, while the old cowboy beside him nodded helplessly. Why? Old John was momentarily at a loss, but fortunately, the old cowboy had witnessed the entire ordeal and recounted it. After hearing everything, old John felt a wave of headache wash over him. To declare that Steve was entirely in the wrong would be impossible. Yet, to say he bore no responsibility was equally unfounded. After all, we now live in a new era, and he had the freedom to cultivate whatever he wished on the farm. Moreover, as Steve had pointed out, does America not still grow cotton and watermelons? Well, should we call the police? We can't truly bury this, old John said with a sense of resignation. Steve waved his hand and retrieved his phone. Hello, Fisk. I've encountered a slight predicament. I require your assistance in negotiating. I believe that fellow Masanier would be quite suitable. I appreciate his Italian flair. I'm in Brooklyn. Steve's actions left old John in a state of bewilderment. It seemed that this young man possessed not a shred of morality. Masanier arrived promptly, having first received a call from Jean Ben. And given that this matter was of significant concern to Steve, it warranted immediate attention. Accompanying him were 7 or 8 young individuals, all of Italian descent, gesticulating animatedly as they spoke, resembling a pack of velociraptors. Esteemed Mr. Steve, with whom are you negotiating? How may we assist you? A 15% premium to acquire this farm. This excess accounts for his medical expenses. I trust you will handle this matter with discretion. Chapter 71. A new identity, damn it. Why would you come here to purchase such a desolate piece of land? Do not tell me you genuinely intend to cultivate watermelons and cotton. Old John fixed his gaze upon Steve, the warning in his eyes unmistakable. How could I possibly be serious about growing cotton? I was merely jesting. My true intention is to plant some watermelons and raise a few chickens, real chickens. Not those that linger in the alleys. Why on earth would you do such a thing? Is it due to racial discrimination? My friend, as you well know, I have never discriminated against any particular race. To be frank, since my return to this world, I have scrutinized the claims of racial discrimination you all speak of. And honestly, I find it rather disheartening. You merely use it as an excuse to bar others from entering the lucrative industries you dominate or to deny others the privileges that you alone can access. This is not about white people discriminating against you. Rather, it is you who have mounted the backs of white individuals, fervently preaching political correctness. Spare me. You do not truly care about politics. That is merely a narrative spun by those seeking privilege. Steve clearly had much to express. The racial discrimination you discuss now is entirely different from what Martin Luther King envisioned. He sought equality. Do you understand what equality means? It means that when I establish a farm, my employees will not be favored or belittled based on their race. They are my equals, damn it. I am engaging in the least discriminatory activity imaginable, yet you see that landowner continually casting aspersions upon me for his own gain. Even you, it seems, believe I am guilty of racial discrimination. With a furious glare, Steve extracted a cigar from his pocket and lit it, fixing his stare upon old John. Good heavens. Why would I ever discriminate against you? I had comrades in the Roaring Brigade who were just like you, and I entrusted my back to them. Did I ever construct a toilet specifically for black individuals in San Diego? All I have done is prepare to offer equal pay for equal work to black farmers. And yet you leap to accuse me of racism? Damn it. Old John was at a loss for words, unable to respond to Steve's rebuttal. I'm sorry, Steve. He finally stammered after a prolonged silence. He had to concede that the demands of today's black community were not about equality, but rather about privilege. This was entirely beyond the pale. Hey, you know what? No need to apologize. My old friend. I think we've lived long enough to understand why those white girls do not venture into black neighborhoods at night. Damn it. The actions of those thugs are nothing short of barbaric. You know what I mean. In such a societal context, do you really believe black individuals can achieve equality? You folks will forever be looked at differently, damn it. After uttering these words, Steve turned and walked away, leaving old John with a conflicted expression on his face. The affairs of the farm proceeded smoothly, and 3 days later, Steve moved in. He had now become quite affluent, and it was certain that he would not reside in Hell's Kitchen for long. At his core, he was a creature averse to communal living. Neither the part of him that was Steve nor that which belonged to Zhang Beijiang found solace in urban life. As for old John's house, he had no intention of selling it, for to most citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, possessing an apartment in the city and a home in the countryside epitomized success. Hello. Principal, I hear you've settled in Brooklyn? You know my origins. Returning to my hometown always brings a sense of comfort. I relish walking the streets of my memories. Goodness, New York changes so rapidly. I find myself reacquainting with the city every week. With a smile, Steve greeted Barney, who lounged gracefully in a chair. A cigar held nonchalantly. Huh. You're right, but I've been away since I was young, so my hometown is a blur. To me, every place feels the same. I find myself reminiscing about Texas barbecue. I still have a yearning for autumn seal meat, which, truth be told, is exquisite with mushroom sauce. The moment Gunnar spoke, Steve furrowed his brow. Oh, my apologies. I was unaware that the Norwegians had a diet akin to the Inuit. I always thought only the Japanese indulged in marine mammals. You know, they have a penchant for consuming anything more expansive than their own minds. Oh, I assumed you only discriminated against black people. Look at you. Making such a statement, it's quite inhumane. Steve chuckled as he retrieved a cigar from Barney's table and lit it. Damn, this was a gift from Stark. It's rather expensive. Barney frowned at the sight of Steve lighting the cigar with a lighter. Steve, do you smoke cigars? I don't. What makes you think the soldier would smoke cigars? Besides, isn't it just a matter of lighting it? Puzzled, Steve looked at Barney, who produced a box of long matches. These cedarwood matches, when ignited, emit no odor. Steve leaned in, intrigued, and upon lighting it, he found no discernible difference. I say, are you certain this is superior to a lighter? Steve expressed skepticism and shook his head. Honestly, I'm not entirely convinced either. In any case, this is what Stark claimed. I would assume he knows more about indulgence than I do. Who knows? Steve shrugged, glancing at the surveillance camera. By the way, during my absence, did these rascals behave themselves? Behave? Please. Carl nearly beat Alexei to death. Frankly, I had no idea such fierce individuals existed in America. You know Alexei, right? Barney gazed at Steve, who nodded in understanding. I do. The second son of Big Ivan. I've often thought about him potentially becoming an athlete. Speaking of which, isn't he quite interested in coaching football? While it may sound somewhat cliché, I believe this sentiment resonates throughout American high schools. The paths available to children appear limited to either becoming athletes or gaining admission to Ivy League institutions. To be frank, I once had a friend who was an artist. Regrettably, he took his own life. Otherwise, I would have considered pursuing a direction towards the arts. Barney shuddered at the thought, associating it with his friend's identity. And he couldn't help but feel that this artistic companion might have been a failed painter. Principal, what are your current plans? You still wish to keep the school, correct? Steve looked at him and nodded, responding earnestly, Of course, I do. You know I genuinely aspire to transform these children. After uttering these words, Steve adjusted himself in his chair, seeking a comfortable position to relax his nerves before continuing. Yet, I am uncertain about the individuals I wish for them to become. Barney, you must understand that this is a profoundly challenging matter. I am not even sure of who I want to be myself. As I mentioned, New York changes too swiftly, and the world evolves at an alarming pace. I have no idea if, after instilling integrity in them, they might still end up as failures. A sense of worry crept into Steve's mind. He had witnessed similar circumstances in the past. To be honest, he did not believe that merely changing countries would eradicate such issues. In his perspective, even in America, a significant number of upright individuals still reside at the bottom of the social hierarchy. He wished to prevent such outcomes for his students. Feeling the need for further contemplation, Steve rose and made his way towards the door. For now, his priority was to ensure that everything adhered to the rules he had established for the school. The rest was secondary. Oh dear, he found himself yearning for someone like Steelman to step in and take over the school less burdens. Although he had considered summoning Steelman directly, he recognized that X Academy was a disarray, and he had no desire to engage with it at present. In truth, he would not venture into other realms of this world until he comprehended the meaning of what was said above all else. In recent days, the security in Hell's Kitchen had been remarkably good. Upon deeper reflection, it appeared that the residents had significantly improved their quality. This had absolutely nothing to do with Steve, who was merely a 90-year-old veteran. Aside from exhibiting a slight inclination towards liberal ideals, he perceived no other issues with himself. However, his presence on the streets today was not without purpose. At least, that was how he perceived the situation. One of his students had been absent from school for half the day. Goodness, in a place like Hell's Kitchen, if your daughter is missing for over an hour, one should prepare to unleash a flurry of chaos. Ideally, after the conclusion of their monthly break, if these children did not return within an hour, Steve and his colleagues would be compelled to search for them. Yet the issue lay with this particular student, who harbored a deep aversion to education and was not particularly easy to get along with. Everyone assumed she would only be a little late, but no one anticipated the extent of her tardiness. Steve emerged, not bothering to inquire individually. In his perspective, Santiago High School had already earned a notorious reputation, and now one of his students was missing. This indicated that the individual responsible was either audaciously bold or exceedingly cautious, leaving no trace behind. Of course, it was also plausible that both traits were present. Contemplating this, Steve proceeded directly to the lair of Big Ivan. This fellow resided in an antiquated factory. Let there be no misunderstanding, they did not manufacture arms, merely acted as couriers for them. The remnants of weaponry left in the wake of the fallen Red Soviet were sufficient for this group to perpetually engage in a lucrative trade for generations. Greetings, Principal, he asserted. I must voice my protest. You cannot turn a blind eye to campus violence. My son, Alexei, is showing signs of school aversion, even expressing his reluctance to attend. Come now, Big Ivan. Will your son truly be a victim of campus violence? Such interactions are merely typical among children of that age. I am here to inquire about a matter. One of my students has gone missing, and I wish to know to whom one typically turns when someone disappears around here. Downhill Takeuchi, a Japanese individual, oversees the human trafficking operations. He usually keeps to himself, although our dealings are outside the law. Yet, his business lacks humanity. We may be criminals, but occasionally we retain some semblance of humanity, Big Ivan replied earnestly. However, he soon detected an exceedingly dangerous smile on Steve's face, one he found difficult to articulate. It was akin to the expression of a former adversary, now reformed, caught in a compromising situation, poised to be dealt with decisively. Beyond that, he could not fathom what else could provoke such a mirthful demeanor. I see. Wait for me to make a couple of calls, Steve declared before turning away from the factory and dialing several numbers in quick succession. The first to receive his call was Deadpool. He instructed the recipient to don appropriate attire as he intended to take a few lives. The second call reached Tony Stark, who was informed of an opportunity for heroism. The third call was directed at Nick Fury, urging him to prepare for a news blackout. Otherwise, he would be left to clean up the mess of his own American posterior. Each of these individuals reacted differently to the calls, but without a doubt, They all recognized one truth. Something monumental was about to unfold in Hell's Kitchen. Soon, Steve appeared before a Japanese-style hotel, shield and hammer in hand. Positioned against the rugged coastline, the wooden structure exuded an aura reminiscent of the Shwa era, with expansive hot springs leading directly to the shore, where the waves ebbed and flowed into the pools. The Japanese seemed to favor this aesthetic, perceiving it as emblematic of life itself. All beauty inevitably withers at some juncture, and the course of events is always destined to decline. From a distance, Steve observed this leisure retreat, contemplating whether to align with Roosevelt or Li Mei. Both of these predecessors had made indelible contributions in the fight against Japanese aggression. Let us first eliminate that individual and then proceed. Ivan, driving a jeep, trailed behind him in silence. To him, Steve's inclination to annihilate an entire family over mere suspicion was entirely inappropriate. Yet, he took pleasure in the thought of eradicating the Takemura family down the hill. The despicable trafficker of human lives deserved to perish. When Tony arrived, Wade had just made his entrance. Although Wade had not pressed the brakes during his journey, he paled in comparison to Tony in his iron armor. Pray tell, why have you summoned me? Is there some form of advanced weaponry of mass destruction concealed here? Not quite. It can only be classified as a biological hazard. You are aware of the Japanese, I presume? I have located a Japanese individual engaged in human trafficking, and it appears he has abducted one of my students. A student from Santiago High School? What is their name? Judy. After Steve spoke, Tony fell into silence, aware that he was navigating through computer systems. The first task this fellow undertook upon leaving the laboratory was to create profiles for all students at Santiago High School. He was merely accessing those records now. Chapter 72. Murder and Arson. Oh my heavens, it's Judy. By all that is holy, I have a fondness for that reckless little scamp. Let us go and rescue her. Wade, without waiting for Tony to pull up the files, leapt onto Steve's motorcycle, brandishing his twin blades and gesturing for Steve to accelerate. Well, although I am not particularly acquainted with Judy, since she is a student at San Diego High School, we shall embark forthwith to liberate her. Upon hearing this, Steve revved the throttle, hurtling the motorcycle into the fray. He did not wield his shield. With his superhuman regenerative abilities, he found it somewhat unnecessary. Yet, in his grasp, the shield remained a formidable weapon, which is precisely why he had not relinquished the thought of it. Down the hill sat Takemura Yamashita, a gaunt man with a sinister visage. His face was devoid of eyebrows, facial hair, and even hair atop his head, resembling some dark, cold-blooded creature. At that moment, he sat in a hot spring, his bare back adorned with extensive tattoos. In the world of organized crime, tattoos are often laden with stringent requirements. One must have accomplished certain deeds for the gang to be entitled to specific markings. In the Russian underworld, a six-pointed star etched upon the chest signifies status. To bear one denotes a minor leader, while two signifies a figure of godfather caliber. In the Japanese underworld, members receive different tattoos based on their merits, with even the type of tattoo varying according to rank. Administrative personnel typically bear tattoos of koi or geishas, while those engaged in violence might don images of fierce entities like the Hanya. Yamashita's tattoo was particularly unique, a koi fish in the midst of transformation. According to Chinese legend, each year, a few koi in the tumultuous river have the chance to become true dragons. This tattoo signifies that Yamashita is no mere bureaucrat or warrior, he embodies both. He is a meticulous and ruthless strategist, which explains his ability to carve out a niche for himself even across oceans. Regrettably, no matter his past brilliance or remarkable feats, they now hold little weight. Steve and Wade have burst in, showing no intent to evade the hail of bullets, even though those bullets would not find their mark. Wade's twin blades moved with such rapidity that not a single bullet could strike Steve. Sir, two lunatics are outside, appearing to be from San Diego High School, reported a middle-aged man. Upon hearing this, Yamashita stood from the water, his movements unhurried, as though he were merely rising from a soak rather than responding to the violent intrusion of Steve and Wade. His expression remained unfazed, cold and steadfast like a whetstone. From the mist, two women clad in kimonos emerged, skillfully assisting him into his garments. Once all was in order, he turned to the man who had come to report the situation, his demeanor calm as he stated, I understand. Bring them to me. Upon hearing those words, the middle-aged man bowed deeply, then raised his body and turned to depart. He left the hot spring at a leisurely pace, exuding an air of calmness as if a mountain could crumble before him without causing a flicker of concern. It seems that these Japanese individuals possess a certain stoicism. In many ways, they resemble the people of Huaxia. Yet, they have never truly been Huaxia people. Chapter 73. Secondary mutants. They resembled primitive beings who, driven solely by their whims, attempted to read and comprehend the masterpieces of the world, only to recount the narratives in a crude fashion while remaining oblivious to the underlying emotions and philosophies. Thus, when Steve and Wade encountered the butler, they exhibited no hesitation and immediately severed each other's heads. "Captain, are they fools?" Wade inquired, perplexed as he gazed at Steve, whose expression bore a hint of awkwardness. "Who knows? Perhaps we should take a look?" Steve suggested, his gaze wandering, contemplating that Wade might indeed have a point. "I find your reasoning sound, Captain, but who will lead the way? We had just killed him. Can you converse with the soul?" "I cannot. You know, I am merely a child who has overindulged in genetically modified corn. Come now, but if you truly enjoy consuming genetically modified corn, I advise you to reconsider. I hear it can render you infertile." "Damn, that is quite terrifying. I am above you. Do not listen to his nonsense. Genetically modified corn poses no issues whatsoever. I consume it regularly, you know." Tony, serving as a supportive ally from above, timely interjected, yet Steve, seemingly having found a strong ally, excitedly retorted, "You see? I told you. Genetically modified corn leads to infertility. This debauched young man has not stirred any scandal because of it. Enough. I have no interest in continuing this conversation. The person you seek is just ahead. He is currently kneeling for reasons unknown. Perhaps he intends to strangle himself with his own intestines. I cannot say." Steve shrugged and strode forward with purpose. Wade retrieved his phone from his pocket and played an upbeat track. Instantly, Steve felt a shift in atmosphere. He had initially envisioned himself as a cold and handsome figure set to vanquish his enemies. However, under the influence of Wade's unknown DJ track, he found himself perceiving as a fiery youth ready to engage in a brawl. "Just stop it. You should consume more genetically modified corn. I can hardly envision what your child would be like. Can you turn the music off? You make me feel like a delinquent brawler in a village. Oh my. You antiquated relics from the last century are quite a handful. What should I say? This is the most popular track at present. You actually disdain this music? What should I play instead? The Symphony of Fate? Or perhaps the opening theme of a Japanese adult film? Speaking of which, I do have that opening theme saved. Give me a moment to find it." At that moment, Steve wished to slap himself. What on earth had he done to engage in such a trivial argument with Wade? This insolent fellow seemed capable of rendering any situation lewd, even as they were ostensibly on a mission to commit murder. Yet, with Wade's assistance, they appeared more akin to Patrick and SpongeBob, preparing to catch jellyfish. "Welcome, both of you. Please take a seat." Takemura Yamashita is kneeling before the tea table, where a red clay charcoal stove is placed, burning high-quality olive charcoal. It is evidently styled after the traditions of the southeastern coastal regions of China. Chapter 74. The Secondary Mutant, Part 2. What does he mean? Why are we going to kill him? Why is he boiling water? To wash his neck? Wade turned to Steve, voicing his inner confusion. "I have no idea. Shall we go and see?" After Steve spoke, he took a seat opposite Takeuchi Yamashita, who smiled and skillfully poured a cup of tea for both Steve and Deadpool. "I'm not quite sure why you two have come to see me, but I believe everything can be discussed. I typically do not engage with outsiders, so I suspect there is some misunderstanding between us. Please feel free to express your thoughts, and I shall provide a satisfactory response." Takeuchi Yamashita maintained his smile, delivering what he deemed a dignified speech. He felt he had the situation under control, believing that whatever these two might say or do would fall within his grasp. "What is he saying? I can't understand a word." Wade leaned closer, whispering into Steve's ear, convinced he was being discreet. Takeuchi Yamashita's composure faltered as Wade's interruption shattered the illusion of his control. "What I mean is, I can offer both of you a reasonable explanation, regardless of whether your intentions are for fame or profit." "I see he wants to buy my backside." Wade suddenly straightened up, leaning back slightly. Takeuchi Yamashita felt a surge of helplessness. Even through the mask, he could see the seriousness etched on Wade's face. This red-skinned fool, adorned with a hood, truly believed he could purchase his dignity. A wave of humiliation exploded within him, yet Steve remained silent, still harboring a glimmer of hope. However, that hope dissipated in the next moment. With a grave expression, Steve nodded and spoke. "Since he is being so courteous, do remember to keep it reasonable. After all, this is hardly top-notch merchandise." "Goddamn. Keep it reasonable? This is hardly quality merchandise? What are you implying, you thick-browed oaf? Why do you insult me so?" Takeuchi Yamashita struggled to suppress his anger. Steve caught the irritation in his voice and nearly broke into laughter. Then, without warning, he stood and delivered a powerful kick. sending his opponent flying. Having just received a boost from Obadiah, he was momentarily unaware of his own strength. Thus, he unleashed his full force. And Takeuchi Yamashita spectacularly crashed through 3 walls, lying on the ground, unconscious. Well, Captain, do you have to be so manly? I absolutely adore that kick. How did you do it? Wade stood up, looking at Steve with unabashed admiration. Steve chuckled. His extraordinary senses informed him that this Japanese man was still alive. This was a rare occurrence, at least in Steve's view. In other words, this Takeuchi Yamashita was certainly not an ordinary individual, at the very least. He was not an average gangster. Perhaps he, like Wade, was a genetically modified child. As Steve drew forth his war hammer, he fixated on the seemingly lifeless Takemura Yamashita, who lay sprawled on the ground. In Steve's estimation, the young man was feigning death, undoubtedly concocting some scheme. Yet, in truth, Yamashita was merely dazed from the force of Steve's kick. Never had he imagined that he would be so nearly rendered unconscious by a mere high school principal. The audacity! With a sudden burst of resolve, Yamashita sprang to his feet, his muscles convulsing with an almost frenzied vigor, rapidly transforming his gaunt frame into that of a formidable figure. Soon, his physique appeared almost grotesquely muscular, the sinewy mass glistening with a unique metallic hue. Oh my goodness, I must be dreaming. That Japanese man has morphed into a muscle-bound giant in my slumber. Wade, witnessing this spectacle, let out a piercing scream. Tony, who had been observing from above, intended to enter the fray but was halted by Steve's command. Stay put, this one's mine. You, and he need to find Judy. I wish to test the limits of this fellow's strength. You two move swiftly, do not lag behind. With that, Steve charged forward, opting for his shield rather than the warhammer, believing it somewhat unfair to employ such a weapon against Yamashita. Although the young man was a mutant, Steve surmised he was at most a level 3 mutant, perhaps even just a level 2. In contrast, bolstered by the power of the truth body, Steve was assuredly a level 5 mutant. Curse these Americans! Even after I extended goodwill, why do you persist in mocking me? Yamashita seethed. Why mock you? Ha! You should realize that the strong mock the weak without need for justification, only a desire. After uttering this, Steve lunged forward with his shield, striking without hesitation. Yamashita caught the shield, a malevolent grin spreading across his face. Do you truly believe yourself a strong man, capable of trampling me at will? Steve slowly lifted his shield, his gaze piercing into Yamashita's. If not, then what chance do you possess? Do you have the ability if given the opportunity? He gradually intensified his grip, acknowledging that Yamashita had some merit. In terms of raw physical strength, he surmised Yamashita might be marginally superior to Obadiah's initial iteration. Meanwhile, Yamashita was engulfed in bewilderment, grappling with a profound sense of dread. He found himself at a loss for words. Can you fathom the sensation of a once feeble creature gradually gaining strength within the palm of your hand? Trust me, it is a maddening experience. In this moment of grappling with Steve, Yamashita felt this very despair. He was haunted by 2 perplexing questions. First, why was a mere high school principal so extraordinarily formidable? Could this be a consequence of the peculiarities of Hell's Kitchen? Second, what had he done to provoke this harbinger of death? Principal Steve, what misunderstandings lie between us? Why can we not engage in an open and sincere conversation? I assure you, I can provide a satisfactory response. Steve gradually acclimated to Takeuchi's formidable presence, a sinister grin spreading across his face. One of my students has gone missing, and after much contemplation, I find you to be the prime suspect. Though I am aware that you may not be the culprit, you must understand the position of a middle school principal. I simply cannot allow you to coexist with my institution within the same community. Therefore, for the sake of your promising future, I believe it is necessary for you to meet your end. As Steve's words hung in the air, Takeuchi, with a sudden surge of strength, forcefully pushed him away. Chapter 75. Personal grievances. Damn it. There exists no personal animosity between us, and your student is not in my possession. Why must you insist on killing me? Is there not a matter that can be resolved with money? Yamashita gazed at Steve, expressing a lament of resignation. Did you not assume the role of principal for monetary gain? Present me with a reasonable offer, and I assure you, I shall accommodate your desires. A smile crept across Steve's face as he glanced at the shield and mace he had carelessly cast aside. Alas, engaging in explanation with you proves to be rather cumbersome. Owing to the unscrupulous scripts of certain nefarious writers, some events may not have transpired in this world. Yet, as you are aware, we men, having perused the web novels of the mainland, regard the act of familial extermination with utmost gravity. Consider it a vendetta against you little Japanese devils. After all, you allied with those German fiends. Thus, my actions in slaying you are hardly erroneous. Suddenly, Steve felt no desire to prolong this exchange. He retrieved the mace, fixing his gaze upon Yamashita Takeuchi. Do you have any final words? At that moment, an aura of murderous intent enveloped him, palpable and unquestionable in its resolve. Damn it, this is merely a grievance of the elder generation. What relevance does it hold for us? Surely, living well is of paramount importance compared to avenging a stranger. I will offer you a substantial sum. Allow me to depart. Steve chuckled, realizing that these little Japanese fellows resorted to the same rhetoric regardless of their location. Their primary argument being, it has nothing to do with me. With this thought in mind, Steve abandoned the notion of granting him a swift end. Without further ado, he charged forward, delivering a mighty blow with the mace aimed at Yamashita Takeuchi. There were no flamboyant maneuvers. This weapon, rooted in medieval Europe, possessed a remarkable advantage. It ensured the victim would be shattered to pieces. Although Steve had restrained himself to torment Yamashita, the mace nonetheless obliterated the bones in his forearm. Ah! A cry of agony erupted from his lips as Yamashita Takeuchi's muscular form curled into a ball. His forearm bent at an unnatural angle, the bones within thoroughly crushed. Had it not been for his well-developed physique, it was likely his forearm would have resembled a limp noodle. Oh, my dear child, I apologize. The first time can indeed be painful. Take a deep breath, breathe deeply, breathe deeply. Slowly now slowly. After uttering these words, Steve leaned closer to Yamashita Takeuchi, observing as his howls gradually subsided before delivering another crushing blow, shattering a finger. I apologize, but according to the logic of your ilk, seizing another's strengths satisfies your perverse desires. I have always held a fondness for Teacher Kato. I imagine your Japanese fingers possess considerable dexterity. Once more, cries of despair resonated, followed by Steve's incessant murmurs of comfort. This torment continued for an extended period. An ordinary individual would have succumbed long ago. However, the constitution of a mutant generally remains robust, and he endured until Steve had shattered every bone in his body without drawing his last breath. This is no easy feat. Steve even shattered his own teeth. Yet, he remained alive, the level of pain he experienced long exceeding 12. This left Steve somewhat astonished as he gazed at the other party, a smile gracing his lips. Oh, my dear Mr. Yamashita. I initially presumed you to be as spineless as I imagined. However, it appears you possess a modicum of fortitude. Apologies, that was a jest. Your bones are already fractured by my hand, leaving you with but a breath. Yamashita Takeuchi regarded Steve, his eyes betraying unmasked resentment. Steve chuckled softly, raising his hand to deliver a crushing blow to the crown of Yamashita's head. In that moment, Yamashita Takeuchi was utterly extinguished. He died without comprehending why Steve had acted thus, akin to the civilians of Nanjing who perished without grasping the rationale behind the massacre. Well, Captain, I did not expect such brutality from you. Have you been wronged by these Japanese? I mean, have they offended you? Wade remarked, observing the mangled form of Yamashita. Steve chuckled. Nazis deserve to perish. Is that not common knowledge? As for the methods, I have resorted to coercive interrogation on the battlefield. Rising from his seat, Steve glanced at Tony, whose expression was a complex tapestry of emotions. What is it? I thought you would be more informed. This is unlike what I envisioned. I always believed you to be a hero bathed in light. With a smile, Steve approached Tony. Do not be naive, super soldiers are still soldiers. How could soldiers dwell solely in the light? We are destined to exist amidst blood and fire. To put it more theatrically, slaughter is our fate. Soldiers emerging from our era may seem somewhat cruel to you, but alas, that is the nature of life. As he spoke, Steve made his way outside. Haven't found Judy? It seems we must place a call to the NYPD. By the way, have you made any new discoveries? I mean, have you uncovered any evidence of this villain's crimes? We found a dozen or so imprisoned girls, their accents suggesting they hail from Korea. Tony, still reeling from the gruesome scene, regained his composure as Steve turned to him. Tony, this suit of armor is merely a tool. If you aspire to be a superhero, then by all means. You can hire a couple of PR teams to promote the myriad of good deeds you've accomplished. However, if your aim is to vanquish evil, at times you will inevitably become a reflection of that very evil. Wow, Captain, I believe we could engage in a profound exchange of insights. How do you manage to maintain consciousness amidst such chaos? I thought one could only strike a couple of blows. Honestly, you must teach me. I would trade my virtue for your knowledge. No, I would even add my Christmas wife's purity to the bargain. Get lost. Do you think I am oblivious to how many times his wife has been unfaithful? Steve retorted angrily as he strode outside. However, they did not venture far when a strangely shaped dart shot forth from the shadows. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his shield to deflect the blow, while Wade swiftly unsheathed his twin blades, remaining vigilant. What transpired? Curse it, why are there shurikens? Wade promptly identified the concealed weapon, eliciting a faint smirk from Steve. A minor skirmish has led to a more formidable foe. I suspect we have encountered a significant adversary. These individuals are free to unleash their lethal intent. If my memory serves me right, they are not truly alive. Remember the literal interpretation. They do not qualify as living beings. Chapter 76. The Hand Association. What does it mean? What does it mean to not be alive? Tony felt a twinge of confusion, but in the next moment, Steve's warhammer crushed a red-clad ninja that had leapt out. It was a physical obliteration. The ninja disintegrated into a cloud of ash in midair. At that instant, Tony realized that what Steve had said was likely true. These beings were indeed not alive. What in the world are these? They resemble humans when struck, yet upon death, they dissolve into mere rags. How is this possible? Is this a type of superpower? Why was I unaware of such abilities? Wade, like an incessantly curious child, bombarded them with questions, prompting Steve to swear he wished to silence this incessant chatter. Suddenly, he began to empathize with Strucker. The man was commendable in many respects, but his incessant talking was a flaw. What exactly are these? The Hand Association, having previously dealt with them, these are merely fodder. They can be dispatched without hesitation, as they can spawn from seemingly anywhere, akin to the half-orcs in The Lord of the Rings. Steve grumbled while quickening his pace. These minions were as ineffectual as mere farm animals before him, crumbling upon contact. When would this end? Damn it. Tony glanced at the ninjas emerging from the shadows and couldn't help but voice his frustration. Steve, entirely unconcerned, swung his warhammer, ensuring that each strike claimed a hapless victim. Hey, Tony, this is just a handful. If you wish to curse, feel free to do so. You're no softy. Damn it. Tony, are you a softy? Steve bellowed, causing Tony a moment of headache. Hey, Steve, what the hell? Do you brush your teeth with Mr. Clean? Exactly. I don't wish to babysit on the battlefield, Steve replied before charging ahead, and the battle swiftly escalated. Although it seemed the ninjas would never cease to emerge, Steve and the others dispatched them with remarkable speed. It was akin to an assembly line. Thus, within 15 minutes, the area was thoroughly cleared. Yet, Steve showed no signs of halting. He straightened his posture and retrieved his phone. Hello, dear Mr. Fisk. I find myself quite nostalgic for your earnest visage. One of my students has gone missing, and I traced their steps to the territory of the Hand Association. Are you aware of the Hands Division in New York? I suspect my student may have become lost in this vicinity, though I remain uncertain of its exact location. Steve's tone was as casual as if he were planning a picnic, yet on the other end, Kingpin's expression was decidedly grim. Steve, what exactly do you intend to do? I do not wish for your school to attract too much attention. You should not be so ostentatious, your student. Hey, listen, Kingpin, we are friends. I won't accuse you of being a drug dealer, but don't expect me to adhere to your wishes. My student has gone missing in the territory of the Hand, and I cannot locate her. If this persists, I shall ensure the Hand vanishes from New York entirely. I would be willing to spend a decade confronting them, even if it means taking down 10 a day. A prolonged silence ensued on the other end of the line, and Gene was at a loss for words. I suspect your student is certainly not at the docks in Brooklyn. After uttering this, Gene hung up the phone. Recently, Nick Fury has been somewhat agitated. Unlike before, his ire is no longer solely directed at Steve. His dear friend Frank has also been engaged in quite a number of earth-shattering endeavors. Everything transformed following last week's trial. His contributions to the nation seemed to hold little regard in the jury's eyes. Those esteemed gentlemen appeared excessively sanctimonious. Consequently, it appears his cherished friend has embarked upon a rather extreme path. According to his recent observations, this damn fellow has eliminated several gangs. While many of them were indeed notorious, a few were not deserving of such a fate. Frankly, he does not mind cleaning up after his friend. But the issue lies in the quality of the paper provided. Each time Nick attends to Frank's mess, he feels as though the paper is utterly inadequate. Especially now, with Steve added into the equation? Good heavens, do these two fools not realize that Black Lives Matter too? Damn it, has Steve returned to his school? No, director. He is headed to Brooklyn. Before his departure, he had a conversation with Fisk. Do you know the reason behind his unusual behavior today? According to our intelligence, a freshman at Santiago High School failed to return on time, and we are presently searching for this girl. Damn, just one student. And he has already eradicated a gang in Hell's Kitchen. Why must he venture to Brooklyn? What does he intend to do? Upend the entirety of New York? Nick Fury felt a sense of helplessness, yet he had not finished lamenting when his private phone rang. A mere glance at the number sent a shiver down his spine. If only he had hair, the scene would have been quite spectacular. Damn it, do not tell me you were planning to go to Brooklyn. There was no response on the other end, only the blaring of a horn. Nick Fury, the head of the agency, instantly understood everything upon hearing that horn. Damn it. Why today? What advantage do you two gain by heading to Brooklyn? Tell me, what is there in Brooklyn? The Hand. Frank coldly uttered those 3 words. Now it was Nick Fury's turn to feel overwhelmed. You two are like pickled radishes. What do you take me for? Your personal errand boy? Damn it. Nick let out a furious roar. We? The voice on the other end remained icy, but this time it bore a hint of inquiry. Yes, damn it. You two. You and Steve Rogers. 2 pickled radishes. Curse it, why must we venture to Brooklyn today? Could you not stagger your schedules? This is not my concern, Steve Rogers. The so-called hero? Indeed, curse it, he is currently the principal at Hell's Kitchen. Why is it that everyone seems to aspire to be a principal there? Does it bestow upon you an air of sophistication? At that moment, Nick Fury, possessed by an irksome delivery scribe, uttered a profound lamentation. Meanwhile, Frank ended the call, his eyes shimmering with an enigmatic glint. He had been preoccupied with the whereabouts of 2 children lately. Yet it appears that the school in Hell's Kitchen might be a suitable option. Chapter 77. Lady Gao's deep concern. Hey, Macefac, did you hear a word I said? Damn it, we can't go to Brooklyn, at least not today. Nick Fury lamented, nearly in despair. Yet, Frank hung up the phone, indifferent to whether Nick Fury could handle 2 troublesome individuals at once. Such matters were of no concern to him. His sole preoccupation was whether he could fulfill his personal ambitions today. Brooklyn is a charming locale, situated at a comfortable distance from New York, close enough to experience its vibrancy while retaining a hint of rural Texas ambience. Admittedly, this atmosphere might not be particularly welcoming to certain ethnic minorities. However, this did not pose an issue for Steve. Despite his firm belief that he was not aligned with the local rednecks, the news of his altercation with the former farm owner had circulated, and with the assistance of the Masonial gang, his reputation in Brooklyn was rather tarnished. Nevertheless, he still found himself regarded as one of their own by many. A notion Steve had never anticipated, nor had Tony. Hey Steve, who is this red-faced fool? A friend of yours from the shadows? The elderly man, seated at the entrance and smoking, stood up upon spotting Steve, his perception of the young man quite favorable. Not only did he possess considerable knowledge of their era, but he also shared some of the same values. He genuinely appreciated this somewhat retro young man, free from any personal grievances against the former African-American farm owner. Good day, sir. It seems the sun is quite pleasant today. I assure you, he is not a clandestine friend of mine, though he does bear a rather charred visage. If you were to see him, you might lose your dinner. I haven't had dinner yet, but I must inquire, have you truly seen a charred face? I have not, but I have seen his face. Trust me, you would not wish to behold it. Well, I hope you enjoy your day. Oh, and about that red-faced fool, I must say, Steve here is actually quite kind-hearted. He certainly does not genuinely believe you resemble a charred visage. Come on. I know precisely what that sourpuss is thinking. But you are right. I do not resemble a charred face. I am a substantial one. You know, the ladies at the bar are often at a loss as to where to place their hands, Wade exaggerated, only to receive a swift kick from Steve. He had already instructed this imbecile to remain silent during their journey, as having a lunatic friend was hardly a point of pride. The elderly farm owner's expression froze, and even his hand holding the cigarette came to a standstill. Guys, I believe I have found them. The only abandoned dock in Brooklyn, yet I unexpectedly encountered a guard. Tony's voice resonated through their wireless earpiece, a communication device custom crafted by him, which was somewhat convenient to use. Haha, this is the spot. Guide us over. Steve remarked before swiftly departing with Wade, who was uncomfortably perched on the back of his motorcycle. Damn it, Wade. If you cling to me any tighter, I swear I'll smash your basket with a hammer. It's all right, Captain. You know I'm not afraid. At this, Steve was rendered speechless, a sensation difficult to articulate. It was akin to a professional internet troll encountering an individual who relishes in being insulted, full of capabilities yet apprehensive of granting the other party any satisfaction, thus rendering one hesitant to hurl any insults. Frank had arrived earlier than Steve and his crew, yet he refrained from acting impulsively. Having witnessed Steve's prowess, he was keen to observe the tactical acumen of this individual. However, he swiftly dismissed that notion as Steve, riding his motorcycle with Wade, charged in like a pair of lunatics. The only tactical maneuver he seemed to execute was to hoist Wade in his arms beforehand. Damn it, Steve. You possess a shield and a superhuman healing factor. I mean, there's absolutely no need for this. Release me. Don't eat the sour radish. Wade fumed helplessly, brandishing a katana. Sorry, but you were too close for comfort. I typically carry my shield on my back. As for why I must carry you, come on. A talking shield is incredibly cool, isn't it? Steve bantered as he pressed onward. As the surrounding ninjas multiplied, Wade found himself struck more frequently, especially under Steve's control. This fellow had already executed several dramatic moves. Damn it, Steve, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you? I knew it. You white folks, aside from your skin, are black-hearted to the core. Damn it, I'm one of your top employees, and this is how you treat me? Steve casually tossed Wade aside. Your mouth could undoubtedly unravel the mystery of perpetual motion. Can't you keep quiet for a moment? If it weren't for our good rapport, would I use you as a shield? Just look at why I don't use Tony instead. Yet, that was all he could manage to articulate. For the hands ninjas had already charged forth. In the shadows, Frank sensed something was amiss. He could not pinpoint where things had gone awry. Before him stood Tony Stark clad in the Mark II armor, tilting his head as he scrutinized the armed middle-aged man. Hey, are you lost, my child? We're here to dismantle a human trafficking den. Are you an enforcer or an innocent victim who has been abducted? Frank remained silent, raising his gaze to meet the other's eyes. It seems you are the enforcer? After Tony finished speaking, he charged forward, just as Steve had described. The relentless wars had transformed his temperament. Now, in the face of such circumstances, he displayed no hesitation. Unfortunately for him, his adversary was Frank. This individual had already set a trap the moment he stepped out, skillfully placing directional explosive mines in concealed locations. As Tony commenced his advance, he was engulfed in a blaze. However, Frank was a cautious man. Upon witnessing the eruption of flames, he promptly unleashed 2 grenades. Only when he deemed sufficient damage had been inflicted did he retreat into hiding. Yet, he still underestimated the formidable strength of Stark Industries. Chapter 78, Lady Gao's Deep Concern, Part 2. Tony emerged from the inferno, his armor sustaining only minor damage. Damn it, you're just like that old coot Steve. Suffering from PTSD, he exclaimed. Hey, Tin Can, you'd better show me some respect, or I'll dismantle that heap of scrap metal you call a suit. Upon hearing this, Steve, displeased, crushed 2 unfortunate ninjas. The hammer, which Tony had dubbed Prawn, proved quite effective, smashing opponents to smithereens in Steve's capable hands. Old coot. Who are you calling a tin can? I am a legitimate superhero. Damn it, you insufferable old fool. Tony finally erupted in a tirade. Steve, instead of taking offense, chuckled. Hey, did you hear that? This kid finally shows a bit of our southern temperament. Sometimes, I genuinely believe Howard pampered him too much. Doesn't he even know how to curse? Wade, who was extracting his blade from a victim, nodded in agreement. I always thought these rich kids would know how to swear. They just keep changing partners in bed. By the way, who is Howard? Donald Duck's uncle? Enough. Shut your mouth. I can practically see your brain through your jaw. Can't you at least try to appear somewhat educated? Damn it. You're now a security guard at Santiago High, and you speak like that? Steve retorted while vigorously swinging his hammer. Where the hell did that rat go? Frank's strategy was astute. After ambushing Tony, he retreated. Perhaps he was rummaging through some unfortunate place for scraps. But seriously, does anyone here have a vendetta against this cold, handsome fellow? I don't recall encountering such a suave individual in Hell's Kitchen. I don't remember either. But he certainly seems to harbor deep animosity towards us. How about we just kill him? Wade suggested, mimicking a throat-slitting gesture, which Steve understood immediately. Although Steve could not discern the stranger-esque features, given that he had initiated the confrontation, he deemed it prudent to eliminate him first. He exchanged a glance with Wade, who instantly grasped the plan. Hey, damn it, I command you to halt, Wade shouted, leaping out of the encirclement, deliberately targeting the shadowy corners of the battlefield. Clearly, he was setting a trap. Hiding in the darkness, Frank did not act immediately. He sensed an imperceptible danger emanating from the fool clad in red. Thus, he cautiously opted to target Steve, who stood at the heart of the crowd. He retrieved 2 grenades from his jacket and hurled them. Observing this, Steve raised his hand and executed a magnificent home run with Prawn. Now it was Frank's turn to be stunned. The grenades detonated midair, shrapnel claiming the lives of 2 hapless ninjas. Steve raised his gaze to confront Frank, finally recognizing him. I believe we've met before. What brings you here? I cannot fathom that a high school principal would engage in such actions. One of my students has gone missing. Steve gazed earnestly at his companion, while Frank merely shrugged. It seemed a reasonable idea. Frank seized the shotgun and joined the fray. Hey, what have you been up to lately? Killing, seeking vengeance. Indeed. The American judicial system is utterly flawed. What are your plans next? To kill and to burn. Steve nodded in response, summoning all his strength to deliver a crushing blow. At that moment, the essence of the mantis shrimp erupted forth, its immense power shattering the ground beneath. The unfortunate souls standing before him were obliterated in an instant, leaving the scene eerily vacant. Placing the mantis shrimp aside, Steve exhaled in relief and spoke, "Are you sure you do not wish to dance?" Though Steve's tongue was a bit too loose, he soon adopted a more serious tone. "Here's the matter. I rescued your 2 children from that gang of miscreants. I did not wish to see them transformed into twisted monsters. You know they have lost their mother." Steve looked at Frank with a sense of compassion. "I understand your desire for revenge. However, your children should not be ensnared in the flames of your vengeance. It is unfair to them, both of them. If you do not mind, I have established a security company called Veteran Barbecue, and we have a number of colleagues." Frank's gaze softened slightly, but soon he noticed Wade, who was busy stabbing a ninja in a rather compromising manner. "Is he also a colleague?" Steve appeared momentarily taken aback, then awkwardly raked his fingers through his hair. "No. You see, I am actually this fellow's guardian. He was tormented by a band of terrorists in the Middle East, so, you understand. The best way to confront fear is to face it head-on. He is merely an ordinary person confronting his fears. Experience has shown that the trolls of the new era possess a remarkable talent for weaving lies. Indeed, people are often the greatest catalysts for change." Frank's expression shifted as he regarded Steve. "I will not cease my quest for vengeance, not ever. But you must ensure that your children remain unscathed by the flames of your fury. Damn it. You make me feel as though I should not have saved those 2 children. Think of the children, they carry your wife's blood within them. A continuation of her existence in this world. What kind of individuals do you wish for them to become? Your wife has passed on. Surely you do not wish for your 2 children to dwell in perpetual suffering because of this?" As Steve spoke, he moved closer to Frank, locking eyes with him intently. Under that unwavering gaze, Frank faltered. Indeed, he had been consumed by hatred, loathing the wretched judicial system of this country, resenting the way it failed to rectify his grievances. In truth, he was not one to disregard rules. Yet, upon realizing that these damned rules sheltered numerous deserving of death, the strings of his heart had snapped. "But, hey, no buts. I merely intended for you to grasp the methods, not to incite vengeance. Do you know that in our Hell's Kitchen, there exists a blind lawyer clad in a hood, who emerges nightly to uphold justice?" Steve retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. "The favored brand of soldiers from their era. Huh? Does your security company have individuals who engage in such conduct?" Frank expressed mild surprise, gesturing toward Wade, who was busily polishing a knife. "Indeed, for instance, this fellow enjoys venturing out at night armed with 2 M1911s to seek misfortune among certain gangs." Chapter 79. To hell with you. The slow yet resolute sound of footsteps echoed from outside. It is often said that the cadence of one's steps serves as a hallmark of character, revealing the struggles and sentiments accumulated over nearly 2 decades. Some, burdened by life's hardships, tread hastily, while others, wielding authority, exude calm assurance. The footsteps outside occupied a space between these extremes, a quintessential embodiment of ambition. Even those who have ascended to power often find their strides hurried by insatiable desires. It is an inescapable deadlock. Those destined to be unfulfilled will forever feel a gnawing hunger, regardless of their possessions. What a splendid day it is. I find myself amidst such distinguished guests. An elderly woman, elegantly attired in a cheap how and leaning on a cane, stood gracefully at the entrance. Though age had rendered her frail, her demeanor grew increasingly poised and dignified with the passage of time. Steve raised an eyebrow and turned his gaze towards her. "I cannot fathom why someone of your beauty would grace this place," he remarked. "One of my admirers once said that a woman is like fine wine. The older, the more exquisite." His words elicited gasps from those surrounding him. Even Wade was taken aback, covering his mouth in disbelief as he oscillated between Steve and Lady Gao. "Oh, it has been years since I have heard such sentiments. How should I address you? Mr. Principal or Mr. Captain? Either will suffice, though Captain seems more fitting. I have never shied away from this identity. However, I am quite surprised you are aware of it. Do not tell me that Nick Fury, that old black devil, has betrayed my information. You know, I have long harbored a desire to shove this hammer up his backside." Steve maintained his smile, displaying no hint of anger. "Mr. Steve, I had expected a bit more decorum from you. After all, in the hearts of the American people, you are a great hero, a formidable ally standing for justice. At the very least, you ought to refrain from such foul language." It seems the American populace has a charming side. Now, tell me, has my student been taken by you? I mean, I have a student who has gone missing in Japanese territory. While it may not have been your doing, I advise you to return her. Otherwise, I shall pay a visit to your headquarters in Japan. Steve's words were a blatant threat, one that Lady Gao could not afford to ignore. One might disregard the provocations of a rogue, but only if that rogue does not bear the name Clark Kent or something equally notorious. From the capabilities Steve exhibited, it was clear that while he might not be Clark Kent, being in his crosshairs would certainly not bode well. My apologies, Mr. Steve, but I believe there must be some misunderstanding between us. However, the hand will be willing to assist you in this matter. Lady Gao regarded Steve with politeness, momentarily casting him as the villain in this scenario. Well, I wish you luck. You know, I felt you were a fortunate woman the moment I laid eyes on you. With a casual wave of the shrimp in his hand, Steve departed the warehouse, accompanied by the three others present. As they stepped outside, an explosion resounded within the factory. Steve turned to glance at Frank, who exhibited no intention of offering an explanation. Well, it seems that you cold-hearted handsome types never look back during an explosion. Damn it, I must hunt down the screenwriter responsible for such nonsense and strangle them with their own intros. Steve complained incessantly, while Wade, with a mischievous grin, sidled up to him. Captain, the woman you just mentioned is like fine wine. Hey, shut up. For heaven's sake, that was merely a jest. Damn it, I'll always prefer 18-year-old girls. According to my research, it is evident that the majority of men often reveal truths through humor. Tony chimed in just in time, and even Frank regarded Steve with sincerity. In that moment, he finally grasped the essence of karmic retribution. Was the consequence of his careless banter truly this severe? So, your previous cohabitation with old John was merely because he was sufficiently aged? I always thought the military should address homosexuality, but I didn't realize it was such a deeply rooted issue. Steve widened his eyes in horror. Incredulity etched across his face as he stared at Wade. What did you just say? Deeply rooted? Damn it. Did you learn that just to engage in banter? Meanwhile, in the Queens District of New York, Judy emerged from Hell's Kitchen, aimlessly wandering the streets, uncertain of her purpose. She simply could not tolerate the school rules imposed by Steve, for heaven's sake. They were as thick as an Oxford dictionary. For a blossoming 16-year-old girl like her, it was nothing short of torment. She longed for a day when she could don her original attire and stroll down the street, relishing the attention of others, which would undoubtedly fill her with pride. As for the possibility of harassment, please, this isn't Hell's Kitchen. Unfortunately, her thoughts were somewhat naive. While the crime rate in Hell's Kitchen was indeed high, it was not fair to condemn everyone indiscriminately. One must understand that the high crime rate in Hell's Kitchen stems primarily from the limited opportunities available to its residents. This does not imply that they are all scoundrels. On the contrary, in extreme cases, Hell's Kitchen barely registers on the crime map of New York City. Thus, when Judy appeared in classic American cheerleader attire in Queens, a group of idle young men took notice of the white girl. You see, for individuals of their age, even without the whip at their backs, they're always brimming with energy. Hey there, beautiful. Want to join us for a little fun? We have plenty of things to make you feel alive. Are you sure you want to partake? Judy glanced at the young man wearing a black bandana and an open silk shirt, his lips curling into a contemptuous smile. Such individuals wouldn't last a week in Hell's Kitchen. Is that so? If it's so exhilarating, why don't you head back and show some respect to your mother? One could say that Judy undoubtedly inherited Steve's wit, albeit not in a radical or fiery manner. However, in terms of foul language, she at least managed to imitate it to a considerable extent. Hey, you wretched creature. Who do you think you are speaking to? When has this young man of African descent ever endured such insults? He charged forward, intent on grabbing Judy's hair. However, he underestimated her. Anyone who has survived in Hell's Kitchen possesses their own street-fighting instincts. Without even aiming, she delivered a swift kick to his groin. Though her technique lacked refinement, the impact of her powerful strike was undeniably effective. Chapter 80. Good Neighbors. Oh, you wretched harlot. How dare you treat me this way? Do you think I am merely a destitute girl? Damn it. I am Judy, the daughter of your principal, Steve, the queen bee of Santiago High School's freshman class. Do you know that even Alexei wouldn't dare to address me in such a manner? Judy, whose past remains largely unknown, has transformed into a formidable young woman under Steve's guidance. This stands in stark contrast to her two venomous parents. In fact, she is one of the few students who have been visited by the Steve family. The reason? This little girl intends to hold an auction, with herself as the sole item on the block. Steve, intrigued by the family that could raise such a child, decided to pay them a visit. What ensued was nearly disastrous, as he found himself on the brink of unleashing his Winchester upon those two scoundrels. They were brazenly discussing how to sell Judy to the old drug dealer at the end of the street, Peter Parker, a high school student who barely qualifies as exceptional. You know, the world often shows leniency towards the youth. It allows certain miracles to occur in their lives, such as being bitten by a spider at the tender age of 16. You might transform into a superhuman. However, if you were bitten by a spider at 60, though your demise would be rather unusual, I suspect the only distinction between you and an ordinary mortal would be the color of your ashes. Perhaps your ashes would be a limited edition pink. Peter Parker undoubtedly belongs to the former group. He has recently acquired his extraordinary powers, yet many remain untapped. At this point, he cannot even traverse the exteriors of buildings like a true spider. He has yet to develop his web shooters, overall. He is merely a bright boy with a bit of strength. Yes, he is intelligent. This intelligence renders the wretched homework assignments utterly insufficient for him, which is how he found himself encountering Judy that day. Initially, he observed a group of young men of color attempting to harass the white girl. But by the time he approached, Judy had already deftly emptied their wallets. Huh? Kid, are you one of them? Judy shot a sidelong glance at Peter Parker, who raised his hands in front of his chest, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Whoa, don't be like that. It's a misunderstanding. I saw them bullying you over there. So you intended to come over and play the hero? Fool. Judy scrutinized Peter Parker, whose physique could be deemed almost frail, her expression laced with disdain. Having emerged from Hell's Kitchen, Judy did not believe that someone who resembled a bookworm like Peter Parker could possibly hold his own. This judgment was not unfounded. In Hell's Kitchen, assessing individuals based on their appearance or determining who could provoke whom is practically an innate talent, a skill one must learn. Hey, I was just trying to help you. Help me? Spare me. I have no math problems I can't solve. Let us act as if we have never met, and in doing so, you are already assisting me. Judy waved her hand dismissively and turned to leave. Observing this, Peter Parker hurriedly followed her, feeling an unsettling concern about leaving the girl to wander alone in Queens. Where are you from? Is that your school uniform? It resembles a woven sack. Hi, which school do you attend? My name is Peter Parker, a freshman this year. What about you? What grade are you in? Oh my. Do you enjoy physics? Honestly, I believe physics is not something we ought to study. It's somewhat, too profound. Please, were you just rescued from a mental institution? Damn it, listen, my name is Judy, and I attend San Diego High School. Damn you, Peter Parker. Damn physics. Don't follow me, and stop bothering me. Judy finally could not endure Peter Parker's incessant chatter and shouted loudly. The underworld is a place governed by the law of the jungle, and Fisk has always believed this. A sentiment shared even by those around him. He had lost too many men at the docks in Hell's Kitchen South Side. Although he had a dedicated base in Mexico that could provide a steady influx of manpower, the problem lay in the fact that most of these individuals lacked legal status, requiring time to arrive. Lately, his subordinates had been going missing. Some had been killed by rival gangs, while others had defected to them. This group was ruthless, willing to provoke anyone for the sake of securing the largest share of profit, even if that person had once instilled in them profound fear. Fertillo was a remarkable young man, yet at times he struggled to comprehend all of Kingpin's directives. He was clear-minded, goal-oriented, and possessed great restraint. Recently, however, Kingpin's demeanor did not reflect that of a ruler. Fertillo found him somewhat weak. Thus, it was only natural that he betrayed him at a time when the tiger could not prove its identity. There are always those who wish to treat it like a mere pig. Therefore, the one who draws the knife first always gains the upper hand. In secret, he reached out to several individuals, assembling a patchwork of alliances with the likes of Puzzle, Grey Vulture, and various obscure figures. But what of it? This is New York, a place where anyone can soar to great heights. Fertillo, I know you are an astute individual, so enlighten me as to why you summoned us today. You do realize that this action will displease your boss, don't you? In truth, Mr. Fisk was a mild-mannered and benevolent person, and I even deem him a good man. Fertillo spread his hands, a smile on his face that was laden with unspoken significance. The others present mirrored his smile. They were not foolish and understood that the words mild and benevolent were certainly not suitable to describe a crime lord, at least not one who was still alive. Are you suggesting that he has diminished from his former self? The speaker this time is a jigsaw puzzle adorned with scars. The intricate web of injuries on his visage renders it reminiscent of a fragmented mosaic. I cannot ascertain what he once looked like. This is merely an endeavor. Should it prove successful, we shall all embark upon a novel era of development. Of course, you may also choose to bide your time, awaiting the demise of the gentle and affable Mr. Fisk, only to wrest his legacy away with ruthless cunning. Filtilo spread his arms wide, exuding an air of formidable grandeur. The same madness, the same assertiveness, the same dominance. Yet, he seems to have overlooked that the essence of Golding's audacity, strength, and tyranny lies primarily in his profound and unfathomable prowess and intellect. Chapter 81. The explosion incident. Human beings are inherently confident creatures, often believing ourselves to be invincible until we face true failure. Thus, it is rather unfortunate that these misguided individuals have come to perceive Gene Bing as aged, his once formidable muscles now seemingly supplanted by flab. Although the precise method remains unknown, it stands to reason that there exists a means to extinguish Gene Bing's life. Naturally, these individuals, having navigated the treacherous waters of New York, are not entirely foolish. There are, after all, numerous young people in this land endowed with peculiar abilities. Consequently, they did not resort to the typical implements of gangsters such as knives, clubs, or electric batons, nor did they opt for the distinctly American Chicago typewriter, let alone the classic M1911. Instead, they chose C4, a powerful explosive, believing that a mere 5 kilograms of it could bring an end to a legend. It must be said, this notion is both naive and perilous. Before long, the meeting fell into a stalemate, reminiscent of the predicaments faced by Tom and Jerry. It is not that there are no cats capable of wearing a bell, but rather that there exists no mouse daring enough to place a bell upon one. Do not expect these individuals to possess the courage to approach Gene Bing with confidence. Those lacking bravery would never dare stand before him. For goodness sake, we are speaking of Gene Bing. The only one who could possibly satisfy both criteria is Filtilo, a consummate schemer who harbors no confidence of surviving the detonation of 5 kilograms of high explosives. His desire to topple Gene Bing stems purely from a wish to bask in the sunshine once enjoyed solely by Gene Bing. However, this ambition presupposes that he survives to witness it. Gentlemen, 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 why can we not, as in the past, entrust professional matters to professionals? I recall that Gene Bing seems to have a catapult at his disposal. Eventually, it was Mr. Puzzle who proffered a reasonable suggestion, though it evidently failed to sway Filtilo. If you are referring to that white man with the target tattooed on his forehead, I doubt he is capable of fulfilling your request. His hands were shattered by someone allegedly a teacher. In a desperate bid to save his life, we were compelled to amputate, which bears no relation to punishment. Despite Filtilo's attempts to obscure the truth, most present were well aware of the circumstances. It appears that this fellow was rendered ineffective by Gene Bing's hand, plunging the assembly into silence once more. Only Mr. Puzzle's eyes glimmered with a hint of madness. Ah, gentlemen, I once set foot on the battlefield of the Gulf. That was my first encounter with war, facing none other than the remarkable Saddam. To be candid, had it not been for our overwhelming technological superiority, I might have believed that place would become the new Vietnam. Good heavens, do you see me in this ghastly state? The accompanying medic even contemplated burning me alongside the dog excrement at the camp, for I was merely an orphan from Montana. Yet, I survived and earned a claim in that damned war. Damn, I mean, since we have no better options at the moment, why not give this fellow a chance? A palpable silence was broken by Filtilo. Although Mr. Puzzle was not a dashing orator, his speech was equally captivating. At least Filtilo felt a flicker of excitement. Just as Mr. Puzzle had suggested, given their current predicament, what harm could there be in trying? I believe we can all contribute some orders, and once Mr. Target proves himself, perhaps we could consider giving him an opportunity to shine? Filtilo gestured with an open hand and tilted his head as he spoke. The others present nodded in agreement. They had only one shot at assassinating Gene, while they regarded Gene as a fat pig awaiting slaughter, facing a 400-pound beast. If the first strike did not bring it down, the consequences could be dire. None of them wished to bear that cost. Hey, Judy, did you just say you came from Hell's Kitchen? That explains a lot. No, I didn't mean to offend. I merely wanted to inquire if it's true that the crime rate there is quite high. Are there really super criminals? I mean, like those infamous villains? Peter, your teachers must never assign you homework. Why do you always have so much energy? Haven't you ever been checked at a hospital? I mean, you look like you might have ADHD. As for the supervillains, Judy deliberately elongated her voice, a mischievous sparkle in her eyes. I believe the person you're looking for is Steve Rogers. He is undoubtedly the biggest villain in all of Hell's Kitchen, you know? He forces all the students to attend his school. No, it should be called a concentration camp. He even coerces us into wearing these burlap sacks, Damn, you can't imagine how thick our assignments are. He practically wants us to solve every problem in the world. Oh, that sounds absolutely dreadful. How many classes do you have a day? I mean, how many hours can you sleep in a day? 6 hours, he said. According to the Chinese principle, if someone tells you your salary is between 3,000 and 5,000, then your salary is 3,000. Those scientists who claim humans need 6 to 8 hours of sleep surely mean the same thing. And that is precisely why I find myself here. Damn, do you know where I can get a comfortable nap? Peter looked at Judy, whose eyes sparkled with energy, and said almost involuntarily, my home. Rest assured. The author aims for quality. While not entirely oblivious to the adult version of Spider-Man, this book will certainly not delve into anything inappropriate. Your home? Wow, you know, if you spoke to me that way in Hell's Kitchen, I would definitely stab you with a knife. Hey, don't be like that. You just need a place to sleep. Aunt May is home. She will take care of you. But honestly, do you have a knife on you? Certainly. Who is the esteemed Aunt May to you? A family member. When Peter Parker expressed this with unwavering conviction and joy, he resembled a radiant little puppy. This sentiment uplifted Judy's spirits, prompting her to give him a hearty pat on the shoulder, signaling him to lead the way. New York City Police Department. George Stacy was incessantly wiping the sweat from his brow. He was perplexed as to what misfortune had befallen him today that necessitated his personal reception of this peculiar ensemble. A cold-blooded assassin, a neurotic hitman, a seemingly refined redneck, and, of course, the esteemed Mr. Tony Stark. Upon witnessing Tony's arrival, he felt an overwhelming sense of dread for the state of America. Chapter 82. I have returned. George, are you aware that you have paced back and forth before me a dozen times? For heaven's sake, could you refrain from resembling the pendulum of my grandmother's grandfather clock? I merely wish to inquire about the whereabouts of my student to ensure she has not fallen prey to a filming crew from Los Angeles, lured into producing some embarrassing video. This is not an unreasonable request, despite the fact that we Hell's Kitchen residents are not particularly diligent taxpayers. Yet, our esteemed board member, Tony Stark, is indeed a substantial contributor to the tax coffers. Steve sat in the chair opposite the desk, arms crossed, regarding the other man with earnest intensity. Furthermore, I have just returned to my hometown. Are you familiar with Brooklyn? I discovered it to be quite a charming locale, filled with cowboys, farms, gangsters, and a few African brothers working in the fields. If I cannot locate Judy today, I assure you I shall depart Hell's Kitchen by tomorrow. Then you will find yourself with a Hell's Kitchen indistinguishable from its former self. Believe me, George. The officials will remain oblivious to the intricacies within, merely attributing the soaring crime rates in New York during the latter half of the year to you. As he spoke, Tony Stark dutifully placed a call to Pepper, the incorrigible rascal, even suggesting relocating Stark Industries to Brooklyn. Huh? George Stacy had never harbored such contempt for capitalists before. Damn it. For heaven's sake. Could you two not be so disruptive? And that dick face. Kindly release Officer Philota's hand. You are, quite frankly, sexually harassing my officer. Oh, your superior must have just entered menopause, you know. Men of that age often grapple with hormonal imbalances, and I imagine you are under considerable stress. Call me after work. I am a responsible man. Wade relinquished his grip on the female officer, who rolled her eyes at George. Steve, somewhat astonished, muttered, Hey, Wade, how did you manage that? I always thought with your fiery dick face, such occurrences would be beyond you. Boss, has anyone ever mentioned that your words can be quite hurtful? I merely unintentionally revealed my bank balance to her. You know, exceptional men often inadvertently showcase their brilliance, albeit at inconvenient moments. Damn it. This is the New York City Police Department, not a bar offering adult services in Hell's Kitchen. What on earth do you take this place for? Steve, we absolutely do not need to resort to this. I have deployed all available police resources. You must grant us some time. This is a police station, not the bedroom of the Almighty. You cannot expect us to cater to your every whim like that old fart. Steve nodded, raising an eyebrow at Tony, and remarked, What did I say? It's better to rely on oneself than on them. By the way, has your electronic fellow located my student yet? Tony frowned. JARVIS is currently cross-referencing surveillance footage from all over New York City. And why do you refer to him as your electronic fellow? This is quite disrespectful. Although I recognize that you, with your lack of refinement, may not grasp this. Come on, am I not aware of the thoughts of you young boys? By the way, I've always wanted to ask you, why did you configure Jarvis as a male? He is merely my father's assistant, nothing more. Oh my heavens. Is your mind filled with the detritus of Japanese culture? I never anticipated that the millennial ethos would manifest in you in such a manner. I am serious. You ought to consider finding a girlfriend. Tony relentlessly ribbed Steve, whose lips twitched at the corners as he silently vowed to find an opportunity to retort. The abrupt ringing of the telephone startled Stacy, who seized the call as if it were a lifeline. Regardless of who was on the other end or what the matter was, he desperately needed a reason to extricate himself from this situation. Sir, it seems we have located Principal Steve's students. However, the situation is a bit complicated. Stacy completely disregarded the latter part. His mind fixated solely on the notion of having found them. God, please tell me where you are. Queens, we've already sent you the address. Peter Parker was confronting the first trial of his life. To be honest, he had never encountered a girl like Judy before. He had intended to take her home, confident that Aunt May would manage this delightful young lady. The crux of the matter was that this girl was entirely unpredictable. She did not decline Parker's suggestion, but instead dragged him into a furniture store they passed on the street. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. You both seem quite well matched, greeted a middle-aged white woman, her eyes and nose exuding a certain air of snobbery. Judy was slightly taken aback by her enthusiasm but managed to wave back. My boyfriend and I are considering moving out and would like to look at some suitable furniture. You know, even though online shopping is an option now, for items like furniture that we intend to use for a long time, it's best to see them in person. Would you recommend we try a few? Judy spoke with composure, while Parker's face flushed a charming shade of pink. Haha, I know what you young folks are up to. Well, there's some unsold furniture over there. You can give it a go. The white woman's tone was not particularly pleasant, yet it generally indicated her consent to Judy's request. Judy promptly dragged the lobster from Boston toward the back. Hey, could you please relax? You know you look like an overripe lobster, right? Come on, we're just here to check out the beds. Goodness, I am truly on the verge of exhaustion, Judy complained nonchalantly, while Parker stammered. But I have spare rooms at home. Why here? Peter Parker, do you not understand? You cannot casually bring a stranger you just met back to your home. But you are merely a girl, are you not? In truth, Peter Parker intended to convey that you are nothing more than an ordinary individual, incapable of posing any real threat to me. No, remember this, Parker. In our Hell's Kitchen, unrestrained honesty can equate to self-destruction. We have only just met, and you possess no understanding of my true nature. There is no necessity for such candor. Judy articulated her thoughts with great clarity, and Parker felt as though he had finally encountered a mentor figure in his life. Yet, this mentor was clad in garments fashioned from burlap, which, aside from that, held no other discrepancies. Chapter 83. I want to expose your spider behind. Parker found it exceedingly difficult to conceive of a rationale for declining the guidance of such a life mentor. He and Judy reclined upon the inexpensive furniture, both engulfed in a sense of disquiet. However, the girl emerging from Hell's Kitchen exhibited a level of maturity that surpassed that of her peers. At least in this moment, she managed to suppress her own unease. Perhaps, as she had lamented, the schedule at Santiago High School was indeed mercilessly brutal. She succumbed to slumber after merely a few breaths on her pillow, while Parker, in a state of turmoil, endeavored to maintain his composure while lying in bed. What a jest this was, without a doubt. The most excruciatingly ambiguous situation he had ever encountered in his life. One cannot expect a virgin to remain unflappable in such circumstances. Thus, even Peter Parker, an extraordinary being endowed with spider sense, failed to perceive that the shopkeeper had summoned the authorities. His mind was solely preoccupied with how to avoid offending Judy. Steve arrived. Having driven in Stacy's vehicle, his expression one of perplexity as he surveyed the furniture store before him. He could not fathom why the police of New York City would locate his student in such a locale. For heaven's sake, he had eradicated every human trafficking organization in Hell's Kitchen in pursuit of the student. Yet now, it appeared that his student had merely skipped class, without even venturing into any disreputable establishments. Hello, officer. Who is this? Inquired a stout young man with pronounced features. Steve regarded the stubble on his face, which reminded him of some character from a past mobile game. I am Principal Steve Rogers, a lawful citizen of the Republic. You will come to appreciate him. What is the situation? What transpired with my student? I mean, who called the police? Your student? The girl? She is asleep on one of the display beds in this store, alongside a young boy. Nothing else is amiss. We have yet to rouse them, though the shopkeeper has requested compensation for the damaged display. Ben Bob babbled incessantly while the smile on Steve's face gradually froze. He had initially believed the situation was not as dire as he had envisioned, but reality often unfolded in unforeseen ways. Excuse me, Officer Bob. May I inquire whether the display you mentioned happens to be a bed? To be precise, it is a double bed from the last century. and they are both still fast asleep within it. Steve's eyes narrowed into crescents as he turned to retrieve a hammer from Stacy's vehicle. Apologies, George. But today I shall be boosting your sales. George extended his hand, intending to speak, but Steve had already vanished like a fleeting shadow from the sight of the onlookers. That kid is going to shatter into a million pieces. Frank, rarely one to speak, uttered this remark, causing George to nearly leap in surprise. Generally, if one possesses a friend who is not particularly loquacious, one must heed every word they utter. But this was Steve Rogers, even if Stacy attempted to intervene. It was unlikely she could succeed. Steve burst into the room with great fervor. Parker's spider sense saved his life in that very moment. As soon as Steve laid eyes on the face of the young man, he swung his hammer, although he restrained all his strength. A mere brush from the hammer would have rendered Parker a fool for at least 3 months. Who are you? Steve Rogers demanded, an ardent educator. You had better elucidate what the hell you did to my student. Otherwise, I swear your family will mourn your absence. For the next 30 years you shall find no solace in your own hands. Parker could not fathom what had transpired within the American educational system during this time. Bewildered by how an archetypal redneck had ascended to the role of a principal at some institution, he even had the audacity to call himself an educator. Mr. Rogers, I fail to comprehend why you were so furious. I did nothing. Judy mentioned she wanted a place to sleep, and I offered to take her to my home. Huh? You wretched scoundrel, you actually thought of taking my student home to sleep? Look at you. Do you possess a heart of diamond? Though Steve was not genuinely enraged from the outset, upon hearing Parker's words, he resolved to impart a lesson to this unfortunate lad. Swiftly, he demonstrated his strength, seizing the boy's neck at an astonishing speed and gradually increasing the pressure. Parker, as an ardent educator, I wish to offer you a piece of advice. Never be too earnest too quickly with anyone. While Judy is indeed a good girl, your actions may ultimately lead to your own detriment. Let me guess, you are likely dismissing my words as mere hyperbole. Why not try prying my hand apart? Steve raised an eyebrow, urging him to act. Parker furrowed his brow, caught in a dilemma. Mr. Steve, I do not wish to harm you. Oh? You may certainly attempt it. Steve chuckled. See, this is the kind of decent child I can appreciate. All those like Carl and Wayne should be confined to an asylum. Good heavens, this fellow must become one of my students. Parker extended his hands to grasp Steve's, hoping to loosen his grip. However, he was woefully unaware of the disparities of this world and the peculiarities of one Steve Rogers. His superhuman physique appeared feeble before Steve. And no matter the direction he exerted force, the other's hand remained steadfast, showing no sign of yielding. After struggling for what felt like an eternity, Parker finally comprehended the enormity of this world. For Steve Rogers, this redneck, had not even altered his expression. What the hell is this? Seeing Parker's exhaustion, Rogers, amused, released his grip. Well, kid, you should consider yourself fortunate for your inherent kindness. Otherwise, you would truly find yourself at my mercy. Surely, you do not genuinely believe that you are the most exceptional one among us. Steve remarked with a hint of exasperation, wielding his hammer a couple of times while glancing at Judy, who feigned slumber. As a student of San Diego High School, I must say your skills in disguise leave much to be desired. You see, when one is asleep, their breathing is typically steady, even if it is not perfectly rhythmic. It certainly does not resemble your current state of breath-holding. If you do not rouse yourself soon, I suspect the custodial staff would be more than willing to allocate a portion of their beer fund to procure some study materials for you. Chapter 84. Undercurrents. Judy, with a hint of resignation, raised her hand to shield her forehead. The weather today was indeed splendid. Principal Steve, what brings you here? Are you also in search of furniture? Despite her efforts to appear less awkward, she felt her cheeks flush crimson when she met Roger's teasing gaze. With a playful whistle, Rogers jested, Look at our little Judy, who surprisingly seems to fancy this little bookworm. I thought you preferred someone more robust. Hurry back, there's a mock exam tonight. I trust you'll perform better than before. Roger's words caused the flush on Judy's face to swiftly dissipate, replaced by a pallor of distress. Principal Steve, this is torment. I believe having a mock exam once a week is utterly inhumane. I have heard your opinion, but I do not intend to acquiesce. Now, off you go back to school. Mr. Parker and I have matters to discuss. With a casual shove, Rogers directed her towards Frank, who stood nearby, momentarily taken aback. Here's the thing, my friend. I see you as a good man, aligned with my educational philosophy. You shall henceforth serve as the vice principal of San Diego High School. While I am away, everything will be under your purview. Oh, and don't forget to bring your son along. After finishing his statement, Rogers turned to Peter Parker, who shivered, utterly bewildered by the intentions of this peculiar individual. Indeed, to him, Steve Rogers appeared as nothing less than a monster disguised in human guise. Tony, I believe this intriguing young lad is worthy of cultivation. Rogers nudged Tony with his elbow, then lowered his voice, believing it to be discreet. Tony furrowed his brow, his suspicious gaze peering through the tinted lenses at Parker. And after a moment, he shook his head. I fail to comprehend why you find this kid interesting. He clearly does not resemble a stereotypical liberal. Hey, that's a slanderous accusation. When have I ever been a liberal? I am, in fact, a communist, Rogers retorted with audacity, startling Tony into covering his mouth. For heaven's sake, could you refrain from uttering such thoughtless remarks? Do you intend to have me hanged from a lamppost? Don't be so dramatic. You haven't betrayed Jesus, nor are your ancestors called Judas. Why would I hang you from a lamppost? Tony was convinced that this individual was not merely a liberal but a despicable racist, the kind destined for damnation. Hello, Mr. Steve. I presume I can take my leave now? Peter Parker, eager to escape the company of these two, felt a growing anxiety that something untoward might occur if he lingered any longer. Not so fast, young man. Pray tell, what is the name of your school? We at San Diego High School wish to extend an invitation for you to enroll, with full tuition coverage and an annual scholarship of $2,000. You won't even have to resort to desperate measures to acquire that $2,000. This is Mr. Tony Stark. I believe you should be acquainted with this infamous playboy, who assures the veracity of my words. The unfolding of events often carries peculiar attributes. A series of seemingly trivial incidents has instilled an odd illusion within the New York mob, as if the formidable weight that has long pressed upon them has lessened. In other words, they perceive that Kingpin is no longer as dominant and imperious as he once was. They feel emboldened to confront this monarch of the underworld. Representatives of the so-called Puzzle Man presented Kingpin with a gift, a bottle of specially concocted red wine, ingeniously designed with a hollow chamber at the base to contain a lethal dose of nitroglycerin. The plan was to obliterate both Kingpin and his lover, Vanessa, during their dinner. Regrettably, they overlooked a crucial detail. Kingpin's rise to power in New York's underbelly was not merely a consequence of financial or political maneuvering, but rather a testament to his formidable personal strength. Indeed, even Steve Rogers, prior to his extraordinary enhancements, would not dare to claim he could easily overpower Kingpin. Thus, when the explosion occurred, he simply kicked the unfortunate waiter aside and flipped over the marble table to shield himself from the blast shockwave. Nevertheless, there are moments when humanity is starkly reminded of its existence within a material realm. The marble, while deflecting some of the shockwave, still inflicted irreparable damage to the internal organs of both Kingpin and Vanessa. Kingpin fared slightly better, as his extraordinarily robust musculature absorbed a considerable portion of the impact. The initially fatal shockwave spared Kingpin's life, but tragically claimed Vanessa's. This is not a fortunate turn of events, rather. It signifies the release of a ferocious beast once more into the world. Upon hearing of Kingpin's assault, many understood that the underground power dynamics in New York were shifting. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that Kingpin had survived. Numerous opportunistic individuals emerged, eager to carve up his empire. It echoed the old adage, the cake is finite. And before one can expand its dimensions, the most prudent course is to eliminate a couple of diners. Unbeknownst to Kingpin, he was recuperating in a private hospital, arranged by his subordinates. He awoke the day following the incident, his years of rigorous training endowing him with an astonishing physical resilience. However, upon regaining consciousness, he refrained from immediately engaging with the outside world, opting instead to sit in contemplative silence. The power of that silence instilled fear. No one could fathom the tempest of rage concealed beneath his calm exterior. Consequently, Kingpin's subordinates dismissed the external turmoil, relinquishing all their holdings. For they understood that as long as Kingpin lived, all of this was merely temporary. Mr. Parker, while I am uncertain as to why Principal Steve has instructed me to personally train you, it is imperative that you possess some exceptional quality. Otherwise, it would be prudent for someone of your age to consider withdrawing from school. You have witnessed the environment of our Santiago High School. This is not a place for someone of your ordinary stature. Now, let us commence our training. Gunnar grasped a beer bottle in his hand, exuding an air reminiscent of a warlord from the Middle East. Are you serious? Can I truly drop out? Parker, sporting 2 dark circles under his eyes, looked as if he had been granted a royal pardon. His eyes shimmered with unshed tears as he gazed at Gunnar, seemingly ready to proceed with the withdrawal process should the latter merely nod in affirmation. Gunnar was entirely taken aback by Parker's reaction, He had expected this individual, personally admitted into the school by Principal Steve, to possess a modicum of resolve. Chapter 85. Mr. Puzzle's grand ambitions. He contemplated whether it would be prudent to execute the new recruits who perpetually expressed a desire to withdraw, and subsequently inter their remains in a secluded spot by the sea. Regrettably, Barney was preoccupied with matters of lifelong significance pertaining to Christmas. One could hardly feel reassured by the notion of a stripper from Sotovia, akin to a clandestine immigrant from Eastern Europe, as the paternal figure within the team. Barney's actions were undoubtedly justifiable. Ying had recently been engrossed in securing his child's admission to school. He embodied the quintessential traditional Chinese parent, selflessly devoted to his offspring. Gunnar had yet to meet the lad, but he had heard tell of a rebellious young boy. Meanwhile, Caesar and Highway were channeling all their fervor into the football team. Big Ivan had protested on numerous occasions, asserting that such rigorous training would surely jeopardize Anton's meniscus. Alas, the arms dealer's words fell on deaf ears at Santiago High School, despite Principal Steve's expressed desire to find a successor. Until his actual departure, no one dared to openly criticize him, particularly after this redneck had recently eradicated the entire Hell's Kitchen human trafficking organization. Now, the residents of Hell's Kitchen had come to grasp a fundamental truth. One could embrace villainy, but one must never extend that wickedness towards Santiago High School. One could peddle joy on the streets, but employing students from Santiago High School was utterly forbidden. Engaging in debt traps to exploit others' bodies was permissible. Yet no such transactions could ever involve anyone associated with Santiago High School. With Steve Rogers present, a living legend in Hell's Kitchen, even Big Ivan's stature had risen considerably. After all, without him, the high school could never have evolved into the Santiago High School of today. Sir, I only have 6 hours of rest each day. This is inhumane, do you not agree? The once vibrant Parker, now nearly lifeless, bore witness to his plight through the dark circles under his eyes. I understand this is inhumane, but Mr. Steve has instructed that you are no ordinary individual. I trust you comprehend my intent. We have always dealt with geniuses in this manner. As Gunnar spoke, he loaded his Colt 1911, a teaching tool specifically prepared by Mr. Steve. According to him, even a professional soldier like Gunnar could only pose a modicum of threat to Parker when armed. Parker emitted a sharp crack. For no American high school student is unafraid upon encountering someone wielding a firearm. It is a cultural trait, one might say. Gunnar chuckled, feeling akin to an officer in a Nazi concentration camp, commencing each day by loading his rifle and randomly firing at 2 unsuspecting targets. Regrettably, he could not randomly select his targets now. He could only fixate on the rear of Peter Parker. To speak candidly, he still preferred the name Parker that Rogers had chosen, as it seemed to evoke a sense of familiarity. Steve Rogers had seemingly discovered his life's direction, having found a suitable farm in the wretched Brooklyn, though it was evident that he lacked the know-how to manage it. A wealthy, decisive owner utterly devoid of technical knowledge is a calamity for any enterprise. The newly hired worker had already informed him for the 3rd time that this place was utterly unsuitable for cotton cultivation. No one in their right mind would think of growing cotton in the humid and hot climate of Brooklyn. Even if you summoned every laborer from New York City, there would be no way to harvest it in the short term. There simply wasn't enough time to gather the cotton. Yet, Rogers disregarded the man's sensible advice, nodding as he continued to inquire, what if I hire more people? I mean, black people, and I'll pay them double. At this, the speaker was left in utter despair. The agricultural graduate from Southwest Texas State University stared at Steve Rogers' earnest face and could finally ascertain that he was a blatant racist. He had no intention of cultivating cotton. He merely wished to witness black individuals picking cotton each year. If it's merely to satisfy your peculiar whims, perhaps you could consider growing watermelons in Brooklyn instead. Mind you, just a few. What do you take me for? Your suggestion implies I'm some sort of racist scoundrel. How about half? Damn it. Had I known I would end up working for such a boss after graduation, I would have preferred to languish in school. I'll pay you double. I want to see half the land planted with watermelons. Once again, Steve unleashed his trump card. Thus far, every time Steve uttered this phrase, the Asian man surnamed Joe would kick at the dirt clods and curse as he departed. I ask you, is it not due to your racism that you act this way? Old John, justifying his presence as a cowboy, followed along, and Steve chuckled, shaking his head. My friend, do you not wish to see Nick Fury and that bunch of kids from school here picking cotton and harvesting watermelons? Old John fell into an unusual silence. Truth be told, although they were all black, for some inexplicable reason, the mere thought of Nick Fury's face made him want to crack a whip. Rogers casually whistled, turning to a sturdy young lad. Richard, there's no need to be so reserved. Although my relationship with your father is rather tenuous, I must admit I truly admire you. When do you plan to attend San Diego High School? Rest assured, no one will discover your identity or your father's. I'm sorry, Mr. Steve. But I believe I can learn more by staying close to you. Just look at Wilson. What good fortune he has to have such a brilliant child. I mean it. Your intellect surpasses even your father's strength. After the incident involving Jean Bing, this young man has remained by his side. Originally, Jean Bing intended to enroll him in Santiago High School, but before he could take action, the explosion case occurred. I wish to uncover who was truly responsible for this event. Richard, being rational, refrained from disclosing the reasons behind his actions. However, how could Rogers remain oblivious? The woman named Vanessa has indeed passed away, and he had contemplated making a change. Yet, fate, that elusive and intangible force within this fictitious realm, is exceedingly difficult to articulate. He does not believe he could have saved Vanessa, nor does he hold any confidence that Richard will endure for long. Chapter 86, The Grand Ambitions of Mr. Puzzle, Part 2. He recalled that in the original narrative, this child had also met with demise. To be frank, by remaining in my company, you may acquire considerable knowledge and perhaps even achieve greatness. Yet, the crux of the matter is, dear child, that both your father and I wish for you to experience a relatively complete adolescence. You must attend school, endure the weighty burdens of academia, and navigate the simplicity of human relationships. Perhaps you will develop innocent affections for a classmate. Of course, should you dare to engage in early romance, I shall not hesitate to intervene most forcefully. As Steve spoke, he seemed to drift into reminiscence, but soon recalled his role as a hawkish educator. My intention in stating this is not to extol the virtues of school, but rather to remind you that life necessitates the experience of some rather pure moments. Only in this manner can you avoid becoming disillusioned with the world too swiftly. Richard gazed silently at Steve, perceiving a glimmer of nostalgia and sincerity in the man. He pondered what fond memories might be stirring within such a formidable figure. Very well, sir. I shall report to St. Dia High School tomorrow. Yet I still wish to uncover the truth behind my mother's death, Richard declared resolutely. Steve turned his head in surprise to regard the boy, who undeniably bore the blood of Fisk. Despite being utterly overshadowed by Steve's formidable presence, the child exhibited remarkable tenacity. He harbored the unsettling notion that if he did not acquiesce to the demands placed upon him, his fate would be sealed by a bullet. I find myself increasingly fond of you. I shall undertake this task on your behalf. Consider it a gesture for the sake of our esteemed Board of Trustees. Now, go along with your Uncle John and tend to the stables. Old John rolled his eyes. We are going to feed the horses, as you well know. Every cowboy must personally ensure his steed is well fed. I am aware, yet it sounds akin to the reason every married man struggles to sleep soundly at night. Are you not indulging in some inappropriate jest? Steve raised a middle finger at him, signaling for them to hasten from his line of sight. He then produced his phone and dialed Kim. The ringing echoed as interminably as a connection to an unattended grave. Just as Steve contemplated ending the call, a man's breath resonated from the other end. Hey, listen closely. I have agreed to assist Richard in identifying the perpetrator behind Vanessa's death. I am fully aware that after this, you will likely become an unrepentant villain. However, before I eliminate you, let us ensure we execute this task properly. As parents, we owe it to the children to provide them with a satisfactory answer. Otherwise, your son may remain haunted by this matter indefinitely. Upon concluding his statement, Steve abruptly hung up. Were it not for the necessity of a reliable ally within New York's underworld, he would not have made that call. Even with confidence in his ability to eradicate the entire New York mob within 3 days, he had no desire to assume the mantle of an underground emperor. What folly! Do you comprehend the myriad trivialities one must navigate in this position? Steve felt no compulsion to maintain his standing here. He twisted his neck to gaze at the sun just cresting the ocean's surface, contemplating that since he had made a promise to others, it was far better to act early than late. Soon, the roar of the engine faded from the farm, and Steve reemerged in New York, armed with his hammer and an unremarkable shield. In the primordial forest, the trees generally maintained a constant number, only surging in quantity when a great tree fell with a thundering crash. Billy Russo wholeheartedly agreed with this observation. Indeed, he was relishing his current existence. Although he had lost many subordinates in the fray, what did it matter? This was New York, a city teeming with young souls from across the nation, all eager to test their fortunes. He would always have new recruits, perpetually fresh. Boss, we are on the verge of completely devouring the territory of Kingpin. In just a few days, we shall reign as the underground emperors of all New York, Do you understand? The young black man spoke with a thick Southern accent, his demeanor lacking in refinement. Yet, what did it matter? Billy Russo was entirely indifferent to the quality of these expendable subordinates. He merely required them to deliver his specially crafted packages to their destinations. However, the world is invariably capricious, and one can never predict whether misfortune or tomorrow will arrive first. Just as they reveled in their triumph, a motorcycle sped towards their stronghold with alarming velocity. This two-story bar, despite its fortified defenses, remained vulnerable due to its street-facing location. Geographically, it was akin to Steve's residence in Hell's Kitchen. Regrettably, Billy Russo was clearly not Captain America. What followed was rather straightforward. Steve charged into the bar, his shield gleaming with a stainless steel luster yet devoid of ostentation. Along the way, he used his hammer to create a fresh filling for dumplings on the first floor. Steve was uncertain whom to approach in New York. He had no idea who would wish to eliminate the entire Kingpin family. It was not that Kingpin was particularly amiable, but rather that he had become a conspicuous target. One could assert that in the underworld of New York, everyone harbored fantasies of how they might dominate the city after dispatching Kingpin. Fortunately, Steve, possessing an inherently simple and principled nature, understood the fundamental philosophy of who benefits and who acts. He randomly approached a thug on the street to inquire about who currently held sway in New York, and then he made his way directly to the confrontation. After all, they were all scoundrels, and he cared little whether he had identified the wrong person. "Hello," Steve announced, brandishing his hammer as he stood before Billy Russo, the weapon dripping with blood. "I believe I have not arrived too late. Now, in the interest of facilitating our forthcoming dialogue, may I ask, sir, are you resolute in your words?" Steve inquired politely, gazing at Billy Russo, who was seated behind a grand desk. The latter had extended his hand beneath the desk, where no scantily clad secretary resided. Instead, there lay a formidable shotgun. Steve sensed the anomaly and promptly retrieved his phone. "Please hold on a moment. A friend of mine will be arriving shortly, and I believe we shall have a most enlightening discussion." However, Billy Russo afforded him no opportunity, directly pulling the trigger. In a flash of fire, a barrage of lead shot hurtled towards him. Yet, Steve's reflexes were swifter, even more so than the oncoming hail of bullets. As he deftly swung his shield, all the pellets were swatted away as if he were merely shooing away flies. Chapter 87. A fortuitous convergence. Regrettably, these lead projectiles are not mere nuisances. They are lethal bullets capable of taking lives. Billy Russo emitted a lamenting cry, eliciting a look of surprise from Rogers. "I had presumed you to be quite the tough cookie." The voice of Frank, devoid of emotional fluctuations, resonated from the other end of the line, as he curiously addressed Steve. "Ah, my apologies. I mistakenly believed I had encountered a formidable opponent. You see, you are the sole interrogation expert I am acquainted with. The address, a bar in Queens, owned by someone named Billy, you know its location, correct?" Upon concluding the call, Rogers felt unwavering confidence in Frank. After all, this is New York, Frank's primary hunting ground, and his familiarity with the area undoubtedly surpasses Rogers's. "I will take your life. Consider your wife and children cursed. My subordinates will exact vengeance for me. Your remaining days will be spent in perpetual dread." Rogers gazed at him, wearing an expression that conveyed, "You are quite bold. You know, I once knew a fellow of color who merely aspired to be my boss and ended up a grotesque figure. Do you think this Italian from the South Side will meet a similar fate at my hands?" The night breeze, laden with the acrid scent of blood, infiltrated the narrow nostrils of Billy Russo. This odor, reminiscent of rust, sent a shiver down his spine, making him acutely aware of the lethal force he was confronting. Frank arrived swiftly, yet Billy Russo's vitality was waning. Rogers maintained that upon seeing this man, he was met with a grotesque visage, and he had even pulled out all his teeth barehanded in front of him. Frank, however, did not reproach Steve. Instead, he commenced the interrogation with remarkable professionalism. Contrary to Rogers's expectations, Frank first administered in 4 drip and injected adrenaline. "I thought you would dive straight into the physicality. Ensuring the health of the subject is crucial. I aspire to extract every piece of information I desire." At this moment, Billy Russo finally comprehended the essence of fear, as Frank's scrutinizing gaze appraised him like an object. He could feel the white man's eyes tracing down his skin, calculating precisely how to dismember him. If Rogers embodied sheer brute strength, then this individual named Frank epitomized the greatest malice he had ever encountered. Frank commenced a methodical dissection along the muscular structure of Russo's thigh. It was a chilling display. Even Rogers, after witnessing this, exhibited profound physiological discomfort. "Pray tell, what were you engaged in prior?" I recall you were not merely a soldier. In what capacity did you serve? I do not know. I have been to too many places. Frank remained remarkably composed. I have just gleaned a valuable piece of information during the interrogation. It seems I have identified the perpetrator of the initial bombing. Rogers was momentarily taken aback, his mind reeling in astonishment. He understood that the explosion Frank referred to was significant, yet to be candid, he was reluctant to confront two despondent middle-aged men simultaneously. One was already a source of considerable headache. The addition of Frank would only exacerbate matters. Both individuals were not the sort one could easily eliminate. Rogers felt a growing irritation. He was eager to apprehend the unfortunate mastermind behind this chaos and perhaps delve into his mind to see if it was filled with genetically modified corn. I wonder what you intend to do? Steve pondered a question that weighed on his mind. Kill, Frank stated with an unexpected calmness, devoid of the emotional turmoil one might anticipate. Very well, should I inform Nick on your behalf? After all, these fellows deserve their fate, Rogers remarked indifferently. His indifference did not stem from a disregard for life but rather from a disdain for such individuals. In his worldview, those who relied on violence to secure a comfortable life were deserving of their demise. After all, in the context of civilized society, acquiring social resources through violent means is a testament to one's weakness. You don't intend to dissuade me? Indeed, just remember not to return to work covered in blood. The kids at school can't handle that. Also, ensure to bolster the school's security. Barney and his team are competent. Feel free to utilize them. However, Wade, be cautious. Especially with Wayne. He cannot be allowed to roam freely. He is a menace, and my two apprentices must also remain indoors. Goodness. Just make sure this does not affect the students. After Steve finished speaking, he casually retrieved a cigar from his person, lit it, and took a deep drag. Thank you. I'll be at the school during the day. I'll speak with Nick, Frank replied before striding out of the bar, slipping into the Mustang parked by the curb, and vanishing into the night. Judging by his direction, he was likely heading to a prearranged safe house. Rogers knew that this night would likely see many perish. But who truly cared? Perhaps Stacy would, but what difference did it make? He was inherently suited for this line of work. In Hell's Kitchen, Big Mike had closed his establishment for the past few days. The regular patrons who used to frequent his bar had found new haunts. Favoring a dive run by an Italian in the back alley, where not only spirits flowed but also illicit goods smuggled from Eastern Europe. At that moment, although Big Mike's bar was shuttered, it was still occupied by a number of patrons, all loyal subordinates of Kingpin. Upon regaining consciousness, Kingpin had made his way here, much like a wounded beast returning to its lair for solace. Hey, Wilson, you wouldn't believe the chaos outside. The entire underworld of New York is in disarray. Billy Russo, that Italian, was brutally murdered. It said he endured inhumane treatment before his demise, and now every night, New York is embroiled in a bloody struggle. Big Mike recounted, bustling around with a large platter as he shared the day's events with Kingpin. In truth, Kingpin was not as isolated as he appeared. Even with the loss of numerous men, he was far from diminished. The question remained, who stands to gain? Gene Bing posed a question that weighed heavily on his mind. Big Mike shook his head and set down the plate he had been holding. This is where my confusion lies, Wilson. No one benefits, perhaps during the day. The film may yield profit, but once night falls, there are those who will unleash slaughter upon the profit makers. Gene Bing paused momentarily, gripping his knife and fork, but soon resumed with vigor, slicing into the steak with a brutal decisiveness. His demeanor was formidable, exuding a raw, savage satisfaction. Someone is thinking along the same lines as I am. Perhaps I should meet this individual, Gene Bing murmured to himself as he ate. His appearance now starkly transformed from the past, revealing a noticeably more unhinged disposition. Chapter 88. The Net Titans. Fortunately, he had not yet completely lost his sanity. At least he was still aware of hiding in Hell's Kitchen. Although it was hardly a desirable location, neither the entirety of New York's underworld nor Steve had anticipated this. Hell's Kitchen seemed to exist parallel to the underground realm of New York. Any gang leader released from here could wreak havoc across the city. To draw an analogy, it was akin to Ionia during the S2 period. Yet, simultaneously, it was also Zon. Even those from the southern regions occasionally questioned the general quality of the inhabitants here. In summary, it was widely acknowledged that Hell's Kitchen was a notoriously grim place. However, unless circumstances became utterly desperate, no one would willingly venture into its depths. Is there any news from Steve? Gene Bing inquired, barbarically finishing a large plate of meat, casually wiping his mouth with a napkin. Big Mike promptly responded to his question. Since the last incident, he had noticed significant changes in his old friend. He had always struggled to articulate what these changes were, but it now appeared that the human essence within him had diminished. Philosophers assert that humans are essentially a collection of concepts, broadly divided into the ID and the beast. The ID represents goodness, while the beast epitomizes malevolence. Regrettably, the ID often faces disappointment, whereas the beast is never disheartened. Jean Bing's beast had undoubtedly grown stronger. In other words, he had become increasingly malevolent. Everything is fine at school, Richard reported 2 days ago. He was directly assigned to the class overseen by Principal Steve, which indicates that Steve likely holds him in high regard. Aside from that, Richard manages well wherever he goes. I was asking what Steve has been up to these days. Jean Bing finally lifted his head, his gaze both calm and frenzied, a peculiar madness stemming from an unusual tranquility. No one could predict what actions this version of Jean Bing might take, yet no one would wish to confront such an adversary. Some claimed they had seen Principal Steve in New York at night a few days prior, rumored to have smashed a bar. Jean Bing nodded. Despite the limited clues provided by Big Mike, his intellect allowed him to piece together the full picture. He then rose and slowly made his way to the second floor. Understanding that certain moments required solitary contemplation, this was not an extraordinary event, but rather a facet of life's routine. Indeed, after Vanessa's departure, he had been alone. He dialed a number, and the person on the other end did not keep him waiting long. Soon, Roger's enthusiastic voice echoed, a sentiment Jean Bing could not help but acknowledge. This poorly mannered white man often radiated positive energy akin to a mythological sun god. Hey Jean Bing, your son is quite the capable cowboy. I was thinking perhaps he could come here to assist me. Although Rogers may not be a qualified teacher, like all traditional educators, his opening words to parents always revolve around their children. Yet, the conversation rarely pertains to the child's performance in school. How are you holding up in New York these days? Kim, having no intention of elaborating further, directly voiced his concern. Why would it be me? My dear friend, you know me well. I am utterly disinterested in the size of the rats that scurry through your sewers. However, it appears that the vice principal of San Diego High shares a common adversary with you. Trust me, you have never encountered a soldier as remarkable as him. Frankly, you do not intend to abandon Richard in my care, do you? On the other end of the line, Kim fell silent, his demeanor no longer tranquil. He will perish at my side. He may fare better with you. Are you mad? Is this our first acquaintance? The number of those who wish me harm far exceeds your imagination, and they are far more formidable than you presume. Being near you may merely attract the wrath of nitroglycerin, but being with me could draw the attention of something far more potent than a nuclear warhead. Kim once again fell into silence, fully aware of the truth in Steve's words. From the moment he first competed against Steve, he recognized that this individual was anything but human, at least not in the conventional sense. Yet, he felt that Richard would be safer in Steve's company than in his own. Wilson, I understand your concerns. You fear the price you may have to pay, the unbearable taste of being unable to protect your family once more. However, you must realize that if he continues to follow me, the situation will grow more perilous. Rogers provided no opportunity for him to evade the truth. Some matters are simply inescapable. I know, Kim inhaled deeply. Have your vice principal cease his actions for 2 days. I need to gain control of all of New York. I will provide him with a satisfactory response and a fitting target for vengeance. After that, I shall give due consideration to your words. But until then, do not even think about sending my son to become a cowboy. Hey, that's occupational discrimination. I'm a cowboy myself. How could I possibly harm Richard? Rogers grumbled to the now disconnected phone, then lifted his gaze to Richard, who was busy cleaning the stable. Richard, your father disapproves of you doing this. He does not wish for you to become a cowboy. Goodness. Does he not realize that the water injection technique for beef from Huaxia is far more lucrative than his drug dealings? Richard chuckled, finding his principal rather endearing. Rogers had now completely withdrawn from the management of San Diego High, aside from occasionally teaching a political science class and administering discipline. The entire institution was now under Frankie's stewardship, who had brought his son and daughter into the school. To speak candidly, Rogers harbored a certain aversion towards a young lad named Nick. He once inquired of Frank as to the rationale behind bestowing such a name upon his son. Frank's response revealed that he and Nick Fury had once shared a close camaraderie, only to have their relationship soured over time. Rogers expressed profound sympathy for Frank's unfortunate choice. For in his estimation, few things could be more distressing than having a son named Nick Fury. However, if one were to consider the most significant transformation during this period, it would undoubtedly be Peter Parker. Through several monthly examinations, he demonstrated an intellect that was unequivocally extraordinary, marking him as a prodigious child. At last, Rogers felt a sense of relief, believing that among the genetically altered children he had nurtured, there was at least one who stood out favorably. Chapter 89. The golden-haired Adonis of Asgard. In stark contrast to the tranquility surrounding Steve, the workload at S.H.I.E.L.D. had surged to unprecedented levels. The catalyst for this upheaval was, astonishingly, a hammer, a rectangular war hammer reminiscent of those wielded by medieval barbarian blacksmiths. This was evidently no ordinary occurrence. A hammer descending from the heavens could only portend calamity. After all, if beings from beyond the stars existed, who could fathom whether this individual might also bear the name Columbus? Nick Fury promptly mobilized a vast array of personnel in an attempt to contain the situation and suppress the dissemination of information. The majority of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s forces were dedicated to this endeavor. The challenge of assuaging the public's anxiety and preventing mass panic was no trivial jest. Although the populace often lacked independent thought, it was imperative to prevent misguided interpretations from morphing into prevailing sentiments. S.H.I.E.L.D. was acutely aware that the universe harbored more than just extraterrestrial life. They understood that there were realms beyond their own. However, revealing such truths at this juncture was untenable. Who could predict the chaos that would ensue from such revelations? As S.H.I.E.L.D. struggled to maintain control over the scene, a certain golden-haired Adonis had already made his presence felt in the small town. No one could ascertain from whence this striking figure, akin to a mythological deity, had emerged. After all, this was America. One could never predict who might secretly indulge in folly before transforming into a buffoon. Initially, the townsfolk regarded this towering figure with goodwill, until he proclaimed himself Thor, the god of thunder, in search of his father, Odin. At this point, the consensus shifted, and the townspeople began to suspect that he was somewhat unhinged. Whether due to inherent flaws or an excess of indulgence had become irrelevant. Thor, feeling despondent, reflected on his status as a celebrated hero in Asgard, a champion undefeated across the 9 realms. Yet here, uttering his name elicited nothing but hearty laughter from those around him, who would clap him on the shoulder and jest that they were Odin. What kind of absurdity was this? Had the renown of Asgard truly diminished to such an extent? This was undeniably their territory. Such occurrences were entirely unjustifiable. With a mix of frustration and longing, he finished his beer and shattered the empty glass upon the floor. Hey, Thor, that's the 11th glass you've broken this week. Do you realize what that signifies? The irate bar owner bellowed. Thor, raking his fingers through his hair in exasperation, reluctantly retrieved a broom to sweep up the shards. He vowed that upon returning to Asgard, he would ensure this unfortunate soul experienced the wrath of a god. Josh, there's no need for such hostility. This gentle giant has attracted quite a few patrons. Those women only came here because of him. You can't penalize his wages over 11 broken beer glasses, spoke a regular at the bar, unable to bear the owner's harsh treatment any longer. Damn it. Are you really going to pay for those cups? I had no idea you possessed such a philanthropic inclination. Tend to your own affairs. Do you not realize that you reek like a lawn saturated with the urine of countless dogs? Hey, you filthy Jew. You and your ilk are all equally callous, indifferent, and selfish, you wretched scoundrels. The world is indeed designed for people like us. It appreciates our ambition. And guess what? I own a villa with a swimming pool in this damn place, while you, sour as an unripe lemon, will have to sleep on a park bench at night, warming yourself by burning refuse around an abandoned gasoline barrel. This verbal skirmish ultimately culminated in the proprietor's triumph. He is a formidable debater, adept at exploiting the shortcomings of others to render them speechless. Although this strayed from the essence of debate, it proved exceedingly pragmatic in this urban setting. After closing the bar, Thor did not depart immediately. To be fair, the owner isn't entirely despicable. At the very least, he provided a single bed for the mentally unstable golden retriever, perhaps to reduce nighttime security expenses. Regardless, this unfortunate fellow no longer has to sleep on a park bench at night. That is indeed a blessing. However, some individuals are destined to be restless. Thor quietly slipped away from the bar that night. He still remembered his hammer. Truth be told, he held an emotional attachment to it, much like a beloved teddy bear perched on your bedside, even if it has lost all its fur and resembles a balding middle-aged teddy. Yet, you still find it endearing. As for everything else, he was uncertain. Thor yearned to see if he could lift his hammer tonight, for he genuinely wished to ascertain when he might return to Asgard. He was fed up with the way people here regarded him, as if he were a fool. It irked him greatly. Yet, he could not allow himself to be angry for such a reason, for that would only render him more foolish. Soon enough, Thor located the spot where his hammer had fallen. He truly embodied the hero of Asgard, for even beneath the stringent security measures of S.H.I.E.L.D., he made his way to the core area. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents appeared like children in the presence of this extraterrestrial visitor. Fortunately, Nick Fury had anticipated that someone would come here. Although he had no knowledge of what this hammer was or what it represented, he had employed every tool at his disposal and still could not budge the damned hammer. What did this signify? Honestly, Nick did not know. But he was certain of one thing. This object transcended his understanding. Therefore, he had to exercise caution, summoning S.H.I.E.L.D. as current remaining aces, Black Widow and Hawkeye, who were now on site. As Thor touched the hammer, he was immediately met with Hawkeye's strike. The specially crafted arrowhead detonated upon striking him, and one would expect it to have the lethal capacity to bring down an American bison. Astonishingly, it merely caused him to stagger slightly. This transcends the bounds of reason. If such an event were deemed plausible, one might suspect that he had been sold counterfeit gunpowder. The waiting Black Widow promptly delivered 2 electric shocks, unhesitatingly adjusting the power to its maximum setting. This intensity could not only incapacitate an American bison, but could even render it thoroughly cooked. Yet, upon this golden-haired gentleman, it failed to even ruffle his hair, leaving him looking as robust as ever, akin to a well-fed golden retriever. What manner of absurdity is this? It defies all scientific understanding. Chapter 90. I truly am Thor. Fortunately, the golden-haired individual soon succumbed to unconsciousness. Otherwise, Natasha might have begun to doubt the efficacy of her offensive methods. Nick Fury observed the bald man approaching with a cold demeanor reminiscent of an African warlord. Take him to the interrogation room. I wish to witness the lethal dosage of anesthetic being introduced into this scoundrel's veins. His orders were executed with precision, and soon the situation escalated dramatically. Contrary to expectations, the wretch did not perish from the administered anesthetic. Instead, he entered a peculiar state of inebriation. What was once unbearable pain became tolerable, and it was not only Nick Fury who felt a sense of bewilderment. Even Natasha and Hawkeye were perplexed, eager to discern the thoughts in this fool's mind. Could it be that a priest from the Vatican had developed an affinity for dark-skinned youths? What else could explain this unfortunate fellow's absurd proposal, as if his mind had been muddled by grass? Now, Thor was in high spirits, the kind that only increased with each bout. In truth, the dosage of anesthetic had not been without effect on him, instilling a subtle yet profound sense of joy. Shadows warped before his eyes, yet this did not hinder his escalating exhilaration. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. was an organization dedicated to handling superhumans, it was essential to remember that the current state of the superhuman was rather unconventional. He was quite high. Consequently, the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel were compelled to indulge in the revelry alongside the golden-haired man. He was not solely engaged in combat, but occasionally drew the 200-pound guard into a dance. The stage for this bizarre performance was the pitiable 8th and 12th vertebrae of Crossbones. Had Steve been present, he would have vociferously condemned such behavior and demanded that this golden-haired man release his comrade. Alas, he was not here. He was peacefully slumbering on his farm. Nick Fury stood before the slowly burning S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, for the first time feeling that life was indeed a cruel jest. He contacted the old soldier for a barbecue, stating that they had a mercenary task at hand. At this moment, Coulson had fallen into unconsciousness, as you know. He was a good man. Upon noticing the golden-haired man's peculiar state, he had instinctively sought to check on his condition, only to be forced into a bizarre, exuberant dance. Now, due to muscular strain, he lay sprawled on the floor, and the newcomer clearly had no comprehension of what the old soldier's barbecue entailed. Thus, his first query was whether Nick could handle spicy food. God damn it, you foolish imbecile. How much did those selection committee bastards receive for allowing dimwits like you into S.H.I.E.L.D.? The newcomer was utterly bewildered, and in the end, it was Coulson who was forcibly revived to contact the old soldier's barbecue. On the other end of the line, old John, amidst a chorus of women's laughter, assured that they would arrive promptly and even offered a 20% discount. For Nick Fury's sake, they begrudgingly accepted the deal for $5,200,000. Nick's previously dark visage had deepened further into shadows. Yet he found himself at a loss. He could hardly summon Captain Marvel back over a mere golden retriever. Fortunately, old John had not deceived him. The veteran barbecue arrived swiftly, led by Steve, who stood before S.H.I.E.L.D., clad in a corduroy pajama set and slippers. Gazing at the slowly burning edifice, he wore a somewhat stifled smile, akin to the moment one attends the funeral of a brother-in-law with whom they shared a profound enmity, only to find the bereaved spouse, their own sister, weeping inconsolably. One feels the urge to laugh, yet the weight of propriety restrains such mirth, resulting in a suppressed smile. Nick embodied that sister, mourning her recently deceased husband. "Ah, look here, it seems the fire situation is quite dire." Steve's jibe struck at Nick's vulnerabilities with pinpoint accuracy. "Damn it, shut your mouth. You're my employer now." Before Nick could finish his retort, Thor charged in, engulfed in flames. One could hardly question the innovative and divergent thinking of these madmen. After all, who would conceive of hosting a bonfire in a modern building? "I believe we need to negotiate the price," Nick mused, fully aware that this was an opportunistic endeavor. Yet, as the flames illuminated Nick's bald head, he realized he might have to concede. "How much?" "Let us make it a round figure." Steve, with the shrewdness of a third-generation merchant, bewildered Nick with his transformation. Nick yearned to question those bureaucrats from 70 years prior about their inclination to falsify records intended for their own kind. Had he known this insufferable wretch would turn out thus, he might have doused him in liquid nitrogen upon discovery. After a protracted internal struggle, Nick finally nodded, gritting his teeth. Rogers, observing the veins bulging on Nick's scalp, could not suppress his amusement. "All right, let us move. Be nimble, and for heaven's sake, do not damage any valuable items." He intentionally emphasized valuable items, igniting another surge of ire within Nick. Thor was currently enveloped in a state of extreme euphoria, devoid of any rational thought. Upon encountering him, Steve imagined him as a jubilant golden retriever. Without hesitation, Thor initiated a grand tussle to halt the other's indiscriminate behavior. The latter was momentarily taken aback. Though he had faced opponents before, he had never encountered one with such formidable strength. Fortunately, being his guardian endowed him with remarkable resilience, and he quickly regained his composure, preparing for combat. Regrettably, he faced Steve, a man whose unpredictability was equally formidable. "Boss, shall we make way?" Christmas merely glanced at the atmosphere and discerned his role. Barney lit a cigar and crossed his arms, ready to observe, while Steve waved his hand in acknowledgement of the situation. In the arena, Thor and Steve engaged in a traditional contest of strength, gripping each other's arms as they strained against one another. A tremendous force erupted from within both of them, resonating through the floor beneath their feet, which creaked under the pressure. It is important to note that this floor was reinforced with a substantial amount of steel fibers, capable of withstanding the weight of a Tiger tank without issue. Yet, here it was, groaning under the strain caused by two human figures. What a jest! This is America, where cutting corners in construction is utterly unheard of. "Hey, kid, I know you can understand me. Come with me, and I can help you pick up a hammer."